August 27th, 1991, 4:40 p.m. The heat had finally broken, and people were beginning to gather on the streets once again. Northampton, a small city nestled in central England, had a strange habit. The darker the sky grew, the more vibrant the streets became. Whitton Road, once lined with lush green lawns, now wore the weariness of drought. Its grass faded to brittle brown. After months of debate, city officials had finally approved a plan. A temporary pipeline would be laid from the Severn River, 30 miles away, to relieve the parched neighborhoods. But the lawn, no matter how dry, didn't seem to mind the presence of a boy sprawled across it. His name was Matthew Wickfield, an 11-year-old with black hair, brown eyes, and a thin, wiry frame. Just a few months ago, he had finished prep school here in Northampton. "I've waited 3 whole days. August is nearly over," he murmured, eyes fixed on the sky, enjoying the breeze brushing across his face. "If Hogwarts doesn't send me a letter soon, I'll end up at Eton." Matthew was not just a regular boy. He was a traveler, a soul from 30 years in the future, mysteriously dropped into the England of the 1990s. The signs had come gradually. First, it was the owls, 3 different kinds spotted soaring through the skies in a single month. Where he came from, the only birds in the sky were made of metal. Then one morning, he saw it. A majestic white bird, its feathers speckled with black, perched under a neighbor's eaves. Entranced, Matthew watched it from his window. A trip to the local library confirmed his suspicion. It was a snowy owl, native to the Arctic tundra and protected by international law. Rare in England. Practically unheard of in central England. Yet there it was. Then came the strangers on Charing Cross Road, dressed in strange cloaks, moving silently through the crowd like shadows. Matthew had blinked, and they were gone. A nagging doubt crept into his mind. Could it be? He raced to buy a detailed map of Surrey County. Hours of searching led him to 2 place names he'd only seen in books, Little Whinging and Privet Drive. But those places were fictional. They came from the imagination of a woman named J.K. Rowling, who wrote the Harry Potter series. Or had she? The signs piled up. One afternoon during lunch, he'd glared at a glass, and it shattered across the room without a touch. Was it magic? Maybe, just maybe, he hadn't traveled to a simple past. Maybe this was the wizarding world. Since July, Matthew had waited. He expected a professor to arrive, like Hagrid had for Harry. He dreamed of attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, learning powerful spells, and using his 21st century knowledge to his advantage. "Once I learn Obliviate, Sectum Sempra, and the Disillusionment Charm, I'll be unstoppable," he told himself with a grin. But summer turned to ash. No owl, no letter, no professor. Doubt returned like a slow-moving storm. Was this all a delusion? Maybe the owl had just wandered far from its Arctic home. Maybe the cloaked figures were just eccentric hippies. Maybe the glass shattered because of heat and pressure. Matthew tried to cope. "Even if I'm not a wizard," he whispered, "I still went back in time. That has to count for something." Just then, a red postal van rolled to a stop across the street. The postman stepped out, waving an envelope in his hand. "Letter from Mr. Matthew Wickfield." Matthew blinked. He stood, brushed dust from his shirt, and approached the postman. And then he froze. The envelope in his hand felt heavier than it should. He turned it over. Again and again. The wax seal gleamed a deep red. Pressed into it was a coat of arms, a lion, a snake, a badger, an eagle, and a large H in the center. His breath caught. With shaking fingers, he broke the seal and unfolded the parchment inside. To Mr. Matthew Wickfield, standing on the road. 226 Whitton Road, Upton, Northampton. Dear Mr. Wickfield, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Students shall report to the Chamber of Reception upon arrival. The school term begins on September 1st. Please see the enclosed list of requirements and ensure that all items are procured beforehand. We look forward to welcoming you as part of the new generation of Hogwarts heritage. Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus. Yours sincerely, Min. Before he could finish reading the name, Matthew felt a tug, like an invisible hand wrapping around his waist and lifting him into the air. A violent gust of wind howled past his ears. The world blurred. He was flying. The letter fluttered from his hand. And Matthew Wickfield vanished. Matthew staggered as his feet hit solid ground. The dizziness in his head lingered for a moment before fading. His surroundings had completely changed. He stood in a large, dim room with the feel of a medieval hall. The stone floor was dusty, but the polished furniture gleamed with care. A single wooden table stood at the center, a lone candle flickering atop it, casting uncertain shadows against the gloom. Nearby, a fireplace roared with vibrant green fire, its warmth reaching the cold corners of the room. On a side table sat a gently steaming cup of chai. "This place, where am I?" Matthew muttered. "I'm alone, but I swear I hear movement on the other side." Just as he turned to investigate, bang, the heavy door swung open, startling him. A girl in a black trench coat swept in, her boots tapping against the stone floor. "Are you Mr. Matthew Wickfield?" she asked briskly. Matthew took a moment to steady himself. The girl looked no older than 17, though she spoke with the calm assurance of someone with authority. The door behind her remained ajar, yet didn't slam shut, as if even the room itself recognized her presence. "Yes," he answered, still cautious. "You probably have 1,000 questions," she said, stepping closer. "But let me start with this. You are a wizard, a young one, and you've been accepted to Hogwarts. Study hard, and your name may one day be counted among the greatest in the magical world." "Wizard," Matthew echoed, feigning surprise even though he had long suspected it. "I'm Penelope Clearwater, Hogwarts prefect. I'll be your guide." The name struck a chord. Matthew recognized her from the Harry Potter books. But why did something still feel off? Penelope seemed unaware of his suspicion. "Magic is real, Mr. Wickfield," she continued. "It isn't a fairy tale. It surrounds us, hidden in plain sight. You were raised in the Muggle world, so you've never seen it." "Muggles?" he asked, though he already knew. "Non-magical people. They neither use nor understand magic," Penelope explained. She picked something up from the floor, the Hogwarts letter. "This letter brought you from Northampton to London in under 10 seconds. That, Mr. Wickfield, is the power of magic." "London," he repeated. She smiled. "See for yourself. That window overlooks Charing Cross Road." Matthew crossed to the window. Outside, he saw the city alive with movement. Crowds bustled along the sidewalks, horns honked, and in the shifting sea of people, he swore he recognized the exact spot where he'd once seen figures vanish into thin air. Penelope, newly appointed prefect, had received her first assignment: guide a Muggle-born student. She'd heard the stories. First encounters were always messy. Some cried, some refused, some had to be obliviated. But Matthew Wickfield was calm. Too calm. He listened to her every word with quiet composure, and although his expression occasionally flickered with thought, not once did he question the world she revealed. Then he spoke. "Miss Clearwater, thank you for explaining all this. But before we continue, could you please send me back home? I'd like to discuss this with my parents before making a decision. I'm only 11, after all." Penelope blinked. "Your parents? You mean your Muggle parents?" she asked, her tone shifting. Matthew noticed it immediately. "Yes. Is there a problem with that?" Penelope's expression grew colder. "They're Muggles. They wouldn't understand our world, and frankly, they don't need to. Explaining it to them would only waste time and could be dangerous." Matthew frowned. "I don't follow, Miss Clearwater." She sighed and pulled a small, leather-bound book from her coat pocket. "Let me show you something." Flipping it open, she found the page she sought and held it out. A black-and-white photograph showed a girl around Matthew's age. The photo moved, the girl grinned eerily at him. "Her name was Abigail Williams," Penelope began. "Salem, Massachusetts. 3 centuries ago. This Muggle girl was deathly ill, dying. A 13-year-old which found her, pitied her, and brought her to the hidden wizard village nearby. With magic, they healed her." Penelope's voice hardened. But that night, the girl ran to the nearest church. She told the priest everything. The village, the witches, the magic. Her eyes darkened. At dawn, the Muggles came. They stormed the village. 200 witches and wizards were dragged from their beds, hanged, burned, stoned. And the young witch who saved her? She was stoned to death by the very person she had helped. Penelope snapped the book shut and tucked it away. The story hit Matthew like a punch to the gut. Fear crept in, his calm cracked. She saw it. She liked it. "You see now," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "Young Muggle-born wizards like yourself are vulnerable. Contact with the Muggle world, even family, can be catastrophic." Her eyes locked onto his. "That's why the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery, 1956, strictly prohibits Muggle-born wizards from contacting the non-magical world until they come of age, 17. Matthew said nothing. He felt a tight knot forming in his chest. "Do you have any more questions, Mr. Wickfield?" Penelope asked, her expression unreadable. He hesitated, then spoke in a quiet voice. "Just one. Are wizards and muggles truly equal?" Penelope didn't pause. "Of course. Wizards, giants, fairies, and muggles, we all share the same world. We are equal." Then she smiled. "But naturally, as the true masters of magic, wizards must lead."
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Early the following day, Matthew woke up very early. He could barely close his eyes the night before. "Many things in my mind right now, magic, Hogwarts, and the world I'm currently in. Obviously, this world is exactly the magical Harry Potter world, but many differences are occurring as I speak right now," Matthew said to himself with a curious expression. According to Miss Penelope Clearwater's explanation yesterday, as an underage wizard from the Muggles world, he is already bound by the laws of the wizarding world, and there is no way out. He thought, "I can only take this one step at a time." While having those thoughts, Matthew got himself out of the bed. Breakfast was already served on the wooden table: cereal, toast, and grilled sausages. A few bites in, and although it feels weird, it's not unnecessarily inedible. He knew last night the room he was in was at Leaky Cauldron Bar, room 13. A very famous place in the wizarding world. Probably a Muggle-born Hogwarts freshman should be assigned here, Matthew said to himself. "Mr. Wickfield, awoke yet?" Miss Penelope's voice came from the other side of the door as Matthew finished his breakfast. "Yes, I just finished my breakfast, Miss Clearwater," Matthew replied as he walked to the door to open it. "Then chop chop now, let's go buy Hogwarts freshman necessities. We have a whole day ahead of us and a long list to buy," Miss Penelope said while giving Matthew a parchment of a to-buy list. "Yes, ma'am." Matthew glanced at the list and put it in his pocket. Perhaps because it's still early in the morning, there are few customers in the Leaky Cauldron. Several old women were sitting in the corner of the house drinking sherry with small glasses. One of them was smoking a long pipe. A man in a top hat was chatting with a barkeeper who was quite bald and resembled a toothless walnut. "Good morning, Ms. Clearwater." The barkeeper looked at Penelope and Matthew walking downstairs, smiling at them, showing his rotten tooth. "Good morning, Mr. Tom." Penelope nodded politely at him. "I'm taking a freshman to Diagon Alley to buy the Hogwarts first-year necessities. I wish you all the best then," Tom replied while smiling. "Thank you, Mr. Tom." Penelope returned Tom's wishes with a smile. They just walked through the bar of the Leaky Cauldron and came to a small patio surrounded by walls. "There is nothing here except some weeds. Remember this brick in particular, Mr. Wickfield." Penelope took a small wooden wand out of nowhere. She looked at the wall and said, 3 UPS, 2 across. "Remember not to get it wrong, Mr. Wickfield. Otherwise, the consequence would be quite bad." Then she taps the brick 3 times. The brick she knocked shakes and then begins to move. A hole appeared, and soon, it became bigger and bigger. Wide archways start to form just enough for 2 people to walk through, revealing winding roads of cobblestones with the end nowhere near visible. "Welcome to Diagon Alley, Mr. Wickfield, the largest wizarding alley and shopping area in the entire United Kingdom," Miss Penelope said with a cheerful tone. Matthew then followed Miss Penelope and walked through the archway. As they stepped into the cobblestone road and moved further, the archway gradually narrowed, then finally, it turned back into a solid brick wall. Yes. They may have come very early, but Matthew imagined Diagon Alley could be more lively. There are few witches and wizards on the roadside, they go in a hurry, and most shops haven't even opened yet. Seeing Matthew's eyes somehow disappointedly looking around, Miss Penelope misunderstood his thoughts. "Oh dear, don't worry about the money, Mr. Wickfield. Hogwarts will cover each student's expenses during their 7 years of studies, especially Muggle-born students. Let's go to Mr. Ollivander Wand's shop first," Miss Penelope said while trying to comfort Matthew. "Okay, I'll follow you, Miss Clearwater." Matthew nodded obediently. As the two continued walking through the alley, they saw an imposing snow-white multi-storied marble building towering above the other shops in Diagon Alley. "This is Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank," The safest place in the world for anything you want to keep safe. Of course, you won't be needing it anytime sooner, Mr. Wickfield. Penelope introduced Gringotts to Matthew. Matthew glanced at the gorgeous bank, then his gaze moved to a ghastly side road. The road is dark, nothing can be seen. A crooked brass sign hung at the fork in the road and had a big X cross on it. This is, Matthew frowned and walked over curiously. He saw the name written on the sign, Nocturne Alley. This is the Nocturne Alley. Miss Penelope walked over and explained to Matthew. Unusual, sinister, and sometimes dangerous individuals walked around and shops here. Around 10 years ago, this alley was forcibly closed by the Ministry of Magic. The owners of the shops were also imprisoned. Seeing how the dark mist broods over the alley while it's broad daylight, Matthew couldn't help but take a step back. Was the Nocturne Alley closed? Matthew said to himself. Matthew thought deeply, thinking, then turning around and hitting something, or perhaps someone. I'm really sorry. Matthew apologized. He could see the face of the man he just hit. It's an old man, skinny, wearing dirty pajamas, gauze wrapped in his hands, and the shoes were old and cracked. His whole body is in tatters, which is a contrasting look compared to Diagon Alley and the wizards and witches with their fancy robes. Young sir, please spare a canute. This poor old Umbridge hasn't eaten for days. The old man couldn't even lift his broken bowl without trembling. Matthew was surprised. A canute was thrown into the beggar's bowl, then Penelope pulled Matthew's cloth and motioned for him to leave quickly. Thank you, beautiful lady. Thank you, young sir. The beggar bowed to them from behind. He is. After walking a few steps away, Matthew asked Miss Penelope. Hard to imagine in a world filled with magic, beggars would still exist. Don't mind him for a bit. Miss Penelope said calmly. Just as a child in the Muggle world has a tiny chance of becoming a wizard, vice versa, a child in this world also has a tiny chance of becoming a Muggle. Miss Penelope explained with a bit of annoyance on her face. Why don't you send him to the Muggle world? Matthew couldn't help asking. Because they have learned so many secrets about the wizarding world since they were young, it is impossible to let them leave. Miss Penelope replied. Okay, here we are. Miss Penelope said with an enthusiastic tone. The shop in front of them is small and broken, but the golden sign on the door is new. It says, Wands by Gregorovitch, well-made wands since 473 B.C. Gregorovitch? Miss Clearwater, you said we are going to Ollivander's wand shop earlier. Matthew seems to be taken aback by reading the sign. Gregorovitch is a magic wand franchise in the wizarding world, Penelope said calmly. Mr. Ollivander, the owner of this shop, sighed. Penelope seems to run out of patience while explaining to Matthew. Seriously, just go in. Why would you even care about the name of these places? The shop is tiny, there is nothing but a bench. Penelope sat on the bench and waved her hand, telling Matthew to go upstairs alone. Matthew went upstairs. By the time he was climbing the stairs, he heard bells ringing somewhere from inside the shop. He looked around, but the surroundings were empty. Good morning. A man with a soft voice greeted Matthew. Matthew was almost taken aback because someone suddenly appeared beside him. A regular old man whose eyes are wide, pale, and shine through the gloom of the shop. His hair is messy, seems like he is living a decadent life. Matthew could feel it through his eyes. This old man must be dissatisfied with his current life. Hello, you are Mr. Ollivander, right? Matthew asked. Who's asking? Mr. Ollivander leaned in front of Matthew, looking closer at him. It made Matthew feel uncomfortable. A freshman at Hogwarts, I presume. Yes, without having the chance to finish his sentence, Mr. Ollivander cut him off. What's your name, boy? Mr. Ollivander asked. Matthew Wickfield, sir, Matthew answered. Mr. Wickfield, you are here to buy a magic wand, correct? Mr. Ollivander asked again. That's right, sir. Matthew nodded. Follow me then. Without any explanation, Mr. Ollivander took the lead up the stairs. In contrast to downstairs, Matthew could see thousands of narrow boxes containing wands piled right up to the ceiling. The whole place had a thin layer of dust. Mr. Wickfield, which arm will you equip the wand with? Mr. Ollivander pulled a long tape measure with silver markings out of his pocket. Oh, I use my left hand, sir. Matthew said. Matthew Wickfield is left-handed, which he knew from the first time he crossed over. Due to his past life, his right hand is stiff to the point unusable. It is better to respect his physical traits while choosing his wand, Matthew thought to himself. Raise your arms, that's good. He measured Matthew from shoulder to fingers, wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and round his head. Matthew then realized that the tape had been measuring on its own, slithering through his body. That will do, Mr. Ollivander said. Then the measuring tape crumpled into the floor. Mr. Ollivander then returned to his workbench, recording a series of data while muttering something in his mouth. All right, he exclaimed. Around 50 boxes of wands appeared and flew in front of Matthew. Try this first. Ollivander opened the first wand box. But to Matthew's surprise, what was placed in the box was not a magic wand but a pile of wooden sticks. These are holly wood, quite a rare wand wood. Ollivander said softly, wands made of holly wood are the best for using protective magic. They are suitable for wizards who love dangerous and noble tasks. They even also have the ability to help the owner overcome impulse and anger, with grave new BS. What should I do? Matthew asked softly. Just put your hand on top of it, Mr. Ollivander said. Matthew followed his instruction. He put his left hand on the box, but It's okay, boy, it's okay. Ollivander comforted Matthew while pulling his hand back. No doubt this wood isn't for you, Mr. Wickfield. Try this next, Mr. Wickfield, it's alder. Mr. Ollivander brings out another box. When an alder wand is happily placed, it becomes a magnificent, loyal helpmate. Of all wand types, alder is best suited to nonverbal spell work, whence comes its reputation for being suitable only for the most advanced witches and wizards. He explains enthusiastically. Matthew put his hand on the box, but once again, the wand rejected him. Why don't you try this instead, Walnut? While some woods are difficult to dominate and may resist the performance of spells that are foreign to their natures, the walnut wand will, once subjugated, perform any task its owner desires, provided that the user is of sufficient brilliance. This makes for a truly lethal weapon in the hands of a witch or wizard of no conscience, for the wand and the wizard may feed from each other in a particularly unhealthy manner. Mr. Ollivander explains once again to Matthew. Another wand box appeared in front of Matthew, but when he reached for it this time, oh, Matthew let out a scream and quickly retracted his hand. What's wrong? Ollivander asked with great interest. It's hot, like touching a blazing charcoal. Matthew described how he felt just now. That's not right. Mr. Ollivander's expression suddenly changes when he puts his hand on his forehead. It couldn't be. He went searching between the wand boxes. A few seconds later, he returned with another wand box and then asked Matthew to put his hand on it. This time, a comforting feeling came from his palm. As if the essence of the wood is a perfect match for him. At the same time, a dim red light faintly glows from the box. Marvelous. A smile appeared on Mr. Ollivander's face for the first time. This is black walnut. If the witch or wizard is unable or unwilling to be honest with themselves or others, the wand often fails to perform adequately and must be matched with a new owner to regain its former prowess. Paired with a sincere, self-aware owner, however, it becomes one of the most loyal and impressive wands of all, with a particular flair in all kinds of charm work. Mr. Ollivander said with an excited tone. There is no doubt black walnut is the one that is suitable for you, Mr. Wickfield. He adds. Mr. Ollivander then returned to his workbench to record something. At the same time, the 50 wand boxes returned to their rightful place neatly. Do you want anything in particular for the core? Mr. Ollivander asked while putting down the quill in his hand. Unicorn tail hairs, phoenix feather, and dragon heartstrings. These are the 3 I specialize in. If you have other requests, then I have to ask for some help from the others. He explained. What would be the difference between these cores, sir? Matthew asked. Different wand cores had different magical properties. Unicorn hair was not very strong but stable and reliable, whereas dragon heartstring was strong and flamboyant but more prone to accidents. While phoenix feathers are capable of the greatest range of magic, they are the pickiest when it comes to their owner, Mr. Ollivander explained. Interestingly, certain wand woods reacted with certain cores in unique ways, affecting the wand's personality and magical abilities. He adds. After thinking for a moment, Matthew finally comes to an answer. I want unicorn tail hairs as the core. After all, he thinks stability is the most important. Very good, a great choice Mr. Wickfield. Black walnut, unicorn tail hair, 11.5 inches long. Mr. Wickfield, I'll try finishing the wand before next month arrives. I'll send it to Hogwarts under your name. Matthew thought he could get his wand now. I thought I could get my wand right away. He couldn't help but feel lost. May it be 50 years ago, you would get it right away, boy. The old man's expression changed, his eyes looked sad, and his mood saddened. He wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. My principle would be to let the magic wand choose their wizard, but Gregorovich bought my wand shop. I had to sell wands according to how he wanted it done. Let the wizard choose their wands. Then, Mr. Ollivander, what year did Mr. Gregorovich buy your wand shop? Matthew asked. It was in 1945, Mr. Ollivander said with a sad tone. Leaving the Gregorovich wand store, Penelope took Matthew to other shops to buy the Hogwarts freshman necessities. They first continued their shopping at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. They bought 3 sets of black wizard robes, black wizard hats, dragon skin coats, and winter cloaks. They continued to Potage Cauldron shop and Slug and Jigger's apothecary. They bought a standard size 2 pewter cauldron, brass scale, and a complete set of potion bottles. The next store they went to is Flourish and Blott's bookseller. They bought a complete set of books for the first-year student. The clerk at the store prepared the books and packed them in cartons so they didn't have to pick them up from the shelf themselves. Matthew never sees a single canute out of Miss Penelope's hand when these transactions happen, in other words, free. He knows the free one often comes with an expensive cost. After around 2 hours inside the Flourish and Blott's bookseller, they left the store with Matthew carrying bizarre-shaped packages in all sizes. Later that noon, the weather starts getting hotter. The sun graced the cobblestones with its scorching presence. Matthew put his luggage on the floor, wiped his sweat, then took out the to-buy list. Last one, just the pet left, Matthew said in an exhausted tone. Okay, let's wrap it up, Mr. Wickfield. Follow me. Penelope seemed to be bothered by the sun's presence as well. Across the street, they could see a golden sign above the store entrance, Magical Menagerie. There were cages of pets on display. It was very cramped, noisy, and smelly, with every inch of the wall covered by cages. It sold all kinds of animals: strailers, fire crabs, sleek black rats that were very intelligent, owls, ravens, cats of every color, puffskeins, transforming rabbits, and much more. A pair of enormous purple toads sat gulping wetly and feasting on dead blowflies. A gigantic tortoise with a jewel-encrusted shell was glittering near the window. Poisonous orange snails were oozing slowly up the side of their glass tank, and a fat white rabbit kept changing into a silk top hat and back again with a loud popping noise. Then there were cats of every color, a noisy cage of ravens, a basket of funny custard-colored fur balls that were humming loudly, and, on the counter, a vast cage of sleek black rats which were playing some skipping game using their long bald tails. The owner of the store is a witch with a heavy black monocle. After seeing them enter the store, she greeted them and asked, "Anything I can help you, dear?" "He is a freshman at Hogwarts, he needs a pet." Penelope introduced Matthew. "Oh." The witch nodded and then glanced up and down at Matthew. "I suggest you choose an owl, not a cat or a toad. Children like owls. It can deliver letters and packages for you. It is a very practical pet." "Owl," Matthew murmured. "I don't know anyone in the wizarding world except Miss Penelope, whom I just met yesterday, and I am not allowed any contact with the muggle world." Matthew thought. "Excuse me, madam, but what roles do cats and toads play in this world?" Matthew asked her. "If the cat has the blood of Neasel flowing in it, it will turn into a smart specimen. It could finish tasks on its own, and it would be very sensitive to the suspicious people around you," the owner explained. "So, is a cat more likely to have the blood of Neasel flowing in it?" Matthew asked. "Unlikely," the witch replied. "If you say that, it means the chance is close to zero," Matthew thought. In his previous life, Matthew didn't have any experience with pets for more than 10 years because he had an arse of an uncle. Matthew doesn't want his life to be the same. "So what are toads good for then?" he asked. Toad itself has no magical ability but is very sensitive to magic, which makes them good practice for spells. The witch paused momentarily. "Because of their skin, which is sensitive as well, they make a great partner with the pioneers because they could easily experiment with concoctions as well," she explains. The toad sounds a bit more useful than the previous two," Matthew pondered. "I will buy a toad then." Without hesitation, Matthew chose the toad. "Are you out of your mind, Mr. Wickfield?" Penelope glared at Matthew with an intense stare. "Toads have been out of fashion for many years. If you bring a toad to Hogwarts, the others will laugh at you," she said furiously. "I just think they are cute, miss," Matthew said naively with a cute expression. Penelope felt at a loss hearing Matthew say that. She could only shake her head. "Go ahead, dear, choose the toad you like," the witch said enthusiastically. She waved her wand, then a large box of glass filled with toads slowly moved to Matthew on its own. There are red-eyed toads, flower-backed toads, and red-bellied toads. While the witch was explaining, Matthew already made up his mind. "I'll choose this one, madam." Matthew picked one of the toads, which he thought looked nice. This is a black-eyed toad. They're very happy to get along with wizards, but they can be very noisy sometimes. The witch smiled. At the same time, she packed the toad Matthew selected into a small glass box and then handed it to Matthew. Matthew takes a closer look at his pet. There are layers of black eye bags around its eye sockets, which Matthew found cute. "Thank you, madam." Matthew nodded with a smile. "You're welcome, dear," the witch replied with a smile on her face. After purchasing the last item on the list, carrying bizarre packages in all shapes, he also had a glass box with his newly acquired pet inside. They returned to the Leaky Cauldron. Penelope sent the boy to his room and handed him a letter. "Mr. Wickfield, here is your ticket to Hogwarts." She handed Matthew the ticket. 1 St. September, King's Cross Station. "The barkeep will guide you there." "Thank you for your guidance, Miss Clearwater. I was really happy while in your care," Matthew said with a smile on his face. "You're welcome, Mr. Wickfield. We are awaiting your arrival at Hogwarts." Penelope smiled. "I hope you will be assigned to the House of Ravenclaw because I am the prefect of Ravenclaw," she added. She thought Matthew did not know anything about the 4 houses in Hogwarts, so she explained to Matthew, "There are 4 houses in Hogwarts, Mr. Wickfield. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Ravenclaw stands at the top of them. Slytherin belongs to the lowly conspirators. Hufflepuff belongs to the mediocre wizards." She paused momentarily. "I'd rather join Hufflepuff than Gryffindor." "What about Gryffindor, miss?" Matthew asked. "Gryffindor is where they house dark wizards over the centuries," she said with a gloomy tone. There is no doubt the witch at Magical Menagerie was correct. Since returning to his room at Leaky Cauldron, the toad won't stop croaking. At this moment, it would be impossible to share a room with this toad. Matthew then hangs the glass box on the balcony, then closes the window behind him. Finally, Matthew is at peace inside his room. It was high noon. He left his room to get lunch downstairs. Matthew couldn't enjoy his lunch without feeling bothered by the old wizard next to him. He was wearing a thick wool coat in this scorching heat. Of course, it would bother Matthew. This old wizard then ordered a plate of pig liver. He sliced it open and relished it. He savored every single bite. Fortunately, Matthew is used to this kind of view by now. His mental fortitude was strong. He finished his lunch and then went upstairs. On his way to his room, he glanced at other rooms. He sees other children around his age, other Muggle-born Hogwarts freshmen. Matthew is not in a hurry to get acquainted with them. After returning to his room, Matthew organized the stuff they bought this morning. He tore the seal of each book they bought at Flourish and Blott's bookseller and put each on top of the table. The standard books of spells, grade 1. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. Matthew murmured. Those are all the same textbooks as in the original Harry Potter in his memory. There are 4 quills, 2 bottles of black ink, a bottle of red ink, and a large stack of papers. Suddenly Matthew's movement comes to a halt. He found something strange at the bottom of everything, a book he doesn't recognize buying. It's not thick, this book is way thinner than the previous books. It is covered with leather, which gives people an unpleasant feeling just by looking at it. He could see the paper from the side, it was yellow, the sign of an aged book. Matthew is puzzled by the existence of this strange book in front of him. His gut is telling him this book should be avoided. What the fuck is this book supposed to be? He frowned and froze momentarily before taking the crumpled to-buy list from his pocket. He compares it again, rereads it, and finds no such thing about the strange book in that list. Matthew did not act rashly. He dared not touch the mysterious book because he knew he was in a wizarding world now. Even an ordinary diary may contain the essence or spell of a powerful dark wizard, enough to rush and make a mess out of your mind. This book in front of him is not an exception. Matthew took a deep breath and then made a choice. He went to the barkeeper's room. He rang the bell, and a minute later, the door opened. A hunched figure appeared. It was the barkeeper, Tom. Smiling, showing his rotting teeth, his smile is rather unpleasant. Do you need any assistance, Mr. Wickfield? Tom asked while grinning. Can you please help me throw these cartons and boxes into the trash, Mr. Tom? Matthew asked. With pleasure, Mr. Wickfield. He replied. Tom then walked into Matthew's room and cleaned the mess. He took out the trash inside the room and walked down the stairs. Matthew felt relieved as if he just avoided something dangerous. Throughout the noon up till evening, he read the books zealously. Although he doesn't have a wand, he can read the theories about magic. Magic is not what Matthew thought of before. He thought he only needed to wave the wand and shout some Latin words. To his surprise, as a result of his study, he found that conjuring a spell requires more than just that. Arno Epsilon. Control over one's emotion, mastery over subjective consciousness, and complex gestures must be adjusted to different situations. Learning magic might be much more complicated than Matthew imagined. The bell rang, a sign the clock had struck 11 at night. Matthew then put down the book 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi in his hand. Time to rest. Matthew said to himself, but before that, let me get this fella that is still hanging out on my balcony. Matthew then proceeded to take the toad he had left hanging outside. Matthew realized he hadn't even named the toad. Matthew smiled, seeing the toad upside down, thinking it was sleeping because it was not croaking anymore. Suddenly a green fire blazed out of nowhere inside the glass box with the toad inside it. Matthew's expression changed instantly. He was terrified. The toad didn't croak because it was asleep, it was upside down, and its eyes had turned lifeless. It's long dead. How could it be? Matthew muttered. What surprised him the most was not the toad's death. It's something under the toad's body, the mysterious book. A book that should not fit inside, let alone exist anywhere near him, because he had already asked Tom to throw it out. The sky outside suddenly turned dark, and cold winds blew. Then, a crimson moonlight shone through Matthew's room window. The following morning, Matthew went to the magical menagerie in Diagon Alley. His eyes looked drowsy, and his face looks tired, the sign of someone that didn't sleep all night long. All this follows with the sight of him holding a dead toad in his hand. Nothing is surprising about this. After such a terrible incident last night, no one usually would be able to sleep through it. He got his thoughts tangled with how he would die like the toad if he ever closed his eyes. Fortunately, such things didn't happen. He survives to see another day. The mysterious book is still inside the box where the toad was. Matthew didn't dare to touch it. He just took the toad out and ran to magical menagerie. You mean this toad suddenly died? The witch asked Matthew with a baffled expression. The owner of the magical menagerie, the witch herself, observes the toad corpse closely, searching for any anomalies. What's going on here? You should know that a toad is much more tenacious than they look. She muttered. I also want to know what happened, madam. Matthew pleaded. Hush, dear. The witch asked Matthew to shut his mouth while taking her wand from the waist and waving it gently. A magnifying glass came out of nowhere and flew into her hand. She sat down, put the toad's corpse on top of the wooden table, then observed it carefully once again. Matthew can only look at how she works. He could see how the witch's expression changed abruptly after seeing something. The serious look on her face changed to a horrified expression. What's the matter, madam? Matthew asked nervously. No, nothing. The witch shook her head and observed it once more. This is impossible. It can't be. She continues with fear in her voice. Matthew nervously asked again after finding the courage. Is the toad's cause of death something unexplainable? This poor toad seems to be scared to death. The witch replied. It's just a mere toad. There is no way anyone would go that far. She stood up while trembling, picked up the toad's corpse, then threw it into the bin. I'll compensate for this. Why don't you pick another toad, dear? The witch said with her usual calm tone, gradually returning to her. Although she still looks terrified, she tries to continue serving Matthew to her best while he is inside the store. She tried to reach the cage filled with toads but couldn't reach it for a while and then almost accidentally broke the cage. While writing the notes for the transaction, she broke 2 quills. After that, when Matthew finally had a toad in his hand, she kicked some kettle on the ground because she wasn't paying attention. When Matthew went out of the store, she looked relieved. She corrected her monocle and then took a deep breath, celebrating it. Based on how he sees the witch acts, Matthew couldn't help but feel anxious about it. The worries and doubts in his heart grow with every step he takes. Matthew couldn't bother to continue asking her if she didn't want to say anything about it. Matthew knew his place as a young wizard that doesn't know anything about magic yet. He respected the witch's decision and continued walking. With the new toad in hand, Matthew finally arrived at his next destination, Flourish and Blot's bookseller. The clerk at the store doesn't remember anything about Matthew. They greet him like they should, with a smile. Matthew wanders inside the store. It seems like he doesn't have the courage to ask about the mysterious book. After around 5 to 10 minutes of walking around, he picked up the courage to ask some clerk that was alone. "Excuse me, do you perhaps, by any chance, have any older books?" "Old books like?" Without having the chance to finish his sentence, the clerk cut Matthew off. "No," the clerk replied without even looking at him. "But my friend told me that he found an old book covered with leather, and the pages were yellow inside the Hogwarts freshman book package that your store sold to him." Matthew tries to convince the clerk. Finally, Matthew got his attention after a while. The clerk lifted his head up and looked at Matthew with a furious expression. "He's lying. In every single freshman book bundle, there can be no such things inside. Besides, this store doesn't sell those kinds of antiques in the first place. We only sell new books here. If you want to ask about that kind of book, then go to the library." But Matthew seems confused with how to react to how this clerk suddenly just went and vent his anger on him. "Listen here, if you are here to chat, not buying anything, then please get out," the clerk said while standing up. "I can give you a hand for that." The clerk waved his wand, drew some runes in the air, and cast magic. Before Matthew had the chance to react, he got pushed out of the store by an invisible force. Matthew was violently pushed through the door and fell off outside on the cobblestone road. The other visitors of Diagon Alley have no interest in such things. They simply go past him, not paying any attention at all. Matthew picks himself up from the ground while cleaning himself of the dust on his body and clothes. He feels embarrassed. It seems like he won't find his answer in Flourish and Blot bookseller. Although the clerk was rude to him, it didn't seem like he was telling a lie. So, where did that book come from? He thought to himself. Matthew then returns to the entrance of the Diagon Alley. He doesn't have any wand with him, so he can only wait for another wizard to open the archway and follow them. He feels burdened, but there is nothing he can do about it for now. The only thing he can think of is that by the time he goes to Hogwarts, he can give the book to Albus Dumbledore. With the help of his insight, maybe he can help Matthew out, he thought. Suddenly Matthew stopped. In this world, isn't the possibility of Albus Dumbledore not being a principal of Hogwarts exists? I hope not, Matthew thought to himself. As his heart is still burdened by it, he can only return to his room at Leaky Cauldron. The Malfoy Manor at Wiltshire is undoubtedly famous in the wizarding world, as it is the mansion of the wealthy pure-blood Malfoy family. Armand Malfoy, the progenitor of the Malfoy family, arrived in Britain with William the Conqueror as part of the invading Norman army. Having rendered unknown and shady services to King William I, Malfoy was given a prime piece of land in Wiltshire, seized from local landowners, upon which his descendants lived for 10 consecutive centuries. Malfoy Manor is a handsome manor house surrounded by elaborate gardens, including a fountain. The front door swings inward at a person's approach without anyone visibly opening it. The hallway is large, dimly lit, and sumptuously decorated, with a magnificent carpet covering the floor. The walls of the entrance hall display pale-faced portraits lining the walls, and at the end of the hall is the bronze-handled door leading to the drawing room. Various evidence shows that the mansion's owner lives a leisurely and luxurious life. The sunlight shone on the narrow path he was walking, revealing a pale-faced man with a hurried expression. He hurriedly walked on the path outside the manor through dense and low weeds and tall hedges, but it didn't stop this man. He finally arrived at the tall, gorgeous iron door before him. He didn't stop there. He continued walking. When he was about to touch the iron gate, he went straight through it, and black smoke appeared. The man returned to the manor. Judging from his anxious expression and his little movements show how impatient he is. He had lost his elegance and calmness. He looked around and shouted, "Dobby." An explosion could be heard. Then, a small figure appeared in front of the man. It has bat-like pointed ears, tennis ball-like green eyes, and a long pencil-like nose. It is a house elf who is loyal to the Malfoy family. "Master." He lowered his head and then asked with a humble expression, "Are you looking for Dobby?" The man seemed to suppress his anger and collect himself. "How many books are there that I asked you to give to that man?" he asked Dobby. "There are 6 volumes in total, Master." Dobby replied to the man softly with fear. "Damn it." The man stood up and then kicked Dobby. Dobby flew a few meters away and landed next to the granite. "Punish yourself," he yelled. Dobby nodded, then jumped and slammed his head against the rock beside him while shouting, "Bad Dobby, bad Dobby." A few minutes later, the man said to Dobby, "Enough." Seems like some of his anger was gone when he saw the house elf was dripping with blood from his head. "Yes, Master." The house elf finally stops and tries to stand while feeling unstable. "Now, tell me, did you or did you not lose a volume while taking it out?" the man asked. "Master, when Dobby bought them from Flourish and Blot's bookseller, they gave Dobby 6 volumes. The house elf shuddered. When the clerk gave it to Dobby, there were only 6 volumes. Rotiland bought. Lie, liar. The man angrily roared at Dobby, "Continue to punish yourself, liar." The house elf then smashes his head frantically against the rock again. Bad Dobby? Bad Dobby. More blood coming out of his head, and he starts to lose his breath. The Malfoy family seems to have heard the commotion and come to the source of the problem. What's wrong, dear? A woman came in and asked the man standing there. Seeing how Dobby is a mess and almost dies before them, she tells him, enough. Hearing this, Dobby finally stopped and collapsed on the floor, lying like a dead fish. What the hell is happening here, dear? The woman asked the man again while tidying his collar. Because of those books that the Lord mentioned, I've asked Dobby to give it to the Lord, but today, the Italian suddenly wrote to me saying there are 7 volumes in total, and Dobby got only 6 volumes. Dad, why do you even want this dumb house elf to do such an important thing? A boy of the same age as Matthew came over. The young master of the current Malfoy manor, Draco Malfoy. In front of him are his father and mother, Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy. He proceeds to kick Dobby, who's lying on the ground lifelessly because he is blocking his way to his father. He then looks at his father curiously. Because those books are banned by the Ministry of Magic, they cannot pass the inspection of the Department of Mysteries. So the Italian disguised them as the Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, and sent them to Flourish and Blott's bookseller. Lucius explained. So I asked Dobby to steal the book and give it to the man, even if he got caught. It won't have anything to do with me, with us. Just the charge of holding the book is enough to send me straight to Azkaban and spend the rest of my life there. Does that man know how many books are there? Narcissa asked with a slow tone, trying to soothe Lucius. He shouldn't know, yet. Lucius shook his head while trying to recollect himself. Since he doesn't know yet, just keep it from him. He might not be able to contact the Italian. Narcissa suggested with a low voice, her hands over Lucius's shoulders. What does that book look like, father? Perhaps I could help you find it, Draco said while proudly putting his hand on his chest. Draco. Lucius snapped. He looked at Draco with a stern expression. Remember this? That book is not the kind of thing you should touch at all. While looking at Draco straight in the eye, he continues, those kinds of ancient and mysterious books, when you encounter them, never ever touch them, let alone use it. Death is waiting for you if you use them, or worst. Matthew thought he would go insane trying to figure out the origins of the mysterious book. Thankfully that is not the case. 3 days later, he is still alive inside his room at Leaky Cauldron. That book is still where he left it, in the glass box. Once belonged to the innocent toad. Matthew thought it would be much better to leave the glass box in this room when he departed for Hogwarts. On August 31st, when Matthew packed his belongings, he purposely left the box containing the book untouched. Only to find out the glass box is empty. He searched for it repeatedly, but the book was nowhere to be found. He was happy until he saw what lay under the bottom of his suitcase. The book was there. Several days passed since then, and Matthew couldn't resist the urge to open the book. Matthew keeps convincing himself only a peek won't hurt. Just a bit won't hurt, right? Fortunately, he could still retain his sense and keep it together. He never touched the book, even though the voice in his head kept getting louder. Matthew's guts keep telling him if he were to open the book, a disaster would follow. The tragic death of the innocent toad is simply a tiny bit of what it's capable of. With the picture of the toad lying upside down and lifeless burned into Matthew's head, he never dared to touch the book. The following morning, Matthew woke up at 6 o'clock. He feels excited, curious, nervous, and honestly a little bit scared thinking about Hogwarts. After getting up from the bed, he put on his robe. Although the outside is still very bright, the thick robe was somewhat comfortable. Do they imbue this robe with magic? Matthew thought to himself. Then he sees the letter Miss Penelope left to him before she left. Inside the envelope is a ticket with this written, London to Hogwarts, for one-way travel, platform 9 3/4, King's Cross Station, 11 a.m., September 1st, Hogwarts Railway. There is nothing else written or anything besides the ticket. Matthew remembered that Miss Penelope said to wait till Mr. Tom came and guided him to the station, so Matthew just waited in his room quietly. 10:30 arrives, and someone knocks on Matthew's door. Matthew then walked to the door and opened it. Behind the door, Mr. Tom had already waited for him with a smile. Good morning, Mr. Wickfield. Good morning, Mr. Tom. Please come on in, sir. Matthew gestured to Mr. Tom to come inside while holding the door. Tom walked inside and slowly made his way to the fireplace. With a snap of his finger, the fireplace suddenly blazes with a wild dark green flame. We will go to King's Cross Station with flue powder, Mr. Wickfield. Tom explained. Just go into the fireplace and say the King's Cross Station name. As long as you don't get it wrong, you won't pop up in another fireplace. He then continues to explain how to use the flue powder in great detail, describing it. Matthew is actively listening to it. After confirming it again to Matthew, Mr. Tom took a pinch of glittering powder out of the flower pot. I'll demonstrate it to you. All the while, he snatched Matthew's luggage off him. Mr. Tom then threw the powder into the flames. With a roar, the fire turned emerald green and rose higher than Mr. Tom. King's Cross Station. He shouted while walking toward the flame, then he vanished. Matthew took a deep breath, took a pinch of the glittering powder out of the flower pot, threw it into the flame, and shouted, King's Cross Station. He felt like he got sucked into a huge washing machine. His whole body was spinning, the noises in his ears were deafening, and the green flames in front of him were dancing beautifully. He looked around, finally realizing he had arrived. He is now in a vast hall. The walls are all lined with dark shiny wooden boards, and many fireplaces with emerald flames are embedded in the wooden boards. Occasionally, he could hear a soft pop, indicating a wizard just arrived from the other fireplace. R.A. Nigerian Nairobi. Mr. Wickfield, I wish you a pleasant stay at Hogwarts, Mr. Tom said while handing his luggage back to Matthew. Thank you for your help, Mr. Tom. Matthew smiled and then bowed slightly. The owner of Leaky Cauldron smiled back at him and started to line up in front of the fireplace to get back at the bar. Finally, a black steam locomotive with a crimson stripe arrived, parked on a platform with many passengers. The sign on it says Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. On the side of the platform reads, Platform 9 3/4. The smoke from the steam locomotive could be seen filling the air. It was crowded and noisy. All kinds of cats could be seen walking around people's feet. A few toads can be seen jumping around. Then there are owls with their unique voices. The station was not only filled with the chatters of people, but it was also filled with the sound of animals and heavy luggage being dragged. Matthew made it through past the crowd. He remembered everything happening exactly as it was at the station. Someone called him when he was about to enter the train. Hey, hey, hey. A girl called to him from behind. Matthew turned around and seemed puzzled. He saw a girl with thick bushy brown hair and front buck teeth resembling a rabbit. She's holding a big cat in her arms while running toward Matthew. Hello. Matthew frowned. He didn't seem to know this girl from his memory. You are the 13th, right? She asked curiously. 13th. Matthew asked back before realizing it was his room number back at Leaky Cauldron. Yes, that's right. He nodded. At the Leaky Cauldron bar, I saw you several times. I always wanted to say hello to you, but unfortunately, I haven't had the chance yet. By the way, I was staying in room 11. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Matthew Wickfield. Matthew had vaguely guessed the identity of the girl in front of him. He extended his hand, offering a handshake. Hermione Granger. She took the offer and shook his hand. They carried their luggage and then entered the train. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, we didn't know of anything about the existence of the world filled with magic before, yet here we are. Hermione said, when the prefect came and introduced Hogwarts to me, I was amazed. There must be many things we are not familiar with yet in this world. She adds, yes? How amazing could it be, huh? Matthew replied. When he talked with Hermione, he didn't even think about the book anymore. What saddens me is, if I go to Hogwarts, it means I will be away from my parents for 7 years. To be honest, it made me cry. I hope my parents won't worry that much about me when I'm in Hogwarts. Hermione said, of course, remembering those are sad, but I have moved on. How can I be the best witch in the future if I keep crying over it? I've read all the textbooks while still in the Leaky Cauldron. She continues talking to Matthew, with her tone changing each time the topic she talks about changes. Matthew found this cute, but suddenly he was hit with a realization. He remembered his parents in this world. He might only have been in contact with them for less than 3 months, but he feels there might be more to it lingering deep inside his heart. He never once thought about them while he was at Leaky Cauldrons. Am I too cold? Am I emotionless? He asked himself. This is not right, he thought. Even if he tries to remember their faces and names, he can't come up with anything inside his head. He only remembers something vague about a British couple. He can't even recall their faces and how they look. There is also the home he stayed at in Northampton for 3 months. He can't remember anything about it besides the lawn that he loves to lie on. Wickfield. Hermione sounded somewhat dissatisfied when he called Matthew. Are you listening? Sorry, I was just a little lost in my thoughts. Matthew apologized. I see. Anyway, do you know anything about which house you will be assigned to at Hogwarts? I have inquired about it. I hope I get assigned to Ravenclaw. The Minister of Magic, Minister Millicent Bagnold, graduated from there. People say she is the best minister of the century. Of course, Hufflepuff is not that bad either, but I think if I got assigned to Gryffindor, I might just drop out. What do you think? Hermione asked Matthew. Matthew didn't know how to reply to her, so he just nodded. Fortunately, they found an empty box after all that. Matthew helped Hermione with her luggage while getting inside. This train is really spacious. After organizing the luggage, Hermione looked around and said, compared to the train from our world, it is hard to imagine such a train would have this kind of space. Then she gently put the cat in her arms on the ground. Well, Crookshanks, you can freely move around. The big cat rushed straight to Matthew's suitcase as soon he left Hermione's arms. His target is the toad inside the bag outside the suitcase. He sniffed it roughly, then realized the frog was not something to be eaten. The toad croaked in return. Is that toad your pet? Hermione asked. Yes, I think they are cute. Matthew replied. Well, you got a unique taste. Hermione glanced at the toad, then looked away. I never considered buying a toad in the first place. At first, I wanted to buy an owl, but I saw Crookshanks. He is so beautiful. The witch said he had stayed there for a long time. No one wanted him. How pitiful, Hermione said while looking at Crookshanks with a sad expression. Nigerian Nairobi. Matthew looked at the cat. He could never associate the cat with the word beautiful. Your taste is also very unique, he thought to himself. Then the door to their box slides open, and a boy stands there. He pointed to the seat next to Hermione. Is that seat taken? No, Hermione said while shaking her head and then making some space for the boy. Thank you. The boy replied. Matthew glanced at the boy, who was around the same age as him and Hermione. He got a slightly round face, he was tall, and he was thin. He was dressed neatly in his robe and looked quite handsome. Are you also first-year students at Hogwarts? The boy asked while organizing his luggage, a suitcase, and a cage with a snowy owl inside it. Yes, Matthew and Hermione said in unison. Wow, what a coincidence. The boy smiled. My name is Neville Longbottom, I'm also a freshman at Hogwarts. Neville Longbottom, Matthew said unconsciously. It's hard for Matthew to associate the boy in front of him with how he remembers Neville previously as a timid and forgetful man. Have you ever heard of my name? Neville asked Matthew. Sorry, it's just I've heard of the Longbottom surname before. Matthew explained. My name is Matthew Wickfield. And my name is Hermione Granger. Hermione adds. Neville stood up and shook both of their hands. Are you from a family of wizards? Hermione asked curiously at Neville. Yes, our whole family are wizards. Neville smiled. The way he smiled resembled how Matthew remembered Neville from his previous life. May I know their name and jobs? Hermione asked enthusiastically. My parents are both Auror who works for the Ministry of Magic. They are both great wizards. Neville said proudly. That's awesome. Hermione then continues to explain what an Auror is to Matthew. An Auror is the equivalent of an elite policeman in the Muggle world. Are all of your family members graduated from Ravenclaw? She asked. No, Neville shakes his head. Our whole family graduated from Gryffindor. The smile on Hermione's face was gone. She glanced at Neville for a while before keeping some distance from him. After that, the box they are at suddenly just becomes quiet. Matthew smiled and asked Neville, Neville, may I ask of Ms. Augusta Longbottom? How is she related to you? I seem to have heard her name somewhere. That's my grandmother. Neville replied. Then he hesitated for a while before he continued. She died in the 1940s, not long after my father was born. I'm very sorry for asking. Matthew said while feeling uncomfortable. It's nothing, don't mind it. Neville replied while smiling. After what happened, Hermione seems more wary of Neville's presence. She suddenly becomes much quieter. Matthew continued the conversation with Neville instead. Meanwhile, Matthew seemed really happy talking with Neville. Matthew also inquired more about the wizarding world. Although Neville is an 11-year-old boy, he doesn't know much about it. While they were talking, the train already left London going north to where Hogwarts is. Around 12:30 noon, a trolley voice came from the hallway outside. It stopped right in front of their door. Then suddenly, their door opened. A chubby witch stood beside the trolley. Do you need any snacks, dear? She asked. Yes. Neville suddenly felt energetic and took a bunch of snacks such as the chocolate frogs, cauldron cakes, and every flavor of beans. How about the both of you, dear? The witch looked at Hermione and Matthew. Hermione walked over and hesitantly picked some snacks. Are these free? Yes, my dear. Just don't be too greedy. The witch nodded. Hogwarts is awesome, Hermione said with a licorice wand in her hand. Hogwarts paid for our tuition, books, and living expenses. Providing these for free as well? Is Hogwarts that rich? Matthew asked. Yes, the school Hogwarts itself is vibrant. Matthew said, not to mention the principal. Matthew mumbled to himself. Will these frogs move by themselves? Hermione's looking at the chocolate frogs. That's right, so you have to be careful to not let them run away. They came with a collectible card of famous witches and wizards as well. I'm so close to completing my collection. Neville explains. Hermione took a chocolate frog and saw what kind of card she got. It's Morgan Le Fay. She exclaims while looking at the picture. I heard many of her exploits in the Muggles world. That's what the people at Muggles world know her as. In here, she was known as Morgana. Matthew's face changed as if he might have eaten a lousy flavor bean. She is probably the strongest witch in British history. Her power is on par with Merlin. Her card is also quite rare. I suggest you keep it. At the same time, Matthew also picked a frog and saw what kind of card he got. He got a card with a picture of an old man, a good-looking old man. You would feel pleasant just by looking at his face. He had neat short silver hair, a mustache, and a gentle smile in the picture. The name under the picture says, Gellert Grindelwald. It's Grindelwald. Matthew said. Don't tell me you've never heard of Grindelwald. He is the greatest wizard of the century. I already have 8 copies of his card. Neville explained. Matthew turned the card over and read the text on the back. Gellert Grindelwald, the current principal of Hogwarts. Recognized as the greatest wizard of our time. Grindelwald's notable contribution is as follows: defeated Dumbledore, the Dark Wizard, in 1945, helped with the reconstruction of the Ministry of Magic after the First Wizarding War, discovered the uses of dragon's blood, helped Cassandra Trelawney with her prophecy, Professor Grindelwald loves sweets and bocce ball. Matthew suddenly turned quiet after reading all that. He turned the card over and saw Grindelwald smile at him. It made him shiver. The next couple of hours inside the box, the whole situation suddenly went dead silent. After reading the card, Matthew suddenly went off with his thoughts somewhere, and Hermione is still unwilling to talk with Neville that much from earlier. This whole thing went on for almost half a day. A voice suddenly echoes on the train. The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please take care of your luggage and don't leave them behind after arriving. They got off at a brightly lit platform. The sign said Hogsmeade. First years come to my side. An old man holding a lamp with a prosthetic leg shouted from the side of the crowd. That is Professor Ketleban. He is the professor responsible for the care of magical creatures and the hunting grounds. Neville explained to Matthew. Matthew saw that besides his left arm, all of his limbs were made of prosthetics. The professor counted the crowds, and after a while, he said, "Very well. Follow me, all of the first years, follow me." They did not take the main road but a steep and narrow trail. The students don't say much, they can only follow the professor. There is a mass of pitch black on both sides of the path, it looks gloomy. As they arrived at what seemed to be the end of the path, a black moor was seen in front of them. Further than that, over the lake, they could see a towering castle standing there. The students cheered. There are boats moored by the lake. There can be no more than 4 people on each boat. Professor Ketleben shouted. Matthew, Neville, and Hermione choose the boat near them, while some crowds become chaotic. 2 girls came to their boat. "There is only one spot left, let's choose another one, Daphne," said the girl in front, "not to mention the Longbottom is also on this one." She then took the other girl's hand and left. Matthew couldn't help but look at Neville after what she just said. "Our parents had some conflicts," Neville explained softly. Soon, another student came. The last passenger at their boat. A little kid with a short figure and messy hair, he keeps his head down. "Hello." Hermione took the initiative and greeted him. The timid boy just looked at them quietly and lowered his head again. Hermione tried to offer a handshake to the new boy, but he simply stared at it and looked away again. Matthew, looking at it, feels second-hand embarrassment. He tried to look at the boy again, but the boy seemed to be tranced by the moon's reflection on the lake. He was silent all the time. 11 boats pierced the calm lake. Among them, Professor Ketleben was sitting in a boat alone in front, leading the other boats. The boats are driven by magic, so without anyone paddling them, the boat would still make its way through the lake. The children can't help but awe at the colossal castle towering above the cliff. 1,000 years ago, the 4 founders of Hogwarts came to Hogwarts by rowing a small boat together at this lake. So, following the tradition, every Hogwarts first year must do the same before stepping foot into Hogwarts. The whole journey took about 15 minutes. When they land, they step on the cobblestone path, and then Professor Ketleben guides them with his light coming from his prosthetic limbs through the steep trail. Till finally, they reached flat land filled with grass. They could finally see the castle from up close. Then everyone gathered around to climb up a step waiting in front of a massive oak door. "Is everyone still here?" Professor Ketleben counted the students. "Very good." He then knocked on the door with his prosthetic hand. They didn't wait long before the door was opened. A witch with a black robe and a black pointed hat appeared. She had a severe look on her face, making people uncomfortable when looking at her. "The freshman, Professor Rosier," Professor Ketleben said while pointing at the students. "Okay, thank you, Sylvanus, leave the rest to me," the professor replied. She waved her hand gently, and the door opened by itself. The students suddenly formed a line of 2 under the influence of a magical power. Matthew and Neville were in a row, behind them were Hermione and the quiet kid with glasses. "Follow me, kids," the professor said with a stern expression on her face. She walked in front of the kids elegantly, leading the way for the students. The students can simply feel in awe, looking at her elegance. "Is she the vice principal?" Hermione asked while lowering her voice. "Gosh, she looks really young. She can't be more than 30 years old." Neville turned his head and whispered, "Don't be deceived by her appearance. Professor Rosier is older than my grandmother. What kind of magic she uses?" "Amazing," Hermione said in awe. "Stop whispering," Principal Rosier said with a firm voice. She glared at Neville and Hermione, locking eyes with them for a moment. Hermione and Neville immediately bowed their heads, feeling frightened. They walked along the marble floor. They could faintly hear a humming sound behind the wall on their right. Presumably, other students had already arrived before them at the auditorium. Professor Rosier leads them to a small empty room. The crowds could be seen touching their shoulders because of how small the room is compared to their numbers. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Principal Rosier said while looking at the students. She looked at the group before finally continuing. "It is an honor to have you all here, and it will be an honor to be the one by your side seeing you grow for 7 years in Hogwarts. Hogwarts will be responsible for all of you. Hogwarts will act like a home and be the one that guides all of you for 7 years. We hope for your cooperation to fulfill your duty and obligations as a Hogwarts student." Principal Rosier's voice was very clear, but most students had their minds wandering somewhere. Perhaps only Matthew and Hermione pay close attention to her. The great feast is about to begin, but before you enter the auditorium, all of you will be assigned to one of the 4 houses. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Each house has glorious tales and history, with many great wizards graduating from each. The principal explained. "I will be back to pick you up for the sorting ceremony, so please be quiet while waiting for me." She left the room after saying that. Hermione can finally be seen taking a deep breath after the principal leaves. She seems relieved. The students around were talking about the sorting ceremony. "Don't worry, just wear the hat, and it will do the rest for you," Neville whispered to Matthew and Hermione. "Very simple steps," he added. "Thank you," Matthew replied with a smile. Hermione could be seen muttering words while looking all tensed up. "Please don't go to Gryffindor, please not Gryffindor." Professor Rosier returned to the room and said, "Follow me." The students walked out of the room, through the hall, and finally entered a gorgeous auditorium. Matthew felt magnified looking at the Hogwarts auditorium firsthand. At least 1,000 lamps and candles light the auditorium on both sides of the walls. Starlight shines on the ceiling, and 4 long tables are neatly lined in the auditorium's center. Hundreds of other students sat on it, and golden tableware was placed on it. There is another long table on the upper stage separated from the students' table. It was the table of the teachers. Matthew looked at them, trying to find the face he had saw on the card from the chocolate frog before. Alas, he was nowhere to be found. Professor Rosier waved her wand, and then a small stool appeared in front of the first years with a pointy wizard hat on top of it. The hat was covered with patches, it looked dirty and ragged. The hat started to sing, "Welcome to Hogwarts, I hope you don't regret coming here. You may spend 7 years romantically in this castle, or maybe just rotting under the light and shadow, but please don't forget about your duties." A long time ago Hogwarts hadn't been built yet. Under the oppression of Muggles, the 4 founders gathered here. Who is better at fighting than the brave Gryffindor? Maybe only his true friend Slytherin. Who is more proficient in spells than the wise Ravenclaw? Probably only the inseparable Hufflepuff. The same goal unites them, which is to work hard for the future of the wizarding world. They pass their knowledge down to the young wizards, but eventually, the sincere friendship of the founders comes to an end. The 4 great wizards parted ways, but their legacy lives on. The outside is changing dramatically. No one can tell the future, and perhaps the most dangerous moment is nigh. The dawn before us may be the last. To maintain the wizarding world, keep the magical mystery, guard everything around, maintain the warmth of this world. They need to rely on us, I rely on you. In the end, it depends on you. I want you to divide into 4 houses. My responsibilities cannot be changed. I have to say a few more words. Live in harmony and unity. Let's start sorting. After the sorting hat finally finished singing, the whole hall applauded. Principal Rosier took a few steps forward, holding a piece of parchment in her hand. Whoever I call by name now put on the hat, sit on the stool, and wait for their house to be assigned. Susan Bones. She read the name loudly. A little brunette girl with some baby fat on her cheek stumbled out of the queue. She put the hat on, then sat on the stool. Hufflepuff. The hat shouted. The people at the far right table applauded and cheered on Susan, welcoming her to their table. Terry Bout. She reads again. Ravenclaw. The hat shouted. Terry quickly ran to the second long table on the left. All the Ravenclaw students were applauding, and when Terry joined them, several seniors shook hands with him. Millicent Bulstrode became the first Slytherin freshman. Gryffindor's first freshman was Harry Evans, the kid with glasses from the boat with them. The sorting ceremony continued, and Matthew realized that some specific students participating in this ceremony had changed. For example, the well-known Miss Hannah Abbott, who ranked first, was nowhere to be seen. There are also new faces, such as the boy from earlier, Harry Evans. Hermione Granger. Principal Rosier shouted. Hermione hurriedly to the stool and buckled the hat on her head. Silent for a few moments for the sorting hat, after waiting for around 3 minutes, the hat shouted, Ravenclaw. Daphne Greengrass. Principal Rosier shouted. It was the girl beside the rude girl from earlier. She walked to the stool, picked up the hat, and as soon as it touched her hair, the hat already shouted, Slytherin. Agnes Lestrange. Principal Rosier shouted. The girl who was rude to Neville goes to the hat, and as soon as the hat touches her hair, the hat shouts, Slytherin. Immediately after, Neville's name got called. Neville stepped forward nervously, he put on the hat and sat on the stool. It took the hat some seconds before it finally shouted, Gryffindor. A smile could be seen on Neville's face. The sorting ceremony continues with the other students' names Matthew could recognize, such as Malfoy and Weasley. There were few students left. Matthew looked left and right. Finally, his name got called. Matthew took a deep breath and walked over to the stool. He picked up the hat and put it on his head. Houses of Hogwarts, which one will be more suitable for Matthew? He thought to himself. He never considers this a problem, but because of so many strange things happening and not following the pattern he knows, he is left puzzled. But, if he was to make a choice now, he thinks Ravenclaw would suit him. Hufflepuff and Gryffindor won't be that bad as well. Not Slytherin, there is no way he would enjoy his stay at Slytherin as a Muggle-born wizard. Matthew picked up the hat, put it on top of his hat, and sat on the stool. The hat was silent. The whole room was dead silent for a few minutes. Don't usually this hat would be more talkative? Isn't this strange? Matthew thought. Everything that was happening now made him anxious. Could it be that something went wrong with the sorting hat? Matthew tries to remember if there was any occasion when the sorting hat would stop working. What if he is not destined to be a wizard? All sorts of thoughts were racing into Matthew's mind. He wanted to remove the hat if he could and ask for an explanation from Principal Rosier. Matthew held back from doing something stupid, and in the end, his rationality suppressed the anxious voice inside his head. It's terrible. Matthew heard a voice ring in his ear. Terrible, terrible, terrible. The voice continued. Swear by Gryffindor's beard, I've never seen something so terrible. The voice made by the sorting hat was trembling, as if the sorting hat was afraid of something. Matthew could be seen confused after hearing the sorting hat nonsense. Why would it make such a comment? Suddenly the hat stopped talking. He continued as usual, shouting a house name, Slytherin. The table on the far right applauded. Matthew was still puzzled about what was happening. He asked many questions to himself without even moving from the stool and putting the sorting hat back in its place. What does all of that mean? Matthew thought to himself. Could it be that? What else, Mr. Wickfield? Professor Rosier asked coldly. Sorry, madam. Matthew stood up quickly. Then, he handed the hat to the last student with darker skin, who had already been brought in and had yet to be sorted out. Many students welcomed Matthew when he went to the Slytherin's table. Some were enthusiastic and shook his hand. Of course, some students were seen whispering, but Matthew couldn't care less about them because his head was filled with lots of thoughts that left him confused. "Oi." Matthew then got pulled by a senior to sit next to her. He happened to see the final student of the sorting ceremony. The last student, Blaise Zabinai, was assigned to Hufflepuff. Mr. Zabinai seems to be disappointed with the sorting hat decision. Matthew noticed that the sorting hat's voice still trembled. Principal Rosier rolled up the parchment, picked the sorting hat, and left the auditorium. As she left, the students chattered again, and their voices filled the auditorium. "Hello, Matthew." The senior beside him patted his shoulder. "I'm Slytherin's perfect. My name is Gemma Farley." Gemma feels like someone Matthew has known for long enough because of how friendly she looks toward Matthew. She has short hair and white skin. "Hello, Miss Farley." Matthew shook her hand. He suddenly became aware. He went to the House of Slytherin as a Muggle-born freshman. Isn't this like a sheep in a herd of lions? Because Slytherin is a house filled with pure-blooded wizards. It is what it is. Matthew thought to himself. He could only see what would happen next. "Welcome to House of Slytherin, Mr. Wickfield. How are you feeling now?" Miss Gemma asked with a smile. It's a bit complicated," Matthew stuttered. "Don't worry, Slytherin students take care of each other," Miss Gemma said. "If you encounter any problems in the future, feel free to come to me or the other seniors." "Okay, I understand." Matthew nodded. "By the way, Wickfield." On the other side, a pale, thin young man with a frivolous voice spoke to Matthew. "Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." He nodded. "Hello there." Matthew replied. "May I know about your parents?" "I don't seem to recall any pure-blooded wizard with the surname of Wickfield," Draco said, dragging the way he spoke slowly. It sounded a bit annoying. "I can't remember what they look like anymore." Matthew replied. "Oh, I'm sorry," Malfoy said, but Matthew knew he didn't mean it. "This is Crabbe, Goyle." He pointed to the two fat boys, then pointed to a tall thin boy, and Theodore Knott. "The 5 of us are the current year Slytherin's boys. We should live in the same dormitory." "I'm honored," Matthew said lightly. It seemed dull to talk with Matthew, and Draco Malfoy turned around again and started talking to Crabbe and Gore. Matthew can finally look at the teacher's table before the auditorium. He saw Professor Kettleben sitting in the corner. He had removed his 3 prosthetic limbs and put them on the side of the dining table. "Miss Farley." Matthew called Gemma. "What is it?" Miss Gemma asked. "Can you tell me more about the teachers at that table?" Matthew asked politely. "Of course, I can." Miss Gemma cleared her throat, then pointed from right to left. "The one on the far right is Professor Sylvanus Kettleben. He teaches about the care of magical creatures. You will not learn about this subject till you are 3rd year. There are rumors that he wants to retire early to care for the creatures in the forest. A shame the principal hasn't found anyone to replace him yet." Miss Gemma explains. "He also had some bad habit of removing his prosthetic limbs in public," she added. "The one next to him is Professor Pomona Sprout." Miss Gemma continued. Matthew looked at the short witch with long messy grey hair that her pointy hat couldn't cover. Her hat was as dirty as how she looked. One can only wonder what kind of work this witch does to have dirt covering her from head to toe. Professor Sprout is a herbologist and the head of the Hufflepuff house. She is a talented witch that teaches everything you need to know about the magical herbs. She is quite laid back. The herbology class is one of the easiest classes," Miss Gemma explained to Matthew. "Professor Slughorn is next to her. He is the potion master. Like Professor Kettleben, he also wants to retire, but the principal also refused his offer," Miss Gemma said while pointing at the professor. Matthew could see an enormously fat, bald old man. He was short with an immense belly, so large that the buttons on his waistcoat usually threatened to burst off. Matthew imagined his round stomach preceded him when he entered any room. Professor Slughorn is well known for his connection in the wizarding world because many of his students end up making some names in the wizarding world. Regarding whether they are good or bad names, the first is names like Barnabas Coof, editor-in-chief of Daily Prophet. The latter would be Lily Evans, the famous black witch wanted by the Ministry of Magic. Miss Gemma explains with a weird expression. He is also the head of the Slytherin house. Professor Slughorn treats all students equally, but he prefers students with prominent family backgrounds who he thinks have an outstanding talent since birth. Miss Gemma continued with her light tone and smile. Next to him is Professor Aurora Sinistra. Miss Gemma pointed. Matthew saw a dark-skinned witch lowering her head while talking to Professor Slughorn. She is the head of Gryffindor House. Professor Sinistra is knowledgeable about astronomy and prophecy. Even the principal always goes to her astronomy tower when she wants to consult about the future. Miss Gemma explained. Professor Sinistra is really strict with her homework, she added. Next to her is Professor Virgil Traverse. Miss Gemma continued. Matthew saw a middle-aged wizard with a big beard. He had a hideous expression on his face. Matthew feels threatened just by looking at him. Professor Traverse is in charge of the Muggle Studies class. Honestly, his views are a bit biased. Of course, you won't be learning anything from him until you are in your 3rd year studies, she explained with a frown on her face. She points to the next professor. Professor Phileas Flitwick. He is the teacher of charms and the head of the House of Ravenclaw. He is half fairy, that's why he is relatively short. Never underestimate him, though. He is the master of charms, second to the principal. Miss Gemma explained while Matthew tried to look over and found a man sitting on the table. His class is quite relaxed, unlike some professors. Miss Gemma continued. Miss Gemma continued introducing the other professors to Matthew one by one, explaining their classes and what they are like while they are teaching. Matthew listens attentively to her while nodding from time to time. A with tilde and S. What about the defense against the dark arts and transfiguration classes? Matthew can't help but ask because after all the introduction, he can see there are 2 seats empty, and the 2 classes he just mentioned haven't been mentioned by Miss Gemma at all when she introduced the professors. Principal Rosier is in charge of the defense against the dark arts class. She has a deep understanding of this topic compared to anyone else. She is also, of course, very strict in her class. I suggest you never annoy her, Mr. Wickfield, or the consequences would be disastrous. Miss Gemma explained with a grim tone. Then which one is the transfiguration teacher? Matthew asked once again. We don't know yet. The previous professor got fired before the end of the last semester. There is no teacher substitute teacher yet to replace the position. Miss Gemma said. Her expression changed when she saw Professor Rosier enter the auditorium with a thin man behind her. That must be him, Miss Gemma exclaimed. The man looked pale, his eyes were bloodshot red, and he looked very ill. Matthew frowned slightly upon looking at him. This man is not a human, Matthew thought to himself. Does the professor responsible for the transfiguration class often change? Matthew asked. Yes, it changed 3 times over the past 10 years. The principal has high requirements for this subject. Often, he is dissatisfied with the professor teaching it and replaces them quickly. Gemma explained. So, where is the headmaster? He asked while looking at the empty seat in the middle. Professor Grindelwald is very busy. A grand sorcerer decorated with the Order of Merlin, first class, also supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards and chief warlock of the Wisengamot. Miss Gemma explained enthusiastically. Worry not. No matter how busy he is, he will attend the welcoming feast. Miss Gemma said. Like responding to her words, a light blue smoke suddenly appears at the center of the table where teachers are sitting. The auditorium suddenly went silent. No noise could be heard. Everyone's attention was focused on the smoke. The smoke slowly disappears, revealing a figure finally. The main star has arrived. Miss Gemma exclaimed. It's not just her alone, but with the appearance of the light blue smoke, everyone in the auditorium becomes excited by the sight of it. The students were cheering and banging their hands against the table. They are like hatchlings seeing the return of their parents. Matthew could finally see the figure behind it as the light blue smoke dissipated. An exact copy of the one he saw in the card he got from the chocolate frog before. Gellert Grindelwald. He appeared in the empty seat at the teacher's table. He stood up, opened his arms, and looked at the students with a big smile. The students went ecstatic over these simple gestures. Then he waved his hand gently, demanding quietness. Welcome to the new students of Hogwarts. It is a pleasure to see new faces here. I hope you enjoy your stay for 7 years long in here. As for the others, welcome back to the new study year at Hogwarts. Sorry for the wait. Looking at all your faces, I only have 4 words to say. Let the feast begins. Headmaster Grindelwald's deep voice echoed within the auditorium. The headmaster sat on his chair, and the auditorium suddenly filled with claps and ecstatic, thrilled voices of the student. That is how much of an effect just the sight of the headmaster himself. Has Professor Grindelwald always been this popular? Matthew asked Miss Gemma. Why, yes. He is, without a doubt, the best wizard currently in this world. Would you like some pork chops, by the way, Matthew? Miss Gemma explained while offering Matthew some food. Matthew just then realized the whole table was suddenly filled with food with no spaces in between, the golden plates making the food look luxurious. Roast beef, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, vegetables, chips, Yorkshire pudding, and lots of sauce. The students next to him were already starting to enjoy the feast. Vincent and Gregory filled their plates with food, stacking it on top of other various things they had picked. Meat mostly, no wonder they could be that big at their age. Matthew then ate a piece of pork chop with some potato. Honestly, the food tasted average, but hey, better than having an empty stomach, I guess. Matthew said to himself. One just cannot simply have high expectations of British cuisine. Suddenly some students near him were screaming. It was apparently because some translucent beings were floating around the auditorium. Matthew couldn't be bothered about the existence of the ghost because, right now, his attention was entirely on Professor Grindelwald. Rao. He noticed the change in Professor Grindelwald's expression when these ghosts popped out of nowhere. His face showed that he was not happy with their existence, but after Professor Rosier put a piece of grilled sausage on his plate, he smiled and nodded. Ah, Draco's voice could be heard with a hint of afraid. A terrifying-looking ghost appeared beside him, with hollow eyes, a thin face, and a robe stained with what could be guessed as blood. The Slytherin students near the ghost suddenly stepped back, keeping their distance, including Miss Gemma. Matthew, still not realizing it, suddenly comes face to face with the ghost himself. Ah, hello, sir. Matthew greeted the ghost hesitantly. If Matthew remembered correctly, Bloody Baron was the ghost in front of him right now. Hello. The ghost frowned. A freshman. Yes, my name is Matthew Wickfield. Matthew replied to the curious ghost. Sorry, almost mistaken you for a new ghost. The Baron's voice was so soft that only Matthew could hear it. After that, the ghost just passed through Matthew's body like it was nothing. Matthew felt a sudden chill. Feels like he got poured with a bucket of cold water. Are you all right? Miss Gemma came over with her hand on Matthew's shoulder. I'm fine. I guess. Matthew took a few deep breaths, still trying to process what had happened. It's better to stay away from the ghosts, don't make any contact with them. Especially the one you just met, Mr. Baron. Lately, his temper has been changing so much it's strange, Miss Gemma said to Matthew with concern in her voice. Thank you for the warning, miss. Matthew replied. The feast continues. Most people have filled their bellies, except for Matthew, who seems to have a lousy appetite while all the food slowly disappears from the plates. Not long after that, the dessert comes out of nowhere. Various flavors of ice cream, cakes, and a bunch of puddings. Matthew took a piece of cake. I must say the dessert is actually pretty good, Matthew said while munching on his cake. Suddenly the Slytherin students could be seen talking about their family matters. Of course, the one in the middle of it is Draco Malfoy. Many seniors came over, shook his hand, and even complimented him. It seems even in this world, the Malfoy family still held a high position in the world of wizardry. Of course, not all students are interested in such matters. Students like Matthew and the girl with the surname Lestrange. She walked towards Matthew, but her goal apparently was the plate of rice pudding next to Matthew. Excuse me, can I have this plate of rice pudding? She asked with a soft voice. Matthew then noticed she had long silver hair, almost touching her waist. Her round blue eyes were staring at Matthew, all the while, she was smiling, showing a mouth filled with neat white teeth. There are other puddings around. Matthew looks around him and sees that the girl is actually talking to him without him realizing it after being captivated by how she looks. Well, of course. You can have it. Matthew replied to her. Thank you. My friend and I love this pudding very much. She smiled while taking the plate away and returning to her seat. Matthew's attention once again returned to where Grindelwald was sitting at. It looks like everyone has enjoyed their part of the feast. Professor Grindelwald said gently. Now, there are a few things that must be said. First, I am delighted that finally, we could have someone to fill the vacant spot as the Transfiguration teacher. Please, everyone, welcome Professor Trokar to our team, he said with his hand pointing toward the man that came with Professor Rosier. The students gradually applaud. It seems like everyone is on food, and tired after the feast. Professor Trokar then stood up from his seat, bowed slightly to all directions, and grinned simultaneously. Matthew frowned and felt discomfort seeing his grin because Matthew could see Professor Trokar's teeth were not normal. His fangs were absurdly sharp like animals. After the applause was over, Professor Trokar sat down. Once again, I welcome the first year. Professor Grindelwald continued. The moment you step into Hogwarts, this place is your home. No matter what danger comes, this castle will shelter you and be by your side for the next 7 years. It will be the witness of your growth, he added. The whole auditorium was filled with claps once again. This time, it was merrier. However, all of you must know there are rules and traditions that you must abide. Professor Kettleben asked me to warn you not to enter the Forbidden Forest. There is a reason it's named Forbidden Forest. After all, the caretaker, Mr. Pringle, also wants me to warn you that casting magic in the hallway is forbidden. Finally, Professor Rosier wants you all to know that you will be severely punished if you are late or miss your homework. Professor Grindelwald explains with a severe expression. Even though Hogwarts is divided into 4 houses, the bond between magic and mystery has always firmly kept us tied together. The founders wish for harmony and unity, after all, so I don't want to see any unnecessary dispute happen in the castle, he said firmly. I also want to remind everyone that using derogatory words such as mud blood, part human, blood traitor, and such is strictly forbidden in this castle. He turned his gaze to the Slytherins table. Now, before everyone goes to bed, let us sing the school song together, Professor Grindelwald said at last. Matthew saw Professor Grindelwald waving his wand, then suddenly, a long gold ribbon flew out, twisting and winding lines of text following like a snake on the teacher's table. Matthew noticed the professor's wand was different from an ordinary wand. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy Hogwarts. Teach us something, please. Whether we be old or bald, or young with scabby knees, our heads could do with filling, with some interesting stuff. For now, they're bare and full of air, dead flies and bits of fluff. So teach us things worth knowing. Bring back what we've forgotten. Just do your best, and we'll do the rest. And learn until our brains all rot. The students start singing the song. Accordingly, the auditorium is filled with the students' voices singing the song. Professor Grindelwald's voice still echoes over beautifully singing the song. Now the song had been sung. Good night, everyone. I wish you all a good year of studies, Professor Grindelwald said with a cheering tone. Slytherin's first year followed Miss Gemma Farley through the crowd, out of the auditorium, and down the stairs. After such a lively feast, many people were seen as tired. Crabbe and Goyle, for example, could be seen yawning. They first came to the exit between the castle and the basement, then stepped down the stone steps into the gloomy underground corridor. The only light source was the torch at the wall. It's so quiet that they can only hear the torch burning and their footsteps. Miss Gemma then cast a spell with her wand, and suddenly, a light appeared from the point of her wand. She continued leading the Slytherin students through the gloomy corridor. With a cute beta. Matthew was trying to remember each step and turn they took. Around 10 minutes later, they arrived at a stone gate with a silver crest and emerald background and a big silver snake in the middle. As you can see, Slytherin's crest is the snake, the smartest creature there is. The color of our house is silver and emerald. Miss Gemma explains. She gently touched the snake's head and whispered, "Pure blood is thicker than Muggle's blood." The snake on the gate squirmed as if it was alive, then the door opened slowly. "This is the password, it changes every fortnight. Please check the bulletin board for it," Miss Gemma said. Then the students walked into the Slytherin common room. At this moment, Matthew realized the location of the Slytherin common room was at the bottom of the Black Lake. The ceiling is transparent. Matthew could occasionally see the waves and school of fish passing by. The lighting was abysmal down there. The only light source would be the green flame burning in the fireplace. Miss Gemma led the girls to their bedroom. She then led the boys through another door. A spacious bedroom. 5 people could live in there, according to what Matthew sees. There are 5 canopy beds with green silk curtains hanging on them and silver embroidery on the bed sheets. Many medieval tapestries could be seen on the walls, and finally, a silver lantern hanging from the top of the ceiling. Matthew found the bed with his name on it, and his luggage had been sent over. Above the luggage, Matthew sees a familiar box that he remembers seeing from the Gregorovitch wand store. He looks closer and finds the Gregorovitch trademark on it with small letters named Garrick Ollivander. "Is this my own magic wand?" Matthew asked himself. Matthew opened the box carefully and found a brand new black walnut wand with a wand holster beside it. When Matthew looked around, he found out the other 4 already put their pajamas on and went to bed. Matthew wasn't sleepy yet by that time, so he took his time unpacking his stuff. Under all of his belongings, he saw once again the mysterious book that almost made him insane just a few days ago. "Are you the reason all of these were happening?" Matthew asked the book. Suddenly, a tap came from the window on his left. Waves from the bottom of the lake were bashing against the window. Matthew turned his head and saw a giant silhouette outside the window, moving around. Until Matthew could finally make out the shadow behind the window, a giant eye was staring at him from the other side of the window. It was a giant squid. Matthew slept peacefully that night. The creatures of the Black Lake swam past the window from time to time, accompanied by the soft sound of waves echoing in his ears. There were no strange dreams that night. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, Matthew rose from his bed. Before leaving the room, he fed his toad with a few worms and secured his suitcase with a lock. Matthew had heard stories about the complex staircase at Hogwarts, where some stairs would change positions independently. The ghosts and the portraits would also mislead the students, making them lost in the labyrinth of stairs. To familiarize himself with the castle's layout and avoid getting lost in the labyrinth corridors, Matthew woke up early to explore and get acquainted with the castle's paths. To his surprise, the stairs were not perplexing as he had imagined. Detailed signs marked the entrances to each staircase, and portraits adorned each floor, offering the first-year students directions. Everything was meticulously arranged. Feeling at ease, Matthew made his way to the Great Hall. The Great Hall served as the main gathering place for the students. It was where they would have their meals, receive mail packages, and participate in school events. Though it was still early, several students were already enjoying breakfast. In true British fashion, the breakfast at Hogwarts was still rich and bountiful, like the previous night's feast. The Muggle proverb said, "Eat breakfast like a king, lunch like a prince, and dinner like a pauper." Although not as lavish as the previous evening, the breakfast was still sumptuous. Bacon, sausages, eggs, vegetables, mushrooms, toast, baked beans, potatoes, croissants, Danish rolls, cereals, milk, and even black pudding. Matthew got his sight on the black pudding as he was curious about the taste. When Matthew finished the pudding, his plate vanished magically. As he made his way to the exit of the Great Hall, he spotted a familiar face standing there. "Mr. Wickfield." Penelope Clearwater greeted him. "Miss Clearwater." Matthew replied with a smile and nod. "I didn't expect you to be sorted into the House of Slytherin," Miss Penelope said with concern. "There are only a few Muggle-born wizards there," she continued. "Yes. I'm just as confused as you are, miss," Matthew replied, gesturing the confused sign. "Well, I can only hope you have a pleasant stay at Hogwarts," Miss Penelope said while cheering Matthew. "Thank you, miss." After exchanging pleasantries, Matthew said goodbye to Miss Penelope. Matthew continued his way when he met with the other first-year Slytherin student, the girl from the night before, Lestrange. Matthew saw no need to offer a greeting to her because they hadn't been too familiar with each other. The first class of the day was Transfiguration. Matthew arrived at the classroom half an hour earlier. Transfiguration class is a joint class between the students of Slytherin and Hufflepuff. As Matthew entered the room, he noticed a few Hufflepuff first years were present there. Matthew found a seat in the front row. Matthew observed the atmosphere of the classroom and found out that it had an unusual atmosphere. The windows were covered with black curtains, although the outside was still broad daylight. Yet, the room was well lit by several flickering candles. Matthew then put his copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration on the desk alongside his black walnut wand. Soon, the first years from both houses filled the classroom. Given Professor Grindelwald's warning the previous night, no one wanted to risk being late. Sitting next to Matthew was a tall, sturdy girl whom he vaguely recalls the name from the sorting ceremony, Millicent Bulstrode. Shortly after, Professor Trokar entered the classroom. Although he appeared better than last night, his complexion remained pale, and fatigue was etched on his face. He picked up the class roster and started calling the attendance. Frankly, Professor Trokar spoke with a hoarse voice as if he hadn't talked for a long time. When Professor Grindelwald approached me and asked me to become the Transfiguration teacher at Hogwarts, I was both honored and surprised. He continued in a raspy voice. I questioned myself whether I was worthy of this position or not. Now that I am here, I promise I'll do my best to share my knowledge with you. As he glanced at the assembly of students, Draco Malfoy sneered at the back of the classroom. Accompanied by his posse, they made fun of Professor Trokar's disheveled appearance. Unfazed by it, Professor Trokar continued, Transfiguration is undoubtedly the most intricate and dangerous form of magic. In this course, I will teach you how to alter the shape and appearance of objects and even transform their essence. As he spoke, he waved his wand. The podium in front of him gradually shrank until it transformed into a lively badger dog, which scurried around the classroom, leaving small paw prints on the desks. Then, with another wave of his wand, the badger dog expanded and grew into a giant snake. Draco Malfoy let out a horrified scream and clung tightly to Crabbe at the sight of the giant snake. The entire class burst into laughter at their comical reaction. The giant snake then slithered back toward Professor Trokar and transformed back into the podium. Many students were captivated by the sight of it. Their eyes were eager to learn about the transfiguration magic. If you want to excel in transfiguration, 2 qualities are crucial. Professor Trokar explains with a smile forming on his face. First, decisiveness. Transfiguration differs from ordinary spells. It is a rigorous and precise form of magic. The slightest hesitation and distraction can result in an incomplete transformation. Even unnecessary movements or wand rotations leads to failure. Second, cautiousness. Each transformation process is perilous. A failed transformation could lead to irreversible consequences and potentially bring disasters. Professor Trokar explained, with his tone slowly changing to an aggressive manner. Throughout the world, dozens of wizards die or become permanently disabled each year due to failed transfiguration attempts. Keep these facts in mind and jot them down in your notebooks. Matthew listened attentively, his curiosity piqued by the complexities and dangers of transfiguration. Professor Trokar may come across as shameless, but when it comes to transfiguration, he appears to possess a touch of authenticity. With a gentle rustle of quill and parchment, Matthew diligently transcribed everything he had heard onto his notebook. Glancing at the eager faces gathered below the podium, Professor Trokar announced to the class that achieving the ability to transform the podium into an animal would require several more years of study. For now, they needed to establish a strong foundation. We shall begin with the simplest task, learning how to transfigure a match into a needle. He explained while distributing a few matches to each student. Remember, be decisive and cautious. Professor Trokar cautioned the students. First, carefully observe the match's appearance and commit every detail of it to your memory. Then inside your head, construct a template of a needle, envision the process of transforming the match, and align it with your consciousness with reality. He explains with a severe tone. The incantation is accuse, pay attention to the way you pronounce it. When you cast the spell, turn your wand clockwise by 1/8 of a rotation. The professor continued his explanations. As Professor Trokar finished his instructions, many students eagerly began their attempts. Accuse, accuse, accuse. Chants of incantation filled the classroom, but for the time being, none of them were successful in altering the matches before them. Observe and imagine, be decisive and cautious. Professor Trokar reminded the students as he monitored their progress around the room. Matthew picked up his black walnut wand with his left hand. It fits perfectly within his grip, as if the wand and he were destined for each other. Mr. Wickfield, is there an issue? Professor Trokar noticed his hesitation. Professor Trokar, Matthew stood up and inquired, are we attempting to change the match's structure or its essence? A commendable question, Mr. Wickfield. Professor Trokar's lips curled into a subtle smile. Please have a seat, let me explain. Professor Trokar made his way to Matthew's side, leaning in so closely that Matthew caught a whiff of blood in his presence. Altering an object's structure or essence is a manifestation of transformation magic. It's an intricate aspect, one that has been debated among generations of transfiguration masters. Professor Trokar explained while toying with Matthew's match. His excitement was palpable. In truth, there is no definitive answer to this question. Each genuine shapeshifter must discover their own answer, one they have reached after many trials and errors. Professor Trokar explained. The more complex the transformation, the more imperative it becomes to seek your own answer, whether it involves changing the structure or the essence of the matter. You must follow your heart, utilizing your inner thoughts as a guide while embarking on this quest for knowledge. Professor Trokar shared a plethora of information, leaving many students bewildered in a haze of confusion. Matthew was no exception, yet he sensed a glimmer of understanding flickering within him. Give it a try, Mr. Wickfield. Professor Trokar eagerly encouraged him. Yes, Professor. Matthew raised his head, perplexed by the professor's command. Give it a try, see if you can transform the matches into a needle. Professor Trokar's voice assumed a gentle, encouraging tone. Matthew nodded in reply, gazing at the tiny matches before him, and began visualizing the needle he desired in his mind. Observe, imagine, be decisive and cautious. Professor Trokar's voice reverberated in his ears. A flurry of information rushed into Matthew's head. Create a template for the needle, align consciousness with reality, rotate the wand 1/8 clockwise, and the incantation is accuse. Matthew suddenly felt a peculiar energy emanating from his hands toward his wand. A subtle yet exhilarating sensation, as if everything was under his control. A deep sense of confidence washed over him. "RB, excellent," Professor Trokar exclaimed, beaming with pride as he congratulated Matthew. "Well done, Mr. Wickfield." A gleaming silver needle had materialized in front of Matthew, replacing the match he had focused on. It matched the exact image he had envisioned in his consciousness. "Mr. Wickfield has succeeded? Keep up the great work, everyone." Professor Trokar encouraged the rest of the class. Draco Malfoy, wearing a sullen expression, muttered disdainfully, "It's too easy. I can do it effortlessly." Raising his wand, Draco forcefully struck the match on the table and proclaimed, "Accuse." Instead of witnessing a transformation, one end of the match suddenly burst into a fierce flame. Draco's wand struck the table with excessive force, causing the lit match to soar into the air and land precisely inside Gregory's collar. "Ah!" Gregory squealed in pain, resembling a startled pig. Chaos erupted in the classroom as Professor Trokar rushed to address the emergency. Meanwhile, Matthew remained transfixed, his gaze on the silver needle before him, still in awe of the experience he had just undergone. The captivating transfiguration class eventually drew to a close. Matthew felt a sense of accomplishment, successfully transforming the 3 matches into silver needles under Professor Trokar's guidance. Apart from him, only one other student, the girl he had met before, Agnes Lestrange, managed a partial transformation with her match. Professor Trokar collected the matches from the students and nonchalantly assigned homework, a 1-foot-long essay reflecting on the sensation of turning a match into a needle. However, he exempted Matthew from this assignment. With the matches in hand, Professor Trokar retreated into the dimly lit chamber behind the podium. Closing the door behind him, Matthew tidied his belongings, including his copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration and his wand. Preparing to leave the room, someone approached his desk. It was Agnes Lestrange. "What's the matter?" Matthew asked with a light tone. "How did you do it?" Agnes inquired earnestly. "To be honest, I don't know either," Matthew replied while shaking his head. "Could it be mere luck?" Agnes' face displayed a hint of sarcasm. "Of course not. It's just a feeling, an indescribable one," Matthew responded honestly. "I see. If you are not willing to share, then forget it," Agnes retorted coldly before walking away. Matthew sat there bewildered, pondering over what had just happened. Lost in his thoughts, he gathered his belongings and bid farewell to the Transfiguration classroom. Life at Hogwarts began with a sense of fulfillment for Matthew. The routine of the Slytherin common room, the auditorium, the classrooms, and the library provided stability, allowing him to forget the trouble of the past and the existence of the mysterious book. Despite the eccentricities of some Hogwarts teachers, Matthew found most of them to be good-hearted individuals, at least based on those he had encountered so far. However, there was one exception, Apollyon Pringle, the caretaker of Hogwarts. Pringle is a large, temperamental man known for punishing students who make mistakes. Rumors circulated that his office ceiling was adorned with chains, handcuffs, and leather whips polished by his own hand. Needless to say, every student hates Mr. Pringle. Mr. Pringle had a dog named Mr. Donald, which amused Matthew when he first heard the name. This sturdy golden retriever patrolled the corridors of Hogwarts with an air of haughtiness, stopping any students who broke the rules and ensuring they stayed in place until Mr. Pringle arrived. Mr. Donald knew the secret passages of Hogwarts better than any student and was intimately familiar with the castle's layout. As long as Matthew stayed out of Mr. Pringle and Mr. Donald's sight, he had mostly positive memories of his time at Hogwarts. Among the professors, Bathilda Bagshot stood out as the teacher of history of magic. Despite her old age, rumored to be around 200 years old, Professor Bagshot's memory remained sharp. She effortlessly recalled past historical events, presenting them as interesting anecdotes rather than dull lessons. Her lectures captivated the students, making the history of magic course a popular and enjoyable subject. Professor Flitwick, the teacher of charms class. He is a peculiarly short wizard due to his half-goblin blood. He had to stand on a stack of books to reach the desk during class. Despite his height, Professor Flitwick was known for his good temper, making the charm class both relaxing and enjoyable. However, it was said that in his younger days, Professor Flitwick always had been a grumpy man who participated in numerous dueling competitions and won several championships, earning his name in the wizarding world before his tenure at Hogwarts. Professor Sprout took the students to the greenhouse behind the castle for herbology lessons 3 times a week. They learned how to cultivate various plants and fungi and understand their uses. The students learned how to identify toxic mushrooms during their first herbology lesson. The professor collected those deemed non-toxic and used to prepare mushroom soup for the evening's meal. On Tuesday nights, the students gathered in the astronomical tower under the guidance of Professor Sinistra. They observed the starry sky using telescopes and learned about different stars and planetary trajectories. This class required no magic but was known to be one of the most demanding classes. Professor Sinistra always assigns lengthy homework, such as a 2.5-foot-long paper about the orbits of the 8 planets. On Wednesday, there are 2 potions classes. This is the only class Slytherin and Gryffindor students attend together. The potions class took place in an underground classroom, which, despite being theoretically colder than the castle, felt warm due to the bubbling cauldrons. As Matthew entered the potions classroom, he couldn't help but notice the bubbling cauldron and various specimens immersed in glass jars along the walls, animal specimens, plant specimens, and diseased specimens. However, Matthew felt lonely despite attending class with his Slytherin and Gryffindor peers. Among the 5 boys in the Slytherin dorm room, Crabbe and Goyle were loyal followers of Draco, while Nott had a close relationship with them. Matthew couldn't pinpoint the exact reason for this, nor did he particularly care. He focused on his textbooks instead, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi and magical drafts and potions all the while. He set up his workspace with the pewter cauldron, brass scale, and crystal vials. Before Professor Horace Slughorn even made an appearance, his rotund belly preceded him, followed by his walrus-like mustache trembling on his smiling mouth as he greeted the students. This was Matthew's first encounter with the head of the House of Slytherin in a classroom. Like Professor Trokar, Professor Slughorn began calling out the names from the class roster. However, when he reached Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor and Draco Malfoy from Slytherin, he paused and enthusiastically greeted the boys. Matthew remembered what Miss Gemma said about Professor Slughorn, mentioning that he preferred students with prominent family backgrounds or outstanding talents. It seemed that both of them fell into one of those categories. However, before we begin the class properly, I have prepared a few potions to astound your senses. Before you embark on creating your own concoctions, let me give you a taste of the magical wonders to come, Professor Slughorn said in a mysterious tone. Intrigued, Matthew leaned forward, eager to experience the enchanting potions that awaited them. The classroom fell silent as everyone awaited Professor Slughorn's revelation. As soon as Professor Slughorn finished speaking, he gently opened a cauldron in his right hand, revealing a pot of faint pink potion emitting white smoke. Many students leaned forward, trying to catch a glimpse of the mysterious concoction. Matthew furrowed his brow, contemplating the potion's identity. After learning about Professor Slughorn's preference for students with prominent family backgrounds or outstanding talents, he had done some extra preparation. He had been diligently studying the potions textbook and researching related materials in the library, aiming to be a student that caught Professor Slughorn's eyes. After a few seconds, Matthew raised his hands, catching the professor's attention. Encouraged by the professor's gesture, he stood up. That potion is the draught of the living death, Matthew said with a steady voice. It is a powerful potion that sends the drinker into a death-like slumber. Very good, excellent. Professor Slughorn nodded enthusiastically, clearly impressed. Tell me, what is your name? He gazed at Matthew with admiration. Matthew Wickfield, sir. Matthew replied with a mix of pride and excitement in his voice. Very well, Mr. Wickfield. Please have a seat, Professor Slughorn said while moving on to the next cauldron, presenting a dim yellow potion with a pleasant aroma. Matthew once again raised his hand. Professor Slughorn called him, and Matthew confidently answered, I believe this is the elixir to induce euphoria. It can temporarily bring happiness and delight to the drinker, although the effect doesn't last long. Very correct, Mr. Wickfield, Professor Slughorn exclaimed. With excitement in his voice, he asked Matthew, tell me which house you belong to, Mr. Wickfield. The House of Slytherin, sir. Matthew replied. The professor's praise flowed freely, and he continued to the next cauldron, which was the last one. Matthew found himself stumped at the potion before him. It was transparent and seemed undisturbed by the heat, emitting a funky scent. Matthew had the inside of his head turned upside down, searching for any information about the particular potion before him. He had no recollection of such a potion in the magical drafts and potions being mentioned. A fellow student raised her hand before he could dwell on his lack of knowledge. Professor Slughorn's face lit up with delight. It is the Alahatsi draft, sir. Agnes confidently answered. If drunk, the potion will give the drinker a lightheaded effect and bring the drinker akin to a feeling of high. Agnes explained calmly. Very good, young lady. Tell me, what's your name? Professor Slughorn asked. Agnes Lestrange, sir. Agnes replied. Lestrange. His expression went sour upon hearing Agnes' surname. Okay, please sit down. With little acknowledgement given to Agnes, Professor Slughorn moved on to the final cauldron and opened it. He called Matthew's name. Mr. Wickfield, can you tell me what kind of potion this is? Matthew wasn't expecting his name to be called. Caught off guard by the professor's expectation for an answer, Matthew stood up and examined the cauldron. I believe this thick and mud-like potion would be the polyjuice potion, Matthew answered uncertainly. Drinking it after adding something from the person you wish to transform into would turn you into that person for an hour. Excellent. Professor Slughorn applauded Matthew, followed by the other students hesitantly clapping. Clearly impressed by it, he commended Matthew's knowledge and understanding of the potions. What an excellent first year you are, Mr. Wickfield. With the opening remarks concluded, the potions class officially began. Professor Slughorn divided the students into a pair of 2 and instructed them to make a simple potion for treating scabies. Matthew got paired with Neville. Matthew, I didn't expect you to be very smart. Neville admired him. I just read some books, that's all. Matthew replied modestly. It's just a shame that you were assigned to Slytherin, Neville said while showing a sad expression. Matthew couldn't help but praise Neville for taking care of the ingredients, such as the dried nettle, snake fangs, and slugs. Everything was going well, they were the first to finish, and Professor Slughorn complimented them. An acidic green smoke filled the classroom, accompanied by a loud hissing sound. Harry Evans, the timid boy they were with at the boat, It had somehow caused Ron Weasley's cauldron to explode, resulting in the potion spilling all over the floor. Oops. Harry was drenched in the potion, his arms and legs covered in painful red and swollen scabies, causing him to scream in agony. "Oh boy, what have you done?" Professor Slughorn exclaimed. He waved his wand swiftly, clearing the spilled potion, and attended to Harry, carrying him on his back. "This class ends early. I'll take this child to the hospital wing," Professor Slughorn announced, his voice filled with concern. "By the way, Mr. Wickfield, please stay here for the time being. There are matters I would like to discuss with you once I return," Professor Slughorn said to Matthew before he hurriedly brought Harry into the hospital. Matthew believed that the intention of Professor Slughorn telling Matthew to wait at the potions classroom was to invite him to join the Slug Club. The club consisted of students Professor Slughorn considered outstanding and relatives of famous and successful individuals, making it an elite group within Hogwarts. However, it turned out that Matthew had overestimated the situation. The head of the House of Slytherin, who had escorted Harry Evans to the hospital and then returned to the classroom, only greeted Matthew in a somewhat concerned tone. He mentioned that if Matthew ever had any questions, he could visit his office for assistance. He never mentioned anything about the club. It seemed that Matthew hadn't quite met the professor's standards. Nevertheless, it was a good start. Matthew gathered his supplies and returned to the Slytherin common room. "Pure blood is thicker than the Muggle's blood," he whispered as he touched the head of the giant snake on the door. The gate swung open. Matthew walked through the room to his bedroom. Having been there for a few days, he had grown accustomed to living beneath the lake, with the constant sound of waves and various aquatic creatures swimming outside his window. The previous night, he even saw a terrifying monster with a human head and fish body, holding a fork and peering toward his bedroom. It had startled him, but he quickly realized it was likely a mermaid from the Black Lake. To avoid any further encounters, he decided to close the curtains. Just as Matthew was about to head to the Great Hall for dinner, his name was called from behind. "Wickfield." It was Draco's voice. Following him was his posse. Crabbe and Goyle standing behind him, towering over him. Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, and Gregory Goyle were childhood friends. Rather, the two were Draco's followers. While Theodore Nott came from a pure-blooded family and had known them prior to Hogwarts, Matthew existed awkwardly in this small group of Slytherin boys. Though they were roommates and the same freshmen as Matthew did not want to deliberately fit in with their group or get acquainted with them. They were, at best, roommates. This was the first time Malfoy displayed such a hostile expression to Matthew, though Matthew simply replied calmly, "What's the matter, Malfoy? Slughorn invited you to join." Malfoy asked coldly. "Join?" Matthew frowned, realizing that Malfoy was already a member of the Slug Club and was asking Matthew about his own invitation. Matthew shook his head in response. A smug look appeared on Malfoy's face as he boasted, "It seems all your attempts at flattering in potions class were in vain? You see, I didn't do anything, and yet he invited me on the first day of school." "Perhaps," Matthew shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm heading to the Great Hall for dinner, care to join?" Malfoy seemed to have been struck by a heavy blow. Now, he had a strange expression. He appears to be in disbelief over Matthew's response. Matthew then turned around, leaving the room. Life at Hogwarts continues. The defense against the Dark Arts class was the most anticipated for first-year students. The Slytherin and Ravenclaw first years finally had their first joint class on Friday afternoon. Over 20 young faces filled with anticipation entered the classroom on the 4th floor, waiting quietly for the class to begin. Professor Rosier entered the classroom punctually as the bell rang, donning her neat black robe. "The defense against the Dark Arts class is the most crucial class at Hogwarts," Professor Rosier declared, her voice commanding the entire class's attention. "It will accompany you throughout your life. If anyone dares to make trouble in my class, then I will ask them out and never allow them to set foot in here again. Understand?" Professor Rosier clarified that disruptive behavior would result in immediate expulsion from her class. The warning left the classroom in a state of silence. Neither the Slytherin nor Ravenclaw students dared to make a sound. Professor Rosier glanced at the quiet crowd and continued her introduction. "Very well, at the beginning of this first lesson, I have a question for all of you. What is dark magic?" "RAOES." Almost instantly, Hermione Granger's arm shot up, eager to answer. "Miss Granger." Professor Rosier acknowledged her with a nod. "Dark magic is evil witchcraft created and used by dark wizards. It often inflicts great pain and suffering upon its victims, with the caster deriving pleasure from the harm they cause," Hermione replied without confidence. Matthew knew this passage was recited from The Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, but he couldn't recite the passage as flawlessly as Hermione. Unfazed, Professor Rosier simply gestured for Hermione to sit down. "Miss Granger, your answer is entirely incorrect," Professor Rosier said mercilessly, shattering Hermione's confidence. "First and foremost, magic itself is neutral. It is the intentions and actions of the wizard that determine whether it is good or evil." Matthew listened intently, realizing that this defense against the dark arts class would be far more challenging than he had anticipated. He resolved to study diligently and prove himself in Professor Rosier's eyes. Hermione's face clearly showed disapproval. If the professor on the podium wasn't Rosier, she would have stood up and retorted. But for now, her dissatisfaction could only be held in the bottom of her heart. A righteous wizard, no matter how terrible the magic he uses, as long as it is for the greater benefit, the magic cannot be called dark magic. Professor Rosier spoke with seriousness. And a wizard with a gloomy heart, no matter how magnificent the magic he uses, if his behavior violates the interests of the wizarding world, then it is undoubtedly dark magic. A rustling sound filled the classroom as the students began taking notes. To evaluate whether magic belongs to dark magic, we need to refer to its deeds, not just the magic itself, Professor Rosier continued. She provided examples to illustrate her point. For instance, if an evil dragon broke into Hogsmeade and was about to cause devastating damage, a powerful wizard using a destructive spell to kill it, no matter how extreme and destructive the spell is, cannot be called dark magic. But if there's a wizard who never uses extreme spells in their life, yet they associate with giants, fairies, and even muggles and threaten the safety of the entire wizarding world, any magic they use is undoubtedly dark magic. The latter is the so-called dark wizards, those wizards who have betrayed the wizarding world, colluded with other intelligent creatures, and threatened or might even seriously undermine the interests of the wizarding world. For example, 50 years ago Dumbledore, the notorious dark wizard defeated by our principal, Principal Grindelwald. Professor Rosier paused, directing her gaze toward Hermione Granger once again. Of course, what Miss Granger just said was not entirely wrong. The definition of dark magic she provided was the definition of dark magic 50 years ago. But with the changing times, dark magic and dark wizards have been redefined. We now call magic that brings great pain and torture to the caster dark arts, and those who use it Death Eaters. Professor Rosier explained. Professor Rosier's voice reverberated through the room, commanding attention. Hermione nodded somewhat faintly and began to brush up on the newly presented information. After the brief opening remarks, the defense against the dark arts class officially began. Professor Rosier instructed the students to turn to page 287 in their textbooks, which covered the topic of vampires. Vampires are humanoid, magical creatures, often categorized as evil dark creatures. They are active at night and feed on the blood of other creatures, unable to go out during the day. Professor Rosier began her lecture. She described the appearance of vampires, their pale complexion, and the fangs used to bite through the throats of their victims. The class delved into the necessity of blood for vampires and the fatal consequences they face if they don't consume enough fresh blood within a certain period. Vampires generally live longer than muggles and even many wizards. For example, the famous Hungarian vampire Ms. Camilla lived to be 196 years old, and the American vampire Amarillo Olstot, born in 1776, didn't die until 14 years ago. Even at their death, their appearance remained almost the same as when they were young muggles and wizards. Professor Rosier explained that vampires resisted certain spells, making them formidable opponents. She also discussed various methods of expelling or killing vampires, including using garlic, beheading or burning their bodies, and stuffing their mouths with garlic to cause significant damage. Throughout the class, the students remained fully engaged, taking notes diligently. As the bell finally rang, signaling the end of the course, Professor Rosier issued a new assignment, a paper on identifying and killing vampires, with a minimum length requirement of 2 feet, to be submitted the following Monday. Epsilon. Relieved that the rigorous class had ended, the students began packing their belongings. Matthew, about to leave, was called by Hermione Granger. Matthew. Hermione called out his name in a clear voice. Hello, Hermione. Matthew greeted her with a smile. Draco Malfoy, who was also packing up, glanced at the two of them before leaving the classroom. Matthew and Hermione had become friends since their encounter at the Leaky Cauldron bar, and they often exchanged words. With only a few students left in the classroom, Hermione lowered her voice and spoke to Matthew. Did you feel, what did Professor Rosier imply in this class? She asked. Matthew shook his head, indicating that he hadn't noticed any particular implications. I don't think so, he replied. But Professor Rosier is the vice principal of Hogwarts. If there really is something, how can she not tell us publicly? Hermione pondered. You're overthinking, Hermione. Matthew reassured her with a smile. He then left the classroom, indicating the end of their conversation for now. 10 minutes later, Matthew Wickfield strolled out of Hogwarts Castle, descending the marble steps. With the conclusion of the last defense against the dark arts class, the first week of Hogwarts classes had ended. Although he had accumulated a significant amount of coursework essays, totaling almost 5 feet, he still found the compact and fulfilling life enjoyable without being overly exhausting. As he lay in bed, Matthew reflected on the day's accomplishments every night, finding immense satisfaction in his endeavors. As he aimlessly wandered down the stone steps, Matthew unconsciously found himself near the greenhouse between the castle and the Forbidden Forest. He had grown weary of the atmosphere in the Slytherin common room, finding it oppressively gloomy. The sight of the aquatic creatures outside his bedroom window had become mundane and tedious. It baffled him why the Sorting Hat had assigned him to Slytherin when any other house seemed more suited to his temperament. Lost in his thoughts, Matthew scanned his surroundings and noticed 2 adult wizards conversing. They stood near a corner by the greenhouse, their backs facing him. One of the wizards, adorned in dragon leather gloves, held a lifeless chicken in his left hand. The unmistakable prosthetic limbs identified the other individual as Professor Kettleben, the Hogwarts professor responsible for the care of magical creatures. This is the 3rd chicken to be attacked this week, and it has been completely drained of blood. Professor Kettleben exclaimed. Could it be a weasel? None of my birds or snakes have tracked down the true culprit. It's quite peculiar, don't you think? What are your thoughts on this? It's indeed strange, calmly replied another voice. Perhaps it's a vampire. Matthew frowned upon recognizing the voice of Professor Trokar. His interest was piqued by their discussion of vampires, and he couldn't help but listen attentively. I believe you might be right. I need to discuss this with Professor Rosier. There could be a migration of vampire colonies within the Forbidden Forest, Professor Kettleborn excitedly suggested, gesturing with his prosthetic limb. Perhaps she will grant me permission to venture deep into the forest and eradicate their nests. In that case, I may not be able to accompany you, Sylvanus, Professor Trokar interjected, shaking his head. Mrs. Rosier has always harbored a bias against me. That's just her personality, Professor Kettleborn responded. But if you spend more time with her, you'll realize she's actually kind-hearted, and you may come to admire her. Perhaps. Professor Trokar replied with a smile. Then let's part ways for now, Professor Kettleborn said while taking his leave. Goodbye, then. Professor Trokar replied. The two professors went their separate ways, oblivious to the fact that a young boy had overheard their entire conversation from a hidden corner. Matthew mulled over their discussion as he slowly made his way back to the castle. Arbeta. Just as he reached the castle's steps, a familiar voice called out his name from behind. Wickfield. Matthew turned around to find the three familiar faces of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. Malfoy. Matthew glanced at his roommate, observing the smug expression on his face as if he had discovered some damning secret. What's the matter? Matthew inquired, his voice calm. Ha ha ha, I have discovered something. Malfoy laughed uproariously. Your parents are nothing but ordinary muggles. When I asked you at the school banquet, you actually claimed that your parents had passed away. I simply stated that I couldn't recall their appearance, which is the truth, Matthew responded calmly. But you're correct, they were indeed muggles. As a muggle-born wizard, Matthew knew that keeping his heritage a secret would be challenging. Several people at Hogwarts, including Penelope, Neville, and Hermione, were already aware of his background, and it was only a matter of time before his Slytherin classmates discovered the truth. However, he had always avoided discussing it to prevent unnecessary conflict within the house that prided itself on pure blood lineage. I suppose the Sorting Hat must have made an error with Zabinai and me. Matthew nodded, agreeing with Malfoy's notion of the Sorting Hat's mistake. Is that all? Matthew asked, looking at Malfoy and his two cronies. Farewell then. Matthew turned away, intending to return to the Slytherin common room. But just as Matthew was leaving, Draco Malfoy couldn't contain his offense. Stop right there, you filthy mudblood. Draco. Draco, before Malfoy could finish his sentence, Crabbe and Goyle panicked beside him. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed through the air. Matthew turned around and witnessed a rather intriguing sight: Draco Malfoy lying on the ground, his face half swollen and red. It appeared as though someone had given him a hard slap. And it didn't end there. Another slap followed, and the other side of Malfoy's face swelled up as if an invisible force was vigorously slapping him. What in the world? Matthew was taken aback. Slap, slap, slap. The invisible slaps continued, rhythmically striking Malfoy's face. Malfoy attempted to cover his mouth with his hands, but an unseen power forced them apart. Slap. Another resounding slap. A sudden recollection flashed in Matthew's mind: the words uttered by Headmaster Grindelwald during the opening banquet. I also want to remind everyone that using derogatory words such as mud blood, part muggle, blood traitor, and such is strictly forbidden in this Hogwarts. If you doubt this, you are welcome to test it. After receiving 5 or 6 slaps on his face, Malfoy's punishment finally ceased. Crabbe and Goyle hurriedly assisted Malfoy, who struggled to speak with his swollen face. Matthew couldn't help but smile, observing the three figures hastily retreating. At that moment, he felt a newfound appreciation for Hogwarts and its peculiarities. It wasn't until Sunday afternoon that Draco desperately rushed into the school hospital and returned to the Slytherin common room. The face that had been swollen like a pig's head 2 days ago had improved significantly, but his mouth remained severely swollen, making him look incredibly unsightly. As he made his way back, students from other houses pointed and whispered, mocking him openly. He felt utterly humiliated, having lost all dignity. Furthermore, Malfoy had endured a terrible experience at the school hospital. Madame Pomfrey, the nurse, knew precisely what had happened when she saw Malfoy's face. Don't tell me you're deaf, she snapped angrily. Didn't you pay attention to what Professor Grindelwald said at the opening banquet? With rough hands, she grabbed Malfoy and tossed him onto a hospital bed. Every 3 hours, she forced him to drink a large jar of repulsive potion, its bitterness almost unbearable. This forced ordeal lasted for 2 agonizing days before she finally discharged Malfoy from the hospital. All in all, it was an unforgettable and unbearable experience. Draco Malfoy had lived a privileged life. This was the first time he had endured such shame. Back in the dormitory with Crabbe and Goyle, Malfoy noticed that Matthew Wickfield was absent, leaving Theodore not alone at the desk, diligently working on a paper. Malfoy suddenly remembered that he had nearly 7 feet of unfinished coursework, which was a dreadful thought. This damn Wickfield. Malfoy seethed. Draco, do you think Goyle and I should go and beat him up to help you out? Vincent Crabbe suggested tentatively. I wouldn't stoop so low as to resort to physical violence against that kid. Malfoy muttered under his breath. He stood up and paced around the bedroom, the sound of coins jingling in his pocket filling the air. Malfoy had a habit of carrying gold and silver coins in his pockets, making them jingle as he walked and drawing the attention of those around him. He relished the envious looks he received. Startled by the sound, he paused for a moment and suddenly had an idea, a brilliant idea. It was a way to make that kid pay a hefty price and simultaneously relieve himself of this burden. A simple yet effective plan. Galleons. As the sole heir of the Malfoy family, his parents had given him nearly 300 galleons as pocket money for his time at Hogwarts. Malfoy's current plan was to hide a significant amount of galleons in Matthew Wickfield's suitcase. Then, he would complain to Professor Slughorn, the head of Slytherin House, claiming that he had lost a large sum of money. Professor Slughorn would undoubtedly take it seriously. He would then come to the dormitory to conduct a search, and ultimately, the galleons would be discovered in Wickfield's suitcase. The loot would be found, and Wickfield would be labeled a thief beyond doubt. Even better, it was highly likely that Wickfield would be expelled from Hogwarts. In this way, Malfoy could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Draco, Draco, Goyle called out, seeing Malfoy lost in his thoughts. He walked over and nudged him. I have an idea. Draco Malfoy exclaimed, jumping up with excitement. Without wasting any time, Malfoy put his plan into action. He shared the details of the plan with his two accomplices. First, he withdrew a substantial sum of 200 galleons and placed them in a dark green wallet. Next, he put on his dragon skin gloves, the same ones his father had taught him to use when engaging in rule-breaking activities to not leave any trace behind. Alpha E. Underneath Matthew Wickfield's bed, they discovered an empty suitcase. The only unfortunate thing was that it was locked. Damn. Malfoy cursed, glaring at the lock in frustration. He vaguely remembered the dwarf professor mentioning some unlocking spells in their previous charms class. However, they hadn't learned those spells yet. Just as Malfoy was starting to feel helpless, Crabbe pointed towards a key on the bedside table. Could that be the key? Crabbe suggested. It's possible. Malfoy's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly picked up the key and attempted to unlock the suitcase. To his relief, the key fit perfectly into the lock. Everything was going according to plan. Theodore Nott glanced up briefly, observing Malfoy's actions, but quickly averted his gaze and returned to his work without saying a word. With a triumphant smile, Malfoy opened Wickfield's suitcase. As he prepared to place the bag of galleon inside and lock the suitcase again, Malfoy froze. There, at the bottom of the suitcase, lay a book. It was a peculiar book with a vintage appearance, its pages yellowed with age, and its cover made of an unfamiliar, strange leather. If he had come across this book in the basement of Malfoy Manor or the Hogwarts Library, he wouldn't have spared it a second glance. But now, for some unknown reason, the book exerted an irresistible allure upon him. A silent voice beckoned him, compelling him to open the book and delve into its mysteries. Draco, you must remember that books of ancient and mysterious nature are not meant for you to touch. Never touch or use them, his father's voice echoed in Malfoy's ears. However, this book belonged to Wickfield, the Mudblood. Surely, it couldn't be connected to anything ancient or mysterious, right? Malfoy smiled, gathering his courage. With the protective gloves he had equipped, he reached down and picked up the book from beneath the suitcase. What Malfoy spoke only to be cut off as if something distracted him. A piercing scream reverberated throughout the Slytherin common room. Meanwhile, Matthew found himself in the library, immersed in his research on vampires for Mrs. Rosier's thesis. He was in a state of tranquility until the serenity was shattered by a sudden rush of footsteps. No noise in the library. Mrs. Pants' disgruntled voice followed. Apologies, Mrs. Pants. I have something important, something very important, a panicked girl's voice trailed behind. Matthew recognized the voice. It belonged to Miss Gemma Farley, the Slytherin prefect. However, he never expected Miss Gemma to ever look for him. Matthew, Miss Gemma exclaimed, finding him amidst the rows of bookshelves. Draco Malfoy, your roommate, is in critical condition. For the villagers in Budleigh Babberton Village, Mr. Gaunt has always been an extraordinary person. Mr. Gaunt looks around 40 years old, his face is pale, haggard, and he has suffered from the vicissitudes of time. However, the chivalrous look could still be seen on his face. It can be imagined that he must be a pretty handsome guy when he was young. He has lived in the village of Budleigh Babberton for 3 years, but during these 3 years, everyone only knows his surname, Gaunt, not even his name. He seems to have nothing to do, no work, rarely goes out, and rarely communicates with his neighbors, but he is never short of money and spends money lavishly. He shuts himself in his house every day, not knowing what weird things he does. Occasionally, some strange people visit him. In short, he is incompatible with the whole village of Budleigh Babberton. In fact, Mr. Gaunt is a wizard. An incognito wizard. His full name is Tom Gaunt. Mr. Gaunt had a different name back then, Tom Riddle. Speaking of it, Mr. Gaunt's life can be said to have been ill-fated. His father is a muggle, and his mother is a witch, but his mother is cruelly abandoned by his father after being pregnant with him. On the last day of 1926, in an orphanage, his mother gave birth to him, and she soon passed away. Poor Tom grew up in this orphanage. At 11, a wizard named Albus Dumbledore approached him and told him he was actually a wizard. Then Tom succeeded in becoming a student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. During his time at Hogwarts, he showed an extraordinary talent for magic. After being sorted into Slytherin House, he became the prefect and the student council president, gathering a large group of followers. At the age of 16, Tom avenged his mother. He set up a trap, killed the old Tom Riddle family and his biological father, and framed his uncle, Morphin Gaunt. He planned to continue his research on dark arts, called black magic at the time, after graduation. So when he graduated from Hogwarts at 18, he came to an extreme magic item store, the Borgin and Burke's store, and became a clerk there. But at the same time, the situation changed suddenly. By then, the identity of the dark wizard Albus Dumbledore, the Hogwarts Transfiguration teacher, was revealed. Gellert Grindelwald defeated him in a duel and was imprisoned in Nurmengard prison. No yes. At the same time, the British Minister of Magic, Leonard Spencer Moon, was also forced to step down and commit suicide a week after stepping down. The then principal of Hogwarts, Armando Dippet, also quickly announced his resignation and died soon after. Mr. Grindelwald led the reconstruction of the British Ministry of Magic and took the initiative to serve as the principal of Hogwarts. And Tom Riddle, who had just graduated, was closely associated with the dark wizard Albus Dumbledore. He knew that Dumbledore was the guide of the wizarding world, and according to the revealed information, Dumbledore had been paying great attention to Tom for the past few years, and was eyed by the Auror. In January 1946, Tom was arrested for trading in dark arts items. Soon, he was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. He was imprisoned in Azkaban prison because he was not eligible to enter the Nurmengard prison. And in January 1949, on the eve of Tom's release from prison, the Department of Law Enforcement of the Ministry of Magic discovered another unjust, false, and wrongful case. A wizard named Morphin Gaunt had been imprisoned for being accused of murdering 3 muggles. However, follow-up evidence showed that he was not the culprit. The real murderer was Tom. This case was quickly retried, and Tom was finally sentenced again to 50 years in prison. Prison life continued for Tom. He stayed in Azkaban prison for another 11 years, then transferred to Nurmengard prison and was detained for another 21 years. He was finally released early due to his good behavior in prison. On October 31, 1981, Tom, who was in his 50s, finally regained his freedom. After being released from prison, he changed his name to Tom Gaunt and began to live incognito. He also reconnected with some of his student followers. Even after many years in prison, his outstanding talent for dark arts still won their respect. It took a few years, and Tom gathered a small group of followers and formed an illegal group called the Death Eaters. Tom became their leader. Soon, this group had to retreat into underground activities due to attacks from the Ministry of Magic. Since 1988, Tom has been engaged in the study of mysterious magic. Because he often comes into contact with some contraband, he begins to choose to live in a Muggle town. 6 old books were placed in front of Tom in various directions. He let out an angry roar and then tore all 6 books before him to pieces. He had spent 200,000 gallons to have Lucius Malfoy buy these books from abroad, but now when he had these books, he realized they were utterly worthless. The core content of the 6 books all pointed to another one. The 7th book, which he did not possess at all. If he couldn't get the 7th book, then everything was absolutely meaningless, and he couldn't do anything. Due to anger, Tom's face began to tremble, and a red light flashed in his black eyes. Suddenly, a strange instrument on the table began to hum. Then it started to wriggle violently. Tom's face changed suddenly, and he quickly turned on the instrument and lowered his head. The expression in Tom's eyes rapidly changed to ecstasy, because he suddenly felt that the 7th book did exist, and a few minutes ago, someone had opened it. The position of the 7th book seemed to be at Hogwarts. Tom's face quickly turned from ecstasy, and a bit of haze appeared. Because the person he hated most was also at Hogwarts. With his eyes closed, the boy lying quietly on a hospital bed covered with white linen sheets, hardly breathing. Several wizards stood around, their expressions solemn. Wearing a dark green healer robe, one of them looked particularly worried. Mrs. Rosier, how is this boy now? Miss Pomfrey finally couldn't help but ask. The witch closest to the hospital bed, who had just been squatting, stood up and straightened her black robe. He is nearly on the brink of death, she spoke slowly, her voice calm. But fortunately, he is still alive. Thanks to the protection of dragon skin, it has a strong defensive effect against any magic. As she spoke, she pointed to Draco Malfoy's hands on the hospital bed, the boy with his eyes closed, still wearing his dragon leather gloves. Without these gloves, not only an 11-year-old boy but even an adult wizard would have died on the spot, Professor Rosier added. God, what terrible thing did this boy encounter? Mrs. Pomfrey's face was filled with fear as she covered her mouth. Most likely dangerous extreme magical items, perhaps even items from the realm of mysterious magic, Professor Rosier speculated. It mustn't be anything good. What about the other 3 boys in the dormitory? How are they doing now? As she asked the question, Ms. Rosier looked at a bald, obese old man who resembled a walrus. The head of the Slytherin house, Professor Horace Slughorn, coughed lightly and hurriedly explained, both Crabbe and Goyle, as well as Nott, are currently unconscious. They cannot respond coherently to anything and have been shouting hysterically. I administered some tranquilizers to them, and now they are asleep. What about their dormitory? Has it been thoroughly searched? Professor Rosier continued in a cold voice. I have searched it thoroughly, and there were no items related to extreme magic. Professor Slughorn replied confidently. Unexpectedly, it seems that ordinary extreme magical items are unable to enter Hogwarts, Professor Rosier remarked, turning around. Professor Rosier, Professor Kettleben took a few steps forward. I mentioned to you the other day that my chickens got attacked. Would that might not have been simply an accident? Could there be a connection between these 2 incidents? I don't believe there is any connection. Professor Rosier replied coldly. But, perhaps you could allow me to venture into the depths of the Forbidden Forest to at least eliminate one possibility. Professor Kettleben persisted. There's no need, Sylvanus. Professor Rosier replied without hesitation. I already answered this question for you 2 days ago. All right. The poor teacher of magical creatures reluctantly nodded, looking disheartened. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the door, and Madame Pomfrey quickly went to investigate. A minute later, she returned. It's Professor Trokar, she addressed Professor Rosier. He heard that a student had been attacked and wanted to come and see what happened. But you previously mentioned that unless you give permission, no one can enter this ward. A Nigerian Naira Beta. Send him back. This matter has nothing to do with him. Professor Rosier's voice remained extremely cold. The night hasn't fully fallen yet. All right. Though she didn't comprehend the significance behind the vice principal's final words, Madame Pomfrey nodded. Professor Rosier cast one last glance at Slughorn and said, in a male dormitory, there are typically 5 students. So, what about the 5th one? His name is Matthew Wickfield, and he was not there at the time of the incident. Professor Slughorn replied. Call him over, I have something to ask him. Mrs. Rosier said bluntly, and then she added, in addition, tell me all the situation at the time of the incident, all the details. Yes, ma'am. Professor Slughorn replied instantly. What happened? Matthew asked Miss Gemma, who suddenly dragged him out of the library by force. Draco Malfoy, your roommate, is dying now, Miss Gemma explained. There are also Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, and Theodore Knott. They have all become hysteric and delusional. You are the only one left who is still sane. Professor Slughorn asked me to bring you to his room because he got some questions for you, Miss Gemma said with a concerned expression. How would I know when I spent my time in here? Matthew replied with a confused expression. A few minutes later, Matthew comes to a realization. Could it be? Matthew thought to himself. Matthew's mind suddenly felt dizzy when he pictured the mysterious book once again. It can't be. Matthew's heart sank when he realized the key that locks his suitcase was nowhere to be found inside his pocket. What if the professors found the book first? I have the right to refuse any connection with that book. It's not mine, and it just keeps following me everywhere, Matthew thought to himself while his head was racing with lots of scenarios. Matthew arrived at Professor Slughorn's office. This is not Matthew's first time here. But this time, Professor Slughorn is not the only professor in this office. There is also the vice principal, Professor Vinda Rosier. Professor Slughorn, Professor Rosier, Matthew greeted them with a confused expression. How may I help you? Professor Slughorn was about to open his mouth when he glanced at Professor Rosier's expression. He suddenly closed his mouth again. Mr. Wickfield. Professor Rosier asked coldly, where are you at 3:40 this afternoon? I was at the library, Professor. Matthew replied instantly. Can anyone testify to that, Mr. Wickfield? Professor Rosier squinted her eyes, glaring at Matthew. Mrs. Pants, the librarian, and Hermione Granger of Ravenclaw could testify to that, Professor. Matthew replied. What were you doing in the library, Mr. Wickfield? Professor Rosier asked once again. I'm looking up information about vampires to complete my essay for the defense against the dark arts class, Professor. Matthew replied without any doubt in his answer. Then I shall know the truth behind your words the next Monday, Mr. Wickfield. Professor Rosier lowered her head and then picked up the quill on the desk. Suddenly, she started writing something on the paper. The whole place suddenly went dead silent for a moment. Professor Slughorn glanced at Matthew, then at Professor Rosier afterward with a nervous expression. I think you already know what happened to your roommate, Mr. Wickfield. Professor Slughorn, still wearing the same expression talking to Matthew. It's just a time like this. Before finishing his sentence, Professor Rosier cut him off. When Draco Malfoy was found, he was lying by the side of your suitcase with 200 galleons in his hand. Did you ask for something from Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Wickfield? Professor Rosier asked Matthew with the same cold tone again. No, Professor. Matthew shook his head. Then the situation must be as follows. Mr. Malfoy opened your suitcase without your permission to secretly put the 200 galleons inside, and then he wants to report to the professors that he had lost a sum of money, which makes you the thief with his planted evidence, Professor Rosier explained. Matthew's eyes widened, and his pupil shrank. He didn't expect Malfoy would stoop this low. If he succeeded in doing so, Matthew would be in big trouble. Have you ever had any problem with Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Wickfield? Professor Rosier asked. Yes, Professor. Because I am a muggle-born wizard, Malfoy tried to humiliate me using the forbidden words. Professor Grindelwald punished him soon after. Matthew nodded with a concerned expression. It explains everything then, Professor Rosier nods. What puzzles me now would be his current condition. Mr. Malfoy is still unconscious, and the 3 other boys are in delirium. Rest assured, Professor Slughorn will be responsible for strengthening the protection of the Slytherin common room, and we will not let any incident happen again. Professor Rosier put down the quill on her hand. You can leave now, Mr. Wickfield. Thank you for your time. Then excuse me, Professor. Matthew stood up, bowed to the professors, and left the office. Professor Rosier and Professor Slughorn were the ones left in the office. It got nothing to do with Wickfield. Professor Slughorn said, after all, he is a muggle-born There is no way a student like him would come into possession of such magic or items in just a few days at Hogwarts. Professor Slughorn tried to convince Professor Rosier. No, Professor Rosier shook her head. Huh. Professor Slughorn opened his mouth in surprise. There is something strange with how he reacts to it. Professor Rosier replied calmly. He was shocked by this incident. Isn't that normal? What's wrong with that? Professor Slughorn asked curiously. He wasn't happy. Professor Rosier's expression turned furious. Happy. Professor Slughorn was stunned. I don't quite follow. Malfoy insulted him and even tried to paint him as a thief. Yet, Malfoy suffered in the end because of the incident. Now he is on the brink of life and death. Professor Rosier explained. If you were to hear your enemy, someone that wronged you is dying, won't that make you happy? Shouldn't you be gloating? Professor Rosier said slowly. What? Professor Slughorn seems at a loss listening to Professor Rosier's explanation. In fact, when he heard Malfoy was dying, there was no joy in his eyes, he was shocked by it. Professor Rosier continued, it's as if the one bothering him was not the act of Malfoy's fad. In other words, the one behind this incident would be Matthew Wickfield. Professor Slughorn asked rhetorically. Professor Rosier looked at him in disbelief. If he was behind the incident, shouldn't he look a bit more pleased after knowing he succeeded? Professor Slughorn was lost for words. Professor Rosier again lowered her head and continued recording something on the paper. Maybe I should have a talk with Wickfield, Professor Slughorn murmured. Horace. Professor Rosier put down her quill. Each student has their secrets, as long as they don't threaten the equilibrium of Hogwarts and the wizarding world. She said, the only thing we don't allow here is the usage of dark arts and dangerous potions. I hope you don't forget that. Professor Rosier continues slowly with an indifferent tone. Almost shocked by Professor Rosier's abrupt change of tones, Professor Slughorn nodded quickly. The vice principal, Professor Rosier, finally finished writing her paper. Just as Professor Slughorn was about to see her outside the room, a bunch of footsteps could be heard coming from outside. Horace, my son, what happened? A panicking voice came from the outside. Then the door suddenly opened, and the man outside broke in. He stands there, petrified by the sight of Hogwarts Vice Principal Ms. Vinda Rosier. Lucius Malfoy. Professor Rosier raged as she saw the uninvited guest. Who gives you permission to enter Hogwarts? She asked with a harsh tone. I am, Lucius Malfoy stammered. I'm a member of the Hogwarts Boards of Governors. He tried to finish his sentence. According to the rules and regulations of Hogwarts, anyone besides the teachers and students needs to get written permission to enter Hogwarts. Professor Rosier raised her voice. She slowly moves toward Lucius Malfoy, but Lucius can only be seen backing away slowly, terrified by her tone and expression. Horace. Professor Rosier called Professor Slughorn by his name, which sent a shiver down his spine. You tell me, do the members of Hogwarts Boards of Governors belong to the teachers and students of Hogwarts? She asked furiously as if she had murderous intent behind each of her words. Mr. Malfoy, Professor Slughorn stammered. Tell me, Horace, are the members of Hogwarts Boards of Governors belong to the teachers and students of Hogwarts? Professor Rosier asked again, glaring at him. Professor Slughorn took a deep breath and then replied, no. Then I am afraid you must leave, Mr. Malfoy. Professor Rosier said with a smile. With how rarely she smiles, her beautiful face looks even more charming. I only heard that my son had an accident, Lucius Malfoy said in a low voice. Don't you think we don't know about it, Mr. Malfoy? Professor Rosier slowly closed in on Lucius Malfoy once again, driving him to the wall. Maybe the one that almost killed your son was the magical item with a mysterious origin that you asked him to bring inside Hogwarts with or without him knowing it. Professor Rosier continued. She then turned around, stretched her left hand, and snapped her fingers. 2 house elves appeared out of thin air and bowed to her. Please do Mr. Malfoy a little favor and get him out of Hogwarts. Professor Rosier ordered coldly. Understood. The 2 house elves nodded and then rushed over to Lucius, with each of them hugging his legs. I just want to see my son. Madam, please, Lucius Malfoy begged. You will have this chance, but not today. Professor Rosier replied without even looking at him. Professor Rosier, Slughorn raised his head timidly. Horace, I'm not forbidding you to make friends. Professor Rosier squinted her eyes, looking at Professor Slughorn, but you need to pay attention to the kind of friends you make. She snapped at Professor Slughorn. I don't want to see this kind of thing happens again next time. Professor Rosier continued. I understand, madam. Professor Slughorn nodded quickly. After hesitating for a moment, he asked again, should I notify the headmaster of this incident? It is not necessary, Horace. Professor Rosier shook her head. The headmaster is a busy man to be trifled with such things. Matthew Wickfield was taken aback by the current turn of events. He had spent a long time at the library, only to return to his dormitory and find his roommates in a state of chaos. 4 of them were injured, with 1 on the verge of death and 3 driven to madness. Under normal circumstances, Matthew might have felt sympathy for them. However, since he learned from Professor Rosier that these 4 individuals got into an incident just as they were about to open Matthew's suitcase and then falsely accused him of stealing, any trace of compassion had vanished from his heart. The only thing remaining was a lingering sense of bewilderment. But there were more pressing matters at hand. The mysterious book had vanished. Matthew diligently searched the bedroom, checking the bookshelf, under the bed, and inside the suitcase. Yet, there was no trace of it whatsoever. It was hardly surprising considering the accident that had occurred. Professor Slughorn, the head of Slytherin, would undoubtedly conduct a thorough search of the dormitory area. If the book were still there, it would surely be found. At least for now, Matthew didn't have to think about the book because it had rid of itself. What is this? What did that book do? Are they gonna suffer the same fate as the toad? Matthew muttered to himself. He felt as if he had narrowly escaped a disastrous fate. Alone in the vacant dormitory, Matthew's mood lifted considerably. He even found himself humming a small tune while working on his vampire essay. Even the sound of the waves outside the window seemed to have lightened. Monday arrived. As Matthew entered the auditorium and handed over his course papers from the previous week to Slytherin's prefect, Miss Gemma, he was instantly surrounded by numerous senior students. Clearly, news had spread about the attack that had taken place in the male dormitory, resulting in injuries to 4 students. Such a significant event during the first week of school was bound to attract attention. Consequently, Matthew was met with an unprecedented level of attention. Being the only survivor in the boys' dormitory, he became the center of curiosity. Although he disliked the feeling, he had to repeatedly explain to the senior classmates from various houses that he did not understand what had transpired. Sorry, I don't know. I can't explain, he repeats himself. However, the students seemed to come and go in an unending stream, leaving him only when he finished his breakfast and hurried to the Transfiguration classroom. Unsurprisingly, the classroom door was securely locked, as there were still about 45 minutes before class began. Matthew lightly knocked on the door, but there was no response. He tried again with more force, calling out, "Professor Trokar, are you there?" He waited patiently for a minute or two, and finally, the door of the Transfiguration classroom opened. Matthew's gaze fell upon Professor Trokar, who appeared pale and worn. Wickfield. Professor Trokar's expression displayed a hint of nervousness, and he pressed his lips together as he spoke. After opening the door, he turned around, keeping his back to Matthew, and lowered his head slightly as if wiping his mouth. "You came early today. I apologize for not hearing your knock on the door. I was engrossed in reading your paper on transfiguring matches into needles." Matthew sighed and surveyed the Transfiguration classroom calmly. He noticed a few drops of fresh blood on the marble floor near the podium, accompanied by some chicken feathers scattered around the bloodstain. He averted his gaze and took a seat, taking out his copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration and his wand from his bag. While Matthew focused on his book, Professor Trokar tidied up the classroom to some extent, making it appear cleaner than before. "Yes, I heard about what happened in your dormitory," Professor Trokar began, taking a seat beside Matthew. Despite his tired demeanor, he wore a faint smile. Matthew glanced up from his book and shrugged. "Yeah, everyone in the auditorium was eager to know the details, but I truly have no idea what happened." "Curiosity is a common trait among young people," Professor Trokar remarked, his smile widening. "Rest assured, Professor Rosier is deeply invested in the study of dark arts, and she will make sure such incidents don't recur." The two engaged in a conversation about various transfiguration-related topics. Matthew shared his confusion and doubts about the material he had reviewed over the weekend while Professor Trokar patiently explained and clarified each point. Nearly 15 minutes passed, and just as their discussion reached a halt, the Transfiguration classroom door creaked open again. Agnes Lestrange stood there watching them. She was surprised to see Matthew and Professor Trokar conversing. "I need to prepare for the next class," Professor Trokar announced calmly, standing up from his seat. He then went to the dark room behind the podium, closing the door behind him. Agnes approached Matthew, her tone tinged with incredulity. "Wickfield, you were alone with Professor Trokar." Matthew blinked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, what's the matter?" Agnes' voice lowered, and a hint of frustration laced her words. "How dare you, after Professor Rosier's class last Friday, don't you understand?" Confused, Matthew raised his hand to cut her off before she continued rambling. "Miss Lestrange, if you want an explanation for how I transfigured the matches into needles last week, I believe I can provide one now." He spoke slowly, his words hanging in the air, inviting Agnes to seek her desired answers. That the Transfiguration class proved to be more profound than before, as Professor Trokar delved into the intricacies of transforming a needle back into a match. It was a challenging task, especially to ensure the match remained intact and could be lit again. Matthew, like many others, faced repeated failures in his attempts. Sometimes the match would be half needle, and other times it wouldn't light at all. Patrolling the classroom, Professor Trokar addressed the class with a severe tone. "If you fail to restore the deformed object, it means there was an error in the initial transfiguration," he explained. "Often, invisible to the naked eye but deadly nonetheless. Remember, if this small error can cause the loss of a match, imagine the consequences if it were a valuable item, an animal, or even a friend. You would lose them forever." The professor paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. "Before attempting a transfiguration, remember, be cautious and decisive. If you are only 99% sure, abandon the transfiguration. But if you can be 100% sure, then proceed without hesitation." Just before the class concluded, Matthew finally succeeded. With a gentle wave of his wand, he transformed the needle back into a match and effortlessly lit it. The glowing flames illuminated his face, earning him a complimenting gesture from Professor Trokar. Now, there was another assignment to complete, a foot-long paper that every student, Matthew is no exception, After the Transfiguration class, Matthew was immediately bombarded with questions during breakfast. Several Slytherin girls, including Pansy Parkinson, Millicent Bulstrode, Daphne Greengrass, and Tracy Davis, surrounded him, seeking answers. What happened in your bedroom? Is it true that it was a powerful dark arts item? How is Draco now? Matthew could only respond with the same answer again. I'm sorry. I'm as confused as you are. I don't know. Amid the chaos, a minor incident occurred as they exited the classroom. Gryffindor student Harry Evans carelessly collided with Matthew, causing a commotion. Before Matthew could apologize, Harry hastily got up and ran away, disappearing from sight. Seeking respite from the continuous disturbances, Matthew hurriedly had lunch in the auditorium and sought solace in the library. Mrs. Panst's presence ensured a peaceful atmosphere, free from disturbances. Finally, he found a moment of tranquility in the library, sighing at the thought that this peaceful respite might only last until he walked out of this place. On Monday afternoon, it was time for the History of Magic class. Matthew arrived shortly before it began and settled in an inconspicuous corner. The class, comprising all first-year students from the 4 houses, gathered in the spacious classroom. Professor Bathilda Bagshot entered, assisted by 2 house elves. Please turn your books to page 11 of History of Magic. Professor Bagshot's hoarse voice resonated in the room. The entire class fell silent in anticipation. In today's lesson, we will discuss the 2 famous wizards from British history, Merlin and Morgana. Professor Bagshot began. Merlin needs no introduction, he is perhaps the most renowned wizard in British history. The prestigious Merlin Medal was established to honor his name. Merlin's connection to Hogwarts is notable as well. When he was 600 years old, he disguised himself as a child and attended the newly founded Hogwarts. The Sorting Hat assigned him to Slytherin, although his stay in the house was brief, lasting less than an hour. Professor Bagshot explained. Merlin wasn't a pure-blood wizard, his mother was a witch, and his father was an ancient magical creature known as an incubus. However, the incubus species is now extinct. Nonetheless, Merlin lived far longer than the average wizard due to his half-incubus lineage and the use of elixirs to extend his lifespan. In the Goblin Rebellion in the 18th century, Merlin met his demise. Cursed to protect both wizards and muggle folk, he departed from the world, leaving behind a lasting legacy. Professor Bagshot elaborated. When we speak of Merlin's achievements, we must also mention his formidable adversary, the Dark Witch Morgana. Muggles referred to her as Morgana le Fay, and she was the half-sister of King Arthur during the 6th century. Morgana ruled over the mystical island of Avalon. Similar to Merlin, Morgana possessed the bloodline of the incubus, which initially made them evenly matched. However, Merlin ultimately emerged victorious in their epic duel. Defeating the Dark Witch, he propelled the British magical world into a new era. Professor Bagshot explains with a serious tone and expression on her face, leaving the students curious about what words would be coming out of her mouth next. Professor Bathilda Bagshot had just concluded her lecture, but as she paused to take a sip of water, a hand shot up in the air. You are? Professor asked the student that raised her hand. Granger, Hermione Granger, Professor, who politely requested permission to ask. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but do you know what an elixir of life is? She questioned the professor. Curiosity spread among the students, and whispers filled the classroom. Professor Bagshot, known for her kindness, was not angered by the interruption. Instead, she responded in a gentle tone, my class is the history of magic, and what I am studying is historical events. Of course, if you are interested in elixir. The students eagerly expressed their desire to learn more about it. Yes, Professor. Please tell us about the elixir of life. We are interested. Professor Bagshot raised her hand, calming the impatient and immature voices of the students, promising to fulfill their request. The room fell silent once again as all eyes focused on Professor Bagshot before them. Let's start with the magic stone, Professor Bagshot began, which some wizards refer to as the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone was a legendary alchemical substance with magical properties. This ruby-red stone could be used to create the elixir of life, which made the drinker immortal, as well as transform any metal into pure gold. Professor Bagshot explained. Of course, even the elixir of life has its limit for us mortals. At most, even if we keep drinking the elixir of life, we would live up to 700 or 800 years. She continued. The problem that most wizards underestimate is probably the blood of incubus, which flows inside Merlin's body. That would be another secret as to why he lived up to 1,200 years before dying at the Goblins' Rebellion. Professor Bagshot explained with a grim expression. After finishing her explanation, she lowered her head to take a sip from her drink. She raised her head only to discover another student had raised his hand. You are? Professor Bagshot asked the student. Neville Longbottom, Professor. Neville answered the professor while standing from his seat. Before Sir Merlin died, did he pass the Philosopher's Stone to someone else, Professor? He asked. No, Mr. Longbottom. She shook her head. It was said that the Philosopher's Stone was not among the things he inherits. Rumors on the wind said before he passed away, he used all of the stone's power. Professor Bagshot explained. After that, another student asked a question, but without asking for permission. So, how can I get the Philosopher's Stone? The class laughed upon seeing his act. And you are? Professor Bagshot asked with a puzzled expression, glaring at the student. Weasley, Ronald Weasley, Professor. The ginger-haired boy answered. Okay, Mr. Weasley, I suggest you raise your hand before asking a question, Professor Bagshot said with a calm demeanor. The way of creating the Philosopher's Stone was lost 6 centuries ago. Although there are many rumors about it coming up occasionally, there is only one Philosopher's Stone left. Professor Bagshot intentionally left her story at a hanger, making the students eagerly guess what she would say next. Yes, it's in Hogwarts, she exclaimed, leaving the students astounded and in disbelief over the shocking revelation. No way, you must be kidding, Professor. Really? That's true? The only Philosopher's Stone present was made in the 14th century, made by a famous alchemist named Nicholas Flamel. It was after some time before it finally reached our Headmaster Grindelwald's hand. Professor Bagshot continued answering the students' curiosity. Doesn't that Ronald Weasley spoke before he raised his hand first? Go ahead, Mr. Weasley. Professor Bagshot encouraged him. Doesn't that mean Professor Grindelwald could live for 700 or 800 years? Ronald Weasley finished his question. Life is not that simple, Mr. Weasley, Professor Bagshot replied while her calm demeanor changed into a more serious one. The cost of immortality comes at a cost. One simply can't enjoy life the way they are meant to be lived. The regrets of not living a fulfilling life, the responsibility of helping others, and such. It will haunt you as you grow older. The Grindelwald that I know won't be able to live his life that way. The discussion of the elixir and the Philosopher's Stone served as a captivating episode within the History of Magic class. Professor Bagshot soon transitioned to the historic duel between Merlin and Morgana on Avalon Island, which made the students at the end of their seats. However, even after the class ended, some students couldn't help but ponder the possibilities the Philosopher's Stone held. As Matthew walked by Ron Weasley, he overheard him muttering about the Philosopher's Stone. If I had my hands on the Philosopher's Stone, I would use it to make a lot of galleons and then buy myself a house in Diagon Alley. Concerned about potential trouble, Matthew quickly left the classroom, hoping to avoid further disturbances and continue his day. The dinner turned out much better than Matthew anticipated. One of the involved parties, Theodore Knott, had returned from the school hospital, taking the spotlight away from Matthew. His injuries were less severe than the others, so he only spent a night in the hospital before gradually recovering. Although he had no recollection of what happened during the attack, Madame Pomfrey deemed his condition stable enough to be discharged. Similar to Matthew's previous experience, other students approached Knott to inquire about the incident. Knott seemed to revel in the attention and enthusiastically shared his vague account of the events. Unfortunately, the situation for the other 3 was not as promising. Crabbe and Goyle would remain in the school hospital for 2 weeks, and Draco Malfoy was expected to spend Halloween there. Professor Rozier had sought the assistance of a skilled magician in dark arts to expedite Malfoy's recovery. Despite this, Matthew was satisfied with the outcome since he no longer had to be bombarded with questions during and after mealtimes. The Hogwarts dinner consisted of a relatively simple fare: Welsh lamb, baked potatoes, and boiled carrots. This classic combination has remained popular for centuries. Matthew had a spoonful of the creamy mushroom soup but found it peculiar. He decided to skip dinner. Returning to the Slytherin common room, Matthew gently touched the giant snake's head on the door and murmured, "Pure blood is thicker than Muggle's blood." The room was filled with students sitting on plush armchairs. Just as Matthew was about to head back to the boys' dorm, someone called his name. Wickfield. It was Pansy Parkinson, a fellow student in the same year. She hurriedly approached Matthew and handed him a piece of parchment. "I've been looking for you since noon. This is your after-school practice schedule," she said. Confused, Matthew accepted the parchment and asked for an explanation. "After-school practice? Can you please explain? This is a new course starting from the 2nd week. It will be conducted every Saturday, once every 2 weeks. Parkinson impatiently clarified. "Is it a flying lesson? Perhaps Quidditch?" When Matthew suggested it might be flying lessons, Parkinson seemed bewildered by the idea. "Quidditch as a formal lesson? Are you out of your mind, Wickfield?" she replied with a puzzled expression. "So, what does this after-school practice mean then?" Matthew smiled awkwardly. "I have already said it's a new class. It's held once every 2 weeks on Saturday," she exasperatedly replied. "We will be grouped with the other students from the other houses as well, that's it. Stop asking, I still need to get my dinner." Parkinson replied with an annoyed expression. "Please pass this to the others in your room as well. I can only tell you because they are still in the hospital," she said before taking her leave. Matthew stood there, bewildered, with the blank parchment in his hand. He scrutinized it but found no clues. Realizing he needed more information, he sought the perfect Gemma Farley, which had been helpful ever since coming to Hogwarts. However, Agnes Lestrange entered the common room before he could act on his plan. After a moment of hesitation, Matthew approached her. "Miss Lestrange," he called out. Agnes paused and looked at Matthew suspiciously before responding. "What do you want?" "I'm sorry for bothering you," Matthew said. "I wanted to inquire about the after-school practice." So, Agnes' speech gradually slowed down. After-school practice is a new class at Hogwarts for the first-year students that started 50 years ago, replacing the broom flight class. Oh. Matthew realized there was a reason for Parkinson's exasperation. It was because she lacked knowledge about this class. Grouped with the different houses, the students are divided into 2 groups. The male and the female students, then they will follow different professors with their lessons accordingly on Saturday. Depending on the professor, it might take a day, half a day, an hour, or even half an hour, she explained calmly. Matthew further inquire her, to be specific, what are we doing in this class? It won't be particularly difficult, Agnes replied. For example, if you're assigned to Professor Sprout's group, she might have you pick some mushrooms. If it's Professor Slughorn's group, you'll likely be working with medicinal materials. And, of course, if you end up in Mr. Pringle's group, there's a high probability you'll spend the day cleaning the castle. Matthew couldn't resist making a jest. Is there a chance we'll help him look after Mr. Donald or clean his lice? Agnes replied quickly without even cracking a smile, perhaps. Curiosity piqued, Matthew continued his questioning. How do we find out which group we're assigned to? Agnes pointed to the parchment in his hand. Every Friday, it will be updated with the professor's name, location, and the main activities. Each practice session will have a different professor and content. Thank you, Miss Lestrange. Matthew expressed his gratitude sincerely. You're welcome, Agnes replied, turning to leave. With the parchment in hand, Matthew returned to the empty bedroom, eager to uncover the mystery. He opened his History of Magic textbook and reviewed the lessons about Merlin and Morgana that Professor Bagshot had covered in the previous class. Afterward, he turned to the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 book, and reviewed the content related to the hovering spell, which they were scheduled to learn in tomorrow's spell class. Time seemed to slip away with each passing minute and second. Almost an hour later, the bedroom door suddenly swung open, and Theodore Nott entered, humming a small tune. Matthew looked up, and the two boys awkwardly locked eyes. Hello, Matthew greeted enthusiastically. Theodore was taken aback for a moment but eventually nodded in acknowledgement. Professor Rosier had given Matthew a description of what had transpired in the bedroom the previous afternoon. However, it was only speculation, and Matthew was keen to hear Theodore Nott's account. Closing the textbooks in front of him, Matthew approached Nott. Hey, Nott, he asked with excitement. Can you fill me in on what happened here yesterday afternoon? I've been left in the dark so far. The presence of an eager listener reignited Theodore's interest, although he still carried a tinge of fear from the previous day's events. Nevertheless, he was happy to share his story in vivid detail. I was writing my transfiguration essay, and Draco, Vincent, and Gregory suddenly gathered near your bed, looking quite bewildered. Theodore Nott began with a loud voice. I wasn't concerned with them because I was preoccupied with figuring out the relationship between a match and a needle. But suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the bedroom door swung open, revealing a terrifying figure. It was like a skeletal being, incredibly eerie. As he spoke, the narrative took on a peculiar direction. Draco screamed and was knocked down by this figure. Vincent and Gregory attempted to attack, but they were swiftly subdued as well. Soon, only consciousness remained in the room. Wickfield, you can only imagine the scene. Theodore Nott grew increasingly animated as he continued. Matthew understood that Nott's memory likely extended only as far as when Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle surrounded his suitcase. Everything beyond that was Theodore's own embellishment of the adventure. However, Nott carried on with his tale. I remained remarkably calm throughout the ordeal, even when the Dark Wizard turned his attention towards me. I found myself directly beneath his legs and made a split-second decision. With a swift movement, I conjured a sliding shovel beneath him, narrowly avoiding his spell, which grazed my scalp and struck my favorite vase with a resounding crash. My fondness for that vase cannot be overstated, Theodore continued, so when it shattered, anger surged within me. Wizard's temperament varies greatly, Matthew interjected, intrigued by his friend's storytelling. And what did you do next? Theodore nodded eagerly, appreciating the interest. Then, his voice grew hoarse and hesitant. What's the matter? Matthew noticed Theodore's sudden change in demeanor. Then, it's still here. Theodore Nott exclaimed, his body trembling. What are you talking about? Matthew stood up abruptly, his expression shifting. It's still here, it never left, Nott muttered, seemingly replying to Matthew while also speaking to himself. Relax, Nott. Matthew spoke firmly, attempting to calm the distressed boy. It never left, never left. Theodore Nott's trembling escalated, and his voice faded. It won't leave. Theodore. Matthew approached him cautiously. Matthew's face contorted into a look of concern as he observed Theodore's fragile state. Sensing that Nott could easily lose control, he contemplated calling for help from outside the room. Suddenly, Theodore turned around abruptly, eyes locked onto Matthew's gaze. At that moment, he let out an ear-piercing scream as if confronted with an indescribable monster. A.S. Overwhelmed by fear and confusion, the 11-year-old boy collapsed, losing consciousness. A quarter of an hour later, inside the school hospital, several Slytherin students, including Matthew Wickfield, gathered around Theodore's bedside. Madame Pomfret, the Hogwarts matron, meticulously examined the unconscious boy before shaking her head in frustration. It's just a minor episode, nothing more, Madame Pomfret grumbled. Did anyone ask him or remind him about the incident? The students looked at each other, afraid of telling Mrs. Pomfret the truth. A student finally talked. It was Miss Gemma Farley, the Slytherin's perfect. Since Nott left the hospital yesterday, he has been telling the other students about what happened. This idiot, I told him to try not to remember anything about the incident once he got discharged. Madame Pomfret shook her head with a palm on her face. I is not okay. Matthew couldn't help but ask slowly. He will be okay. It's just I won't let him out of his bed till the next week. Madame Pomfret replied with a hint of anger in her tone. Even though it feels like Madame Pomfret is mad, you can feel her compassion with how she takes care of Theodore Nott and how she replies to the students. Now off you go, hurry. The patients need to rest. Madame Pomfrey ushered the students to the exit. Theodore Knott's second hospitalization didn't create much commotion at Hogwarts. On the one hand, students from other houses remained unaware of the incident. On the other hand, Slytherin students who knew about it accepted Madame Pomfrey's explanation that Knott's accident resulted from his failure to follow the doctor's advice. Over time, the impact of the previous attack gradually waned, and Hogwarts returned to its peaceful state. Life continued as usual, except that the Slytherin boys' dormitory once again belonged to Matthew Wickfield alone, which was a welcome change. However, Matthew couldn't forget Knott's words before he fainted. It's still here. He deduced that the book must still be in his bedroom. Despite his thorough search, the book remained elusive. Days passed, and the book showed no sign of reappearing. It seemed to have vanished from his life completely. Nevertheless, Matthew chose not to let it intimidate him and faced his new life calmly. The second week of classes proceeded smoothly. In herbology, Professor Sprout led them into the greenhouse, although it housed only the least dangerous and rare plants. The initial excitement of the students waned when they found nothing but various mushrooms inside. Observing their lack of enthusiasm, Professor Sprout earnestly addressed them. When encountering a strange plant, the ability to judge whether it poses a threat is crucial. Familiarizing yourselves with different mushrooms, you will build a solid foundation for future plant assessments. Mushrooms are the most obvious examples. As long as you don't consume them, they won't harm you. She then promised to introduce more magical plants, their habits, and appearances in the coming semesters, eventually leading them to the third greenhouse, where they would encounter dangerous magical plants. This increased the enthusiasm of the students in herbology. In the spell class, they focused on the hovering charm. While not a simple spell, Matthew quickly mastered it and became the second student, right after Ravenclaw's Hermione Granger, to successfully complete it. However, Matthew realized that the hovering charm alone couldn't send an adult wizard into the sky after performing the sliding shovel maneuver. It lacked the necessary power, requiring a more advanced levitation charm to achieve such a feat. During the second potions class, Professor Slughorn praised Matthew multiple times and highly evaluated the swelling solution prepared by Matthew Wickfield and Neville Longbottom. Alpha OES. Although Matthew believed Neville made a more significant contribution, he suspected Draco Malfoy's absence due to the incident might influence Professor Slughorn's attitude. In contrast, Harry Evans continued to perform poorly, making numerous mistakes and receiving direct criticism from Professor Slughorn as a typical example. After class, Harry leaves the potions classroom in shame, leaving his companion Ronald Weasley to clean the cauldron alone. Defense against the dark arts remained extremely strict. Professor Rosier resumed following the textbook list, starting with the first chapter of The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection, the Full Body Bind Curse. They focused on theory rather than practical exercises in class, meticulously noting down the skills and precautions associated with the curse. As class ended, Professor Rosier assigned another lengthy essay. The second week at Hogwarts came to an end. Matthew Wickfield felt increasingly familiar with life at the school, growing accustomed to it and perhaps even developing a fondness for it. Reciting the password, "Pure blood is thicker than Muggle's blood," he entered the Slytherin common room. Soon after, he noticed the new password for the next 2 weeks on the bulletin board, Noble Ambition. He wrote it down in his notebook and entered his bedroom. Matthew realized something strange was happening inside the room. In the dark, on top of his desk, there is a glowing green light. He cautiously goes to his desk, realizing it was the after-school practice parchment. It continued glowing in a green light. When Matthew examined it, he found letters written on the blank parchment. To the Slytherin Boys Group. This Saturday, at 4:30 in the morning, I'll be waiting at the hut by the Forbidden Forest. Don't be late. Professor Sylvanus Kettleben. Matthew Wickfield arose from his bed at 4:15 on Saturday morning. He donned a long-sleeved wizard robe and slipped on his dragon leather gloves before exiting the Slytherin common room. The Hogwarts corridors were devoid of any individuals, and even the inhabitants of the portraits slumbered on their canvas perches. As Matthew's boots tapped against the marble floor, their reverberations seemed to echo through the air. However, just as he was about to make his way through the oak gate of Hogwarts Castle, he froze in his tracks. A large yellow dog, its tongue lolling out, lay half-propped in the castle gate. "That's just perfect," Matthew said to himself. If Mr. Lou believed him to be the kind of student who flouted school rules by engaging in nighttime activities, he would be held up and forced to wait for Mr. Pringle. Even though he had a legitimate reason, Mr. Pringle wouldn't hesitate to reprimand him. And if he lingered here a little longer, he would undoubtedly be late for Professor Kettleburn's class. Matthew glanced at his watch. There were only about 10 minutes left until 4:30. With a forced bravado, he mustered up the courage to pass by Mr. Lou, hoping the ever-observant golden retriever hadn't fully awakened today. As he sidled past, he went almost unnoticed by Mr. Lou. Matthew breathed a sigh of relief, gently pushed open the oak door that was slightly opened, and stepped outside into the fresh morning air. Leaving the castle behind, Matthew traversed the grounds and headed toward the Forbidden Forest. The sky was still chilly and bright, but fortunately, Matthew was dressed warmly enough. The night was gradually fading away, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, enveloped in silence as the dawn began to break. He reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest swiftly. Suddenly, a piercing shriek rent the air, causing a flock of crows to take flight, cawing loudly as if sensing an impending menace. Soon, Matthew caught sight of a cottage in his vicinity. The name Sylvanus Ketlaban was scrawled haphazardly on the wooden abode door. This was the current dwelling of the professor responsible for care for magical creatures classes at Hogwarts, the guardian of the hunting grounds, and the keeper of the Forbidden Forest. According to the original narrative, this dwelling belonged to Rubeus Hagrid. But Hagrid, the kind-hearted half-giant, was no longer a castle resident. Where could he have gone? Lost in his thoughts, Matthew finally knocked on the door. With a creaking sound, the door swung open of its own accord. A cluster of dark shadows darted out, nearly startling Matthew. These shadows brushed against his left wrist, and he suddenly realized that his wristwatch had vanished instantly. "Don't be a thief." Professor Kettleburn's angry voice echoed from within the cottage. Gradually, the group of dark shadows returned to Matthew, and he could discern their true form. They were peculiar creatures cloaked in black fur with elongated snouts. "Return it to its rightful owner." Professor Kettleben bellowed once more. Reluctantly, one of the little dark creatures fished out the missing watch from beneath its fur and handed it back to Matthew. It was the same watch that had adorned Matthew's wrist moments ago. As Matthew reclaimed his watch, Professor Kettleburn's voice resounded again. "This little one has a habit of pilfering shiny objects. I've tried my best to train it otherwise, but it seems to have yielded unsatisfactory results." Professor Kettleben remarked. "Our Nigerian Naira OES." Matthew glanced at the professor, who was still lying in bed, and replied, "My name is Matthew Wickfield, Professor." To be frank, the appearance of the professor responsible for the care of magical creatures classes was somewhat unsettling. His prosthetic limbs, 3 in total, lay on his bed, giving him a rather grotesque resemblance to an animal. The only remaining hand clutched a wand tightly. "Are you the only Slytherin boy present?" Professor Kettleben inquired while using his wand to guide the prosthetics into place on his body. "Yes, Professor," Matthew explained. "Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and Knott couldn't join us for this after-school practice due to the incident." Professor Kettleben nodded, evidently aware of the recent attack, and after securing his prosthetics, he began to dress. Seizing the opportunity, Matthew took a moment to observe his surroundings within the cabin. The ceiling was adorned with countless hams and pheasants while flames crackled in the fireplace, casting flickering shadows on the iron pot simmering with various ingredients. Adjacent to the fire, a thatched nest held several eggs of different sizes. Such peculiarities filled the cabin, making Matthew wonder if this was the standard eccentricity exhibited by wizards who had a fondness for magical creatures. "I assume you haven't had breakfast yet, Matthew Wickfield?" Professor Kettleben asked, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "Then, have a taste of my rock cakes." He gestured for Matthew to sit at a round table, upon which sat a delicate teapot. As Matthew gazed at it intently, the teapot suddenly began to tremble vigorously, which startled him. Simultaneously, a plate of rock cakes filled with raisins floated before Matthew. Were these the infamous Hogwarts delicacies, Hagrid's tooth-breaking rock cakes? Curiosity piqued, and Matthew took a small bite. To his surprise, they were slightly crunchy and surprisingly palatable, unlike the tooth-cracking reputation they carried. Indeed, the problem lies with Hagrid himself, not the rock cakes. As he continued enjoying his breakfast, Matthew inquired, "Professor, could you enlighten me about today's after-school practice?" "A nest of vampires has appeared in the Forbidden Forest, attacking innocent creatures," Professor Kettleben responded, his mouth stuffed with rock cakes. "After receiving Professor Rosier's approval, I will locate their lair, and you will assist me." Noting Matthew's slightly alarmed expression, Professor Kettleben reassured him, "Fear not, I am intimately familiar with the Forbidden Forest, almost as much as I am with my own wife, though that's merely a figure of speech." He added, "Because I don't actually have a wife." Matthew was bewildered by how Professor Kettleben finished the sentence with his uncanny laugh. Matthew never imagined that he would find himself venturing into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, experiencing it in only the second week of school. Despite being accompanied by a teacher, Professor Kettleben didn't seem much more reliable than Hagrid. "You seem well prepared," commented Professor Kettleben, eyeing Matthew's long-sleeved wizard robe, leather boots, and dragon leather gloves. "Very wise. I recall a Ravenclaw girl who wore a short skirt to an after-school practice last semester. Merlin's beard," she cried for nearly half an hour afterward. The professor chuckled. Professor Kettleben, Matthew softly inquired, "What exactly is a vampire?" "A vicious and magical creature," Professor Kettleben responded. "About the size of a fox, light gray with a tinge of blue, egg-sized eyes, long fangs, and spines running along their head and back. They sneak up on domestic and small animals, sucking their blood. Although, in reality, vampires are rather weak magical creatures. They rarely attack muggles or wizards. But these pests in the Forbidden Forest killed a whole brood of my chickens and attacked the rabbits I released 3 weeks ago. It's an unforgivable offense." The professor explained with a hint of annoyance on his face. Chickens, rabbits, Matthew thought to himself. These vampires sound pretty weak. It seems there might not be much danger on this expedition. "Take this." Professor Kettleben suddenly handed Matthew a delicate teapot. "What's this?" Matthew was taken aback. It was the same teapot he had seen on the round table earlier. As Matthew took hold of the teapot, he felt it was surprisingly heavy, as if something alive resided within it. "If you are in danger, smash this teapot, the little creature inside will protect you," Professor Kettleben explained. "Now, Wickfield, let's go." Matthew glanced at the teapot skeptically. It didn't seem very reliable. The sky had yet to brighten fully, and Professor Kettleban carried a lantern as they entered the Forbidden Forest. He led the way, with Matthew following closely behind, until they reached the forest's edge. From there, they ventured into a narrow path hidden deep within the dark woods. The Forbidden Forest was eerie and silent, with the sound of flowing water in the distance indicating the presence of a nearby stream. Every so often, Professor Kettleban would break the silence with his whistling. Since entering the Forbidden Forest, Professor Kettleban had been whistling in a rather tuneless and unattractive manner. Unfortunately, Matthew couldn't cover his ears because he was still holding the teapot. After enduring the whistling for nearly 5 minutes, meow, a cat's cry echoed from up ahead. "Ah, little Tom, you've finally come." Professor Kettleban stopped whistling, crouching down to greet the cat affectionately. Emerging from the bushes was not an ordinary cat but a feline-like creature a bit larger than a typical domestic cat, with various spots on its fur, large ears, and sharp teeth. It resembled a small tiger to some extent. "Come on, Tom." Professor Kettleban produced a ham seemingly out of thin air and threw it to the cat. Tom sniffed the ham, grabbed it with his mouth, and swaggered deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Professor Kettleban motioned for Matthew to follow, explaining, "Tom is a Neasel. He's very clever and familiar with the Forbidden Forest. He'll help us find the nest of the blood vampires." They continued their journey with Tom leading the way, and the path seemed smoother with his guidance. As they walked deeper into the Forbidden Forest, Matthew couldn't help but be captivated by the peculiar flora and fauna surrounding them. Occasionally, morning light rays filtered through the leaves above, casting an alluring glow. Suddenly, Matthew's attention was drawn to a fallen leaf. He could have sworn he saw a faint silver-blue stain resembling blood. He blinked and rubbed his eyes, but the peculiar sight vanished as quickly as it had appeared. "Hurry up, Wickfield. Don't fall behind. Remember, werewolves inhabit the Forbidden Forest," Professor Kettleban urged from the front. Reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the mysterious leaf, Matthew quickened his pace to catch up. As they passed a moss-covered tree stump, Tom abruptly halted, causing Professor Kettleban to stop as well. Something was rustling in the bushes ahead, which seemed large in size and number. Professor Kettleban's earlier jovial demeanor gave way to seriousness. He raised his wand, and with a few swift motions, ropes shot out and snaked into the bushes. A deep, masculine voice bellowed, followed by the sound of someone tumbling out of the undergrowth. After a tense moment, a creature emerged, a centaur. Its upper body sported a mane of black hair and a beard, while its lower half possessed the form of a majestic horse, complete with a long, flowing tail. The centaur, tightly bound by Professor Kettleban's ropes, lay sprawled on the forest floor. Professor Kettleban paid little attention to the captured centaur, and his gaze fixed on the bushes. His voice resonated with authority. "Horses, you have violated the agreement signed with Professor Grindelwald. How dare you stray from your designated habitat?" Matthew noticed Professor Kettleban had transferred his wand from his left hand to his prosthetic right arm. "Damn, wizard." The restrained centaur struggled and roared angrily, "You will pay for your actions one day." "Shut up." Professor Kettleban responded coldly, waving his prosthetic wand arm once again. Another set of ropes shot out, this time binding the centaur's mouth, silencing any further protests. Professor Kettleban's appearance had drastically transformed. Once an amiable professor, he now exuded the aura of a fierce hunter. From the other side of the bushes, approaching hooves could be heard, and another centaur emerged into the clearing. This centaur bore a striking resemblance to the previous one, except for the reddish-brown hue of its hair, beard, and tail. "Release Bane, Kettleban. We harbor no ill intentions upon this visit." The centaur's voice resonated with sadness and depth. "But I must remain vigilant," Professor Kettleban responded, waving his wand. "Professor Grindelwald generously allocated a large portion of land as your habitat for survival and reproduction. Yet, you dare encroach upon wizard territory." "No, this is not a violation," the centaur explained, his voice still tinged with sorrow. "This is a warning." "A warning?" Professor Kettleban sneered. The centaur lifted its head, gazing up at the sky. "Today, Venus shines brightly, ever so bright. I have no interest in playing riddles with you," Professor Kettleban stated disdainfully. "Return to your habitat now, and I can pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I will report it to Professor Grindelwald." Upon hearing Grindelwald's name, the sorrowful centaur shuddered involuntarily. "We usually refrain from using that name," it spoke slowly, its gaze returning to the sky. "Then gather your companions and leave." Professor Kettleban asked the centaurs. Almost simultaneously, a powerful surge of hooves thundered from the other side of the bushes, encircling Professor Kettleban and Matthew at the center. They were all centaurs, numbering at least 20, and many carried bows, arrows, or other weapons. The faces of these centaurs reflected a range of emotions upon sighting the wizard. Some bore expressions of anger, while others displayed a tinge of fear. Even as a seasoned field administrator, Professor Kettleban faced an unexpected predicament with the sudden appearance of so many adult horsemen, and to make matters worse, he had brought along a first-year student. Matthew leaned against Professor Kettleban, his grip tightening on the teapot. He remained calm, ready to smash it at a moment's notice. He had a sense that the situation was dire. He hoped the small creature inside the teapot would prove helpful in a critical moment. "So, you are planning to rebel once again?" Professor Kettleban's voice turned quiet as his eyes scanned each centaur. "We never intended such a thing, Professor Kettleban," a younger voice emerged from behind the bushes. Another centaur stepped forward, its platinum hair shimmering in the light. It approached Professor Ketleben and Matthew, devoid of any weapons. Matthew noticed the centaur's striking blue eyes, akin to faint sapphires. With acute beta-s. Illusions of safety within the forest no longer hold true. Firenze spoke leisurely. No, the forest is safe. Professor Ketleben retorted unabashedly. For I am the guardian of this place. Ketleben, you don't grasp the situation, Firenze said with his gentle voice. There is an entity that doesn't belong here, posing a threat. Neither you nor the horses can truly handle it. The only one capable of facing it is Dash. That's enough. Professor Kate Elben interjected, cutting off Firenze's words. Don't try to deceive me with your half-baked prophecies. I have no interest in such matters, and I can assure you, what you see in the eyes of Professor Grindelwald extends far beyond your limited vision. Emotions of unease and apprehension spread through the ranks of the centaurs. Some were roaring, others pawed the ground restlessly, and a few couldn't help but shiver. This is merely a warning, a suggestion if you will. Firenze replied calmly. Then duly noted. Professor Ketleben nodded, then shook his head. But horses, be mindful of your actions to avoid further misunderstandings. I could look over today's events as a misunderstanding. Firenze said softly, we sought to find you quickly and deliver this message. And did you misunderstand when you secretly contacted that half-blood giant, Hagrid? Professor Kate Elben abruptly asked. Matthew observed a sudden change in Firenze's expression while a commotion rippled through the crowd of centaurs. Take your companions and leave. Professor Kate Elben waved his hand. But remember, even Headmaster Grindelwald's patience has its limit. The sound of hooves grew distant as the centaurs departed. The surroundings fell back into silence, with only the fading echo of hooves remaining. Let's go, Wickfield. Professor Ketleben said, retrieving his wand in his left hand. He then stooped down, gently patting Tom the cat on the head. Hey there, little Tom, lead us onward to the vampire's lair. Tom let out a dissatisfied meow but continued trotting forward, clutching the hem in its mouth. Professor Ketleben, Matthew pondered for a moment before asking in a hushed tone, who the heck is that half-blood giant Hagrid you mentioned earlier? Professor Ketleben didn't look back but replied shortly, just a dark wizard. Professor Ketleben had no intention of discussing the matter any further. Sensing this, Matthew refrained from asking more questions. The two of them, accompanied by Tom the cat, continued their journey through the Forbidden Forest. They walked for nearly half an hour, venturing deeper into the forest. The trees grew denser, and the trails became almost impassable. Suddenly, Tom's hair stood on end, and it tensed up completely. It seems we're getting close. Professor Ketleben whispered in a low voice. He retrieved his wand, this time using his left hand instead of his prosthetic leg. Meow. Tom let out a cry, facing the depths of the woods ahead. The cry carried a sense of hostility, like a warning or demonstration. Through the tangled branches of an old oak tree, they caught a glimpse of a clearing up ahead. Is that where those creatures reside? Professor Ketleben mumbled to himself. Waving his wand, he caused the lush branches to disperse, creating a path. Wait. Professor Ketleben exclaimed, raising his arm to halt Matthew, who was about to pass. He muttered, what's that? A gleaming white object lay on the ground. Professor Kettleburn's expression turned serious as he moved closer to examine it. Oh, Merlin's beard, he exclaimed. Matthew noticed a slight trembling in Professor Kettleburn's body. Despite facing over 20 centaurs before, the Hogwarts gamekeeper had never appeared so alarmed. Curiosity getting the better of him, Matthew hurriedly approached and saw the white object. There was no doubt about it, it was the lifeless body of a magical creature. Matthew could never have imagined encountering such a juxtaposition of beauty and misery. The creature resembled a horse, but its fur was softer, whiter, and more radiant than that of an ordinary horse. Its slender legs remained in the position they were in when it fell, unnaturally extended. Its mane spread out flat on the leaf-covered ground, white as the most precious pearl. But it was dead. Undeniably dead. A hint of silver-blue blood stained the area surrounding it. Finally, Matthew realized that the traces he had seen on the fallen leaves were not a figment of his imagination. Unbelievable, Professor Ketleben knelt and took a deep breath. This is a unicorn. It has been murdered. A unicorn. Matthew exclaimed, shocked by the sight before him. From his previous reading in the textbook Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, he knew the unicorn to be a docile creature, yet possessing strength far beyond its appearance. Adult unicorns could battle elephants and even fire-breathing dragons, and they were incredibly fast. Ordinary wizards found it immensely challenging to capture them. Unicorns were considered one of the top magical creatures in the food chain. But now, before his very eyes, lay the quiet corpse of a unicorn. The blood has been drained. Professor Ketleben examined the wound on the unicorn's neck, his expression grim. The perpetrator, they haven't been gone for long, the body is still fresh. Could it be a vampire? Matthew asked softly, feeling somewhat foolish even as the words left his mouth. No, it's impossible for a vampire to successfully attack a unicorn. Their powers are not on the same level, Professor Ketleben responded without hesitation. Oh, in that case, Matthew hesitated for a moment before asking again, where is the vampire? This time, Professor Ketleben didn't answer. He simply stared quietly at the unicorn's lifeless form, his expression grave. Professor Ketleben. Matthew whispered once more. Professor Ketleben snapped out of his reverie as if waking from a dream. It seems that what the horses were saying is true. There's something in this forest that I'm unable to handle. I must inform Professor Rosier about this, he murmured. Who would have thought that an after-school practice would lead to such an unexpected turn of events? Matthew cast a wary glance at the woods behind them. He could sense an impending danger lurking within, ready to pounce on them at any moment. He tightened his grip on the teapot, feeling a heightened sense of alertness. Mr. Wickfield, our after-school practice is over, Professor Ketleben declared, shouldering the unicorn's body with his prosthetic leg. Shall we make our way back to the castle now? Matthew looked down the dark trail with unease. When they had ventured into the forest, he had known nothing, and it hadn't bothered him much. But now, with the gloomy expanse of trees stretching before him, he couldn't shake off the feeling of imminent danger. Don't worry, I have a solution. Professor Ketleben reassured him with a smile. Raising his wand, he shot a red spark into the sky. Matthew had no idea what Professor Ketleben had summoned, but he expected a long wait. However, to his surprise, within a few minutes, a peculiar creature emerged from the branches and leaves above their heads. It was a strange hybrid, a creature with the body, hind legs, and tail of a horse, but the front legs, wings, and head of an eagle. Its beak was cold and razor-sharp, and its eagle claws extended at least half a foot long, sending shivers down his spine. The creature's large, bright orange eyes glanced at Matthew briefly before shifting their gaze to Professor Ketleben. Good boy, Professor Ketleben patted the creature on the shoulder and then gestured for Matthew to approach. Come on, Wickfield, this is a griffin. Climb onto its back. Matthew hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. As he neared the creature, it displayed a hint of displeasure, but with a gentle pat on its head from Professor Ketleben, it quickly settled down. Both Matthew and Professor Ketleben climbed onto the creature's back. Professor Ketleben secured the unicorn's corpse and bid farewell to Tom the Neasel. With a powerful surge, they ascended into the sky. Matthew hugged the creature's neck, closing his eyes as they maneuvered through the dense foliage. And then, a vast expanse of sky unfolded before him. They soared through the blue heavens, breathing in the crisp air. The entire forbidden forest lay beneath them, visible in all its majesty. They pierced through the sky with one destination, Hogwarts. The griffin extended its majestic wings, spanning almost 12 feet in length, resembling a small airplane. Matthew could only stoop down and try his best to hug its neck, feeling uncomfortable as the wings constantly flapped. He feared being thrown off the bird's back, as his legs occasionally stumbled due to the violent shaking caused by the beast's wing movements. Despite his unease, he gently ran his fingers over the smooth feathers, cautious not to pull too hard and provoke the giant bird. The landscape below started shrinking rapidly, visible to the naked eye, as the wind rushed past his ears, tooling his hair and fluttering his robes. Straining to keep his eyes open, Matthew looks at his surroundings. The sun had not fully risen, yet the sky was already bright. A strange sensation overcame him as if he had gained control over everything he saw. Is this what it feels like to fly? Finally, the griffin descended in front of Professor Kettleburn's cabin, and Matthew's legs trembled slightly. Wickfield, your after-school practice is over, Professor Ketleben announced as he dismounted the creature. He put down the unicorn's corpse and retrieved a plucked pheasant from the roof beam of the hut. Now, kid. He tossed the pheasant to the eagle-headed horse-winged beast, which leaped high to catch it. The creature then began tearing into its breakfast with its sharp claws. Professor Ketleben. Matthew suddenly remembered something, hastily handing the teapot back to the professor. Oh, damn, I nearly forgot about it. Professor Ketleben smacked his forehead, swiftly taking the teapot from Matthew's hands and placing it carefully on a wooden table outside the cabin. I should have brought it back when we left the Forbidden Forest. Dropping it while flying would have been disastrous, he said to himself. With his legs steady again, Matthew brushed the feathers on his robe and asked, Professor Ketleben, now that the practice is over, can I head back? Of course, Professor Ketleben nodded. There was a minor incident today, and I need to return to the castle to inform Vice Principal Rosier about the unicorn. As he spoke, Professor Ketleben shouldered the unicorn's body once more. That's great, Matthew thought to himself. It was only 6:15 in the morning, and if he returned to the castle now, he wouldn't have wasted any of his weekends. We can go back to the castle together, Professor Ketleben began, but his voice trailed off as his gaze fixated on the Forbidden Forest. His expression grew serious. At that very moment, a figure emerged from the forest, stealthily making its way toward them. Professor Ketleben drew his wand and advanced cautiously. Who goes there? He called out sharply. After covering several yards, he recognized the figure emerging from the Forbidden Forest. It was Professor Trokar, the Transfiguration teacher. Good morning, Professor Ketleben. Professor Trokar stammered, appearing slightly startled. Professor Kettleburn's relief was palpable. Oh, it's you, Professor Trokar. I thought it might be a student sneaking into the Forbidden Forest. Indeed, it was Professor Trokar, looking healthier than before, no longer as pale and haggard. I heard that you can find shrivel figs in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, Professor Trokar explained in a somewhat anxious manner, glancing at the rising Sunday. So I came here to search. Was it necessary to come so early? Professor Ketleben continued to eye Professor Trokar suspiciously. It's barely past 6 o'clock, Professor Ketleben remarked skeptically. Besides, did you find any? Yes, Professor Trokar nodded at first, then quickly shook his head. I mean no, I haven't found any yet. Well, next time I venture into the Forbidden Forest, I'll help you search for them. Professor Ketleben responded coldly. Thank you so much, Professor Trokar replied hurriedly, visibly anxious. He cast another glance at the sky and added, I must return to the castle, Professor Ketleben. Let's talk another time. With that, he briskly walked away toward the castle, without looking back. Professor Ketleben watched Professor Trokar's departing figure and then shifted his attention to the unicorn's lifeless body. He furrowed his brow. Let's make our way to the castle as well, Wickfield. Professor Ketleben said, realizing Matthew had already left. Youngsters these days, he muttered helplessly to himself before making his way toward Hogwarts Castle. On the second floor of Hogwarts Castle, in the office of Vice Headmistress Professor Vinda Rosier. Professor Rosier had risen early and was sipping black tea in her office when a knock came at the door. Frowning, she set down her tea and closed the lid. Please come in, she called out. Professor Ketleben entered, limping slightly, and placed the unicorn's corpse on the ground. Professor Rosier, something has happened, he said urgently. What's the matter, Sylvanus? Professor Rosier inquired softly, her gaze fixed on the lifeless body before her. This unicorn was murdered less than an hour ago, Professor Ketleben explained rapidly. When I discovered it, the body was still warm. Professor Rosier knelt and examined the corpse. The blood has been drained, she murmured. Yes, exactly. Professor Ketleben affirmed. Professor Rosier appeared lost in thought for a few minutes before speaking again. I see, Sylvanus. Leave the body here, and I will conduct further investigation. Very well, Professor Ketleben replied, ceasing his explanation. Is there anything else? Professor Rosier inquired, raising her eyes to meet his. Yes, shortly after I found the unicorn's corpse, I encountered Professor Trokar on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He seemed rather suspicious. Professor Ketleben said in a hushed tone. Professor Trokar, Professor Rosier echoed, her expression remaining unchanged as she nodded. I understand, Sylvanus. Then, excuse me, miss. Professor Ketleben bid his farewell and promptly exited the office. Once alone, Professor Rosier waved her wand, causing a nearby cabinet to open automatically. The unicorn's body levitated into the cabinet before Professor Rosier returned to her seat. Picking up her cup of black tea once more, she took a sip, but a drop accidentally fell to the floor. The liquid's color was peculiar, a deep red reminiscent of blood. Every Saturday, the number of students in the Hogwarts library increases as they search for materials to complete their weekly course essays. However, Matthew Wickfield had finished all his essays on Friday night, leaving him with no burdens to worry about. Despite this, he found himself aimlessly wandering the bookshelves, searching for something else. Hermione Granger, his neighbor at the Leaky Cauldron bar, and a fellow Hogwarts student approached him. They had become acquainted during their ride on the Hogwarts Express and had often bumped into each other in the library recently, so they were already familiar with one another. What are you looking for, Matthew? Hermione asked softly, setting down her quill. Matthew kept his voice low, mindful of the strict librarian. Mrs. Pants, I'm looking for books about vampires, he replied. Hermione's face brightened with a smug expression. Ah, so you've finally found your interest. You should check out Professor Trokar. Matthew quickly interrupted her, shaking his head. Hush. Hermione vanished and reappeared in a flash, holding a large, ancient book in her hands. She handed it to Matthew. Tada. Confused, Matthew looked at the book. What's this? It's a book I obtained from Professor Flitwick for Professor Rosier's essay. Normally, it's restricted, but take it. It will help you. There's no better resource on vampires in the entire library, Hermione said with a hint of pride. Matthew examined the massive book, realizing it was from the restricted section. Books from the restricted section, he murmured, raising his gaze to meet Hermione's. Before they could continue their conversation, a menacing voice interrupted them. If you continue being a nuisance in the library, I will ask the both of you to leave. Mrs. Pants, the librarian, stood behind them, wielding her feather duster with anger. Startled, Matthew and Hermione quickly apologized and hurriedly left the library. The restricted section of the library was a special area accessible only with permission. Any book found there required a signed note from a teacher granting access. Professor Flitwick, known for his amiable nature, often granted permission to Ravenclaw students with valid reasons. Professor Slughorn, the head of Slytherin House, also seemed approachable, but his favor was reserved for a select few students. Although Matthew had a good relationship with Slughorn, he didn't feel comfortable asking him for access to the restricted section. With the book Hermione had given him, Matthew found a secluded corner in the library to study. The book delved into dangerous magical creatures that posed a threat to wizards, including vampires, werewolves, and eight-eyed giant spiders. Beta S. As he flipped through the pages, Matthew noticed the detailed descriptions and gruesome illustrations that warranted the book's restricted status. He quickly located the chapter on vampires and immersed himself in the information. Hermione's words rang true as Matthew discovered a level of detail that surpassed his previous sources. Skipping over familiar sections, he found some valuable content. Vampires require fresh blood, preferably from living creatures. They must consume fresh blood at least 3 times a week, or they'll experience a severe neurological decline. Prolonged absence of fresh blood can even lead to death. Matthew reads. While blood substitutes or products like blood lollipops may temporarily satisfy a vampire's bloodlust, they lack the same effect as fresh blood. Some vampires develop a taste for specific types of blood, and well-known vampires, such as the Hungarian vampire Elizabeth Bathory, also known as Ms. Camilla, relentlessly preyed on young girls, bathing in their blood to maintain an eternally youthful appearance. It is rumored that she brutally murdered at least 51 Muggle girls before 1611. There are also vampires who grow tired of feeding on Muggles and ordinary animals' blood. They believe that consuming the blood of higher-level creatures enhances their power. In history, vampires who target young wizards have been referred to as butcher vampires. However, in the 19th century, a group of wizards formed a vampire hunter organization to combat these threats and eliminate them. Some vampires have even extended their reach to high-level magical creatures. In the 17th century, a vampire named Robert Kaplan, who had relocated to Australia, attempted to drain the blood of a Chinese fireball but succumbed to its lethal venom. Nevertheless, there is no conclusive evidence that vampires gain more power by feeding on high-level magical creatures or wizards compared to muggles or ordinary animals. Matthew skimmed through the text, absorbing the information about vampires. As he reached the end of the section, his eyes caught sight of the title of the next part, Dream Monsters. Intrigued by the mention of dream monsters, Matthew wondered what secrets the next chapter held. He pondered the possibilities as he closed the book, his mind now racing with new ideas and questions. As September drew to a close, a sudden cold snap hit Hogwarts Castle. Teachers and students alike caught a cold, keeping Madame Pomfrey busy attending to the sick. To combat the cold, she entrusted Professor Slughorn, the potions teacher, to create a refreshing elixir that would prevent further illnesses and distribute it to the students. However, there was a side effect to the potion. Students who consumed it would have smoke emanating from their ears and noses, resulting in the Slytherin common room being shrouded in smoke and mist throughout the day. Meanwhile, Matthew's bedroom saw an influx of people. First, Theodore Nott was discharged from the school hospital, followed by the return of Crabbe and Goyle. Matthew deliberately kept his distance from them, afraid that the incident involving Nott would resurface, causing them to retreat to the hospital once more. If this pattern is repeated too often, it might raise suspicions about him. Fortunately, Crabbe and Goyle showed no interest in confronting Matthew, and even Nott seemed to have forgotten about that night. Time passed day by day, until another Saturday arrived. This time, it was the second after-school practice for the first-year Slytherin boys with Professor Slughorn. Except for Matthew, the other three were attending for the first time. At 8:30 on Saturday morning, the four boys, having just finished breakfast, arrived at the door of the potions classroom punctually. Nott knocked on the door, but there was no response. Crabbe and Goyle took turns pounding on the door, causing the poor iron door to become slightly deformed. Still, Professor Slughorn did not emerge, leaving them waiting outside. After nearly 10 minutes, Slytherin Prefect Miss Gemma Farley arrived, braving the storm from the auditorium. "Professor Slughorn has caught a cold," she gasped, explaining the situation. "He asked me to inform you." Nott's face suddenly lit up with a smile. "So, does that mean our after-class practice is cancelled? Can we go back?" Regrettably, Miss Farley shook her head. "No, I'm afraid not. Mr. Pringle is short-staffed, so you have been temporarily reassigned to his group." The news was undeniably disheartening. After all, Mr. Pringle was disliked by almost everyone in Hogwarts Castle, including the Slytherin boys. Raindrops pelted against the castle's windows, accompanied by continuous sounds of thunder. Dark clouds filled the sky, and heavy rain poured outside. Reluctantly, the four boys trudged towards Mr. Pringle's office on the 4th floor of the castle. The office was a small, low hut with an oil lamp hanging from the ceiling, emitting a foul odor. The most prominent feature in the room was a doghouse, which served as Mr. Donald's dwelling. Contrary to the rumors, the doghouse lacked chains, handcuffs, and whips. Several boys, all first-year Gryffindors, were already waiting there. The relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor had always been strained, and they mostly ignored each other. Only Matthew and Neville exchanged greetings. As the boys waited, a distant bark resounded, and a golden retriever named Mr. Donald charged toward the first-year students, barking menacingly. Shortly after, Mr. Pringle appeared, feeding Mr. Donald some dog food before assessing the students in front of him. Nearly enough people, he muttered to himself. "You three big guys," he ordered Crabbe, Goyle, and Ron. "Go to the prize showroom and clean the trophies there. Mr. Donald will accompany you." The golden retriever, still munching on his dog food, wagged his tail enthusiastically. "There are 3 of you left," Mr. Pringle continued, addressing Matthew, Neville Longbottom, and Harry Evans, another Gryffindor student. "Professor Rozier needs some help cleaning up her office. Anobes." He glanced sternly at the trio and added, "Don't you dare be lazy. I'll be watching you. Mind you, Professor Rozier doesn't like it when her room is chaotic. Consider yourselves warned." With that, he pointed to a corner of the room where a pile of cleaning supplies sat. The 3 boys picked up brooms, mops, and buckets before exiting Mr. Pringle's cabin. "Matthew, why are you here too?" Neville approached Matthew, speaking softly. "We were supposed to have after-school practice with Professor Slughorn," Matthew explained, shrugging, "but since he's sick, and Mr. Pringle needed extra help, here we are." Neville sighed sympathetically. "You've got some rotten luck, mate." "By the way," Matthew inquired curiously, "don't wizards use magic to clean? Why the need for manual labor?" Neville nodded, understanding the question. "Technically, they could use magic, but it's more troublesome. Most wizards prefer to avoid this kind of work and delegate it to house elves. However, Professor Rosier is said to be against having house elves in her office. I see, Matthew acknowledged, casting a glance at Harry Evans, who walked with his head down. Truth be told, he was quite intrigued by the protagonist of this original book. However, he hadn't found an opportunity to strike up a conversation with him. After some hesitation, Matthew took the initiative. Hello, Evans. Evans timidly raised his head, glancing at Matthew before responding in a barely audible voice, hello there. He quickly lowered his head again. Coughing softly, Neville explained, Evans tends to be introverted, not much of a talker. I see, Matthew acknowledged. Matthew thought to himself, if it's the same protagonist as in the story, wouldn't he be much more of an outgoing and active student? Why is he so timid? Is he not the son of James Potter, but Severus Snape and Lily Evans? Meanwhile, they reached the second-floor bathroom, filling wooden barrels and basins with water before making their way to the Headmistress Rosier's office. Neville Longbottom, carrying the lightest load, led the way as they approached Professor Rosier's office. He knocked softly on the door, and her slightly indifferent voice responded from within, "Please come in." Neville opened the door, and the three of them entered, carrying an assortment of cleaning supplies. "Professor Rosier," Neville spoke nervously, his voice faltering, "Mr. Pringle sent us to clean your office." Professor Rosier, seated behind her desk, raised her head. "All right, let me know if you need any assistance." She promptly returned her attention to reviewing the students' after-school essays. Neville visibly relaxed, feeling the weight of Professor Rosier's imposing presence. Even Matthew couldn't help but feel its impact. Harry Evans, standing beside them, appeared even more frightened and pale. Professor Rosier's office had a minimalist appearance. The furniture consisted of a bookshelf filled with books, an unidentified cupboard, and the desk and chair where she worked. There was nothing else in the room, making it easy to clean. It seemed that their luck was better than Crabbe and Goyle's. They divided the cleaning duties among themselves. Neville swept the floor with a broom, Evans cleaned the windows, and Matthew wiped the bookshelf with a rag. They moved cautiously, trying not to disturb Professor Rosier. Matthew's gaze wandered over the book covers as he dusted the shelf. He noticed titles like Advanced Defense Against the Dark Arts and A Guide to Advanced Transfiguration. If it weren't for Professor Rosier's presence, he might have been tempted to take a closer look. For now, he focused on his cleaning tasks, stealing glances at Professor Rosier as she sipped black tea and corrected papers. When she suddenly looked up, Matthew quickly averted his eyes, fearing he had been caught observing her. With the bookshelf cleaned, he moved on to the cupboard. A peculiar smell emanated from the cabinet. Matthew is vaguely familiar with the smell but can't pinpoint it. Time passed, and Neville meticulously swept the room, while Evans polished the windows. Matthew completed his task and proceeded to mop the floor, dragging the mop from the inside to the outside. Neville collected the soiled rags in a basin and headed to the bathroom, while Evans prepared to assist Matthew. However, Professor Rosier interrupted him. "Mr. Evans," she called, pointing to a thick stack of waste paper on the table. "Please take these to Mr. Pringle." "Oh, okay." Harry Evans stammered, struggling with the tall pile of waste paper before leaving Professor Rosier's office. Now, only Matthew remained in the room with Professor Rosier. He felt a palpable stillness as he continued mopping the floor. Soon, he approached Professor Rosier hesitantly. "Professor Rosier," he softly requested, "may I have a moment?" Professor Rosier abruptly stood up, her gaze scrutinizing Matthew from head to toe. He felt a chill run through his body. Thankfully, the scrutiny was short-lived, as Professor Rosier left her position and exited the office. Matthew couldn't believe his eyes. Professor Rosier had left without a care. With Neville and Evans already gone, he was now alone in her office. His eyes wandered to the bookshelf, but he quickly dismissed any thoughts of snooping. With Diagon. Perhaps Professor Rosier had only gone to the bathroom. If he were caught meddling with her belongings, it could have dire consequences. Matthew reminded himself of Mr. Pringle's warning, urging him to refrain from disturbing Professor Rosier's belongings. He removed the bench from her desk and prepared to mop the floor, but his movement halted momentarily. Before him, a small droplet of bright red liquid caught his attention. It appeared like blood, vivid and slightly unsettling. Considering its location, it seemed that Professor Rosier had accidentally spilled something while sitting on the bench, most likely from her teacup. Matthew's gaze shifted toward the covered teacup on the table. While he felt tempted to uncover it and peek inside, Mr. Pringle's warning echoed in his mind. "Remember, Professor Rosier dislikes others meddling with her things. Don't say I didn't warn you." Without hesitation, he lowered his head and swiped the mop across the floor, erasing all traces of the liquid. Shortly after Matthew finished mopping the entire room, Neville returned with a basin and a few rags in hand. "I believe we're done," Matthew whispered. "Okay, thank you so much, Matthew," Neville replied quickly. "Great job, Dot." Just as they conversed, Harry Evans reappeared, looking breathless. Carrying such a weighty load had clearly exhausted him. However, Professor Rosier still hadn't returned. The boys exchanged uncertain glances. According to common sense, they should gather their cleaning supplies and return to Mr. Pringle, but they hesitated. Should they inform Professor Rosier separately? At that moment, a commotion erupted in the corridor downstairs. It was Mr. Donald, the golden retriever, barking like there is no tomorrow. Even though he barks when there are few rule breakers caught in action, somehow this bark feels different, as if he is scared of something. Matthew's face changed slightly. If Matthew remembers correctly, Mr. Donald should have guided Crabbe, Goyle, and Ronald Weasley to the trophy room. The trophy room is much larger than Professor Rozier's office. It would take longer than they did with Professor Rozier's room. When Matthew's group finally finished their assignment, Mr. Donald barked in a manic state. Matthew suddenly had a bad feeling about this. Neville, filled with courage in each of his steps, dropped his broom, and went straight to the source of the sound, truly a Gryffindor down to his core. Harry Evans did not hesitate to follow him, but Matthew stood awkwardly momentarily. Matthew let out a sigh before following the both of them. He would be the first suspect if he stayed there while his groups were gone. Soon, they found Mr. Donald at the top of the stairs on the first floor. Many students are around. They know Mr. Donald's condition and don't dare to move an inch closer. Although Mr. Donald used to be fierce, he has always been a good boy, only giving it to the rule breakers. Now, he is like a dog with rabies, trying to bite everyone in his sight. He has bitten several students. Mr. Pringle has also heard the news and is trying to subdue him. It's a pity Mr. Donald seems aggravated, grinning at its owner while barking violently. Donald. Donald, hey Donald, Mr. Pringle whispered his pet's name, but the only response Mr. Donald gave was a bark. Mr. Pringle looked a bit angry, and he yelled, Donald. Mr. Donald suddenly turned silent as if the spirit possessing him was gone. Mr. Pringle took the chance and hugged him tightly. Matthew couldn't help but burst into laughter seeing Mr. Pringle call the dog's name Donald, before he finally returned to normal. What's wrong? Neville looked at him curiously. In the Muggle world, Matthew explains in a low voice, that is the name of a very famous duck. Is that it? Neville asked. Suddenly, Neville slapped his forehead as if remembering something important. He grabbed Matthew and Evans and said softly, isn't Mr. Donald in the trophy room with Ron and two of Matthew's friends? Yes, that's right, Matthew nodded. It's terrible. Neville's face changed suddenly. If Mr. Donald is in this state, what would happen to the three of them? He took Matthew's and Evans' hands and ran towards the trophy room. Matthew couldn't do anything with his hand in Neville's grip. Matthew could only try to keep up with Neville's pace. I think we should ask the professors for help. While trying to collect his breath, Matthew said, if the situation is as dangerous as we thought, then we should get their help. You're right. Neville nodded. Then, Matthew, you go call the professors. Evans and I will go to the trophy room. Neville let go of Matthew's hand and then left Matthew. They ran as fast as they could, although it could be seen Evans was on the brink of passing out. Matthew praised himself for coming up with this idea. He finally could catch his breath. If something happened in the trophy room, what could the 3 first-year students like them do? He thought to himself. He looked around. He found Professor Slughorn's office to be the closest. Although Professor Slughorn caught a cold, so he won't be able to do much even if he came along. N-Epsilon-S. The next one would be Professor Flitwick, on the 3rd floor. Matthew took a deep breath before finally trying to run to Professor Flitwick's office. At the first turn, he collided with a woman head-on. Matthew fell hard. He looked at her, black robe and everything of a witch. Wickfield. The witch said coldly, with a bit of surprise in her voice. Professor Rozier. Matthew stammered, suddenly realizing that he was wrong. Next to Professor Slughorn's office, there would be the Headmistress Rozier's office. Why are you here? Professor Rozier asked with a frown and confused expression as if she had just got caught doing something. Because there was some incident? Mr. Donald suddenly became manic and bit lots of students? It's as if Mr. Donald got possessed by an evil spirit. Matthew explained after recollecting himself. When we were assigned the tasks from Mr. Pringle, Mr. Donald guided Crabbe, Goyle, and Weasley to the trophy room to clean it. Neville Longbottom was worried about them, so he took Evans to check their condition. I suggested that while they checked the others, I would find the professors to assist us. Matthew continued while looking at Professor Rozier's strange expression. The trophy room. Professor Rozier frowned. It felt like she finally turned back to herself after asking, take me there, Wickfield. Professor Rozier said, following Matthew's lead. Every step she takes with her leather boots echoes reverb through the hall. The hallway feels long while driving Matthew insane with how the professor looks and the clack of her leather boots. After a while, they arrived at the trophy room. Matthew was shocked seeing the situation there. Crabbe and Goyle, 2 massive boys known for their towering bodies compared to the other Slytherins first year lying there unconscious. Though it looks like their condition is better than Ronald Weasley's. Ron, wake up, Ron. Ron. Neville shouted while slapping Weasley's face and shaking his body a few times. Harry Evans could be seen trembling and shivering near the 2 because of the sight of Ronald Weasley, the poor boy lying there unconscious in a pool of blood. There are only 2 wounds on his body, 2 small holes on his neck. As if fangs had pierced his neck, the blood was still flowing although it was already weak. Weasley's eyes are still open, but his stares are empty. His body is constantly twitching and trembling. Malfoy's incident was nothing compared to this. I knew it. Something bad must have been happening with how everything was hectic. Matthew thought to himself. Besides Neville and Evans, there is another person besides Weasley. A professor with his wand aimed at Weasley's wound, where the blood is still flowing, as if trying his best to heal and seal the wound. Upon hearing the footsteps entering the trophy room, the professor raised and turned his head around. Revealing a pale, sickly face, it's Professor Trokar. A sense of urgency filled the air as Matthew witnessed the dire condition of Weasley on the ground, Neville's distressed cries, and the frightened Evans. The situation seemed surreal to Matthew, as if he was an outsider observing a terrible scene. Professor Trokar spoke up, first, his voice trembling noticeably. I believe this is an attack, Professor Rosier. Matthew couldn't help but notice the unease in his tone. Meanwhile, Professor Rosier approached Ron, examining his wounds with a serious expression. The blood loss is severe, Professor Rosier noted, her voice weighed down. And lingering toxins in the wound seem to be causing this condition. Professor Rosier drew her wand, renervate. A fleeting glimmer of hope appeared as Ron's eyes briefly lit up, only to fade away again. Professor Trokar shook his head, his voice filled with concern. The wound is not responding to the spells. It's unlikely to heal. Suddenly, a commotion broke out behind them, interrupting their focus. Mr. Pringle, the Hogwarts caretaker, arrived in a panic. Professor Rosier? Thank goodness you are here. My dog, Mr. Donald, has gone rabid. But his words trailed off as he took in the sight of Weasley's sorry state. The arrival of other students further heightened the tension, their initial liveliness replaced by shock and silence. What on earth is happening? Mr. Pringle stammered, bewildered. Perhaps it has something to do with your dog's sudden madness. Professor Rosier responded in a hushed voice. She then turned her attention to Mr. Pringle and issued a command. Apollyon, take this boy to the school hospital. Matthew took a moment to realize that she was referring to Mr. Pringle. She continued, Madame Pomfrey should provide him with daily blood supplements, double the usual amount. And no antidote needed to be administered. Understood, madam. Mr. Pringle acknowledged. He carefully placed Mr. Donald, his dog, in the corner of the trophy room before picking up Ron under Professor Rosier's guidance. He hurried towards the school hospital with the weakened boy on his back. Neville, eager to follow Ron, was halted by Professor Rosier's firm command. Wait, Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Evans, and Mr. Wickfield. She turned to Professor Trokar and included him in her instructions. You as well, Edward, follow me. The crowd silently parted to allow their passage, and they soon found themselves back in Professor Rosier's office, albeit with a disarray of cleaning supplies scattered near the door. An epsilon. Matthew instinctively moved to tidy up the mess, with Neville joining in shortly after. Professor Rosier resumed her seat, a solemn expression on her face, before conjuring chairs for everyone. Please, have a seat. Professor Rosier said softly while taking a sip of tea from her cup. Mr. Wickfield told me earlier both of you rushed over to the trophy room after seeing Mr. Donald's condition, correct? Professor Rosier asked Neville and Evans. They looked at each other and nodded. Yes, that is correct, Professor. Did you notice anything unusual when you arrived at the trophy room? Perhaps the presence of an attacker? Because Mr. Weasley was already unconscious when I arrived. Professor Rosier inquired. I don't think so, Neville shook his head. When I entered the trophy room with Evans, Ron was already in that state. Professor Trokar was there, trying to help him. Edward Trokar. Professor Rosier's frown deepened as she mentioned the Transfiguration teacher's full name. Matthew couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Professor Trokar, observing him closely. I didn't notice anything, Professor Trokar calmly explained. When I arrived, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Crabbe, and Mr. Goyle were already in that condition. I tried my best to assist Mr. Weasley, but his pain only slightly subsided. Professor Rosier lowered her head, swiftly jotting down notes with her quill. After a brief moment, she looked up again. Very well, you may all return now. I will go to the hospital wing to check on the boy's condition. The four of them exited the headmistress's office simultaneously, their hearts burdened by the gravity of the situation. Feeling concerned, Matthew approached Professor Trokar. Professor Trokar, he called out softly. Turning around, Professor Trokar faced him, his weary face even paler and bloodless. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Yes, Wickfield, what is it? Matthew's worry was evident as he asked, will Weasley be all right? Professor Trokar initially shook his head, then hesitantly nodded. He let out a soft sigh and continued, the chances of his survival are slim. Thank you, Professor. Matthew said quickly, expressing his gratitude. Matthew, come and help me with this, would you? Neville shouted. Matthew then turned and hastened to join Neville in moving the cleaning supplies. As they worked together, Matthew couldn't help but close his eyes for a moment. The scent of blood seemed to linger around Professor Trokar, intensifying his concerns. Have you heard? Ronald Weasley from Gryffindor was also attacked, a worried voice whispered among the students. It seems he's been in the school hospital for several days. This is the second attack in just 1 month since the beginning of this semester. Rumors are spreading that Hogwarts is no longer safe. What should we do? I'm so scared. Rumors and news are spreading through the air of Hogwarts after the 2 consecutive incidents. They can't help but feel worried after knowing what happened. The news of Ron Weasley's attack had taken hold of Hogwarts, spreading panic throughout the castle. Professor Rosier had managed to suppress the details, leaving most students unaware of the gruesome bite on Ron's neck. As a result, many students speculated that Weasley, like Malfoy before him, had fallen victim to powerful dark arts. Matthew Wickfield walked through the bustling crowd, catching snippets of their conversations. He remained composed as he made his way to the auditorium. A grey owl gracefully descended as he sat down and dropped a copy of the Daily Prophet by his side. Newspapers were not cheap, they cost 5 newts, and Matthew, lacking funds, borrowed half of a galleon from Neville. The price of the loan was assisting Neville with his Transfiguration essay. Matthew read the newspaper, hoping to find any mention of the attacks at Hogwarts. However, there was not a single page devoted to the incidents. Disappointed, he set the newspaper aside and began to eat his breakfast, lost in his thoughts. The situation at Hogwarts had surpassed Matthew's expectations. 2 first-year students had been attacked, their lives hanging by a thread, yet the news had been forcefully suppressed. It was baffling, considering the families of the victims held significant influence. Matthew couldn't help but attribute the silence to the mysterious book that had caused so much trouble, which seemed to have vanished since that fateful event. He couldn't deny the importance of Ron Weasley's attack. As the second victim, it became evident that a blood-sucking monster lurked within Hogwarts. At the same time, he couldn't help but be thankful for Malfoy's assistance in getting rid of the mysterious book. This creature possessed incredible power, capable of easily slaying even a magical being as majestic as a unicorn. It was ruthless, showing no mercy even to first-year students. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Matthew's mind. Weasley is barely alive thanks to Mr. Donald. If Mr. Donald wasn't there to bark at the suspect, Matthew wasn't sure of Weasley's fate. Moreover, the teachers at Hogwarts appeared indifferent to the matter, taking no visible steps to protect the students. It was as if the previous attacks had never occurred. Matthew wondered if the monster was still lurking within the castle and if there would be a third attack. Arnu. The thought of becoming the next victim sent chills down his spine. Will there be another attack? Is that monster still roaming around Hogwarts? Will it be Matthew's turn next? Lost in his thoughts, Matthew finished his breakfast and decided to visit the library. Over the past few days, he had been researching monsters associated with blood-sucking, particularly humanoid creatures. He felt the need to arm himself with knowledge because Hogwarts wasn't seen to be taking any visible precautions. His mind was racing with thoughts, his suspicion of Professor Trokar's bloody smell and acts, Professor Rozier's red blood like tea and the faint familiar smell in her office. He regretted not thoroughly reading the book Hermione had borrowed from him, especially the sections on vampires and dream monsters. Probably Hermione already returned the book as well. As he aimlessly pulled books from the shelves, Matthew found himself in front of the forbidden books section. Mrs. Pants, the librarian, caught him in the act. "What are you looking for, young man?" she scolded. "Nothing," Matthew replied honestly. Mrs. Pants waved her feather duster in annoyance. "Then you better leave." Frightened, Matthew hurriedly left the library. He knew acquiring a forbidden book would require a teacher's signed note, and he contemplated approaching Professor Horace Slughorn. However, he was aware that it would likely be denied if he made the request. Although Professor Slughorn seemed to take Matthew seriously, he had never offered an invitation to join the exclusive Slug Club. Lost in his thoughts, Matthew glanced at his watch. He had almost an hour before his next class. He debated whether to head to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom early or return to the auditorium, where more people would be present, and safety could be somewhat assured. In the midst of his internal struggle, a thought suddenly struck Matthew. There was a place within the castle that might hold the key to obtaining the books found only in the restricted section. If he's fortunate, then by Merlin's beard, that room won't be sealed off by Headmaster Grindelwald. 10 minutes later, Matthew Wickfield arrived at the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, his mind focused on his destination. He quickly located a tapestry depicting Barnabas the Barmy teaching the Trolls ballet. The way to open the room was to walk past it 3 times while thinking about what one needed, and the door would appear if Matthew remembered correctly. This was the legendary Room of Requirement, a remarkable space that appeared when a Hogwarts student truly needed it. It had been on Matthew's mind since his first day at the school, but he had suppressed his desire to seek it out. The room's location was hidden within Hogwarts, known to only a select few students and teachers. As a Muggle-born freshman, Matthew had discovered it early on, but he didn't want to arouse suspicion by venturing there too soon. After spending a month at Hogwarts, Matthew felt the time was right. He approached the window at one end of the white wall, turned back, and repeated the sequence 3 times. With narrowed eyes and concentrated thoughts, he whispered, "I need a library." On his final turn, a smooth door appeared on the wall, and Matthew opened it effortlessly. Stepping inside, he found himself in a clean, spacious room with polished floors, mahogany bookshelves, and neatly arranged rows of books. The air carried the faint scent of aging pages, and torches illuminated the space, brighter than the underground classrooms. A smile formed on Matthew's face as he clenched his fist. He had succeeded in accessing the Room of Requirement. Matthew walked among the bookshelves, gently touching the spines of the various books. Though the library within the Room of Requirement wasn't as extensive as the real Hogwarts library, it offered access to banned books and texts from the restricted section. He contemplated spending more time in this secret library, where he could peruse forbidden knowledge not readily available elsewhere. Matthew thought to himself, perhaps I could spend more time here in the future. The only downside was the distance from the Slytherin common room to the 8th floor, where the Room of Requirement is located. As Matthew explored the shelves dedicated to defense against the dark arts and fantastic beasts, he came across information about blood-sucking magical creatures. He discovered that there were 16 species with blood-sucking abilities, including vampires, Balkan werewolves, and dominatrix. Some information about hybrids of magical creatures and wizards also retained their blood-sucking instincts. While researching, Matthew stumbled upon a peculiar finding. Unicorns possessed blood with strong magical properties that could restore a weakened wizard's strength or prolong the life of a dying wizard. Unicorns were extremely rare, and there was only one population in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts. This made Matthew remember the moment Voldemort possessed Quirrell. He recovered part of his power by drinking the blood of a unicorn. This revelation made Matthew reconsider the attack on Ron Weasley. Perhaps the assailant wasn't a vampire but a wizard seeking power or immortality by drinking blood. Alpha Omicron B. As Matthew pondered the incident, he realized there were numerous unanswered questions. Why had the attacker targeted Ron, whose blood doesn't have any magical properties of a unicorn? If the attacker simply wants to satiate their bloodlust, why would they go to the trophy room, where there are 3 students and a dog? Why didn't they come to Matthew, who was alone at the time instead? If the attacker wants to get rid of Weasley because he has seen something he shouldn't see, then why leave Grab and Goyle unconscious? Perhaps the attacker has some unfinished business with the Weasley family? Matthew entertained various possibilities but found most of them unreliable. He hoped the attack on Ron Weasley had been a mere diversion meant to redirect attention away from the true intentions of the attacker. This would suggest a lower likelihood of a third attack and provide some reassurance that the lives of others at Hogwarts were not in immediate danger. Lost in thought, Matthew realized that more than half an hour had passed inside the room of requirement. With less than 15 minutes until his defense against the dark arts class, he carefully returned the books to their original positions and exited the responsive room. However, before leaving, he noticed an empty bookshelf, a stark contrast to the others filled with neatly arranged books. Intrigued by the sight of the empty bookshelf amidst the fully stocked ones, Matthew's curiosity got the better of him. He leaned closer to get a better look at the peculiar sight. The bookshelf wasn't entirely empty. Instead, there lay a single book on the middle shelf, its cover delicate, the pages yellowed with age, an old book that felt strangely familiar to him. Matthew's eyes narrowed as he recognized the book. Long time no see, he greeted the book. For Matthew Wickfield, before he arrived at Hogwarts, all he longed for was to learn magic and then return to the Muggle world to live a peaceful and leisurely life. But after he came to the magic world, Matthew only desired to survive. However, Matthew's emotions remained steady as he gazed at the peculiar book that had reappeared before him. Instead, a sense of relief washed over him. He had anticipated this moment for a while now. The return of the book was only a matter of time. Thus, there was no surprise or fear as it unfolded before him. Do you really want me to open you? Matthew gazed directly at the old book and spoke softly. Don't worry, I, Matthew Wickfield, an honorable student of Hogwarts. Even if you burned in a fiery flame, nor do I get to choose between jumping from the highest floor and touching you, I won't lay a single finger on you. With that, he turned away and walked off. In the curse class, Professor Flitwick, a short and lively figure, instructed them on using the unlocking charm. The unlocking charm had its origins in Africa, whereupon it was called the thief's friend. The first known person to have mastered the charm was an ancient African sorcerer, who taught it to thief Eldon Elsrickle during the latter's trip to the continent in the 17th century. Upon returning to his native Britain, Elsrickle used it to terrorize London, stealing from homes of muggles and wizards alike, until Blagden Blay invented the anti-Alohomora charm. Before he died, Elsrickle gave knowledge of the unlocking charm in exchange for his freedom on the infrequent occasions he broke into a magical household, resulting in the spell being widespread in the country. The entire class seemed captivated by Professor Flitwick's lecture. However, Matthew Wickfield, on the other hand, found his mind drifting away from the lesson. His thoughts were fixated on the mysterious book reappearing in the room of requirement. He had no concerns about someone stumbling upon the room of requirement, encountering the book, and getting harmed or worse. After all, the room of requirement resided within Hogwarts, and only a handful of students knew its existence. Moreover, those who did find their way there were usually mischievous troublemakers. The chances of such students seeking the library within the room of requirement, where the book was located, were nearly non-existent. If, by some slim chance, 1 or 2 exceptions did arise, Matthew could only wish them the best of luck. In a way, Matthew had discerned specific patterns regarding the book. No matter what one tries, whether by discarding it or leaving it behind, the book will always find its way back. Just like that night at the Leaky Cauldron bar and now, in the morning. Furthermore, when the book sensed danger, it would take the initiative to remove itself. For instance, over half a month ago, Draco Malfoy and the others had come into contact with the book after opening their suitcases. When Malfoy and his posse suffered severe injuries, the book vanished entirely from the dormitory. It didn't reappear until this morning in the room of requirement. What did this signify? Surprisingly, the book itself sensed danger if it were to return to the Slytherin common room. In other words, the professors at Hogwarts likely knew about its origins and might possess the means to destroy it. Honestly, the idea brought Matthew a brief sense of relief. The vampire monster attack had been his second encounter with a threat, but the mysterious book, capable of easily taking lives, posed a more tangible danger. However, the question remained, which professor should Matthew turn to for help? The headmaster, Professor Gellert Grindelwald, was quickly ruled out. In the month since Matthew had arrived at Hogwarts, he had seen little of Grindelwald except for his appearance at the opening banquet. It seemed as though the busy headmaster rarely remained at the school. Matthew doubted he would be able to seek assistance from him. Next, he considered headmistress Professor Vinda Rozier. However, every encounter with her had overwhelmed Matthew with an inexplicable sense of dread. From the mysterious liquid on the floor of her office to the unsettling smell emanating from her cabinet, Matthew's instincts urged him to keep his distance. Moreover, his previous life's recollections of Vinda Rosier's involvement in dark deeds. Professor Trokar? In fact, the first face that emerged in Matthew's mind was him. Although Professor Trokar's appearance was shady, he could give Matthew a sense of trust. Especially after the first class of Transfiguration, when Professor Trokar taught himself some details about the use of Transfiguration. Deep down in Matthew's heart, he always felt that Professor Trokar was a good person, but no matter how you say it, Professor Trokar is the first suspect in the attack. When the two attacks occurred, he appeared at the crime scene for the first time. This cannot be described as coincidence alone. Even if he is not the murderer, he must have known more than the other professors, which is enough to put him as somewhat of an accomplice. So, who else could he approach? In Matthew's mind, the image of an old man with a rotund belly and mustache of a walrus, a balding old man resembling a giant walking walrus. Professor Horace Slughorn, the head of Slytherin House. Although Professor Slughorn was primarily a potions teacher, his knowledge of dark arts, particularly his understanding of Horcruxes, might help. While Slughorn might not be the most reliable source, he was unlikely to suddenly attack and drain Matthew's blood from the neck. Fuck it, Matthew said as he readies himself to go to Professor Slughorn's office. To be honest, Matthew didn't like someone as snobbish as Professor Slughorn. It didn't help that Professor Slughorn was a teacher and the head of the Slytherin's house. For now, Matthew had to choose to temporarily lower his head. It was another potions class on Wednesday afternoon. Harry Evans had burned his crucible again, making it the third one he had burned this semester. Even Professor Slughorn couldn't understand how this kid managed to do it. Evans, you actually, the bald, walrus-like old man sighed, then shook his head. Hey, forget it. With a tinge of heartache, he retrieved a new crucible from the cabinet and handed it to Harry. A cauldron is worth 5 galleons, which is very expensive. This is definitely the last time, he warned loudly. If you dare to break it again. Terrified, poor Evans curled up into a ball, shivering and sobbing with tears. Professor Slughorn didn't even say anything cruel, he just dropped the cauldron, turned, and left. Matthew and Neville witnessed everything that had just happened. They were diligently preparing Manigro Potion, the new content taught by Professor Slughorn in this lesson. Matthew couldn't fathom the practical value of this potion that made the user's hair overgrow. Matthew casually placed the newly cut mousetail into the cauldron and asked Neville, "Doesn't Evans seem like a girl?" Neville quickly shook his head. "How is that possible? I live in the same bedroom with him day and night." "I mean his character," Matthew clarified. "The first impression he gives off is kind of feminine." "He's really introverted and rarely talks to people," Neville replied. "Or rather, he never initiates conversations. We ask him questions, and he answers, but his voice is always very soft." "Do you know who Evan's parents are?" Matthew suddenly asked. "I only know that they're both wizards." "He refuses to tell us anything about them," Neville said. "I remember Professor Rozier mentioned in the first defense against the dark arts class that there was a dark wizard, named Evans, I think." "Probably a relative," Neville replied casually, stirring the cauldron. "It's quite common among pureblood wizards." The potion in the cauldron slowly turned into a dark gray. "Oh, my favorite students." Professor Slughorn's voice suddenly came from behind them, startling Neville. "I see you are chatting happily. I'm afraid you were not joking around and not taking this class seriously." Ran S. The chubby walrus man appeared behind them, placing his hands on their shoulders. "Yes, Professor," Matthew calmly replied. "We're done." "Oh, Merlin's beard." Professor Slughorn exclaimed, looking at the potion in the cauldron with exaggerated awe. "It's perfect, absolutely perfect. I've never seen a freshman formulate such a flawless Manigro potion." He continued. "Well done, Mr. Longbottom and Mr. Wickfield." Slughorn laughed. "If Hogwarts hadn't done away with house points 40 years ago, I would have added 20 points each to Gryffindor and Slytherin." "It's all Matthew's credit," Neville quickly explained. "I was just in charge of stirring." "There's no denying that humility is a virtue." Professor Slughorn nodded. No. Neville shook his head vigorously. "Matthew did it all by himself." "Mr. Wickfield, is this true?" Professor Slughorn's gaze shifted to Matthew. "Can you tell me how you managed to create such a perfect hairlifting agent?" The truth was that Matthew had learned about the contents of this potions class from Hermione 2 days ago. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had their potions class on Monday afternoon. Over the next 2 days, he searched through almost all the books related to this potion in the Room of Requirements library. With the available time, he also conducted several trial runs. At the beginning of this potions class, he told Neville he wanted to try brewing the potion alone. Neville, always easygoing and having already established a good relationship with Matthew through their joint essay in Transfiguration class, was happy to oblige. And now, the results were evident. "It's actually quite simple," Matthew calmly replied. "Just follow the instructions. But I suddenly felt that it might be better to add the dried nettle when the cauldron is slightly cooled rather than when it's at its hottest. So, I tried it that way." This method had been mentioned in a book called Advanced Potions Making that Matthew had found in the Room of Requirement, but he certainly wasn't going to say that now. What a brilliant idea. Professor Slughorn's expression became even more exaggerated. He grabbed Matthew's hand. "Absolutely brilliant. Creativity is the source of advancement in potions. You've done a marvelous job, Mr. Wickfield." Thank you, Professor, Matthew quickly responded. After a few more exchanges, Professor Slughorn shifted his gaze away from Matthew's cauldron. Half an hour later, the potions class came to an end. As Neville packed up his things, Matthew accidentally dropped his box of crystal bottles, causing them to roll all over the ground, with a few even breaking. Oops! Matthew exclaimed loudly. It's all right, I'll help you clean up, Neville offered enthusiastically. As the other students left the potions classroom one by one, Matthew and Neville began clearing the crystal bottles scattered on the floor. I'll assist as well, my dear boys. Professor Slughorn approached them, waving his wand, causing the broken crystal bottles to immediately repair themselves. Thank you very much. Matthew quickly bowed to him. Just as Professor Slughorn turned to leave, Matthew suddenly spoke up. Professor Slughorn, I heard Draco mention before that you hold a gathering of students interested in potions every week at Hogwarts, where you exchange knowledge about the subject. Of course, Slug Club wasn't limited to discussing potions class content, but Matthew was deliberately playing dumb at this moment. I've always had a keen interest in potions, so I was wondering if there might be a chance for me to join. Matthew asked directly, wearing a cheeky expression. Professor Slughorn paused for a moment, observing Matthew up and down as if assessing the boy's qualifications. After a brief pause, of course, Mr. Wickfield. Professor Slughorn's face suddenly turned into a smile. Welcome to the Slug Club. Matthew Wickfield couldn't believe his luck. He had succeeded in achieving his original goal, to have Professor Slughorn invite him to join the Slug Club. He had expected to work harder to win Slughorn's favor, but it seemed luck was on his side. As he walked through the basement corridor, carrying a stack of potion supplies, Matthew returned to the Slytherin common room. He approached the giant green snake guarding the entrance and whispered the password for the past 2 weeks, Noble Glory. The snake loosened its grip on its tail, wriggled gently, and opened the stone gate for Matthew. Entering the common room, Matthew immediately noticed the presence of Crabbe and Goyle, 2 massive figures who stood out among the rest. They were seated in armchairs by the fireplace, diligently writing something. These 2 unfortunate boys seemed to be constantly plagued by accidents since the beginning of the school year. They had been attacked twice and ended up in the school hospital each time. Matthew couldn't help but feel some sympathy for them. He quickly walked over and sat in a nearby armchair, maintaining a safe distance from Crabbe and Goyle due to the incident with Knot. Matthew greeted them awkwardly. Hi, Crabbe, Goyle. Both boys raised their heads and glanced at him. Crabbe responded slowly, Wickfield, what's the matter? Curiosity piqued, Matthew asked, what are you up to? We're writing essays for astronomy class, due later this evening, Goyle replied. They explained that they had to attend Professor Sinistra's astronomy class in the evening and that failing to complete the assigned essays could have disastrous consequences. Matthew glanced at his watch, pretending to be surprised. It was almost 5 in the afternoon, and the class started at 7. Time is running out, Matthew exclaimed. You better work harder. The 2 boys nodded in agreement and were about to lower their heads to continue writing when Matthew said, wait. They raised their heads once more, looking at him with confusion. I can offer some help, Matthew said calmly. Maybe I can provide you with a reference for my essay. Really? Crabbe and Goyle exclaimed with excitement. Of course, don't make it too similar, or Professor Sinistra will notice, Matthew cautioned, raising a hand as if emphasizing his point. In addition, I have another condition, Matthew continued, building up the suspense. No problem. Who do you want us to deal with? As long as it's not someone in the 4th year or above, we can help you, Goyle blurted out eagerly. Matthew shook his head quickly. It's not about someone. I'm just curious about what happened when you were attacked with Ronald Weasley in the trophy room. Crabbe looked frightened and whispered, Professor Rosier, she won't let us talk about it. Matthew pretended to understand. Forget it, then. He appeared interested and stood up, intending to leave. Wait. Goyle hastily called out, flustered by Matthew's impending departure. His words attracted the attention of some senior Slytherin students nearby, who caught their interest. Matthew turned around again. Goyle motioned his hands for the senior students to leave, then lowered his voice and said, but you must promise not to tell anyone. Of course. Matthew nodded without hesitation. Goyle glanced around and recounted the events hushedly. We were in charge of cleaning the medals, trophies, and prizes in that room. Weasley was there, complaining while he cleaned. We didn't know him, so we didn't engage in conversation. Then, for some reason, he suddenly left the showroom. Goyle explained. Left? Where did he go? Matthew furrowed his brow. I don't know. Crabbe shook his head. Mr. Donald followed him shortly after, leaving us to our job. Matthew's curiosity grew. What happened next? Did Weasley and Mr. Donald return? We don't know what happened afterward, Gore chimed in. Crabbe and I suddenly lost consciousness without any explanation. When we woke up, we were already in the school hospital. Interesting, Matthew mused. Thank you for sharing. The attack didn't happen right at the trophy room when Crabbe and Goyle were cleaning it. The question is, where did Weasley go? Why would the attacker have to go through all that trouble and bring Weasley back to the trophy room? The answers to that question would only be known to Ronald Weasley and the attacker. Matthew's mind was racing with many scenarios and what-ifs before he could finally hear Crabbe's faint voice calling for him. So, Wickfield, the paper. Crabbe asked. He handed the astronomy essay to Crabbe and Goyle, instructing them, since Professor Rosier doesn't want you to talk about this, it's best to keep it to yourselves. Don't mention that I asked about it either. Of course. Crabbe and Goyle nodded eagerly. Just as Matthew was about to return to the dormitory, a senior girl approached him, panting slightly. I have something for Matthew Wickfield, she said, handing him a scroll with a purple ribbon. Thank you, Matthew replied, taking the scroll with his name. As he carefully unrolled it, he discovered it was an invitation. Professor Slughorn had invited him to dinner in his office on Sunday night. A smile formed on Matthew's face. Matthew, I would be delighted if you could join me in my office for dinner on Sunday evening. Sincerely, Professor H.E.F. Slughorn. Since it was an odd-numbered week, there was no after-school practice class on Saturday, which Matthew found somewhat fortunate. There were a few accidents the previous 2 times he participated in the practice. It was futile for a first-year student like him to inquire about the attack incident. Even if there was another attack, his role was to protect himself as best as possible. Matthew always remembered that he was a student, and his primary duty was to study. He understood that becoming a powerful wizard was crucial in the wizarding world. The realm of magic was far more profound than depicted on the surface, more than just waving a wand and reciting spells. Mastering any spell was no easy task. That's why even adult wizards, including those working at the Ministry of Magic, struggled with advanced curses. Matthew chose to focus on mastering the basic spells, such as transfiguration, levitation, and unlocking, in order to build a solid foundation. In many ways, Matthew Wickfield was one of the most diligent students at Hogwarts, surpassing even Hermione Granger of Ravenclaw. On Sunday evening, just after 6 o'clock, Matthew finished his studies and left the House of All Requests. He was preparing to attend Professor Slughorn's dinner. As he walked past an empty bookshelf, he waved his hand. Leaving the room of requirements behind, the door transformed into a white wall, while the tapestry opposite displayed the ongoing struggle of Barnabas the Barmy still trying to teach the trolls ballet. Unaware of Matthew's departure, they continued their dance with a wooden stick. As Matthew turned the first corner, he heard someone calling his name from the left fork. It was Neville Longbottom. Matthew. Neville called out. Hello, Neville. Matthew greeted him. Curious about Matthew's presence on the 8th floor, Neville asked, Why are you here? I came to speak with Professor Flitwick. Matthew replied calmly, omitting any mention of the room of requirement. Coincidentally, Professor Flitwick's office was located on the 8th floor, near the 13th window on the right side of the West Tower. Okay, Neville nodded. I'm heading to Professor Slughorn's office for tonight's party. He invited you too, right? Yes, Matthew confirmed. Shall we go together? Of course, let's go. Side by side, Matthew and Neville descended the marble steps until they reached Professor Slughorn's office in the basement. Whether it was due to magic or design, Slughorn's office was more significant than the average teacher's room, exuding an air of grandeur. The emerald green, crimson, and gold curtains adorned the walls, while a golden lantern hung from the ceiling, casting a warm red glow throughout the room. Compared to Professor Rosier's office, seeing this room is such a magnificent sight. In the distance, the faint sound of a man singing, accompanied by the strumming of an instrument, could be heard. Neville, Matthew. Professor Slughorn's voice rang out as they entered. Welcome, very welcome. Professor Slughorn wore a tasseled mink hat that complemented his velvet coat, emphasizing his prosperous appearance. Matthew noticed that Professor Slughorn had switched from using his last name to addressing him by his first name. After ushering them inside, Professor Slughorn continued conversing with a senior girl. The office, despite its spaciousness, held fewer than 20 students. Among the hundreds of students at Hogwarts, only a select few caught his attention. 2 round tables were arranged in the room. The first table was occupied by senior students, while the second was filled with younger students. Neville led Matthew to an empty seat at the junior students' table, where they settled down. Most of the faces around them were unfamiliar to Matthew, except for one student, a dark-skinned Hufflepuff boy in the same year as him. To be honest, I'm not a fan of this party's style, Neville whispered to Matthew, leaning closer. But I had to come. That's Blaise Zabinai over there. He nodded toward the Hufflepuff student. His family is loaded, and his mother is a notorious witch. She's been widowed 6 times. Every time her current husband died, they would leave her a hefty inheritance. Guess I'm here for my parents' reputation, too, Neville added with a hint of self-deprecation. They're both well-known aurors at the Ministry of Magic. Professor Slughorn couldn't resist inviting me. Good evening, Longbottom, a jovial voice greeted them from behind. They turned to find a tall, robust boy with unruly hair, a couple of years older than them. Hello, Cormac, Neville greeted him before introducing Matthew. This is Cormac McLaggen, a second-year Gryffindor. Matthew vaguely recognized the name. McLaggen's father held a high-ranking position in the Ministry of Magic. Hello there. Matthew extended his hand, shaking it with McLaggen. It's not every day we get a first-year joining the club, McLaggen commented, sounding impressed. However, as he spoke, Matthew and the others caught a strong whiff of garlic emanating from McLaggen's breath. Neville instinctively covered his nose, and Matthew furrowed his brow in response. McLaggen said mischievously, I'd suggest you start eating more garlic yourself, or else. He hummed a few notes, then sat on the opposite side of Neville Garlic. Cormac McLaggen's peculiar remark immediately captured the attention of another student from the Slug Club, who was sitting beside Matthew. I despise garlic, he muttered, frowning. However, it didn't take long for him to catch a whiff of the strong garlic odor emanating from McLagan's breath, prompting him to quickly retreat his head. Hello. Matthew glanced at the boy sitting next to him and spoke with enthusiasm. The boy, thin and slightly nervous, forced a strained smile. Matthew, this is Marcus Belby, a second-year student from Ravenclaw, Neville promptly introduced. Belby, meet Matthew Wickfield, a first-year student from Slytherin. Hello Wickfield, hello Longbottom. Belby whispered. Good evening, Belby. Neville nodded in response. After exchanging brief greetings, Neville leaned towards Matthew and whispered in his ear. McLagan's father, Mr. McLagan, works in the Ministry of Magic and has a strong connection with Minister Millicent Bagnold. Belby's uncle, Damocles Belby, is a renowned potion expert and the inventor of the Wolfsbane potion. He even received the Merlin Medal for it. Matthew observed that the students around the round table were predominantly children of famous and successful individuals, as well as those from families with influential connections in the wizarding world. In other words, everyone seemed to have received an invitation due to their close association with influential figures, just like Neville, McLagan, and Belby. If Draco Malfoy hadn't been confined to the school hospital due to his injury, he would have been present as well. It appeared that students with average family backgrounds and exceptional talents were a rare sight here. For instance, Hermione Granger from Ravenclaw had made quite an impression at Hogwarts over the past month. Almost all the teachers held her in high regard, considering her the best student among the first years. Of course, this was partly due to her outgoing personality, whereas Matthew tended to keep a lower profile. There was also Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff, a third-year student. Although Matthew hadn't interacted with him personally, based on the evaluations from students in the second and third years, Cedric was regarded as the top student in his grade. However, neither of them had received an invitation to the Slug Club. Of course, at another long table where the older students were seated, a few individuals with exceptional talents but average family backgrounds could be spotted. Matthew could identify Percy Weasley, a fifth-year Gryffindor student, among them. Considering the Weasley family's financial situation, it was highly unlikely for him to be invited. Perhaps Professor Slughorn employed completely different criteria when selecting students from different grades to join his exclusive circle. I am truly honored to have received this invitation as a first-year student, Matthew thought, but suddenly he furrowed his brow, deep in thought. What did Professor Slughorn see in me? AB. Was it solely because of Matthew's excellent performance in potions class? Matthew, Neville asked with concern. What's the matter? You look a bit troubled. It's nothing, Matthew quickly smoothed his brow and responded with a smile. I'm just not used to the Slug Club ambience. Neville's face brightened with a smile. Seems like we share the same sentiment. One by one, the members of the Slug Club arrived. They settled at 2 round tables, and the dinner commenced shortly thereafter. Numerous golden plates adorned the tables, shimmering enticingly, but Matthew noticed that they were empty, except for a small menu placed nearest to him. Matthew picked up the menu, examining the various dishes listed on it. As he glanced around the room, he realized there were no waiters present. Neville leaned in, reminding him in a hushed tone, "You should do this." He picked up his menu and said, "Hungarian goulash." Almost instantaneously, a serving of succulent beef appeared on his plate. The refined nature of the food struck Matthew, far surpassing the usual school dinners. It seemed that Slughorn had a discerning palate and a keen eye for culinary excellence. However, the professor's attention during the dinner was primarily focused on the older students. At their table, Slughorn merely picked up a glass of mead and made his way over to the lower grade students, gesturing for them to toast to Professor Grindelwald's health. Everyone lifted their glasses in response, and Matthew hesitantly took a sip. The taste of the mead was peculiar, reminiscent of a decaying apple, and he struggled to mask his discomfort. Seems like the older members have been used to the taste of that peculiar mead. Meanwhile, the conversation around him consisted mostly of trivial matters. Marcus Belby engaged in a discussion with a fellow student about an amusing incident that occurred in a second-grade magic history class. Across from Matthew, 2 girls chatted casually about the recent attacks. Malfoy will soon be released from the hospital, and Professor Rosier has invited a high wizard whose expertise in the dark arts to Hogwarts next week. Seems like Ronald Weasley will be discharged from the hospital together with Malfoy. The 2 attacks are not much of a big deal after all. Cormac McLagan and Blaise Zabinai, on the other hand, had set aside their cutlery and were engaged in a lively conversation. My grandfather Thierry, when he was in his prime he could eat 2 caddies of steak for a meal. It's a shame that his body was injured in the First Wizarding War. His left shoulder got wounded by a dark wizard, and because of that he needs to spend 2 months in St. Mungo annually. McLagan boasted. Matthew strained to listen, trying to discern McLagan's voice amidst the cacophony of music and discussions. My grandfather, Thierry, can be considered one of Grindelwald's first supporters in England, McLagan declared proudly. Before that, the British magical world was under the control of dark wizards, whether it was Minister Leonard Spencer Moon or Hogwarts Principal Armando Dippet. Even Albus Dumbledore, the fate of Principal Grindelwald, and the Dark Wizard were all ruling in their ways. But my grandfather was the first to see their true colors and pledge allegiance to Principal Grindelwald. McLagan continued. Seizing the moment, Matthew leaned toward McLagan, taking advantage of Neville's brief absence. McLagan, you must have learned a great deal about the First Wizarding War from your grandfather, he inquired with genuine interest. McLaggen, seemingly unfazed by the additional audience, responded, "That's natural. I grew up hearing stories of his youth. These things aren't in the history books. Bathilda Bagshot's history of magic only covers until the end of the 19th century." Curiosity and admiration filled Matthew's face, encouraging McLaggen to share more. McLaggen lowered his voice and then continued the story. Back in 1945, Headmaster Grindelwald was faced with a life-or-death situation. The Dark Wizards of Britain under the lead of Albus Dumbledore colluded with the Muggles. Not only in Britain, but in the United States, Soviet Union, and many innocent wizards were captivated and followed Dumbledore's lead. They united into an extremist group with the Muggle government as part of it. Although Headmaster Grindelwald was trying his best, he was not a match for Dumbledore, he said with a serious expression. Finally, November 2, 1945. Headmaster Grindelwald challenged Dumbledore to a legendary duel. Ever happened? My grandfather was fortunate to watch the history being recorded in front of his eyes. The duel lasted for the whole day. No one knows what's happening next. It was beyond their reach with what these two great wizards have in their minds. Did Headmaster Grindelwald win? Matthew asked. Headmaster Grindelwald emerged victorious, turning the tide at the last moment and saving our magical world, McLaggen proclaimed triumphantly. With Dumbledore's defeat, his followers shattered and their forces weakened. Headmaster Grindelwald then announced to the world that he will turn Nurmengard into a prison and imprison Albus Dumbledore on the highest level. Headmaster then deployed the most powerful magic known to wizards to seal Dumbledore there for good. It's a shame that our Headmaster's plan for the Muggle world was bound to fail because of his duel with Dumbledore. His support and his strategy were useless after the duel ended. At the same time, although they were scattered and weakened, Albus Dumbledore's followers were still all over the world, especially in Hogwarts at the time. You could say Dumbledore had more power than Headmaster Grindelwald. To get rid of Dumbledore's followers, my grandfather helped Headmaster Grindelwald a lot. Although the Dark Wizard's influence is deeply rooted everywhere, after almost 30 years they finally get rid of his influence for good. McLaggen finished his explanation. Feeling his mouth and throat dry, he stopped telling the story. Matthew took the initiative to offer him the pumpkin juice on the table. He took it from Matthew's hand. "Thank you, Wickfield." He proceeds to drink it. "So, because Dumbledore has been imprisoned in Nurmengard and the First Wizarding War was around 50 years ago, did Headmaster Grindelwald has abandoned his plan as well?" Matthew inquired. "Of course not," McLaggen said. "What do you think Headmaster Grindelwald has been up to for all these years?" Neville returned. Seeing this, Matthew returned to his seat as well. McLaggen then continued his discussion with Zabinai. The dinner was over soon, but Matthew never had the chance to talk with Professor Slughorn. He left his watch at the table purposely and left with everyone else. Then he turned back again because he forgot his watch after knowing Professor Slughorn was finally alone. "Mr. Wickfield, what brings you back here again?" Professor Slughorn asked. "Sorry, Professor, seems like I forgot my watch," Matthew said softly. "At your age forgetting something is a bad habit, boy," Professor Slughorn said with a light chuckle. After putting on his watch, Matthew hesitantly spoke to Professor Slughorn. "Professor, can I ask you something?" Just as Matthew began to speak, the small golden bell on Horace Slughorn's desk chimed 9 times, signaling the late hour. "Of course, but not for too long," the potions professor responded with a gentle smile, his mouth still filled with a piece of pineapple compote. "After all, it's already quite late. I assume you wouldn't want to be caught outside when the lights are turned off," Slughorn added, his tone light-hearted. "Yes, sir, but the lights won't be turned off until 10 o'clock. So, if you have a moment, I would like to ask you something," Matthew replied, his voice tinged with eagerness. "Then ask away, my boy, ask away," Slughorn encouraged, taking a small sip of wine, the redness of his cheeks more noticeable. Matthew cast a glance at the relaxed and slightly rotund figure of the professor in the armchair before him, his mind focused on the task at hand. Without hesitation, he spoke softly, choosing his words carefully. "It's about my roommate, Draco Malfoy," Matthew began. "Draco? Oh, poor boy, I remember him well," Slughorn interrupted, his voice filled with regret. He licked the icing off his fingers and sighed. "Such bad luck for him. He had that accident right at the beginning of the school year, and he's been in the school hospital ever since. He hasn't even had the chance to attend any of our parties. I'm just hoping that Professor Rosier's acquaintance can help him," Professor Slughorn said with a sad tone. "Yes, I'm sorry about that," Matthew sympathized. "I'm just curious about what happened to him during that time." Slughorn, seemingly in a good mood, perhaps due to the delectable pineapple compote or the festivities of the evening, glanced at Matthew, his response holding both rejection and intrigue. "We usually keep such things under wraps. Professor Rosier doesn't want the truth to spread throughout Hogwarts, as it could adversely affect our teaching." Slughorn explained, his words hinting at secrecy. Matthew understood the delicate dance being played. Slughorn's reluctance was clear, but there was an undercurrent of willingness to share information. "You're right, Professor. Such matters mustn't be disclosed to outsiders," Matthew agreed quickly, playing his part. "But I'm not an outsider. Draco Malfoy is my roommate." He paused for a moment, his voice dropping lower, laced with vulnerability. "During the time he was attacked, I was the only person in the entire dormitory. My roommates were sent to the hospital, their fate uncertain. I was terrified, fearing that at any moment, like Malfoy and the others, something horrifying would befall me silently. As he spoke, Matthew wiped the corner of his eyes, portraying his anguish. Professor Slughorn, I implore you to tell me what happened. I swear I won't breathe a word to anyone. It's the least I can ask for, to find some peace of mind and be able to sleep at night. Slughorn's gaze softened, and he regarded Matthew with genuine sympathy. Poor boy, I understand the pressure you're under. I truly do. No, you don't understand, Matthew countered, shaking his head. I desperately wanted to forget what happened that night, but whenever I entered a crowded place, someone would approach me and ask about it. Being the sole survivor in the dormitory, they were curious, and it frightened me. You have no idea how desperate I felt. There were times I even contemplated climbing to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle and jumping out of the window. Alpha Nu OES. Professor Slughorn quickly interjected, concern evident in his voice. Oh, you mustn't entertain such thoughts. If you were to jump, you'd end up in the school hospital for at least a week. Or perhaps even 2. He paused, observing Matthew closely. Do you need me to get you a towel, my boy? No, that won't be necessary, Matthew assured him, quickly wiping his eyes with his sleeve, not forgetting the fact that Slughorn had just licked his finger. Very well. Slughorn sighed softly. I might as well tell you the truth. It's not something particularly worth keeping secret. Matthew sat down, fully engaged, his ears attuned to every word. If he weren't in the middle of a conversation, he might have even reached for pen and paper to take notes. Matthew, are you familiar with dark magic? Slughorn asked earnestly. Dark magic. Matthew blinked, caught off guard. Of course, that's the old name for it. Nowadays, it's referred to as dark arts. Professor Rosier should have covered it in her class, Slughorn clarified, adjusting his wording. Yes, but the textbook still uses the term dark magic, Matthew acknowledged. Slughorn nodded and proceeded to reveal the information Matthew sought. That's because of the Wizards' Examinations Authority, the old guys headed by Griselda Marchbank. Professor Slughorn shrugged and explained. They are very old, very prestigious in the wizarding world. Although they have obeyed the new Ministry of Magic in name, they have never really identified with Gellert Grindelwald. But they can only cause more or less trouble for Hogwarts. After all, the source of textbooks is subject to the control of the Wizarding Examinations Authority. Of course, in the eyes of Professor Grindelwald, they are just clowns dancing by their graves, Slughorn added, his words carrying a deeper meaning. However, the entire magical world, after all, is not dictated by Headmaster Grindelwald. Professor Slughorn explained furiously, before recollecting himself. Matthew didn't quite grasp the full significance of Slughorn's words, but he nodded in vague understanding. Okay, let's get down to business. Slughorn continued, changing the subject. Let's talk about dark magic. Matthew, do you know the scariest form of dark magic? Matthew hesitated for a moment and then whispered, I seem to have read about it in an after-school reading about defense against the dark arts class. It's called, the Unforgivable Curses, right? Slughorn smiled widely. It seems I made the right choice in inviting you to join the club. Your extracurricular reading is extensive. I just prefer the quiet atmosphere in the library, Matthew replied, slightly shy. Okay, Professor Slughorn's expression turned serious again. The Unforgivable Curses? They are indeed terrifying, but they are far from being named the most terrifying. In reality, the most fearsome dark magic lies in the oldest and most mysterious spells. They are indescribable, beyond the comprehension of normal wizardry, a realm of mysterious magic. As Professor Slughorn's voice trailed off, his body involuntarily trembled. So, Matthew furrowed his brow and continued softly, Draco Malfoy was injured because of this mysterious dark magic. Professor Rosier thinks so, Professor Slughorn replied. She has extensive experience in dark magic research, so I trust her judgment. Then, was someone using this mysterious dark magic on Malfoy? Matthew inquired, feigning ignorance. That is unlikely. I have great confidence in the safety measures of the Slytherin common room. Therefore, both Professor Rosier and I believe that the occurrence of the attack was likely caused by an object related to the mysterious dark magic. It's not uncommon. Draco's father has always been interested in that sort of thing. It's a secret, so Draco might have accidentally come into contact with it, Professor Slughorn said with a hint of regret in his voice. Matthew felt he was getting closer to the truth. But is this object related to the mysterious dark magic still in the Slytherin common room? Matthew asked cautiously. Ha ha ha. Slughorn burst into laughter. You needn't scare yourself, my child. I thoroughly searched your dormitory and its surroundings. There's no chance anything slipped through the net. Could it be, the item left the Slytherin common room? Matthew asked, seeking confirmation. What do you think it is, a paper airplane? Slughorn spread his hands, smiling. That's impossible, my child. Hogwarts has a comprehensive system for detecting black magic items. Powerful protective measures prevent anyone from freely carrying around a used black magic item without detection. Moreover, Hogwarts has strict rules regarding space. Without the headmaster's consent, any transfer of objects is prohibited. Teachers, including ourselves, are not allowed to operate within the Hogwarts campus, not to mention transporting a black magic item. Professor Slughorn explained proudly. So, what is happening? Matthew inquired, his brow furrowing. According to our conjecture, the mysterious dark magic item Draco encountered was likely a very weak one. It exhausted all its power after attacking Draco Malfoy, which is why we couldn't find it, Slughorn explained. In fact, that's the only possibility. Then, if it were a powerful, mysterious dark magic item? Matthew asked, his voice trembling. You can only pray you never encounter something like that unless you're a powerful wizard like Professor Grindelwald. Slughorn's tone grew serious. It's not merely scary, the word terrible falls short. It's something a normal wizard should never touch. It slowly erodes you, affects you, and even assimilates you, before you even realize it. So, if Draco Malfoy had been exposed to that thing, what would happen? Matthew asked in a low voice, his voice trembling. It was only natural for an 11-year-old child to feel fear when confronted with such horrifying concepts. I would have to kill him, Slughorn said sternly. Kill him. Matthew's mouth hung open, his words stammering. Yes, though it sounds cruel, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome for that boy, Professor Slughorn continued. Even if I don't, Professor Rosier and even Professor Grindelwald would do it. Death is not the most terrifying thing, far from it. If you truly come into contact with the indescribable mysteries, you will face something even more terrifying than death, Professor Slughorn said in a sorrowful tone. It sounds terrifying, Matthew forced a smile. He attempted a light-hearted comment. So, in the future, if we encounter something like that, should we run away immediately? Run. Slughorn chuckled mockingly. You can't escape from true mystery, because when you stare into it, it's also staring back at you. At that moment, Matthew's face turned pale. Oh, my boy, did I frighten you? I should have comforted you instead. Slughorn apologized. Don't worry, those truly ancient and mysterious things are extremely rare. It's highly unlikely you'll ever encounter them. The object Draco Malfoy came into contact with was just a simple form of mysterious dark magic item. It has surely vanished from Hogwarts. Otherwise, we would have found it. So, relax, don't concern yourself with these mysteries, and focus on more interesting things. Professor Slughorn reassured Matthew with a loud voice trying to cheer him up. Gradually, Matthew's complexion improved, and he nodded. Thank you, Professor. Remember what I told you, but keep it to yourself, Slughorn cautioned, waving his hand. I won't say a word, sir, Matthew Wickfield replied and left the office. As he walked away from Horace Slughorn's office, his face still bore an extremely pale expression. Matthew Wickfield's mood could only be described as terrible. He had anticipated that the book might be scary, but he didn't expect it to be this terrifying. Professor Slughorn's words aligned perfectly with his previous experiences. Hogwarts did have precautions against black magic items and strict rules regarding space. The book had found its way into the Room of Requirement, which, according to his previous knowledge, was not bound by many Hogwarts rules. It seemed the book had successfully escaped their search and arrest by hiding in that place. However, Professor Slughorn's judgment that the item attacking Malfoy was an extremely weak mysterious black magic item might be opposite to reality. The book's power could be the reason it had eluded their discovery and made its way to the Room of Requirement. Matthew wondered what he should do in such a situation. Originally, he had planned to seek help from Professor Slughorn, hoping that the potions teacher could assist him in eliminating this threat, but Professor Slughorn's words made him hesitate. Did it mean he should allow the head of Slytherin to kill him? Professor Slughorn's tone filled Matthew with despair. If the book was truly that terrifying, wouldn't he be doomed to die or face a fate even worse than death, as Professor Slughorn had mentioned? No, Matthew desperately reassured himself. He hadn't reached that point yet. He recalled Professor Slughorn's earlier words, you can only pray that you will never encounter something like that unless you are a powerful wizard like Professor Grindelwald. Did that imply that if he became a powerful wizard like Grindelwald, he wouldn't have to fear the book? It should mean that, so his fate wasn't entirely sealed. Matthew shook his head, refusing to delve further into those thoughts. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was late, almost past 10 o'clock, exceeding the curfew and violating school rules. He descended the marble steps and entered the basement corridor. The dimly lit and eerie hallway stretched ahead of him. Strange sounds occasionally echoed, though they might be mere illusions caused by the wind. The torches on the stone walls provided feeble illumination, barely enough to light his path. Drawing his black walnut wand from his waist, Matthew raised it with his left hand and softly incanted, Lumos, a faint light emitted from his wand, illuminating the path ahead. The simple spell he had learned from Professor Flitwick in the spell class 2 weeks ago proved practical in such situations. Just as Matthew passed by the door of the potions class, he sensed a sound. He strained his ears, confirming that it was indeed coming from the potions classroom. It wasn't a mere illusion caused by the wind. Who could it be? It couldn't be Horace Professor Slughorn, as the old man had just bid him farewell in his office. There was no reason for him to suddenly appear in the potions classroom. Could it be another teacher with Professor Slughorn's permission to retrieve something? Or was someone stealing something inside? Perhaps it was the same attacker who had attacked Ronald Weasley before. Despite the sound, Matthew continued walking forward calmly, as if he hadn't heard anything. Whoever was in the potions classroom had nothing to do with him. He listened intently, relieved when the sound abruptly ceased. Just as he passed through the corridor and turned into the next passage, a stern voice called out from behind him, "Who is it?" The voice brimmed with alertness. Matthew recognized the voice as the one he least wanted to hear, Professor Vinda Rosier, the headmistress of Hogwarts. He turned around and stammered, "It's me, Matthew Wickfield, Professor Rosier." Approaching from behind, Professor Rosier walked with a limp, as if she had sustained an injury. Her disheveled hair and uncertain expression stripped away her usual grace. Wickfield. Professor Rosier snapped, "Why are you here again?" Matthew also wondered why he kept encountering her inexplicably, considering he tried his best to avoid her. Matthew tried to explain. To his shock, Professor Rosier advanced menacingly toward him. Her once beautiful face is twisted and even appeared somewhat hideous. Matthew took a few steps back, pressing against the wall, fearing that she might attack him. He contemplated his options. His wand in his right hand was the only means of offense, with the petrification spell being the sole offensive spell he knew. He doubted it would work against her now. Professor Rosier drew nearer, and her distorted face became more distinct. Matthew noticed a faint red light, reminiscent of blood, flickering in her eyes. He had no time to ponder its meaning. Reciting the petrification incantation in his mind, Petrificus Totalis, he prepared to cast the spell. However, before he could utter the incantation aloud, another familiar voice interrupted them. "Is Professor Rosier there?" The red light vanished from Professor Rosier's eyes, and she turned away, ignoring Matthew. Emerging from the darkness, a familiar figure slowly came into view. "Oh, and Wickfield." Professor Edward Trokar blinked and looked at Matthew, his face appearing better than usual, not as pale or haggard as before. It might be due to the weak lights in the aisles at night. "I'm very curious, Wickfield, why are you here?" Professor Trokar asked with interest, noticing that he had his wand in his hand. "I am also very curious about this, so I am asking this question to Wickfield." Professor Rosier said coldly, her twisted and hideous look of anger fading, replaced by her usual coldness. Professor Trokar's appearance relieved Matthew. It seemed that no matter what the situation was, he would be fine tonight. "I just attended Professor Slughorn's Slug Club dinner," Matthew quickly explained. "The Slug Club dinner usually ends before 9 o'clock in the evening." Professor Rosier said coldly, her eyes glaring at Matthew once again, and he thought he saw the blood-like red light in her eyes. "That's it," Matthew continued, "because I forgot my watch in Professor Slughorn's office. When I went back to retrieve it, I remembered some interesting things and sought Professor Slughorn's advice, which made me run a bit late. So that's it," Professor Trokar said, looking at Matthew with a praising gaze. "It seems, Wickfield, you are very fortunate. I've heard that Horace has always had a keen eye for talent. I hope you haven't lied." Professor Rosier interjected coldly. "Because I will find out soon enough." After speaking, she pulled out her wand from her waist and swiftly waved it, causing a silver-white cloak-like object to pass by Matthew. Silence returned to the corridor. Professor Rosier still maintained her position, cornering Matthew against the wall, but he turned his head and closed his eyes. Matthew felt a little embarrassed and dared not move, as any slight movement could lead him to encounter Professor Rosier. Professor Trokar suddenly winked at Matthew, who realized that he was still pointing his fluorescent wand directly at Professor Rosier's chest. He quickly lowered his wand. They waited for only 2 or 3 minutes when they heard anxious footsteps approaching. The portly potions teacher, Horace Professor Slughorn, waddled over, acting quite comical. "What is happening?" He arrived in front of the 3 of them, panting heavily and visibly tired. He stuttered, What is happening?" "We'll discuss it later," Professor Rosier said, still coldly. "Let's address the matter of Wickfield first." "Oh, Matthew." Professor Slughorn seemed to have just noticed Matthew and appeared visibly relieved. "Wickfield told me he was in your office earlier, engaged in a conversation with you." Professor Rosier first glanced at Matthew, then at Professor Slughorn. "Yes, that's correct," Professor Slughorn nodded. "We were discussing, well, some extracurricular knowledge." But Professor Rosier seemed uninterested in the specifics of their conversation. "So, when did Wickfield leave your presence?" Professor Rosier continued to inquire. "About 10 minutes ago, not too long," Professor Slughorn replied. "He was with you all this time?" Professor Rosier squinted her eyes. "Of course." Professor Slughorn replied instantly. Professor Rosier fell silent for a moment, then took a few steps forward, allowing Matthew some freedom. "Well, you may go now, Wickfield," she said coldly. "But remember, wandering around Hogwarts Castle after lights out is a violation of the rules. Mr. Pringle will inform you of the details and duration of your confinement." Matthew was at a loss for words. How did he end up being confined? "I disagree, Headmistress Rosier," Professor Trokar spoke up. "I believe it wasn't yet 10 o'clock when Wickfield was in the corridor. If you hadn't intercepted him, there was a high chance he would have returned to the Slytherin common room before lights out." Professor Slughorn next to them nodded in agreement. Professor Rosier closed her eyes again and said, "You're right, the confinement is cancelled." Matthew still couldn't comprehend what was happening. How did the confinement get cancelled so easily? "Go back to the Slytherin common room, Matthew." Professor Slughorn gestured for him to leave. Professor Trokar walked up to Matthew, lightly patting his shoulder, and said, "Yes, go back quickly, Wickfield. Don't be afraid, don't worry. But please remember, avoid walking around Hogwarts Castle at night for now." This time, Matthew caught a whiff of the familiar scent of blood. Matthew nodded without fully understanding what was going on. What were they hinting at? Unwilling to ask any further questions, he bid farewell to the 3 teachers and hurried back to the Slytherin common room, without engaging in any further conversation. Exhausted, he fell onto his bed and drifted off to sleep. The following day, during Monday's breakfast, Matthew Wickfield entered the Great Hall as usual to have his meal. As he spread jam on his sausage, an excited voice called out to him from a distance. Matthew. Neville Longbottom's voice rang out, and he crossed several long tables to reach Matthew, embracing him tightly. What's the matter? Matthew was taken aback. It's incredible, you're alive, Neville said tearfully. I am alive. Matthew grew more confused. I thought, you were already. Neville wiped tears from the corner of his eyes and released his grip. What's going on, Neville? Matthew asked urgently. Neville's voice was low as he shook his head. 7th year Slytherin Maria Adams and 4th year Rico Carlo, they're both dead. It happened last night. The news hit Matthew like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned. Maria Adams from the 7th year and Rico Carlo from the 4th year, those names vaguely rang a bell. They were both members of the Slug Club, along with Matthew, representing Slytherin House. Neville's words filled Matthew with fear. So, there was another attack last night. He furrowed his brow. His mind wandered as he continued conversing with Neville. After Neville left, he stuffed a sausage filled with jam into his mouth and suddenly noticed it tasted unusually cold. His mood mirrored the temperature of the sausage chilled. In a way, he had narrowly escaped, he thought, shuddering with lingering fear. Maria Adams is a 7th year student, and Rico Carlo is a 4th year student. The attack must have occurred after Slughorn's Slug Club ended. That means it happened on their way back from Professor Slughorn's office to the Slytherin common room. And Matthew, theoretically, should have taken the same path with them and returned together. After all, there is only one way to reach the Slytherin common room. If it weren't for his desire to eavesdrop and inquire about the book from Professor Slughorn, he would have returned almost an hour later. Perhaps his name would be added to the list of victims. Then, last night, he heard a noise from inside when he passed by the potions classroom around 10 o'clock. Could it be related to the attack? And at that time, Professor Rosier suddenly appeared from behind with her bizarre appearance and movements. Could she be involved in the attack? Of course, there's also Professor Trokar. Last night, Matthew noticed that his demeanor was different from usual, but he seemed remarkably energetic. Why were they there? Could it be? Matthew suppressed his numerous doubts and continued eating his breakfast. Breakfast was still ongoing when the sound of hurried footsteps came from beside Matthew. Then, a slender figure approached him. Wickfield. The person asked eagerly, "Are you all right?" Matthew was taken aback, his mouth still full of sausage, rendering him speechless. He simply nodded in response. It was Agnes Lestrange, her azure blue eyes fixed intently on Matthew. Nothing. I'm fine. After taking a sip of pumpkin juice and swallowing his food, Matthew managed to reply, "What's the matter? Aren't you a member of Slughorn's Slug Club?" Lestrange's tone turned colder. "Yes." Matthew replied. "Wait, how did you know?" But Lestrange ignored his question, saying, "I heard that Adams and Carlo were attacked, and it seems to have happened after the Slug Club ended, on their way back to the Slytherin common room, ENGO Epsilon." "Yes, but luckily, I wasn't with them when it happened," Matthew answered, pondering how this girl knew he had joined the Slug Club. He hadn't mentioned it to anyone before. "Oh." Lestrange nodded, then stood up and walked away. Her cascading silver hair brushed gently against Matthew's shoulder. Left alone, Matthew couldn't help but feel perplexed. He didn't understand why she acted that way. They weren't particularly close, were they? Forget it, let's eat. Matthew grabbed another sausage and stuffed it into his mouth. Rumors spread like wildfire, even with Hogwarts' sophisticated methods of controlling public opinion. The news of another attack had reached every corner of the school, causing a stir. Matthew noticed groups of first-year students gathering together, seemingly afraid to be alone as if they believed it would protect them from being attacked. But it didn't make much sense to stick together. Didn't Maria Adams and Rico Carlo return to the Slytherin common room together? And yet, they still suffered the attack. As a 7th-year student eligible to join the Slug Club and valued by Slughorn, Maria Adams possessed considerable knowledge of spells and defensive magic comparable to some adult wizards. Students like her had been attacked. The grim atmosphere even affected the classroom. During Monday morning's History of Magic class, a subject usually enjoyed by many students, whispers filled the air as first-year students discussed the previous night's events. Bathilda Bagshot, usually a gentle professor, was furious. "If you don't want to attend the class, you can leave now and never return," the old professor roared angrily. She coughed violently, and a house elf rushed to her side, patting her back. The class fell into silence. Matthew overheard Slytherin students discussing the attacks on Adams and Carlo during lunch. As he sat down to eat, he heard various versions of the news. Some claimed that Adams and Carlo had died on the spot, their bodies promptly cremated by Professor Rosier and sent back to their homes. Others said they were still alive but severely injured, similar to what happened to Weasley and Malfoy, and were currently receiving treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital. Some insisted that there were more than just 2 victims, but according to ministry regulations, the number of casualties in such incidents should not exceed 3. If it did, the Hogwarts headmaster would be forced to step down. One student claimed to have seen a magical carpet transporting bodies to the castle gate that morning. In short, rumors circulated throughout the school, leaving everyone skeptical and suspicious. Matthew also noticed several younger students secretly exchanging talismans, protective charms, and other trinkets rumored to safeguard wizards from harm. This trend seemed to gain popularity. For instance, Theodore Knott, his fellow Slytherin dorm mate, proudly displayed his newly acquired treasures to those around him after lunch. These items included but were not limited to a foul-smelling dark onion, a round purple crystal, and a dried newt tail. However, Nott's triumph was short-lived. A few minutes later, Prefect Gemma Farley approached, confiscated all his amulets, and tossed them into the trash bin. The afternoon herbology class also descended into chaos. Clearly, everyone was lacking energy. Fortunately, Professor Sprout, the herbology teacher, had a good temper and didn't get angry. After the class ended, Matthew and the others returned to the Great Hall from the greenhouse. To Matthew's surprise, he noticed more students gathered in the Great Hall than he had ever seen before, even though it wasn't mealtime yet. Everyone seemed afraid to be alone in other parts of the castle, and the crowded Great Hall provided a sense of security. Matthew glanced towards the head table and furrowed his brow. He realized he hadn't seen Headmistress Vinda Rosier sitting at the main table during breakfast, lunch, or now. This was unusual because Professor Rosier consistently attended mealtimes and rarely missed them. Moreover, if Professor Rosier had appeared and provided a specific explanation, it might have calmed the panic and rumors circulating throughout the school. Matthew suddenly remembered that Professor Rosier had been limping slightly the previous night. Could it be that she was already injured at that time? Perhaps that's why she hasn't been seen since then. While Matthew pondered over this, dinner commenced. The dinner menu remained unchanged, 2 vegetarian options and 1 meat dish, Welsh lamb, baked potatoes, carrots, and soup. The aroma filled the Great Hall, but everyone's mood was somber, and their appetite was poor. Even several teachers at the head table seemed affected. For example, Professor Horace Slughorn, the head of the Slytherin house, sat with a sad and defeated expression. Perhaps it was due to the incident involving 2 of his Slytherin students who were also members of the Slug Club. Or maybe it was because the attacks had halted the Slug Club's evening parties for the foreseeable future. But at that moment, a burst of light blue smoke suddenly materialized in the center of the head table, just like at the school banquet. The chatter in the Great Hall stopped as all eyes focused on the smoke. When the smoke dissipated, a familiar figure stood before them. It was Gellert Grindelwald, the headmaster of Hogwarts, returning once again. For Matthew Wickfield, this was the second time he had seen the headmaster in nearly a month and a half since the start of the school year. Principal Grindelwald appeared weary as if he had been attending to numerous matters, as Matthew had heard throughout the school. However, the headmaster's arrival didn't elicit the same eager applause this time. Although everyone regarded him respectfully, there was an air of concern and apprehension. "I am aware of the recent events at Hogwarts," Gellert Grindelwald said calmly. "I apologize for the incidents that have occurred since the beginning of the school year." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried enough weight for everyone to hear, and it seemed to possess a specific power that resonated with those who listened. Matthew felt a sense of relief as his anxiety and worries were somewhat alleviated. The fearful expressions on the faces of the students around him also softened. "First and foremost, I want to assure you that no one's life is in immediate danger," Grindelwald continued. "A friend of mine has seen Mr. Malfoy's condition, and his recovery is progressing well. I guarantee he will be back in class before Halloween." Pansy Parkinson, who sat across from Matthew, clasped her hands to her chest and visibly relaxed. "Mr. Weasley's condition is more severe, but he is now out of danger. Madame Pomfrey's expertise is extensive, and I believe he will recover soon. As for Miss Adams and Mr. Carlo, they sustained minor injuries. They will be released from St. Mungo's after Halloween." Professor Grindelwald's words brought visible relief to many teachers and students. The previous rumors had weighed heavily on everyone, causing a great deal of distress. Knowing that no one had lost their lives, the general mood improved considerably. Cheering erupted once more, with many students even standing up and applauding. Professor Grindelwald raised his hand, effortlessly quieting the hall and regaining control of the atmosphere. "But I believe many of your speculations were correct," he continued. This time, Grindelwald's voice shifted abruptly from calm to an intense sharpness. "There is indeed a formidable and terrifying enemy lurking around Hogwarts. The injuries sustained by Mr. Weasley, Miss Adams, and Mr. Carlo are all connected to this individual. This enemy is solely responsible for." The atmosphere in the Great Hall grew solemn. "But rest assured, everyone, if this enemy dares to cause chaos at Hogwarts and attacks my students, I swear they will pay a terrible price," Professor Grindelwald said with a serious expression. Grindelwald's serious and sharp expression vanished from his face, replaced by the familiar gentle smile. "Therefore, please be reassured that Hogwarts is safe. Starting today, it will be kept safe. Because I am here." The return of Headmaster Gellert Grindelwald seemed to inject new life into the panic-stricken Hogwarts. In a remarkably short period of time, the atmosphere of panic and chaos on campus dissipated, replaced by a sense of restored order. Professor Grindelwald addressed everyone, explaining the causes and consequences of the attacks, alleviating their fears. He assured them that Hogwarts would be safe going forward and there would be no further danger. In short, Hogwarts bounced back overnight, and Matthew's life returned to its previous state of tranquility. The students around him were no longer afraid and seldom discussed the attacks. His routine became the familiar cycle of the common room, the auditorium, the classrooms, and the library. Moreover, he reduced his visits to the room of requirement, choosing to spend more time in the library unless absolutely necessary. Following Professor Slughorn's warning that night, he felt it best to keep his distance from that mysterious book. Even minimal contact within the same room seemed better to avoid. and as Headmaster Grindelwald and the others promised, there were no more attacks. The culprit responsible for the 3 consecutive attacks, the blood-sucking monster, appeared to have been deterred by Headmaster Grindelwald's speech in the auditorium. It seemed that the enemy no longer dared to act recklessly. Initially, everyone remained fearful, but after several days without any further incidents, the students at Hogwarts gradually returned to their usual selves. True to his word, Headmaster Grindelwald stayed at Hogwarts and hardly left during this period. At every breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Matthew could see him engaging in lively conversations with Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Slughorn from the main guest seat in the auditorium. According to some senior students, this was quite rare. Professor Grindelwald had been busy in recent years and rarely stayed at the school, aside from the opening banquet, Halloween dinner, and special occasions like Christmas dinner. Perhaps the previous attacks had influenced his decision to remain at Hogwarts. However, Headmistress Vinda Rosier, who corresponded to Headmaster Grindelwald, was nowhere to be found. This was unlike her usual behavior. It was another Friday afternoon, and the wind howled outside the castle while rain poured heavily. More torches and lanterns had to be lit to navigate the dim corridors and classrooms. Holding his textbook, Matthew habitually lowered his head and entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. When he raised his head, he was taken aback. The figure standing at the podium was not Professor Rosier but Professor Trokar, the Transfiguration teacher. All right, everyone is here. Professor Trokar glanced at the students and said, "We may proceed with our class." A hand shot up in the air. "What's the matter, Miss Granger?" Professor Trokar acknowledged the student who raised her hand. "Where is Professor Rosier?" Hermione hurriedly asked. Professor Rosier was injured. Professor Slughorn, Professor Traverse, and I will temporarily take over her classes. I will handle the first-year courses, Professor Trokar replied calmly without showing any anger. With Tildo. Matthew furrowed his brow, recalling the image of Professor Rosier limping that night. Does her absence have anything to do with the attack that Miss Adams and Mr. Carlo experienced? Matthew inquired, raising his hand. It's possible that it played a role, Professor Trokar calmly replied. I'm sorry, but I can't disclose too much. So, when will she return? Matthew continued his questioning. It may take a while, perhaps a month, I can't guarantee it. Professor Trokar answered. All right, thank you, Professor. Matthew said and sat back down. Hermione Granger, who remained standing, anxiously mentioned, but Professor Rosier assigned a paper due in 2 weeks. You can wait for Professor Rosier to return and give it to her. I don't think I'm responsible for that, Professor Trokar smiled. Great. A cheer erupted from the students below the podium. Oh, please, Hermione said disappointedly, I've already finished writing it. Matthew frowned. He had also completed the paper but wasn't concerned about it. The headmaster's return, the headmistress's sudden disappearance, and the abrupt end to the attacks. Could there be a connection between these 3 events? Now, let's officially begin the class, Professor Trokar announced from the podium, flipping open the textbook. Please turn to page 69 of The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. They had a delightful defense against the dark arts class. Professor Trokar seemed well-versed in the subject matter and was more than capable of teaching the first years. His class atmosphere was much lighter than Professor Rosier's, which had always carried a sense of gloom. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Everyone gathered their belongings and left the classroom. Matthew was among them, but... Matthew, wait. Hermione Granger from Ravenclaw called out his name from a distance. Matthew had a hunch that Hermione wanted to talk to him, but he didn't feel like discussing it. His mind was preoccupied with something else. So, amidst the noisy chatter, he pretended not to hear and walked out of the classroom without looking back. Hermione rushed towards him but accidentally bumped into Agnes Lestrange from Slytherin. Sorry, she quickly apologized. But when she looked up, Matthew Wickfield was already gone. He was already on his way back to the Slytherin common room. The weather outside could only be described as terrible. Even though it wasn't too late after class, it was already dark, as if ink had been splashed across the sky. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, and the basement floor of Hogwarts seemed to have become slightly damp. Matthew couldn't help but wonder if his bedroom would be flooded. Thankfully, it appeared to be safe from the water's intrusion. As he arrived at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, Matthew reached out and touched the head of the giant green snake. He whispered the password, Noble Glory. The giant snake released its tail from its mouth, wriggled slightly, and opened the door to the common room. Unlike the darkness outside, the common room was bright and lively. The soft armchairs were bathed in the green glow of the fireplace, and students sat in them, engrossed in reading, chatting, and doing homework. Good evening, Matthew, someone greeted him as he entered. Having been in Slytherin for almost a month and a half, Matthew had become familiar with some senior students. He replied, good evening, as he returned to his bedroom. To his surprise, quite a few people were in the room, which was unusual since Crabbe and Goyle rarely stayed there. Ignoring them, Matthew went straight to his seat and opened the parchment containing information about the after-school practice. The note indicated that they were supposed to participate in the after-school practice with the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher and Professor Rosier on the following day, Saturday. However, the practice had been temporarily cancelled due to Professor Rosier's illness. Matthew considered it good news, especially considering the terrible weather outside. Participating in outdoor activities in such conditions would undoubtedly result in discomfort, if not worse. There was also a letter from Professor Slughorn on the table. Matthew opened it and read that the Slug Club's Sunday night gathering had been indefinitely cancelled. Professor Slughorn would notify them separately when it would resume. It was understandable, given that 2 Slytherin students were attacked after the last club meeting. B. Even with Headmaster Grindelwald's assurance that there would be no more attacks, Professor Slughorn didn't want to take any more risks. Matthew crumpled the note and tossed it aside. Just then, someone in the room whispered his name. Wickfield. Huh. Matthew blinked and looked up. The voice was unmistakably Draco Malfoy's. Malfoy, his last roommate in the dormitory, had returned earlier while Matthew wasn't paying attention. On the first school weekend, Malfoy is taken to the school hospital after being attacked by a mysterious magical object. In mid-August, he was finally discharged and could resume his normal life. Hello. Matthew glanced at Draco and spoke softly. Draco appeared paler than before. His ordeal had taken a toll on him. At first sight, Matthew saw a reflection of Professor Trokar in Draco's eyes, an emotion of fear. Matthew had seen a similar fear in the eyes of Crabbe, Goyle, and Not before, but Draco's fear didn't seem as deep. The 2 boys stared at each other in silence. What's the matter, Malfoy? Matthew asked, his tone lacking warmth. He didn't show Malfoy any kindness, even though the other had spent over a month in the hospital, partly due to him. Matthew hadn't forgotten what Malfoy and his friends had done before Malfoy ended up in the hospital. Malfoy seemed to struggle momentarily before softly apologizing. Sorry. Matthew's turn to be surprised came. Oh, what for? Matthew would have considered it normal if Draco Malfoy were now clenching his fist, seeking revenge. Now, Matthew wasn't afraid of him. He could draw his wand at any moment and petrify Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle with ease. A student who hardly attended classes, paired with 2 infamous lackeys, posed no threat to him. I am sorry, Malfoy stammered, clearly nervous. I'm very sorry, Malfoy continued almost to the sound of whispering, repeating himself. Crabbe and Goyle were also there, bowing their head down and looking at the floor. While this was happening, Not couldn't stand the situation and soon joined the 3, begging for apologies. Matthew's demeanor remained calm. Is that so? I already knew. He didn't display any excitement or sentimentality. So, can you forgive us? Draco asked, his eyes filled with hope. Before that, I think I have the right to know what happened that day. Can you please tell me? Matthew inquired Malfoy. I don't know. Malfoy shook his head. Everything was blurry. I can only describe what happened as terrible, horrifying, Malfoy said with a grim expression. Does that incident have anything to do with you? Matthew asked, catching Malfoy off guard. Malfoy startled for a bit before replying, maybe. I don't know for sure. Does that incident have anything to do with you, Wickfield? Malfoy returned the question nervously. Matthew didn't provide a direct answer. Let bygones be bygones. Well, I need to work on my transfiguration homework. The other 4 boys retreated, leaving Matthew alone to focus on his tasks. As Matthew took out his parchment, ink, and quill pen, he couldn't help but reflect. Pedigree theories were nothing more than a facade, he thought. Judging the situation, respecting strength, and following the powerful, that was the true ambition of Slytherin. Suddenly, he understood how Tom Riddle, a child born in an orphanage and a half-blood, eventually became the Dark Lord. The dynamic between the roommates had improved, at least on the surface. Matthew, Crabbe, Goyle, and Malfoy had started addressing each other by their first names instead of their last names. From an outsider's perspective, they appeared to be friends with a strong bond. They sat together during class, shared candies and treats when Draco received packages from home, and even borrowed Matthew's homework and papers for inspiration. However, Matthew could sense that his friends often spoke with a slight tremble in their voices when interacting with him. Clearly, they were afraid of him, their actions more motivated by a desire to please him. Perhaps they didn't fully understand the reason for this fear, as it seemed to stem from their subconscious. Matthew recognized that this fear was likely influenced by the book he possessed, but he didn't halt the development of their relationship. Initially, he worried that too much interaction with his roommates might trigger another episode of Theodore Nott's morbidity. However, he realized he had been overly concerned, as his roommates seemed in good condition. Time flew by, and Matthew couldn't believe he had already spent 2 months at Hogwarts. The castle felt more and more like home to him each day, a sentiment he had never experienced in his previous residence on Witten Road in Northampton. He gradually gained control over basic knowledge and began experimenting with slightly more complex magic. October brought continuous and unpredictable weather. The days were plagued by either drizzles or downpours, seemingly unending. Fortunately, the first-year students only had to venture outside for herbology classes, although these classes became quite challenging due to the weather conditions. Matthew couldn't help but worry about potential flooding if Hogwarts were in a low-lying area instead of the Scottish Highlands. On Halloween Eve, the enticing aroma of roasted pumpkin filled the air as they entered the auditorium. In their morning transfiguration class, Professor Trokar allowed them to practice transforming animals, starting with simple tasks like turning a mouse into a snuff box. ENGO. Despite the difficulty, Matthew's snuff box transformation bore an obvious rat tail. The afternoon class was cancelled, allowing Matthew to spend the afternoon in the library, delving into books related to transfiguration and pondering his mistake in the class. As Matthew entered the auditorium for dinner, he was greeted by a stunning sight. Lights, colorful decorations, and candlelit pumpkin lanterns adorned the space, reminiscent of a grand school banquet. Thousands of magically created bats fluttered across the ceiling and walls, occasionally swooping down. Matthew reached out and lightly touched a bat, watching it turn to ashes, a testament to their magical creation. Countless pumpkin lanterns illuminated the auditorium, their candle flames dancing in the company of low-hanging dark clouds, adding an ethereal ambience to the dining tables. Seated between Draco Malfoy and Theodore Nott, Matthew glanced toward the main guest seat and was surprised to see Professor Rosier sitting there, looking well. She conversed with Professor Sprout, causing Matthew to wonder if her recovery had been faster than anticipated. Professor Grindelwald was also present at the Halloween dinner, though he appeared somewhat fatigued, tilting his head as if on the verge of dozing off. The dinner commenced, and a feast of delicious food materialized on the golden plates before them, rivaling the grandeur of a school banquet. The flavors were exceptional, surpassing the usual dinners in richness and taste. You should try this lamb chop, Matthew. Draco recommended a lamb chop to Matthew, who nodded in gratitude. However, his momentary joy was interrupted by a distant, ominous sound that reached his ears. The auditorium doors burst open with a loud bang, revealing an extremely disheveled and drenched Professor Sylvanus Kettleben. The professor of magical creatures and guardian of the Forbidden Forest appeared embarrassed and anxious, his wand held tightly in his prosthetic limb. His face reflected a mixture of dignity, weariness, and urgency. Silence fell upon the entire auditorium as all eyes turned toward Professor Kettleben. Even Headmaster Grindelwald, seated in the main guest seat, realized something was amiss and stood up. The professor hurriedly made his way to the main guest table, leaning on it for support, panting as he whispered urgent information to Professor Grindelwald. Matthew couldn't help but notice the significant change in Grindelwald's expression. The dinner is over, guide the students back to their dorms. Professor Grindelwald said in a low voice. As Grindelwald finished speaking, a familiar light blue smoke emerged from the center of the main guest seat. As the smoke dissipated, Professor Grindelwald and Professor Kettleben vanished from sight, leaving a bewildered audience behind. First-year students, follow me. Slytherin Prefect Gemma Farley's voice broke the silence, and she forcefully pulled Crabbe and Goyle, who were still enjoying their lamb chops, to their feet. She led a group of students, including Matthew, in a hurried rush toward the basement. Slytherin's first-year freshmen, led by their prefect Gemma Farley, hurriedly left the auditorium. Along the way, they encountered a chaotic scene with people rushing in different directions, and the situation around the entire auditorium looked a little messy. Fortunately, some teachers took the initiative to stand up and maintain order. As they squeezed through a group of confused Hufflepuff students, Draco ran after Matthew and asked softly, "What's the matter?" On the other side, Theodore chimed in with a low voice, "Is there another attack?" "It's unlikely," Matthew shook his head, expressing doubt. "The Halloween dinner is mandatory for all students, so it's rare for a single student to be attacked. And based on Professor Kettleburns' messy appearance earlier, most of them seem to have come from outside the castle," Matthew explained. Matthew pondered secretly, considering the heavy rain outside and the fact that students wouldn't need to shower outside if they secretly escaped the dinner party. His thoughts wandered to the drained unicorn in the Forbidden Forest and Professor Kettleburns' flustered state. Could it be that a magical creature in the Forbidden Forest was attacked? If so, it must be a more powerful magical creature. He even speculated about the vampire lurking in the castle, suggesting that Professor Grindelwald turned his attention to the Forbidden Forest due to his hesitation in the castle. Suddenly, a scream broke the silence ahead. It was Vincent Crabbe, who had collided with someone as he turned around the corner. "Use your eyes," Vincent shouted roughly. "Wait." Matthew intervened, stopping the escalating tension. Vincent obediently nodded and retracted his hand that was about to strike. Matthew stepped forward to help the fallen little boy, Harry Evans, up from the ground. "Evans, are you okay?" Matthew asked softly. As Matthew hand-held Evans, the boy seemed to shiver noticeably and quickly broke free from Matthew's grasp. "No, yes," Evans whispered. "Thank you, Wickfield." Surprised, Matthew asked, "Why are you here?" "The path clearly leads to the Slytherin common room." Evans lowered his head and, in a voice on the verge of tears, apologized. "I was following our prefect Percy Weasley but got separated in the crowd. I bumped into people and ended up here without realizing it." Matthew nodded understandingly and glanced around, searching for a passing teacher who could assist Harry in returning to the Gryffindor common room. Coincidentally, he spotted someone familiar. "Professor Trokar," he called out. "Wickfield." The Transfiguration teacher briskly approached. "What's the matter? You should return to your common room." Matthew introduced Harry to Professor Trokar, saying, "This is Harry Evans from Gryffindor. Of course, I know him." "Hello, Evans," greeted Professor Trokar. Harry responded in his quiet voice, "Hello, Professor." Evans got separated from their prefect. "Professor, could you send him back to the Gryffindor common room?" Matthew requested urgently. "Of course." Professor Trokar agreed, nodding. "Come with me, Evans." Harry glanced back at Matthew before following the Transfiguration teacher's lead. "It's time for us to go, Matthew," Miss Gemma urged from the front, with the rest of the Slytherin group waiting at the nearby corner. "Okay." Matthew nodded, and he quickly followed their footsteps. As they walked in the basement corridor, Draco whispered to Matthew, "Which house that girl belongs to?" Matthew blinked, slightly taken aback, and retorted, "Girl? Did you not see clearly? That was obviously a boy. No, no, no. Draco shook his head confidently. That's definitely a girl. I can tell by her movements. But he is really a boy, Matthew explained, raising his hands helplessly. He's from Gryffindor. Oh, well, Draco dismissed the topic with a nonchalant shrug, showing little interest. The Slytherin common room was just within reach as they reached another intersection. However, Matthew's frown deepened as he realized something was amiss. He had been interrupted by Draco earlier, but now, after pondering for a moment, he sensed that something wasn't right. Matthew hadn't paid much attention when they attended the Halloween dinner in the auditorium, but upon reflection, he remembered that most of the teachers at Hogwarts were present. With a cute Nuo Thailand body. However, Professor Trokar seemed to be absent from that list. Additionally, he noticed that Professor Trokar's clothes looked clean and newly changed, yet his hair was slightly damp as if he had recently washed it but hadn't thoroughly dried it. More importantly, Matthew recognized that Professor Trokar had appeared near the location of the previous attack, close to the potions classroom. It struck him that there was a connection. Something was off. No, that can't be right, Matthew murmured to himself. Matthew shook his head, his expression turning solemn. He felt that he had uncovered a puzzle piece that didn't fit the expected picture. What are you waiting for, Matthew? Come in, Draco called him. The other students before him have already entered the room. Sorry, Matthew apologized with a polite smile, then quickly entered the Slytherin common room. The warm glow of the emerald green fire washed away their tiredness, but Matthew's mind remained soon. The Slytherin common room was filled with people. Despite the early hour, everyone seemed wide awake. They gathered around the faint green fire, sinking into the soft armchairs and discussing the recent events. Matthew hadn't intended to join the conversation, but a few of his friends had already saved him a seat. Matthew, come here. Draco called out to him, pointing to the spot beside him where Vincent, Gregory, and Theodore were seated. Reluctantly, Matthew made his way over and settled into the crowded space. The chillier weather made sitting by the fire a comfortable experience, but Matthew's mind was elsewhere. There is another attack happening, isn't it? A Slytherin student said. Headmaster Grindelwald was saying lots of nothing then. Don't be stupid. That's impossible. It must be another accident. Another replied. What accident is it then? The students got into a heated argument. While all of these are happening, Matthew can't help but feel bothered by it instead of afraid. Matthew closed his eyes and reclined halfway in the armchair, enjoying the warmth radiating from the flames. Matthew, Draco leaned in and whispered, have you figured something out? Taken aback, Matthew glanced at Draco with surprise. He quickly retorted, of course not. I haven't given it much thought. Principal Grindelwald is here at Hogwarts, Draco calmly inquired. Have you ever seen him face a situation he couldn't handle before? Never, replied the prefect Miss Gemma, never before. Principal Grindelwald has always seemed invincible. That might not be enough, Matthew said, keeping his eyes closed and remaining composed. But this time feels different, the third-year Slytherin girl said. In just 2 months, 4 people have been attacked. Was the headmaster at Hogwarts during the attacks? Miss Gemma argued. The debate erupted once again. Feeling tired of the ongoing discussion, Matthew wished to distance himself from the warmth of the fire and retreat to his bedroom. Suddenly, a creaking sound interrupted their quarrel, and the door to the Slytherin common room swung open again. This time, an unexpected visitor entered the head of Slytherin House, Professor Horace Slughorn. Despite being the head of Slytherin, Professor Slughorn had always been a rather partial professor. Unlike the other heads of house, he rarely showed favoritism towards his own students, which led to some complaints. However, as he entered the common room, everyone greeted him with a chorus of Professor. Oh, good evening. Slughorn greeted with a smile, glancing at Draco. Draco, how has your recovery been? Excellent, Professor. I've fully recovered, Malfoy quickly replied. That's great. It's a shame you haven't attended a party yet, Slughorn remarked, shifting his gaze to Matthew. And what about you, Matthew? The Halloween dinner was interrupted, and these things happened. Are you afraid of the unfortunate incidents? I'm not scared at all, Professor. I just didn't have much appetite. Matthew replied calmly. Slughorn chuckled, and the surrounding Slytherin students managed to force a somewhat reluctant smile. It's quite simple. I'll have the house elves prepare some treats for you later. How about grilled quail? Slughorn kindly patted both Matthew and Malfoy on the shoulders. At that moment, he raised his head and looked at everyone in the room, his tone shifting from warmth to seriousness. Indeed, there's nothing to be afraid of. It was a minor incident in the Forbidden Forest. Professor Grindelwald has discovered the truth and specifically asked me to inform you. What happened, Professor? Draco asked with concern. Good question, Draco. Professor Slughorn nodded approvingly. It was merely an act of poaching. Professor Kettleben had been raising a group of precious unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Someone attempted to attack them on the eve of Halloween, trying to get some advantages. Was the poacher caught? Matthew interjected this time. Headmaster Grindelwald and Professor Kettleben are currently pursuing the culprit. I doubt they'll be able to hide for long, Professor Slughorn replied. What about the unicorns? A girl asked anxiously. Are they all right? They're unharmed. Professor Slughorn reassured, spreading his hands. They were just a little frightened, so you probably won't be able to interact with them in the magical creature care class for some time. Oh, that's disappointing, the girl sighed in frustration. Professor Slughorn answered a few more questions from the students before growing impatient. Well, children, it's time to rest. Sleep well tonight, he announced loudly. With that, he exited the Slytherin common room without looking back. When Professor Slughorn walked through the stone gate, he heard someone calling after him. Professor Slughorn. Oh, Matthew. Slughorn's face remained kind. What is it? Can you tell me the truth? Matthew lowered his voice and asked, are the unicorns really unharmed? Well, I suppose I can't hide it from you, Matthew. You clever little ghost. Slughorn chuckled, but his expression quickly turned serious. No, they're not unharmed. One of the unicorns was attacked, and its blood was drained. Professor Kettleben is quite distressed. Professor Slughorn explained with a calm voice. Killing a unicorn is a grave crime, what a bunch of bastards. He muttered. Matthew furrowed his brow and continued, so, when you said they were just a little frightened, Headmaster Grindelwald has temporarily relocated those poor little creatures to Austria. 2 unicorns have been killed in 2 months. It's a significant loss. Professor Slughorn sighed. All right, my boy, don't dwell on it anymore. Go back and rest. Professor Slughorn assured Matthew. Okay, thank you, Professor. Matthew nodded obediently. As he turned around and headed back to the common room, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Another peaceful night enveloped Matthew and his friends in the dormitory as they savored the cold quail sent by Professor Slughorn's house elf. Contentment washed over him, and he peacefully succumbed to slumber amidst the soothing melody of waves caressing the shoreline. The following day marked Halloween, a one-day holiday for the students of Hogwarts. After relishing a satisfying breakfast in the auditorium, Matthew made his daily visit to the library. Since it was early, the library was devoid of any students. He meandered through the labyrinth of bookshelves, seemingly searching for something. Before long, his quest led him to a weathered, tattered book. As he reached for the book, a small hand abruptly grasped his arm. Matthew, a familiar voice whispered in his ear. I need to talk to you. Matthew narrowed his eyes and cleared his throat. Good morning, Miss Hermione. Good morning, Hermione replied, her nod carrying a cold expression. She swiftly interrogated him. I finally caught you. Have you been avoiding me lately? Of course not. Matthew vehemently shook his head, feigning innocence. How could you think such a thing? Do you have time to chat with me now? Hermione's gaze bore into him with solemnity. Okay, Matthew reluctantly conceded, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Aware that the library was not an ideal location for their conversation, Matthew first approached Mrs. Pans and completed the necessary procedures to borrow some books. Hermione waited for him by the library entrance. Where should we go to talk? Matthew inquired, balancing the book in one hand. I know a secret place. Hermione's face brightened with triumph. Where? Matthew cast a skeptical glance her way. Between the castle and the basement, near the potions classroom, there is a girl's bathroom, Hermione revealed. Don't worry, it's abandoned. Besides the occasional wail of a ghost, there's nothing there. It's a hidden and safe spot. Matthew blinked, realizing that the girl's bathroom Hermione referred to might be the entrance to the secret chamber. However, he shook his head resolutely, his principles guiding him. No, I cannot enter the girl's bathroom. It goes against my moral code. But, Hermione hesitated briefly. Just find an empty classroom if you have something confidential to discuss. Matthew suggested, scanning the passers-by near the library entrance. Okay, Hermione reluctantly agreed. They settled for the nearest magic history classroom, shrouded in complete darkness. Matthew pulled open a curtain, allowing a sliver of light to permeate the space, and sat nearby. He began perusing the worn-out book he had retrieved. If there's something on your mind, speak now, Matthew urged in a measured tone. Hermione's voice carried earnestness as she addressed him. Matthew, don't you feel any sense of urgency regarding the recent string of attacks? No, Matthew shook his head. You truly? Hermione stared at him, a mix of exasperation and disappointment in her eyes. Undeterred, she continued, 4 students have been attacked, and apart from Malfoy, the rest are either dying or dead. Professor Grindelwald assured us that the castle is now safe, and there will be no further attacks, Matthew calmly replied. Do you genuinely believe his words? Hermione's voice resonated with doubt. Without a doubt, Matthew replied, spreading his hands. Are you absolutely certain that Principal Grindelwald is present at Hogwarts? Hermione gritted her teeth, her tone escalating. A peculiar expression flickered across Matthew's face. It seems you've realized it too. Hermione declared, a triumphant gleam in her eyes. No, Matthew countered, shaking his head. I saw him at the head table just before breakfast. Hermione glanced around cautiously. Then, her voice dropped to a near whisper. But, Professor Rosier wasn't there, right? I don't understand. What are you implying? Matthew's expression remained impassive. Headmaster Grindelwald and Headmistress Rosier never appeared before us simultaneously. Hermione persisted. That's because Professor Rosier is injured, Matthew retorted matter-of-factly. And they both attended the dinner last night. Last night was the Halloween dinner, Hermione stated gravely. Headmaster Gellert Grindelwald has never missed such a formal banquet. Yet, apart from those significant occasions, he rarely appears at Hogwarts. Arnobes. That's because Professor Grindelwald is exceptionally busy, Matthew hesitantly replied. That's not a convincing reason, Hermione scoffed, a dismissive tone lacing her words. I can affirm that the Grindelwald who has appeared at Hogwarts during this period has been an imposter assumed by Professor Rosier, using the polyjuice potion. Professor Slughorn described the potion's effects in our first class. Of course, I'm familiar with the polyjuice potion, Matthew interjected swiftly. However, this is an extremely serious accusation. Wait, Hermione said, reaching into her heavy school bag and swiftly retrieving a book. She turned to a specific page and spoke firmly, and, because Gellert Grindelwald has never been the true principal of Hogwarts. Matthew Wickfield was genuinely taken aback this time, his gaze fixed on Hermione. This is an even more severe accusation, he replied, his voice tinged with seriousness. Hogwarts, a history, a book clearly states that each principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is chosen independently by the castle, Hermione explained. Hermione rapidly continued. Hogwarts Castle, originally a compelling, magical creation, has never recognized Grindelwald as the principal. Hence, whenever he appears at Hogwarts, the castle naturally rejects and suppresses him with its power, preventing him from staying too long. So, who is the real headmaster? Matthew asked, his tone devoid of emotion. I don't know, but I'm certain that person is still alive somewhere. Hermione firmly replied, is Professor Grindelwald the true headmaster of Hogwarts? What does it have to do with us? Matthew's voice grew colder. Hermione, we're just ordinary first-year students. But, Hermione Granger's expression suddenly dropped. Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill at any moment. Matthew, I miss my mom and dad so much. I can't remember what they look like or the moments we shared, but I can still feel their concern, tenderness, and love for me, Hermione replied in a soft voice. Hermione's voice wavered as sadness overtook her, and she sobbed softly. She trembled, tears streaming down her face. Matthew stood there, stunned, quietly observing the little girl crying. I'm sorry, he whispered softly. No, it's me who's losing control. Hermione wiped the tears from her eyes. Matthew, I never dared to share this with anyone because they would tell me that now that I'm at Hogwarts, I shouldn't dwell on my Muggle family. There's no need to miss those in a different world. Except for you. She lifted her head, gazing at Matthew, and asked timidly, shouldn't we all be the same? Matthew understood what she meant. They were all children transitioning from the Muggle world to the Wizarding world. Though Matthew didn't have the same depth of attachment to his Muggle family, having only stayed with them for less than 3 months, he nodded gently and spoke softly, of course. We are all the same. Hermione quickly wiped away her tears, regaining her composure. Simultaneously, she set aside the emotional episode and returned to their previous topic. Yes, Professor Gellert Grindelwald must not be the real headmaster, but Professor Rosier is temporarily masquerading as him. Thus, his previous intimidation tactics can only serve as a temporary measure. Once the true murderer lurking in Hogwarts discovers this, isn't temporary deterrence enough? Matthew calmly interjected. Huh. Hermione was taken aback. No matter who the murderer is, they must fear Headmaster Grindelwald's authority, Matthew explained. When they can't be certain if he's present at Hogwarts, they won't dare to launch new attacks unless absolutely necessary. But it happened. Yesterday, they attacked a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. Hermione retorted vehemently. And I know what he is. Oh, this time, it was Matthew's turn to be stunned. Professor Flitwick told me there were 2 unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, and they were drained of blood. Hermione spoke rapidly. I also asked Neville and Evans about Weasley's condition after the attack. He was bitten on the neck and nearly drained of blood. Her voice resonated with excitement. Unfortunately, her audience Matthew seemed somewhat disinterested as he already had his nose buried in a deteriorated book. I'm listening, Matthew quickly responded. And there's a vampire at school, Hermione asserted firmly. Our transfiguration teacher, Professor Trokar. Matthew looked up. This is another severe accusation. Matthew softly replied. I wasn't entirely sure, Hermione whispered. But last night, as we returned to Ravenclaw Tower with the other first-year students, I saw something peculiar on the stairs of the 4th floor. Professor Trokar was carrying Evans. I can assure you, his gaze never left Evans. It was as if he were looking at food, Arangui. Really? Matthew said solemnly. He propped his head with his left hand, lost in thought. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick was with us, and I called out to Evans, greeted him, and even mentioned Professor Trokar loud enough for Professor Flitwick to hear. I think this should deter the damn vampire and prevent further attacks on Evans. Hermione's tone exuded excitement. I suggest we inform Professor Flitwick. What do you think? At the same time, Matthew lowered his head and resumed flipping through the deteriorated book. That's impossible. We can't let the teachers know about this. Hermione quickly shook her head. Then she added, they won't believe us. However, it seemed Matthew hadn't heard her as he remained engrossed in the book, seemingly captivated by its contents. Matthew, what are you looking at? Hermione's impatience grew. She acted impulsively, snatching the questionable book Matthew had borrowed from the library. Her face blushed. Pervert. She dropped the book on the floor as if it had shocked her. Then, she swiftly gathered her belongings. I thought we were the same. With those words, she left the history of magic classroom without looking back. Matthew stood there, innocence written all over his face. Honestly, he hadn't anticipated Hermione would suddenly grab the book like that. Yet, it was true that the book he had just borrowed contained some unsuitable for children content, explaining Hermione's drastic response. Matthew picked up the book and turned to the previous page. Aside from a short paragraph of text, the page featured a large picture. At the top was a woman in revealing attire, striking seductive poses. Below, a small line read, "Succubus." Matthew shook his head and continued to appreciate the picture. The little accident that had just occurred caused a conflict between Matthew and Hermione, resulting in their disagreement and parting ways. This left Matthew feeling somewhat remorseful. He was surprised that a girl like Hermione, who was only 11 years old, had made such remarkable discoveries in just 2 months of school. She had even made some observations that he hadn't noticed before. At the same time, he hoped that Hermione would act more sensibly and not engage in foolish actions. However, judging from her proactive approach in seeking his advice, her sorting into Ravenclaw, and the influence of the Ravenclaw atmosphere, she seemed less reckless than in the original book. Perhaps he didn't need to worry too much about her. Lost in his thoughts, Matthew lowered his head and glanced at the picture in the book. However, the girl who had been depicted with explicit content and exposure had vanished, replaced by a cloud of black mist. Matthew proceeded to read the following paragraph in a soft voice. Succubus, an ancient magical creature, once active in Europe and the Middle East. A smudge appeared behind, rendering a few lines completely invisible, causing Matthew to furrow his brow. Is an extremely terrifying demon, often appearing in dreams in the form of beautiful human females, seducing men, impairing their health, and even causing death. The introduction was brief, consisting of only a few words. Matthew suddenly felt that borrowing this book might have been a mistake. He closed the curtains again, picked up the book, and left the History of Magic classroom. Matthew returned the tattered book to Mrs. Pants in the library, who looked surprised. Then, he left the library. As for the cause, process, and identity of the murderer in the incidents of the past 2 months, Matthew had a rough outline in his mind, so there was no need to search for more information in the library. Ingob. After all, the whole incident had nothing to do with him fundamentally. Moreover, the progress of the entire situation was beyond his limited power to control. Furthermore, based on the information he had obtained, the attacks were not as severe as he had initially thought. There's no point seeking something that's already found. Matthew muttered to himself as he ascended the stairs to the 8th floor of the castle. While on the stairs of the 6th floor, Matthew encountered someone he knew. "Hey, Evans," he called out eagerly. Through the bustling crowd at the top of the stairs, he approached Harry Evans. Evans looked up and was slightly taken aback upon seeing Matthew. "Good morning." Matthew patted him kindly on the shoulder. "Morning, good morning," Evans replied, taking a couple of steps back instinctively. "Good morning, Wickfield. Did everything go well last night? Professor Trokar should have escorted you back to the Gryffindor common room, right?" Matthew asked casually. "Yes," Evans replied. "Are you heading to breakfast now?" Matthew continued his question. Evans appeared absent-minded, seemingly caught off guard, before whispering, Goodbye then." Matthew smiled and waved at him. "Don't get lost again." Okay. Evans nodded quickly and hurriedly descended the stairs as if fleeing. Matthew watched Evans' retreating figure and furrowed his brow. He recalled Draco's comment from the previous night when they returned to the Slytherin common room. Harry Evans looks like a girl. It wasn't just Malfoy who thought that way. Matthew had the same impression of Harry when they first met. He also found him rather feminine. So, could it be that Evans was actually a girl? Matthew pondered as he continued climbing the stairs. "Hey, Matthew." This time, someone else called out to him. When Matthew reached the 8th floor, he encountered Neville coming out of the entrance to the Gryffindor Tower and stepping away from an elegant portrait. "Good morning, Neville." Matthew greeted him in return. "Why are you here on the 8th floor?" Neville glanced at him, his expression filled with curiosity. "I came to see Professor Flitwick." Matthew casually used his old excuse again. "Oh, I'll go to the Great Hall for breakfast then." Neville nodded. Just as he was about to descend the stairs and bid Matthew farewell. "Hey, Neville." Matthew suddenly called out from behind. "Huh?" Neville turned around, looking puzzled. "Can you tell me about Evans?" Matthew asked curiously. "Evans? What about him?" Neville asked, surprised. "It's nothing, I'm just a little curious." Matthew replied calmly, carefully choosing his words. "The main thing is, I want to befriend him, but he seems very introverted." "He's indeed quite introverted," Neville agreed. Deciding not to head downstairs, Neville joined Matthew by the window on the 8th floor, and they conversed while admiring the scenery outside. "Evans doesn't interact much with us," Neville thoughtfully shared. "Whether it's during meals, classes, or other activities, he rarely spends time with our group. For example, yesterday morning, I ran into him on the way to the bathroom in the Gryffindor common room. We were both carrying towels and clothes, and I asked him to join me. You won't believe it, but he got scared and ran away. It's strange for boys to be shy about such things." "It's unbelievable," Neville said with a baffled expression. Before, he argued with Ron for some reason before the incident. It ended with him crying, just like a girl, Neville continued. Neville recalled various instances of chatting away and providing Matthew with plenty of information about Evans. Matthew smiled, feeling certain this time. "What's the matter, Matthew?" Neville looked at the smile on his face, appearing surprised. "Nothing." Matthew quickly shook his head. "Then I'll go have breakfast. Goodbye." Matthew bid Neville farewell. With the arrival of November, the weather turned bitterly cold almost overnight. The mountains surrounding Hogwarts Castle appeared grey, covered in snow and ice. A thin layer of ice formed on the surface of the Black Lake. As they stepped out of the Slytherin common room each morning, frost covered the ground outside the entrance. They had to bundle up in thick clothing to ward off the cold. Matthew reduced his visits to the library and the room of requirement. When he had free time, he preferred to sit in the comfortable armchairs of the Slytherin common room, basking in the warmth of the fireplace, reading a book, or working on his homework. Whenever he didn't understand something, he could always seek advice from his fellow students. Just like Hermione's prophecy, since Halloween, Professor Rosier had vanished again. The official explanation was that she hadn't fully recovered from her injuries. Meanwhile, Gellert Grindelwald, the headmaster, appeared punctually every morning, lunchtime, and evening, sitting in the main guest seat of the Great Hall. Perhaps Hermione's previous conjecture was correct. Professor Grindelwald didn't possess complete authority as the Hogwarts headmaster and couldn't stay at the school for long. Now, they saw him every day, accompanied by Headmistress Rosier, who was all dressed up. But Matthew's prophecy wasn't wrong either. Though the principal who appeared before them daily was likely an imposter, the true culprit lurking in the shadows still feared him and dared not launch new attacks. Apart from the minor interlude on Halloween, the castle remained peaceful. Since Professor Rosier hadn't completely recovered yet, the first-year defense against the dark arts class was still taught by Professor Trokar. Under Professor Trokar's guidance, their defense against the dark arts proficiency gradually improved. It was another Friday afternoon, another defense against the dark arts class. Among all the protective spells, the full body bind curse is undoubtedly the easiest, and one of the few suitable for young wizards like you, who are new to magic. Professor Trokar explained. You see, the younger the wizard, the more difficult it is to control the magic within their bodies. Contacting powerful protective spells blindly, even if you have extraordinary talent, poses a high risk of accidents. Professor Trokar's voice remained hoarse, but his appearance had improved recently, at least compared to when he first arrived at Hogwarts. At the same time, the full body bind curse is one of the few spells that won't cause any harm. Most of the time, when facing plausible enemies, the full body bind curse is the most appropriate spell to use. It restrains the target, rendering them unable to move for a certain period. However, their body functions remain intact, so it doesn't cause any harm. The Petrificus Totalis also has a counter curse, general counterspell or finite incantatum. When you realize you've targeted the wrong person with your full body bind curse, use it immediately. Remember, the emphasis is on the first P and the second T, respectively. Pay attention to a half-second pause between the two words. Don't make a mistake. Professor Trokar's defense against the dark arts class was undoubtedly more popular than Professor Rosier's. It wasn't because of the academic level but because Professor Trokar was much more easygoing, and the classroom atmosphere was more relaxed. Remember, the stress is on the last syllable of incantatum. This was their third lesson on learning the full body bind curse. Like in Transfiguration class, Professor Trokar would repeat these details, ensuring they remembered them. They were divided into pairs for practical exercises. Matthew's partner was Draco. Raising his wand, Draco pointed it at Matthew and shouted, Petrificus Totalis. A sudden explosion occurred at the tip of his wand, causing poor Draco to recoil and hit the wall behind him. He fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Malfoy, remember to pause for half a second between the two words. Don't forget. Professor Trokar yelled as he helped Draco up. Draco, who had missed nearly 2 months of classes compared to other students, lagged behind in every subject. Wickfield, your turn. Professor Trokar called out to Matthew. Matthew raised his wand and aimed it at Malfoy. Petrificus Totalis. A faint red light shot from the tip of Matthew's wand, accurately hitting Malfoy's body. Malfoy's arms fell to his sides, his legs stiffened, and he stood straight like a board. His entire body became rigid, swaying a few times before he fell to the ground with a thud, resembling a wooden plank. His face, upper and lower jaws locked together, rendered him speechless, only his eyes darting around. Well done, Wickfield. Professor Trokar praised. Now, release the full body bind curse on Mr. Malfoy. Matthew raised his wand again and said, Finite incantatum. Another red light flashed. This time, Malfoy's stiff body quickly returned to normal. He promptly got up, gasping for breath. Excellent. Professor Trokar commended Matthew, his praise resounding. About 10 minutes later, Professor Trokar glanced at his watch and said, All right, class is over. I hope you'll practice diligently for the next class. The feeling of being petrified is awful. Malfoy whispered as he gathered his belongings. Don't be discouraged. You were so close to success just now, Matthew reassured him. Oh, and Wickfield. Professor Trokar called Matthew's name once more. Stay behind for a moment. Matthew was taken aback. I'll see you in the Great Hall later. Draco waved before leaving the defense against the dark arts classroom with Vincent, Gregory, and Theodore. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, the students of Slytherin and Ravenclaw left one after another. Hermione cast a worried glance at Matthew as she exited the classroom. Unfazed, Matthew reassured her with a comforting expression. Despite her concern, Hermione had to leave. Only Matthew and Professor Trokar remained in the classroom. A few minutes later, composed and calm, Matthew initiated the conversation by expressing his curiosity about the professor's condition. What seems to be troubling you, Professor? Matthew asked in a steady voice, remaining seated in his chair. Professor Trokar took a seat across from Matthew and acknowledged his question. The full body bind curse you demonstrated is impressive, Matthew. Do you often practice it? Yes. Just like the professors said, that spell is the only thing a freshman could hope for when their life is in danger, Matthew honestly admitted. Professor Trokar smiled. Very good. I initially thought you only gave your best in the transfiguration class. As a young wizard, talent might be important, but the beauty of hard work is equally as fruitful. He expressed his admiration for Matthew's dedication. Matthew quickly dismissed the professor's praise. I do not deserve such praise, Professor. However, Professor Trokar reaffirmed his admiration perhaps. These days in the classes I teach, you are the only student I see putting effort into continuously honing your talent. I am really grateful to be your teacher, he said proudly. As their conversation progressed, Matthew asked Professor Trokar, Professor, does the full body bind curse works effectively on a being? I'm afraid not, Matthew. Most beings are naturally resistant to magic, and this curse ranked as one of the lowest and simplest protective spells. Casting it upon them would only lead to a poor result. Professor Trokar explained. Do vampires have magical resistance as well? Matthew inquired with a rugged look. Naturally, although not as strong as a werewolf. Still, they would be a formidable opponent when the night comes. A young wizard like you won't be able to seal their movements. Professor Trokar warned Matthew. Well, how much do you know about vampires then, Professor? Matthew asked smugly. Professor Trokar was caught off guard by Matthew's question and shook his head. He explained softly, I think the world has a big misconception about vampires. Every vampire was once an ordinary muggle or wizard. It's a torture that no one can simply IMA. Professor Trokar's demeanor turned serious before Matthew cut him off. Did you embrace those feelings then, Professor? Matthew asked once again, leading Professor Trokar to where he wanted. Upon hearing those words, Professor Trokar is visibly shocked. Still, he continues without realizing Matthew's intention with the question. Professor Trokar explains, the ritual imposed a curse on a child, subjecting them to a life lived under that curse. Wizards feared vampires because they feared the ritual, which led to the aggressive hunting of vampires by wizards. While some vampires acted heinously, most were unfortunate individuals trying to navigate the world under the burden of their curse. AO Epsilon. The changing attitudes of wizards towards vampires over time. Although conditions had improved in recent years, and vampires were living more openly with wizards, discrimination still persisted, and vampires faced constant scrutiny. Until the First Wizarding War, when a wizard senselessly killed a vampire and was penalized with a mere 100 galleon as a fine. Professor Trokar finishes his explanation with a furious look before he recollects himself. Then, Professor, are you a vampire? Matthew mustered the courage to ask. Professor Trokar finally realized the whole point of these questions. He was surprised, but he wore a wistful smile after. When did you find out? Professor Trokar asked, still with a smile. In Professor Rosier's class, when she was teaching us about vampires, Matthew answered. It was only a matter of time before a boy of your talent figured that out. Vampires have obvious characteristics, after all. Professor Trokar somehow feels proud when he is found out by Matthew. Professor Trokar acknowledged Matthew's observation and glanced at him with a significant meaning. He then transformed his appearance, revealing his fangs. Since you know I'm a vampire, why would you dare to stay in a room alone with me? He glanced at Matthew fiercely. Matthew remained unfazed and unafraid. My friends are waiting for me in the Great Hall, so if I were missing, surely it would raise suspicion for them. That won't be a smart move, right, Professor? Professor Trokar agreed, retracting his fangs. What a marvelous way of thinking, Wickfield. As we've talked for the last hour, wouldn't you mind listening to another story? Of course, Professor. Matthew replied excitedly. The cold, empty classroom somehow feels the warmest inside Matthew's heart when ironically, he is in front of a dangerous being. Still, he could feel even if he were bleeding, Professor Trokar would help him instead of sucking his blood out. This is a tale that unfolded many years ago in a Romanian village. It revolved around a deranged vampire who derived pleasure from abducting children from nearby villages, assimilating them through the first embrace, and subjecting them to a life of torment. The story takes a significant turn when the vampire captured a 10-year-old wizard, leading to a confrontation with the child's enraged father killing him. It was too late when the father found out his son had already been embraced. His little son has now turned into a vampire. Professor Trokar tells the story with a solemn expression. He pauses momentarily before continuing. The poor little wizard, or little vampire at that point, was left alone by his father after seeing he already turns. The poor thing didn't give up. He wandered from one village to another looking for food. Because of how frail a newly turned vampire is, the boy can't fight at all. He simply wishes for a harmless animal to pass him, or he would scrape leftovers. Thankfully, because the influence of a vampire was still weak, he could stomach normal human food and stand under sunlight on the first few days. If not for that, that poor thing would be long gone. Struggling to pass day by day, he was dying. He gets thinner and weaker as he could not find any source of food to satiate his hunger. Professor Trokar's expression gets grimmer as the story progresses. He smiled at this point, his eyes filled with happiness and hope as if the story he told was ending happily. A man stood before him one day, and the boy recognized the man. No one won't recognize the man in front of him because of the fame that spread before him. It was Grindelwald. He extended his hand towards the boy. The boy was scared, instinctively retreating because he thought Grindelwald was there to kill him. Grindelwald slit his wrist and told the boy to drink. The boy was puzzled about the whole situation. Grindelwald comforted him and said that no matter what had happened to the boy, he was still a wizard. All wizards shall reign supreme. Matthew attentively agreed to listen to the story, allowing Professor Trokar to unravel a haunting chapter from the past, revealing the intertwined fate of the vampire, the child, and the infamous wizard. Grindelwald then sent the boy to Durmstrang Institute, where the boy excelled at his studies before they expelled him because they found out he was a vampire. Professor Trokar's unfinished story ended there, leaving a sense of intrigue in the air. His voice remained calm and devoid of resentment or sadness, as if he were merely recounting a story from long ago. So, Matthew hesitated for a moment, gathering his thoughts. "Can you listen to me tell a story, Professor Trokar?" "Of course." Professor Trokar nodded, curious about Matthew's story. "A long time ago, Hogwarts hired a werewolf teacher." Matthew's voice was soft and contemplative. "I don't recall Hogwarts ever hiring a werewolf teacher." Professor Trokar interjected, momentarily confused. "This is just a story," Matthew clarified hastily. "The werewolf teacher, much like the little vampire in your tale, was bitten by a werewolf when he was young. But he was taken in by a great wizard, who helped him become an excellent wizard in his own right. At Hogwarts, his classes were prevalent, and he was well liked by the students. However, less than a year later, he was dismissed from Hogwarts." Professor Trokar opened his mouth to say something but remained silent, intrigued by Matthew's narrative. Because someone, perhaps other professors who couldn't understand him, or maybe ordinary students, the news that he was a werewolf reached the newspapers, and Hogwarts had no choice but to expel him. Matthew continued with a smile. "That's the story I made up, Professor. It's relatively simple, nothing more." Professor Trokar seemed touched by Matthew's story, his expression softening slightly. "What else do you want to tell me?" Matthew asked, meeting the gaze of Professor Trokar's eyes. "You asked me to stay here for more reason than telling me that story, I assume." Matthew quickly noticed the change in Professor Trokar's demeanor and realized it was time to address the real reason behind their meeting. Professor Trokar returned to his usual appearance and spoke in a low voice. "No, it's a warning. You must be cautious. Hogwarts is currently a dangerous place." While Professor Trokar expected Matthew to be frightened by this revelation, "Aren't you afraid?" Matthew's face remained calm and composed. "Principal Grindelwald has assured us that Hogwarts is safe," he replied nonchalantly. Professor Trokar was taken aback by Matthew's response but couldn't help but smile. "Nevertheless, you must still be careful," he insisted. "I understand," Matthew nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Professor." "You're welcome. Don't leave the common room without caution, don't walk alone in the corridors, and avoid being alone with others," Professor Trokar cautioned, his tone filled with concern. "I'll remember," Matthew assured him. "But may I ask another question?" As Professor Trokar stood up, he replied, "Of course, Matthew. What would you like to ask?" Professor Trokar. Matthew hesitated for a moment, then gathered his courage. "Do you prefer to drink animal blood or human blood?" Professor Trokar regarded Matthew with interest, acknowledging the boldness of his question. Matthew quickly added, "If this question invades your privacy, you need not answer. There were once many of my kind who believed that human blood, particularly the blood of wizards, was more satisfying. But in the end, they all perished." Professor Trokar responded, choosing not to answer directly. Matthew had more questions to ask, but it seemed he wouldn't get the chance. Just then, the classroom door swung open with a loud bang, revealing Hermione standing in the doorway, accompanied by Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. "Granger." Professor Flitwick gasped for breath. "Why have you brought me to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom?" "Apologies, Professor," Hermione quickly apologized, panting. "I made a wrong turn." The situation outside seemed somewhat awkward, and the atmosphere within the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom had become similarly uncomfortable. "It seems our question and answer session has come to an end. Matthew," Professor Trokar spoke first. "Thank you for the little story." With that, he waved his hand, signaling for Matthew to leave. Matthew exited the classroom, feeling a tinge of regret. In truth, there was one last question he had refrained from asking Professor Trokar. That question was, how does Ronald Weasley's blood taste? In the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, the students of Slytherin and Ravenclaw left one after another. Hermione cast a worried glance at Matthew as she exited the classroom. Unfazed, Matthew reassured her with a comforting expression. Despite her concern, Hermione had to leave. Only Matthew and Professor Trokar remained in the classroom. A few minutes later, composed and calm, Matthew initiated the conversation by expressing his curiosity about the professor's condition. "What seems to be troubling you, Professor?" Matthew asked in a steady voice, remaining seated in his chair. Professor Trokar took a seat across from Matthew and acknowledged his question. "The full body bind curse you demonstrated is impressive, Matthew. Do you often practice it?" "Yes. Just like the professors said, that spell is the only thing a freshman could hope for when their life is in danger," Matthew honestly admitted. Professor Trokar smiled. "Very good. I initially thought you only gave your best in the Transfiguration class. As a young wizard, talent might be important, but the beauty of hard work is equally as fruitful." He expressed his admiration for Matthew's dedication. Matthew quickly dismissed the professor's praise. I do not deserve such praise, Professor. However, Professor Trokar reaffirmed his admiration perhaps. These days in the classes I teach, you are the only student I see putting effort into continuously honing your talent. I am really grateful to be your teacher, he said proudly. As their conversation progressed, Matthew asked Professor Trokar, Professor, does the full body bind curse works effectively on a being? I'm afraid not, Matthew. Most beings are naturally resistant to magic, and this curse ranked as one of the lowest and simplest protective spells. Casting it upon them would only lead to a poor result. Professor Trokar explained. Do vampires have magical resistance as well? Matthew inquired with a rugged look. Naturally, although not as strong as a werewolf. Still, they would be a formidable opponent when the night comes. A young wizard like you won't be able to seal their movements. Professor Trokar warned Matthew. Well, how much do you know about vampires then, Professor? Matthew asked smugly. Professor Trokar was caught off guard by Matthew's question and shook his head. He explained softly, I think the world has a big misconception about vampires. Every vampire was once an ordinary muggle or wizard. It's a torture that no one can simply IMA. Professor Trokar's demeanor turned serious before Matthew cut him off. Did you embrace those feelings then, Professor? Matthew asked once again, leading Professor Trokar to where he wanted. Upon hearing those words, Professor Trokar is visibly shocked. Still, he continues without realizing Matthew's intention with the question. Professor Trokar explains, the ritual imposed a curse on a child, subjecting them to a life lived under that curse. Wizards feared vampires because they feared the ritual, which led to the aggressive hunting of vampires by wizards. While some vampires acted heinously, most were unfortunate individuals trying to navigate the world under the burden of their curse. The changing attitudes of wizards towards vampires over time. Although conditions had improved in recent years, and vampires were living more openly with wizards, discrimination still persisted, and vampires faced constant scrutiny. Until the First Wizarding War, when a wizard senselessly killed a vampire and was penalized with a mere 100 galleon as a fine. Professor Trokar finishes his explanation with a furious look before he recollects himself. Then, Professor, are you a vampire? Matthew mustered the courage to ask. Professor Trokar finally realized the whole point of these questions. He was surprised, but he wore a wistful smile after. When did you find out? Professor Trokar asked, still with a smile. In Professor Rosier's class, when she was teaching us about vampires, Matthew answered. It was only a matter of time before a boy of your talent figured that out. Vampires have obvious characteristics, after all. Professor Trokar somehow feels proud when he is found out by Matthew. Professor Trokar acknowledged Matthew's observation and glanced at him with a significant meaning. He then transformed his appearance, revealing his fangs. Since you know I'm a vampire, why would you dare to stay in a room alone with me? He glanced at Matthew fiercely. Matthew remained unfazed and unafraid. My friends are waiting for me in the Great Hall, so if I were missing, surely it would raise suspicion for them. That won't be a smart move, right, Professor? Professor Trokar agreed, retracting his fangs. What a marvelous way of thinking, Wickfield. As we've talked for the last hour, wouldn't you mind listening to another story? Of course, Professor. Matthew replied excitedly. The cold, empty classroom somehow feels the warmest inside Matthew's heart when ironically, he is in front of a dangerous being. Still, he could feel even if he were bleeding, Professor Trokar would help him instead of sucking his blood out. This is a tale that unfolded many years ago in a Romanian village. It revolved around a deranged vampire who derived pleasure from abducting children from nearby villages, assimilating them through the first embrace, and subjecting them to a life of torment. The story takes a significant turn when the vampire captured a 10-year-old wizard, leading to a confrontation with the child's enraged father killing him. It was too late when the father found out his son had already been embraced. His little son has now turned into a vampire. Professor Trokar tells the story with a solemn expression. He pauses momentarily before continuing. The poor little wizard, or little vampire at that point, was left alone by his father after seeing he already turns. The poor thing didn't give up. He wandered from one village to another looking for food. Because of how frail a newly turned vampire is, the boy can't fight at all. He simply wishes for a harmless animal to pass him, or he would scrape leftovers. Thankfully, because the influence of a vampire was still weak, he could stomach normal human food and stand under sunlight on the first few days. If not for that, that poor thing would be long gone. Struggling to pass day by day, he was dying. He gets thinner and weaker as he could not find any source of food to satiate his hunger. Professor Trokar's expression gets grimmer as the story progresses. He smiled at this point, his eyes filled with happiness and hope as if the story he told was ending happily. A man stood before him one day, and the boy recognized the man. No one won't recognize the man in front of him because of the fame that spread before him. It was Grindelwald. He extended his hand towards the boy. The boy was scared, instinctively retreating because he thought Grindelwald was there to kill him. Grindelwald slit his wrist and told the boy to drink. The boy was puzzled about the whole situation. Grindelwald comforted him and said that no matter what had happened to the boy, he was still a wizard. All wizards shall reign supreme. Matthew attentively agreed to listen to the story, allowing Professor Trokar to unravel a haunting chapter from the past, revealing the intertwined fate of the vampire, the child, and the infamous wizard. Grindelwald then sent the boy to Durmstrang Institute, where the boy excelled at his studies before they expelled him because they found out he was a vampire. Professor Trokar's unfinished story ended there, leaving a sense of intrigue in the air. His voice remained calm and devoid of resentment or sadness, as if he were merely recounting a story from long ago. So, Matthew hesitated for a moment, gathering his thoughts. "Can you listen to me tell a story, Professor Trokar?" "Of course." Professor Trokar nodded, curious about Matthew's story. "A long time ago, Hogwarts hired a werewolf teacher." Matthew's voice was soft and contemplative. "I don't recall Hogwarts ever hiring a werewolf teacher." Professor Trokar interjected, momentarily confused. "This is just a story," Matthew clarified hastily. "The werewolf teacher, much like the little vampire in your tale, was bitten by a werewolf when he was young. But he was taken in by a great wizard, who helped him become an excellent wizard in his own right. At Hogwarts, his classes were prevalent, and he was well liked by the students. However, less than a year later, he was dismissed from Hogwarts." Professor Trokar opened his mouth to say something but remained silent, intrigued by Matthew's narrative. Because someone, perhaps other professors who couldn't understand him, or maybe ordinary students, the news that he was a werewolf reached the newspapers, and Hogwarts had no choice but to expel him. Matthew continued with a smile. "That's the story I made up, Professor. It's relatively simple, nothing more." Professor Trokar seemed touched by Matthew's story, his expression softening slightly. "What else do you want to tell me?" Matthew asked, meeting the gaze of Professor Trokar's eyes. "You asked me to stay here for more reason than telling me that story, I assume." Matthew quickly noticed the change in Professor Trokar's demeanor and realized it was time to address the real reason behind their meeting. Professor Trokar returned to his usual appearance and spoke in a low voice. "No, it's a warning. You must be cautious. Hogwarts is currently a dangerous place." While Professor Trokar expected Matthew to be frightened by this revelation, "Aren't you afraid?" Matthew's face remained calm and composed. "Principal Grindelwald has assured us that Hogwarts is safe," he replied nonchalantly. Professor Trokar was taken aback by Matthew's response but couldn't help but smile. "Nevertheless, you must still be careful," he insisted. "I understand," Matthew nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Professor." "You're welcome. Don't leave the common room without caution, don't walk alone in the corridors, and avoid being alone with others," Professor Trokar cautioned, his tone filled with concern. "I'll remember," Matthew assured him. "But may I ask another question?" As Professor Trokar stood up, he replied, "Of course, Matthew. What would you like to ask?" Professor Trokar. Matthew hesitated for a moment, then gathered his courage. "Do you prefer to drink animal blood or human blood?" Professor Trokar regarded Matthew with interest, acknowledging the boldness of his question. Matthew quickly added, "If this question invades your privacy, you need not answer. There were once many of my kind who believed that human blood, particularly the blood of wizards, was more satisfying. But in the end, they all perished." Professor Trokar responded, choosing not to answer directly. Matthew had more questions to ask, but it seemed he wouldn't get the chance. Just then, the classroom door swung open with a loud bang, revealing Hermione standing in the doorway, accompanied by Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. "Granger." Professor Flitwick gasped for breath. "Why have you brought me to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom?" "Apologies, Professor," Hermione quickly apologized, panting. "I made a wrong turn." The situation outside seemed somewhat awkward, and the atmosphere within the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom had become similarly uncomfortable. "It seems our question and answer session has come to an end. Matthew," Professor Trokar spoke first. "Thank you for the little story." With that, he waved his hand, signaling for Matthew to leave. Matthew exited the classroom, feeling a tinge of regret. In truth, there was one last question he had refrained from asking Professor Trokar. That question was, how does Ronald Weasley's blood taste? In the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, the students of Slytherin and Ravenclaw left one after another. Hermione cast a worried glance at Matthew as she exited the classroom. Unfazed, Matthew reassured her with a comforting expression. Despite her concern, Hermione had to leave. Only Matthew and Professor Trokar remained in the classroom. A few minutes later, composed and calm, Matthew initiated the conversation by expressing his curiosity about the professor's condition. "What seems to be troubling you, Professor?" Matthew asked in a steady voice, remaining seated in his chair. Professor Trokar took a seat across from Matthew and acknowledged his question. "The full body bind curse you demonstrated is impressive, Matthew. Do you often practice it?" "Yes. Just like the professors said, that spell is the only thing a freshman could hope for when their life is in danger," Matthew honestly admitted. Professor Trokar smiled. "Very good. I initially thought you only gave your best in the Transfiguration class. As a young wizard, talent might be important, but the beauty of hard work is equally as fruitful." He expressed his admiration for Matthew's dedication. Matthew quickly dismissed the professor's praise. "I do not deserve such praise, Professor." However, Professor Trokar reaffirmed his admiration perhaps. "These days in the classes I teach, you are the only student I see putting effort into continuously honing your talent. I am really grateful to be your teacher," he said proudly. As their conversation progressed, Matthew asked Professor Trokar, "Professor, does the full body bind curse works effectively on a being?" I'm afraid not, Matthew. Most beings are naturally resistant to magic, and this curse ranked as one of the lowest and simplest protective spells. Casting it upon them would only lead to a poor result. Professor Trokar explained. Do vampires have magical resistance as well? Matthew inquired with a rugged look. Naturally, although not as strong as a werewolf. Still, they would be a formidable opponent when the night comes. A young wizard like you won't be able to seal their movements. Professor Trokar warned Matthew. Well, how much do you know about vampires then, Professor? Matthew asked smugly. Professor Trokar was caught off guard by Matthew's question and shook his head. He explained softly, I think the world has a big misconception about vampires. Every vampire was once an ordinary muggle or wizard. It's a torture that no one can simply IMA. Professor Trokar's demeanor turned serious before Matthew cut him off. Did you embrace those feelings then, Professor? Matthew asked once again, leading Professor Trokar to where he wanted. Upon hearing those words, Professor Trokar is visibly shocked. Still, he continues without realizing Matthew's intention with the question. Professor Trokar explains, the ritual imposed a curse on a child, subjecting them to a life lived under that curse. Wizards feared vampires because they feared the ritual, which led to the aggressive hunting of vampires by wizards. While some vampires acted heinously, most were unfortunate individuals trying to navigate the world under the burden of their curse. The changing attitudes of wizards towards vampires over time. Although conditions had improved in recent years, and vampires were living more openly with wizards, discrimination still persisted, and vampires faced constant scrutiny. Until the First Wizarding War, when a wizard senselessly killed a vampire and was penalized with a mere 100 galleon as a fine. Professor Trokar finishes his explanation with a furious look before he recollects himself. Then, Professor, are you a vampire? Matthew mustered the courage to ask. Professor Trokar finally realized the whole point of these questions. He was surprised, but he wore a wistful smile after. When did you find out? Professor Trokar asked, still with a smile. In Professor Rosier's class, when she was teaching us about vampires, Matthew answered. It was only a matter of time before a boy of your talent figured that out. Vampires have obvious characteristics, after all. Professor Trokar somehow feels proud when he is found out by Matthew. Professor Trokar acknowledged Matthew's observation and glanced at him with a significant meaning. He then transformed his appearance, revealing his fangs. Since you know I'm a vampire, why would you dare to stay in a room alone with me? He glanced at Matthew fiercely. Matthew remained unfazed and unafraid. My friends are waiting for me in the Great Hall, so if I were missing, surely it would raise suspicion for them. That won't be a smart move, right, Professor? Professor Trokar agreed, retracting his fangs. What a marvelous way of thinking, Wickfield. As we've talked for the last hour, wouldn't you mind listening to another story? Of course, Professor. Matthew replied excitedly. The cold, empty classroom somehow feels the warmest inside Matthew's heart when, ironically, he is in front of a dangerous being. Still, he could feel even if he were bleeding, Professor Trokar would help him instead of sucking his blood out. This is a tale that unfolded many years ago in a Romanian village. It revolved around a deranged vampire who derived pleasure from abducting children from nearby villages, assimilating them through the first embrace, and subjecting them to a life of torment. The story takes a significant turn when the vampire captured a 10-year-old wizard, leading to a confrontation with the child's enraged father, killing him. It was too late when the father found out his son had already been embraced. His little son has now turned into a vampire. Professor Trokar tells the story with a solemn expression. He pauses momentarily before continuing. The poor little wizard, or little vampire at that point, was left alone by his father after seeing he already turns. The poor thing didn't give up. He wandered from one village to another looking for food. Because of how frail a newly turned vampire is, the boy can't fight at all. He simply wishes for a harmless animal to pass him, or he would scrape leftovers. Thankfully, because the influence of a vampire was still weak, he could stomach normal human food and stand under sunlight on the first few days. If not for that, that poor thing would be long gone. Struggling to pass day by day, he was dying. He gets thinner and weaker as he could not find any source of food to satiate his hunger. Professor Trokar's expression gets grimmer as the story progresses. He smiled at this point, his eyes filled with happiness and hope as if the story he told was ending happily. A man stood before him one day, and the boy recognized the man. No one won't recognize the man in front of him because of the fame that spread before him. It was Grindelwald. He extended his hand towards the boy. The boy was scared, instinctively retreating because he thought Grindelwald was there to kill him. Grindelwald slit his wrist and told the boy to drink. The boy was puzzled about the whole situation. Grindelwald comforted him and said that no matter what had happened to the boy, he was still a wizard. All wizards shall reign supreme. Matthew attentively agreed to listen to the story, allowing Professor Trokar to unravel a haunting chapter from the past, revealing the intertwined fate of the vampire, the child, and the infamous wizard. Grindelwald then sent the boy to Durmstrang Institute, where the boy excelled at his studies before they expelled him because they found out he was a vampire. Professor Trokar's unfinished story ended there, leaving a sense of intrigue in the air. His voice remained calm and devoid of resentment or sadness, as if he were merely recounting a story from long ago. So, Matthew hesitated for a moment, gathering his thoughts. Can you listen to me tell a story, Professor Trokar? Of course. Professor Trokar nodded, curious about Matthew's story. A long time ago, Hogwarts hired a werewolf teacher. Matthew's voice was soft and contemplative. I don't recall Hogwarts ever hiring a werewolf teacher. Professor Trokar interjected, momentarily confused. This is just a story, Matthew clarified hastily. The werewolf teacher, much like the little vampire in your tale, was bitten by a werewolf when he was young, but he was taken in by a great wizard, who helped him become an excellent wizard in his own right. At Hogwarts, his classes were prevalent, and he was well liked by the students. However, less than a year later, he was dismissed from Hogwarts. Professor Trokar opened his mouth to say something but remained silent, intrigued by Matthew's narrative. Because someone, perhaps other professors who couldn't understand him, or maybe ordinary students, the news that he was a werewolf reached the newspapers, and Hogwarts had no choice but to expel him, Matthew continued with a smile. That's the story I made up, Professor. It's relatively simple, nothing more. Professor Trokar seemed touched by Matthew's story, his expression softening slightly. What else do you want to tell me? Matthew asked, meeting the gaze of Professor Trokar's eyes. You asked me to stay here for more reason than telling me that story, I assume. Matthew quickly noticed the change in Professor Trokar's demeanor and realized it was time to address the real reason behind their meeting. Professor Trokar returned to his usual appearance and spoke in a low voice. No, it's a warning. You must be cautious. Hogwarts is currently a dangerous place. While Professor Trokar expected Matthew to be frightened by this revelation, aren't you afraid? Matthew's face remained calm and composed. Principal Grindelwald has assured us that Hogwarts is safe, he replied nonchalantly. Professor Trokar was taken aback by Matthew's response but couldn't help but smile. Nevertheless, you must still be careful, he insisted. I understand, Matthew nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Professor. You're welcome. Don't leave the common room without caution, don't walk alone in the corridors, and avoid being alone with others, Professor Trokar cautioned, his tone filled with concern. I'll remember, Matthew assured him. But may I ask another question? As Professor Trokar stood up, he replied, Of course, Matthew. What would you like to ask? Professor Trokar, Matthew hesitated for a moment, then gathered his courage. Do you prefer to drink animal blood or human blood? Professor Trokar regarded Matthew with interest, acknowledging the boldness of his question. Matthew quickly added, If this question invades your privacy, you need not answer. There were once many of my kind who believed that human blood, particularly the blood of wizards, was more satisfying. But in the end, they all perished. Professor Trokar responded, choosing not to answer directly. Matthew had more questions to ask, but it seemed he wouldn't get the chance. Just then, the classroom door swung open with a loud bang, revealing Hermione standing in the doorway, accompanied by Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. Granger. Professor Flitwick gasped for breath. Why have you brought me to the defense against the dark arts classroom? Apologies, Professor, Hermione quickly apologized, panting. I made a wrong turn. The situation outside seemed somewhat awkward, and the atmosphere within the defense against the dark arts classroom had become similarly uncomfortable. It seems our question and answer session has come to an end. Matthew, Professor Trokar spoke first. Thank you for the little story. With that, he waved his hand, signaling for Matthew to leave. Matthew exited the classroom, feeling a tinge of regret. In truth, there was one last question he had refrained from asking Professor Trokar. That question was, how does Ronald Weasley's blood taste? Perhaps Matthew had little chance of getting the answer to his question again. Because since then, whether it was in Transfiguration or defense against the dark arts class, he never found an opportunity to talk to Professor Trokar alone. However, Matthew hadn't forgotten Professor Trokar's warning. If even Professor Trokar believed Hogwarts was dangerous now, then Matthew had to be more cautious. After that incident, Matthew rarely left the Slytherin common room except for meals and classes. He avoided walking alone in the castle corridors as much as possible. Despite how it was in Hogwarts Castle, this time was peaceful. The weather grew colder, and their clothes became thicker. December had arrived, and this winter felt exceptionally cold. Although the common room, classrooms, and auditorium were filled with blazing bonfires, creating warmth, the freezing cold wind made the glass windows rattle. Bitter gusts of wind blew through the corridors, and exhaling would create a cloud of white mist. These circumstances gave Matthew more reasons to stay in the common room and avoid venturing out. One mid-December morning, when they woke up, they were surprised to find the castle covered with several feet of snow. The Black Lake's surface had also frozen over with a layer of hard ice. Professor Ketleben would go to the Black Lake every morning and evening to make a hole in the ice. He would then sprinkle Ashwinder eggshell powder into the lake to prevent the precious fish from freezing to death this season. Naturally, everyone was delighted because it meant they could have a snowball fight and enjoy themselves. Draco received punishment for attempting to sneak a snowball into Evan's collar. Professor Sinistra witnessed the act. Consequently, the students happily playing in the snow outside the castle were driven back inside by Mr. Pringle, leaving countless footprints at the gate. With a cute beta S. Mr. Donald sat by the oak gate, wearing a look of malaise, seemingly uninterested in stopping the students who violated the school rules. Since the attack on Weasley, the previously energetic golden retriever had become decadent. Even the potions Professor Slughorn prepared on Mr. Pringle's request seemed ineffective. The teachers assigned a lot of homework in every class for first-year students. Undoubtedly, one of the most important classes was Professor Rozier's defense against the dark arts. Yes, Professor Rozier had returned to school, fully recovered from her illness, just a week after the Christmas holiday. Naturally, everyone was disappointed with this news. They had hoped that Professor Rozier's recovery would be delayed another week. Matthew also noticed that just a few days before Professor Rozier's return, Headmaster Grindelwald, who had appeared in the main guest seat, had disappeared again. This further confirmed Hermione Granger's original view. But none of this could dampen the desperate longing for a holiday that consumed everyone. Yes, the semester was about to end, and the Christmas holiday was approaching. However, there was also some bad news. With the arrival of the Christmas holidays, the number of students remaining at Hogwarts started to decrease. Even in the wizarding world, Christmas was the most important holiday of the year, albeit celebrated for different reasons than Muggles. Nevertheless, wizards cared deeply about family reunions during this festival. Due to the previous attacks, Hogwarts still harbored some panic. Students scrambled to reserve seats on the Hogwarts Express, hoping to go home for the holidays. Matthew and the young wizards from Muggle families found themselves without a place to go and had to stay in the increasingly deserted Hogwarts. Slytherin House, in particular, experienced this situation more prominently. With its admission standards, there were few students from Muggle families in Slytherin. During the Christmas holidays, it was almost inevitable that very few students would remain in Slytherin common room. On the first day of the Christmas holiday, Matthew was left in his dorm alone. Draco, Vincent, Gregory, and Theodore went to their wizard families. To his surprise, only 3 students remained beside him. One of them was a 7th-year girl, immersed in her studies, preparing for the N.E.W.T.S exam in a few months. The other was Agnes Lestrange, who was in the same grade as Matthew. "Why did you stay?" Matthew asked curiously as he approached her. "Don't you go back to be with your family?" Lestrange raised her head, a look of disgust on her face. "I have no family," she said coldly, leaving the common room. But before she left, she turned around and gave Matthew a piece of advice. "You better check the bulletin board." Bulletin board. Matthew muttered to himself, intrigued. He headed towards the bulletin board, wondering what it held. In addition to the new password for the Christmas holidays, he found a notice posted. The notice stated that the passage between Hogwarts and Hogsmeade would remain open during the Christmas holidays, allowing students to come and go freely. Hogsmeade, the only all-wizard village in the UK with no muggles, was a famous location in the wizarding world. What does this have to do with me? Matthew wondered aloud. Isn't access to Hogsmeade restricted to students above the 3rd grade? Or so he thought. Just as Matthew was about to turn around and leave, he realized something. He quickly reread the notice from beginning to end, focusing on every word. To his delight, there was no mention of any restrictions for students above the 3rd grade in the entire notice. "This is great," Matthew exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear. He reached into his pocket, where he kept the dozens of galleons Draco had given him before leaving school. In the corridor outside the common room, a festive ribbon adorned with holly and mistletoe swayed gently, adding a touch of holiday spirit. The armor and portraits lining the corridor gleamed, having been diligently polished and cleaned. Inside the auditorium, Professor Flitwick meticulously decorated the Christmas tree with sparkling icicles and delicate candles. Even though Christmas hadn't arrived yet, the air was filled with anticipation and joy. 3 of the 4 long tables in the auditorium had been moved against the walls, leaving only the last one in the center. It seemed odd to use the entire dining space when most students had already departed for the holidays. Matthew noticed a small group of nearly a dozen students sitting at the remaining long table, enjoying their breakfast. Most of their faces were unfamiliar to him, likely Muggle-born students who, like himself, didn't have a place to call home during the break. As he pondered, Matthew realized that most of the people he had acquainted himself with at Hogwarts had also left the school, with a few exceptions like Hermione from Ravenclaw and Evans from Gryffindor. They seemed to have chosen to remain at Hogwarts, though they were currently absent from the table. Finding an empty spot at the long table, Matthew took a seat. The breakfast during the Christmas holidays was more lavish than usual. Alongside the regular fare, there were gingerbread, Yule log cake, smoked salmon, smoked ham, and delectable turkey sandwiches. The flavors were delightful, and Matthew quickly finished his breakfast. As Evans entered the auditorium, he dropped his half-eaten turkey sandwich and promptly left the room. Observing from the podium, Professor Rozier shot Matthew a stern look, expressing her disapproval of the wasteful behavior. Leaving the castle behind, Matthew embarked on a path he hadn't walked since his arrival over 3 months ago. The grand school gate, crafted from steel, swung open before him, adorned with magnificent stone pillars. The largest of them featured a winged boar perched at its apex. Mr. Pringle, seated lazily at the gate, held a registration form in his hand. "Name, house, and year?" he inquired coldly. "I am Matthew Wickfield, a first-year student in Slytherin," Matthew replied. Mr. Pringle scribbled a few lines on the form before him, then waved his hand dismissively. "Remember to return before dark, or you shall be responsible for your safety," he cautioned. "Understood," Matthew nodded, acknowledging the warning. With that, he stepped through the gate, leaving behind the confines of Hogwarts. The road to Hogsmeade Village was a rugged path covered in thick, white snow. This route was familiar for older students, as they would traverse it every year, riding the carriages pulled by Thestrals from Hogsmeade Station to the Hogwarts campus. Nui. As a first-year student, Matthew had not walked this path before, having arrived at the school by boat across the Black Lake. He encountered a few other individuals along the way, which was unsurprising given that only Hogwarts students typically used this road, and most had already departed for the holidays. Despite the discomfort, Matthew pressed on, trudging through the thick snow that chilled his exposed face, causing it to ache and eventually numb. After approximately 15 minutes of walking, Matthew reached a fork in the road. One path led to Hogsmeade Station, where the Hogwarts Express would stop, while the other led to Hogsmeade itself. Opting for the small road leading to Hogsmeade Village, Matthew continued for another 5 minutes until he arrived at his destination. Contrary to the desolate atmosphere at Hogwarts, Hogsmeade Village buzzed with activity. As the only all-wizard village in Britain, Hogsmeade remained vibrant even during the students' holidays. Shops lined the streets, and individuals from the magical community roamed about, unaware of the world outside their enchanting bubble. The village consisted of charming thatched cottages, their rooftops blanketed in snow. In celebration of Christmas, the trees surrounding the village were adorned with magical candles. Many of the small shops in Hogsmeade were renowned among Hogwarts students. The Honeyduke's sweet shop, offering an array of chocolates and magical candies, bustled with customers. The Zonko's joke shop, selling a variety of prank materials and tricks, was a favorite among mischievous students. Prominent establishments were 2 broomstick pubs serving butterbeer, hot mead, red wine, and cherry juice. However, Matthew passed by these bustling shops, one after another. Finally, he reached a small pub at the intersection of a side road. Upon seeing the scene before him, Matthew was slightly taken aback. It bore a striking resemblance to the book description. An old wooden sign, tattered and hanging from a rusty bracket on the door, portrayed a severed pig's head stained with blood on a white cloth. Scrawled on the sign, crookedly but legibly, were the words, Hog's Head. After a moment's hesitation, Matthew took a step forward and gently knocked on the door. There was no immediate response. He raised his hand and knocked once more. After waiting for approximately 30 seconds, the door creaked open. An old, grotesque-looking man appeared, tall and thin with gray hair and beard. Yet, these were not the most striking features. What truly caught one's attention were the dozens of scars that marred the old man's face, rendering him disfigured and possibly terrifying to a timid person. To Matthew's surprise, he didn't catch a whiff of the anticipated scent of sheep from the man or the pub itself. What are you doing? The grim-faced old man glared at the boy standing at the door, his voice dripping with malice. Matthew was taken aback and stammered in response, Sir, I heard. You have butterbeer. The disfigured old man scrutinized Matthew for what seemed like an eternity before finally saying in a cold tone, Come in. He opened the door to the cabin, allowing Matthew to enter the Hog's Head Inn. Matthew could finally take in the establishment's interior as he stepped inside. It was a small, dark, and filthy room. Thick layers of dirt covered the bay windows, making it almost impossible for light to penetrate. Only a few candle heads on a rough wooden table provided minimal illumination. The floor was even messy. Initially, it appeared compacted mud, but when Matthew stepped on it, he realized it was a stone floor that had accumulated dirt over centuries. There was no doubt that this bar was far from a decent place. What are you looking at? The old man asked suspiciously, noticing Matthew's curious gaze. I was just reading about this place in Professor Bathilda Bagshot's History of Magic class. Your bar was once the headquarters of the Goblin Rebellion in 1612. Matthew said slowly, glancing at the old man's eyes. However, the old man's expression remained unchanged when Matthew mentioned Bathilda Bagshot's name, and his eyes were not the sky blue he had expected. That all happened centuries ago, the old man said disdainfully. What do you need, butterbeer or flame whiskey? Butterbeer, Matthew replied. The old man turned and left while Matthew took the opportunity to look around curiously. Without a doubt, the patrons in the bar were old people. There were only a few guests, 3 to 5 at most, and the atmosphere was relatively quiet. There was a witch with a thick black scarf that hung down to her feet and another witch whose head was almost entirely covered by a thick cloak. None of them seemed particularly serious. As Matthew observed the disfigured old man's back, he couldn't help but think to himself. According to the original book, the male host at the Hog's Head Inn was Aberforth Dumbledore, the younger brother of Albus Dumbledore. He maintained an incognito identity, collecting information for his brother in this bar. But this disfigured old man looked nothing like Aberforth in Matthew's memory. His appearance was completely different. Just as Matthew pondered this, the hostess approached, carrying a glass of butterbeer at a leisurely pace. Butterbeer was not actually beer but a drink made of cream, butter, and brown sugar. It was trendy among Hogwarts students. Sir, what can I call you? Matthew asked the host when he put his butterbeer before him. Percival, the host replied coldly. The name wasn't uncommon. Percival was one of the most famous knights of the Round Table in the legend of King Arthur. He was known as one of the 3 knights of the Holy Grail, along with Galahad and Bors. He had garnered significant fame in Wales and throughout England. Our Nigerian Naira. Matthew furrowed his brow slightly before continuing his inquiry. Then, Mr. Percival, how long have you been in charge of this bar? This time, Matthew received no response. With his grotesque face, the host suddenly stared at Matthew coldly and asked viciously, Are you interrogating me, kid? No, I'm just a Hogwarts first-year student, Matthew quickly defended himself. Just as Matthew stuttered through his explanation, a familiar voice broke the tension. Matthew, The Hogshead Inn door swung open, and a bald old man as fat as a sea elephant, Professor Slughorn, stood at the entrance with a friendly smile. He glanced at the filthy floor with disdain before walking in. "Why are you here?" Professor Slughorn asked loudly, his gaze fixed on Matthew. The host, who had previously been vicious, had already holstered his wand, no longer showing any signs of aggression. I just heard that this bar used to be the headquarters of the Goblin Rebellion in 1612, so I came to take a look," Matthew explained, feeling relieved that Professor Slughorn had arrived. "Oh, all right." Slughorn grabbed Matthew's hand, speaking wittily. "Historical records often deviate from reality, you know." "Yes, sir." Matthew nodded. "Let's go, this place isn't for us." Slughorn shook his head at Matthew. "Thanks to the fact that I was passing by the window and saw you." Matthew was pulled away from the table by Professor Slughorn. "A glass of butterbeer, 3 sickles," the host shouted roughly. Matthew reached into his pocket to pay, but Professor Slughorn had already produced several silver coins and placed them on the dirty table. "Let's get out of here quickly," Professor Slughorn urged, and Matthew followed him, hastily leaving the Hogshead Inn. They returned to the bustling Central Avenue once again. "Professor," Matthew asked hurriedly, "why did you say that the Hogshead Inn isn't a place for us to stay?" "Of course," Professor Slughorn explained. "That kind of place isn't suitable for respectable individuals. A little guy like you would have been in trouble if I hadn't passed by. Let me tell you, if you want to drink some butterbeer, I recommend the 2 broomsticks. The environment and the taste are much better," Professor Slughorn said enthusiastically. "Come, let's have a drink there together." "Of course, Professor," Matthew agreed. Meanwhile, Matthew and Professor Slughorn left the Hogshead Inn. A witch with a long black scarf quickly settled her bill and quietly followed their steps from a distance. Matthew and Professor Slughorn crossed the road and entered the small bar a few minutes later. The bar was warm and smoky, filled with a bustling crowd. At the bar, a woman with a beautiful appearance and an elegant figure was busy greeting a group of noisy wizards. A bald-headed middle-aged wizard carried a tray with 5 or 6 wine glasses of different colors, serving them to various tables. "Rosmerta," Slughorn called out. "Oh, Professor Slughorn," an attractive woman wearing glittery open-toed high heels abandoned the other guests and quickly approached Matthew and Professor Slughorn. "What a rare visit. How many of you are there? Would you like a table upstairs?" No, it's just me and Matthew today," Professor Slughorn replied with a smile. "All right, follow me, please." Ms. Rosmerta led the 2 guests behind the bar. Between the windowsill and a beautiful Christmas tree, he found them a good spot, an empty table by the fireplace. Matthew waited for Slughorn to take his seat before sitting down himself. "Is there anything you need, Professor Slughorn?" Ms. Rosmerta asked eagerly. 2 glasses of mulled mead." Professor Slughorn looked at Matthew generously and smiled. "Merry Christmas, Matthew. It's my treat today. Rosmerta's mead has over 10 years of history and is quite famous in Europe." "All right, please wait," Mr. Rosmerta acknowledged before hurrying off. Wait, didn't Professor Slughorn mention butterbeer before? Matthew wondered to himself. "Merry Christmas to you too, Professor Slughorn." Matthew quickly replied respectfully. "No need to be so formal, Matthew." Professor Slughorn shook his head with an indifferent expression. "It's vacation time now, you don't have to treat me like a professor. You can even call me Horace if you want." "All right, Professor Slughorn," Matthew agreed. At that moment, Ms. Rosmerta arrived with 2 glasses of mead. In the 18th and 19th centuries, due to severe water pollution caused by the Industrial Revolution in Britain, and the lack of reliable water purification methods, alcohol, especially beer, was considered a cleaner drink than water for most people. This habit gradually spread to the wizarding world, so even children in their early teens drinking alcohol was considered normal, except for highly concentrated spirits. While Professor Slughorn seemed to enjoy the mead, Matthew found its taste somewhat repulsive, like rotten apples. Nevertheless, he had to drink it with a forced smile. Strangely, as he took a few sips, the chill he had felt earlier vanished, and his body warmed up. "RNB, why aren't you going home, child?" Professor Slughorn asked, savoring his wine. "It's Christmas now. I'm a Muggle-born student, Professor," Matthew answered honestly. "Oh, I see." Professor Slughorn paused and burst into laughter. "I almost forgot. Haha, a Slytherin Muggle-born child, how rare." From Professor Slughorn's expression, it was clear that he didn't care about blood or lineage. "Yes, Professor," Matthew replied with a sip of mead before asking innocently, "Why did Mr. Percival from the Hogshead Inn get extremely angry when I casually asked how long his bar has been open?" "Percival," Slughorn's face turned serious. He didn't answer directly, saying instead, "That strange old man is a troublemaker, Matthew. I suggest you stay away from him." "I understand, Professor," Matthew nodded quickly. "But speaking of the Hogshead Inn's age, it's been around for quite a few years, nearly 50 or 60, I can't remember exactly," Professor Slughorn pondered, tilting his head. "Why do you ask, Matthew?" "I just noticed that the stain on the floor seems about 50 or 60 years old," Matthew replied softly. Professor Slughorn couldn't help but laugh, and Matthew joined in. But underneath his smile, Matthew's expression grew serious. The fact that the Hogshead Inn hadn't changed owners in 50 or 60 years meant it likely had connections to the Order of the Phoenix, and the bartender might be associated with Aberforth Dumbledore. It was valuable information, even if it seemed meaningless to him at the moment. In the future, it could prove to be useful. Matthew and Professor Slughorn continued their conversation by the fire, discussing ordinary topics. Professor Slughorn seemed to be in a good mood, and their chat was enjoyable. As Professor Slughorn's glass of mead gradually emptied, he said, "I'm planning to visit Madame Malkin's later to buy a new robe. What are your plans, Matthew?" "I'm going to Honeyduke's sweet shop." Professor Slughorn interrupted him before Matthew could finish his sentence. Professor Slughorn laughed and patted him on the shoulder. "Ah, Ambrosio Flume's candies are truly irresistible to you youngsters. But I don't have a taste for such sweets. So let's skip that, Matthew." As he spoke, Professor Slughorn began rummaging through his pockets. "I'll take care of the bill, Professor," Matthew hurriedly offered. "There's no need for students to pay," Slughorn declined firmly, then proceeded to the bar to settle the bill with Mrs. Rosmerta. This surprised Matthew a little. Was Professor Slughorn always this generous in the original book? Or was there something that made him particularly happy today? However, Matthew quickly ran out of time to contemplate as something else caught his attention, a more important matter. When he had left the Hogshead Inn earlier, he had noticed the witch with the thick black scarf trailing them discreetly. He assumed she was tracking Professor Slughorn since she had no apparent connection or grudges in the wizarding world. So when Professor Slughorn left, Matthew stayed behind alone. Now that Professor Slughorn was gone, the mysterious witch occasionally glanced in Matthew's direction. Could it be that I am her target? Matthew thought to himself. Matthew's face suddenly became serious, because he really couldn't figure it out. Why would anyone want to track him? He was just an ordinary first-year freshman and had no social relationships in the wizarding world. Could it be that the witch, wrapped in a thick black scarf down to her feet, was actually a character similar to a muggle trafficker? Was she trying to abduct him? It was possible. The Hogshead Inn had always been the gathering place of gulls, ghosts, and snakes. Since this witch came from there, she might be planning something. In places like Hogsmeade, she wouldn't be easy to start with, but when it got dark when she tried to return to Hogwarts, the secluded path between Hogwarts and Hogsmeade would be the best place for her to attack. Matthew put down the mead in his hand and stood up. He was ready to go to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasion to find Professor Slughorn, who had bought his robe there, and then return to Hogwarts with the professor. Having an adult wizard with him would surely deter the witch from wearing the thick black scarf. But soon, Matthew sat down again. He realized something was wrong. He picked up the mead and took a sip. He had been at the Hogshead Inn before, but Professor Slughorn had picked him up. Even if the witch wrapped in a thick black veil was planning something, it should have been visible to Professor Slughorn. After all, Professor Slughorn was a well-known figure in the wizarding world. Then why was she so quickly following him? Under normal circumstances, even if she had initially intended to commit a crime, she should have given up at this point. Was it because she wasn't afraid of Professor Slughorn at all? Or perhaps she had a reason to target him. Suddenly, Matthew's face changed. It occurred to him that he had no social relationships in the wizarding world, but he did have something precious and potentially dangerous in his hands, the book. Because of the influence of that book, the Sorting Hat acted strangely, placing him in Slytherin. Because of the book, Bloody Baron had mistaken him for a ghost. Could it be that the witch wearing the thick black veil was a witch studying mysteries, and she had sensed something about him that attracted her? Or maybe she wasn't a witch at all but a disguised wizard? While sipping the mead in his glass, Matthew glanced from the corner of his eye at the witch in the thick black scarf. She had ordered a small glass of lemon juice and was secretly observing him. This further deepened Matthew's previous judgment. If the book genuinely attracted her, then the plan to find Professor Slughorn would have to be cancelled. Professor Slughorn might not be able to handle her, and during the Christmas season, he might not be as vigilant as he should be. Moreover, Matthew didn't know where Madame Malkin's was from where he was right now. Does he need to go through an alleyway to reach there faster? What if the witch intercepted him before he could reach the place? What could he do about it? Hogsmeade probably had no aurors patrolling. Matthew raised his glass and finished the mead. He thought of a way. When Matthew walked out of the three-broom bar, he could vaguely see through the frozen window that the witch was also hurrying to settle the bill and quickly catching up. There was no doubt that she was indeed tracking him. He estimated a 70% possibility due to the book and a 30% possibility due to other reasons. Trying to lose her by speed alone would probably be impossible. So, he had to do something else. Matthew didn't rush and went to Honeyduke's sweets store. The popular store was crowded with witches and wizards snapping up candy. The witch wearing the thick black scarf hesitated for a while but didn't choose to chase after him. This was what Matthew had expected. Honeyduke's was too crowded, and his small frame could easily get lost. It would be much more challenging for an adult like the witch to navigate. She was probably worried about losing him, so she chose to wait nearby. Matthew approached the Honeyduke's counter, pretending to choose sweets. The busy store environment made it easy for him to blend in. The owners, Ambrosius Flume and his wife, were too occupied with receiving customers to notice him. Oh yes. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Matthew sneaked behind the counter and discovered the entrance to the cellar. He took out his wand and softly said, "Alohomora." The cellar door opened, and Matthew entered, closing it behind him. In the cellar, he found piles of crates and wooden boxes. He searched the dusty floor, occasionally squatting down and reaching out to touch. After almost 5 minutes, he found a trapdoor hidden in a corner. It blended perfectly with the gray floor. Once inside, he entered a tunnel that connected Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. This tunnel was built by wizards specifically for the Goblin Rebellion in the 17th century. While students commonly used it to sneak into Hogsmeade, Matthew was now using it in the opposite direction. Using his wand to illuminate the path ahead with a Lumos spell, Matthew walked unhurriedly through the tunnel. After about 15 minutes, he arrived at a stone slide and began climbing. He climbed until he hit something on top of his head. Descendium. Matthew whispered. A small hole large enough to crawl through appeared before him, and he crawled out slowly. Looking back, he saw a statue of a hunchbacked, one-eyed old woman. As he emerged, the small hole closed again. He had successfully returned to Hogwarts. It seems I can't go to Hogsmeade casually, Matthew muttered to himself as he returned to the Slytherin common room. Today had been his first time experiencing Hogsmeade, and it hadn't gone as planned. The 7th-year girls had already left in the common room in the morning, and only Agnes Lestrange remained. Wickfield. Lestrange called out his name just as Matthew returned to his bedroom. What's wrong? Matthew turned around, curious about why she had called him. I suggest you keep a certain distance from Slughorn, Lestrange said coldly. He is a dangerous man. Huh. Matthew frowned, confused. I don't quite understand. Lestrange ignored him and bowed her head, leaving Matthew with unanswered questions. Looking at the gift box in front of Matthew, he saw the book he was strangely familiar with. A book with a funny relationship bound to him. Matthew burst into laughter, a laughter filled with joy and excitement. I'm not scared, you know. Matthew spoke aloud to the book as if talking to himself. Haha, let me tell you, this is the best Christmas gift I've ever received. Hands down. With a wide smile on his face, he stood up from his bed. He retrieved his dragon leather gloves from the cabinet and wore Theodore's dragon leather protective suit. Fully equipped, he returned to the gift box. Today is Christmas, and you know what that means. Matthew exclaimed. It means Professor Grindelwald will be at Hogwarts. Usually, during holidays, the headmaster returns to the school. He paused for a moment, his smile turning mischievous. So, can you imagine what will happen if I hand you over to Professor Grindelwald? Matthew was tired of hiding from this mysterious book. Recent events had left him dissatisfied and frustrated. Now, presented with this opportunity, he strongly desired to transfer the book to Gellert Grindelwald. He wanted to see how the most powerful wizard in Europe would handle it. If even the headmaster of Hogwarts couldn't solve it, so be it. Within the dormitory, a gentle breeze seemed to pass through the room. The book trembled slightly as if trying to dissuade Matthew from his actions. Unfazed, Matthew wore his dragon skin protective suit and gloves, determined to proceed. Suddenly, the book in the gift box opened on its own, revealing its true face to Matthew for the first time. He discovered that the yellowed pages were completely blank, devoid of words. But then, at a visible speed, 2 letters materialized on the page. No, the letters were written in a crooked, mysterious font with a strange green hue. You don't want to? Oh, don't worry, I won't embarrass you, Matthew responded with a touch of disdain. He reached out to grab the gift string but struggled due to the inflexibility caused by his dragon leather gloves. At that moment, another green line appeared on the blank page. I mean you no harm. Save your words for Professor Grindelwald. Matthew retorted, persisting in his attempt to grab the gift string. Let's see if he will believe you. Excitement gleamed in Matthew's eyes. The book's reaction indicated that it might be afraid of Professor Grindelwald. Yes, that's it. Matthew felt a strong urge to seek out the esteemed headmaster now. With the gift box in hand, Matthew headed to the common room. Agnes Lestrange happened to pass by and noticed Matthew's unusual attire. Why are you dressed like that? Lestrange asked with a curious yet perplexed look. Matthew could only come up with a casual explanation. It's freezing, so I bundled up. Miss Lestrange's gaze shifted to the gift box in Matthew's hand. Who are you giving gifts to? She inquired, her tone faintly mocking. Is it for Granger? No, this is a gift for Headmaster Grindelwald, Matthew answered honestly, without resorting to lies. What a poor excuse. Miss Lestrange coldly remarked before walking out of the common room without looking back. That's the truth. Matthew muttered under his breath, feeling frustrated. Just as he was about to exit through the door, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. The gift box in his hand had inexplicably become lighter in an instant. He shook it frantically, but no sound came from within, as if only an empty box remained. In anger, Matthew threw the gift box into the roaring fireplace. Undoubtedly, his plan to present a gift to the headmaster had failed. The mysterious book had once again escaped from his grasp. Where would it go? Would it return to its responsive home or venture into other parts of the castle? Matthew muttered. Matthew hoped it would stay away from him, the farther, the better. Returning to the dormitory, Matthew removed his thick dragon skin protective suit and gloves. What should he do next? Should he still seek out Headmaster Grindelwald? He might not be able to convince the headmaster without the physical evidence. Even if he believed Matthew, he might think he was possessed, just as Professor Slughorn had suggested, and could potentially harm him. Beta Epsilon. With a pensive expression, Matthew left the Slytherin common room, heading to the Great Hall for breakfast, lost in his thoughts. As he passed the potions classroom, a robust figure approached him, almost colliding with Matthew. Apologies, Mr. Pringle. Matthew quickly apologized to the castle caretaker, Wickfield. Mr. Pringle, a large man, scrutinized Matthew from head to toe. Yes, sir. Matthew nodded. I've been looking for you. Mr. Pringle turned his head and strode alongside Matthew. Simultaneously, he pulled something out of his pocket. This should be yours, right? I found it at the top of the stairs on the second floor. The cover has your name, age, and house written on it. Matthew remembered Mr. Pringle's office located next to the second floor stairs. Before Matthew could react, Mr. Pringle had already used the book and smacked him on the head several times. Don't go around leaving things behind. Pringle scolded vehemently. He then put the book in the pocket of Matthew's robes and walked away. Matthew stood there in a daze, his body trembling slightly. He lowered his head and peered into his pocket. Indeed, he hadn't mistaken it earlier. It was the mysterious book again. Just minutes after its departure, it had returned to his side and into his pocket. Moments ago, it had made intimate contact with his forehead. Merlin's beard. Matthew exclaimed softly, filled with disbelief. Hogwarts Outsider Christmas should be a day worth celebrating. The wizards of ancient Rome believed that this day was the hope of spring and the beginning of the recovery of all things. For Matthew, he doesn't have any mood to celebrate today. He didn't even bother to go to breakfast. He returned to the Slytherin common room again. Facing the emerald green flames burning in the fireplace, Matthew trembled and shook the book out of his pocket, placing it on a round table in the common room. Those recent events had shattered Matthew's previous beliefs. Initially, he thought the book was a powerful dark magic item, appearing frequently around him to take his life. He had been trying to avoid touching the book for the past 4 months, fearing its dark influence. Draco's encounter with the book, which landed him in the school hospital, further reinforced Matthew's belief. However, today, he realized that his judgment had been entirely wrong. Mr. Pringle had found the book near his office, then it had returned to Matthew, and Mr. Pringle had patted him on the head with it. If the book behaved as it had with Draco, both Matthew and Mr. Pringle would have been in grave danger. But that hadn't happened. Matthew was still alive and unharmed. This realization puzzled him. Matthew lowered his head and observed the book closely. He noticed the leather cover had changed slightly since he first saw it. The strange color had softened. This change might explain why Mr. Pringle hadn't found anything unusual. On the cover of the book, 2 crooked lines of green writing appeared. Matthew Wickfield. Slytherin first year. No wonder Mr. Pringle had been able to find Matthew. The book had somehow identified him. Matthew blinked and decided to conduct a little experiment. He returned to his bedroom and retrieved his pet, a black-framed toad, from its cage. The toad had spent the past 4 months lazily eating bread worms, but now it was time to test its worth. Matthew grabbed the toad with his right hand, brought it to the common room, and approached the fireplace. He lightly dropped the toad onto the book. The toad instinctively tried to jump away, but Matthew's left hand, holding his wand, was already raised. Petrificus totalis, he incanted. The toad's body turned stiff in an instant, collapsing onto the book and ceasing all movement. Matthew took a seat in an armchair nearby, silently observing the scene. With acute omicron, yes. Time passed, and Matthew remained patient. A 7th-year Slytherin girl briefly entered the common room and showed disgust at the sight of the toad, quickly retreating to her bedroom. By almost noon, Matthew felt that the experiment had run its course. He raised his wand once again and pointed it at the toad. Finite incantatum. The petrification curse was lifted, and the toad cried loudly before jumping away energetically. Its vitality and life were unaffected. The test was a success. Matthew watched the toad hopping around and then turned his attention back to the book. A breeze seemed to pass through the common room, and the book suddenly opened on its own. It displayed the same page as before, with the green writing clearly visible. I mean you no harm. Matthew took a deep breath and slowly reached out, his finger touching the book's page. Nothing unusual occurred. He continued his experiment, gradually increasing the contact. To his surprise, he remained unaffected. Could it be that this book was telling the truth? From the pen holder on the table, Matthew retrieved a quill pen and dipped it in ink. He wrote on the page, "Hello there." The black ink shimmered on the paper briefly before being absorbed, leaving no trace. The green handwriting from the previous line vanished as well. After a few seconds, a line of dark green writing flashed on the paper again. "Hello, Matthew." Matthew's expression turned serious. He dipped the quill in ink once more and quickly wrote, "What do you want to do?" In a matter of seconds, a reply appeared. "I just want to help you." Matthew couldn't help but chuckle. He tried to maintain a serious expression and wrote, "I don't need any help." The book's response came swiftly, with a dense collection of words. "Yes, you do. I can tell you the root of all the Hogwarts attacks. I can also tell you the true face of Grindelwald. Even I can teach you unimaginable and powerful magic." Matthew tilted his head and, once again, dipped the quill in ink. "So, what's the cost?" All the previous writings disappeared, replaced by a line of enticing, small dark green writing. "There is no cost." Matthew decisively closed the book before the ink of this line could vanish. He returned to his bedroom and placed it in his desk drawer. He clapped his hands and left the bedroom without hesitation, leaving the common room behind. He hadn't eaten all morning and was feeling hungry. Matthew headed towards the Great Hall, muttering to himself, "What about you?" The morning farce provided Matthew with some crucial information. First and foremost, the book was not as all-powerful as he had previously believed. Perhaps Professor Slughorn's initial assessment was correct. It was indeed a feeble and enigmatic dark magic item that had attacked the toad in the Leaky Cauldron in Draco. After the encounters, it had lost its power. Perhaps Matthew held a special significance to the book, causing it to refrain from attacking him. In any case, Matthew no longer needed to worry about losing his life inadvertently. During his conversation with the book, Matthew also discovered something else. He could learn about events happening around him through various means, but not from the book itself. It couldn't even access its own memories. In order to tempt him, the book presented 3 conditions. However, Matthew didn't need to know the source of all the attacks at Hogwarts, as he already had plenty of clues. The true face of Grindelwald didn't interest him either, as for learning powerful magic from a self-aware book. Matthew believed that any wizard with a sound mind wouldn't fall for such a claim. If the book truly understood him, it wouldn't have proposed these 3 unappealing conditions to Matthew. With the book safely locked away in the drawer, Matthew felt a sense of relief. Finally, after enduring the troublesome affliction that had plagued him for 4 months, he could see a glimmer of hope. As Matthew entered the Great Hall for dinner, he noticed significant changes. 12 sparkling Christmas trees surrounded the hall, ribbons danced in the air, and enchanted snow fell gently from the ceiling, warm and dry. What caught his attention most was the rearrangement of the tables. The long table had been replaced with a large round table capable of seating 30 to 40 people. Grindelwald, Rosier, Slughorn, Flitwick, Sinistra, Professor Sprout, and Mr. Pringle sat around the table. The remaining seats were reserved for the students. The number of students from each grade who stayed at Hogwarts was almost exactly 30. As the students hesitantly gathered in the hall, they looked on in surprise at the spectacle before them. "Merry Christmas, children." Headmaster Grindelwald greeted them with a smile. "Vinda came up with this wonderful idea to make our Christmas more festive. Sit down, everyone." They proceeded to find their seats, chatting in small groups. Matthew sat far away from Professor Grindelwald. Within 10 minutes, everyone had arrived. Professor Grindelwald announced to kick off the festivities. First, some Christmas presents. He waved his hand, and colorful firecrackers rained down from above. One landed in front of Matthew, who gently pulled it. An explosion followed, engulfing Matthew and a few others in light green smoke. Beta. Simultaneously, a heavy bearskin hat fell into Matthew's hands, and he placed it on his head. Instantly, he felt warm and a sense of weight pressing down on him. Mr. Pringle excitedly pulled out a colorful firecracker, which erupted into a shower of more than 10 fleshy bones. Mr. Donald rushed over eagerly to collect them. Meanwhile, Professor Grindelwald led a group of girls in singing his favorite Christmas carols. Professor Slughorn downed a large glass of eggnog, causing him to hiccup, while Professor Rosier cast a disapproving glance at him. The Christmas feast turned out to be even more extravagant than anticipated. 20 plump roasted turkeys, piles of roasted meats and baked potatoes, lifelike tree trunk cakes, bowls of emerald green peas, and plates of prosciutto and small sausages adorned the tables. For Matthew, it was his first experience of such a grand banquet. After the turkey, a red Christmas pudding was served. As Hermione took a bite, she suddenly covered her teeth and spat out a silver sickle coin. "Oh my God," she exclaimed, "I nearly broke my teeth." Professor Grindelwald led the applause, and the entire hall joined in, applauding Hermione's unexpected find. In Muggle and Wizard traditions, silver coins like the sickle are placed in puddings at Christmas. Whoever discovers the coin in their slice is said to have wealth and good luck in the coming year. Professor Slughorn raised a cup of eggnog. His face flushed, while Professor Rosier's pointed black top hat sat crookedly on his head, displaying his lack of decorum. Professor Flitwick stood on a stool and sang loudly. The entire hall felt like a big, joyous family at that moment. The dinner lasted 2 hours until everyone's stomachs filled with abundant food. Professor Grindelwald had left half an hour earlier, and some students began to scatter after his departure. Justin Finch-Fletchley, Matthew's neighbor at the Hufflepuff table, also started to leave, clutching various trinkets he had acquired from the colorful firecrackers. Matthew picked up his heavy bearskin hat and followed suit. "Fletchley," he called out. "Hello, Wickfield." "I can barely walk anymore," Fletchley replied wearily. During the banquet, the two had chatted casually, seeming to have become acquainted with each other. "Me too," Matthew nodded. The Slytherin and Hufflepuff common rooms were in the basement, so they walked together briefly. After about half a minute, Matthew casually asked, "I recall on the first day of your Christmas break, you were scolded by Professor Sprout and Professor Rosier. What happened?" Justin Finley looked uncomfortable as he replied, "Yes, I was at the Three Broomsticks Inn that day and accidentally fell asleep. When I returned to the castle, I was late." "So," Matthew inquired calmly, "did you happen to see a witch wearing a thick black scarf in Hogsmeade that day?" "The witch in the thick black scarf. The witch in the thick black scarf," Justin Finley muttered, his eyes becoming somewhat unfocused. Suddenly, he clutched his head in pain, dropping the trinkets from his hands onto the floor. "I'm sorry, Wickfield. I don't remember anything." The expression on Fletchley's face was extremely agonizing. He clutched his head desperately as if it were on the verge of bursting. "If you can't remember, don't dwell on it." Matthew calmly comforted him. Simultaneously, he bent down, picking up all the items Justin had dropped on the ground, and returned them to him. "Thank you." Justin's expression eased slightly, and he embraced them once again. Then, with a hint of frustration, he said, "I'll head back to the Hufflepuff common room first. I'm feeling exhausted and sleepy now." "Okay, goodbye." Matthew waved his hand. As Matthew watched Fletchley's retreating figure, he fell deep into contemplation. Undoubtedly, the reaction displayed by this Hufflepuff boy was a clear manifestation of the forgetfulness charm or obliviate. The charm's effect was to erase specific memories from people's minds. Moreover, in Fletchley's case, it appeared to be a less sophisticated version of the forgetting spell, or perhaps the wizard who cast the spell was of average skill. Most of the memories related to the witch wearing a thick black scarf had been deleted, leaving only a faint trace. Consequently, he would react strangely whenever others mentioned that image before him. This raised a question. Why did the witch in the thick black scarf approach Justin Finch Fletchley? And the time she sought out Fletchley should have been after Matthew passed through the one-eyed witch passage. Was she attempting to extract information about herself through him? If that were the case, it was undoubtedly a miscalculation on her part. Matthew and Fletchley had only just met today, and Matthew knew very little about himself before then. Matthew's first thought wasn't far off. The sole purpose of the witch was not to capture Matthew in particular. She simply wanted to capture a young wizard at Hogwarts and extract information from their mouth. Her initial target was Matthew, who evaded capture through the one-eyed witch passage. She then redirected her focus to Fletchley, who was also in Hogsmeade. Matthew's expression turned solemn. If those were true, then the true motive behind the witch wearing a thick black scarf was worth questioning. And most likely, it was connected to the series of previous attacks at Hogwarts. "What are you doing here?" a cold voice asked Matthew from behind. It was Agnes Lestrange, holding a Rear Admiral hat in one hand and shimmering balloons in the other as if they were small gifts exploded from colorful firecrackers. "Sorry, I was lost in thought." Matthew regained his composure and replied softly. "Shall we go back to the common room together?" Lestrange offered, "Or do you have other plans?" "No," Matthew nodded, "let's head back to the common room together." The two walked shoulder to shoulder, deep into the basement, with the peculiar Christmas presents in their hands. In this cold, damp, and even gloomy corridor, their footsteps were only heard, creating an uncomfortable silence. Matthew suddenly realized that he and Lestrange had known each other for nearly 4 months, and they had interacted quite a lot. They even played gobstone and wizard chess together every day for a while. But they rarely engaged in conversation. In other words, they rarely talked. The previous attack, Lestrange also noticed the strange atmosphere. She took the initiative as they approached the potions classroom and said, "Do you think it's over? Are Nigerian Nairo Thailand but yes." "Of course not," Matthew replied without hesitation. "Are you that sure?" Lestrange gave him a peculiar look. "It's merely a reasonable assumption," Matthew quickly clarified, realizing his mistake. "Then why are you so certain?" Lestrange scoffed, "It's as if you know the whole story." Matthew remained silent, and an awkward silence fell between them. They encountered an abandoned bathroom a few steps deeper into the potions classroom. Matthew carefully examined it. The doorplate displayed the word Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. "This is the girls' bathroom," Lestrange reminded Matthew. "Of course, I know. I just want to take a look," Matthew replied calmly. "It shouldn't violate any school rules." "In this bathroom, someone died." Lestrange's voice turned low. "Almost 50 years ago, a Ravenclaw girl died bizarrely. The then headmaster, Armando Dippet, closed down this bathroom, and it has remained abandoned ever since." Naturally, Matthew was aware of this. He also knew that the girl who died was named Myrtle, and after her death, she became a ghost known as Moaning Myrtle. Her murderer was the basilisk released from the Chamber of Secrets by Tom Riddle. Matthew suddenly stopped. "What's the matter?" Lestrange looked at him with confusion. "Nothing," Matthew shrugged and continued walking toward the Slytherin common room. A few minutes later, they stood before the giant snake statue guarding the entrance. "Victory first." Matthew provided the password for the past 2 weeks, and the entrance opened. Agnes Lestrange walked toward her bedroom without looking back. However, Matthew halted as he noticed a ghost lurking in the corner of the common room. Quickly, Matthew approached and asked respectfully, "Sir Nicholas?" Nearly headless Nick raised his head, observing Matthew up and down. "What's the matter? Is there a ghost named Moaning Myrtle in Hogwarts Castle?" Matthew asked hurriedly. "That's correct," nearly headless Nick confirmed. "Have you seen her recently?" Matthew continued his inquiry. "Myrtle rarely strays from her haunt," nearly headless Nick replied coldly, "but since the beginning of this semester, I haven't seen her once." "Okay, thank you." Matthew bowed politely. Then, he returned to his bedroom. The holiday season flew by at an astonishing speed. The day before the new semester, the returning students made their way back to Hogwarts, filling the Slytherin common room with noise and chatter. For Matthew, there was a tinge of regret. He could no longer bask in the warmth of the enormous fireplace in the common room. He couldn't engage in a game of wizard chess with Miss Lestrange by the peaceful crackling fire. Among the returning students were, of course, Matthew's roommates, Draco, Vincent, Gregory, and Theodore. On the night of their return, they toiled away throughout the night, diligently completing all the holiday homework. Rather, they finished copying it. The new semester began on the second day. In the first Transfiguration class, as Matthew laid eyes on Professor Trokar standing at the podium, he suddenly realized that the professor had not attended the Christmas dinner, nor had they crossed paths during the entire holiday break. Of course, this wasn't surprising. Just like the students, the teachers also had their own holidays. Aside from those who considered Hogwarts their home, most professors would leave the campus during the break to reunite with their families. The thought briefly surprised Matthew as he wondered if vampires had families too. During the first class, Professor Trokar did not introduce any new material. Instead, they led the students in a review of the transfiguration concepts learned in the previous semester. The professor emphasized the principles of transfiguration: observe, imagine, be decisive, and be cautious. In the afternoon, during the History of Magic class, Professor Bagshot surprised everyone with an unexpected quiz. The test proved to be challenging, leading to groans of dismay from the massive class. Matthew was no exception. He had not systematically reviewed the material, and he felt that his answers on the paper were a jumbled mess. However, there was one question that gave him a glimmer of hope. It required a detailed description of the epic duel between Merlin the Grand Magus and the Black Witch Morgana on Avalon Island in the 6th century. Luckily for Matthew, he had just finished reading a book called The Legend of Merlin during the Christmas break. He felt confident that he could score full marks on that particular question. Tuesday's herbology class was universally disliked. It meant braving the cold weather, leaving the comfort of the castle, and making the trek to the greenhouse. It was undoubtedly a torment in the coldest time of the year. Ayo. At the entrance to the greenhouse, Matthew and his classmates encountered the first-year students from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff who had just finished their herbology class. Evans appeared battered, as if he had fallen on his way to the greenhouse. Matthew could see Neville wore an expression of anger. Neville. Matthew approached Neville and greeted him. It's been a while. Is something bothering you? Yes. Neville replied, his gaze shifting to someone beside Matthew. He spoke indignantly. I never thought Hogwarts would be so irresponsible. Irresponsible. Matthew was taken aback. Sorry, I don't quite understand. Do you remember Ronald Weasley? The boy who was attacked in the first month of school. Of course, I remember, Matthew said curiously. What happened to him? The Hogwarts hospital refused to let him go home. His body hasn't fully recovered. He's still unconscious, Neville said, his indignation growing. But at the end of the Christmas break, when his family came to visit him at Hogwarts, they discovered something shocking. Ron was clearly infected with a strange poison, but the Hogwarts hospital never administered any antidote. When he was first attacked, they only gave him some blood-replenishing potion. Since then, they've been sustaining him with recovery potions. Ron's parents were furious, but Madame Pomfrey from the school hospital told them it was the correct treatment and warned them not to question it. Ron's father naturally didn't believe her, and then their family was expelled from the school hospital by Madame Rosier. And they were warned not to disclose this to anyone, or Ron's father would lose his job at the Ministry of Magic. I happened to overhear their conversation. Hogwarts is simply too irresponsible. If they can't cure Ron, why not transfer him to St. Mungo's hospital? They would find a solution there. Neville continued to express his grievances, but soon, a stern voice interrupted him from the direction of the castle. Neville Longbottom. Professor Sinistra, the astronomy teacher and the head of Gryffindor's house, stood there, glaring at Neville. Neville shrank back and begrudgingly made his way towards Professor Sinistra. On Tuesday night, as Matthew passed the second-floor staircase near Mr. Pringle's office, he spotted two familiar figures. Fletchley and Neville, following Mr. Pringle in a subdued manner. Heavy bags weighed them down, and their hands and feet were shackled with chains as they descended the stairs. Mr. Donald trailed behind them, watching intently. Were they being punished? Matthew wondered to himself. In summary, the first week of the new semester was filled with various minor incidents. However, overall, Hogwarts Castle remained relatively calm, defying Matthew's expectation of another attack soon happens when the semester starts. The punishment of Fletchley and Neville had now lasted for 2 weeks. During the first 2 weeks of the new semester, Matthew frequently witnessed the two of them under the supervision of Mr. Pringle, carrying heavy objects and chains and performing various chores in the corridors. Mr. Donald was always watching them closely to prevent any slacking. Hogwarts had a reputation for administering severe punishments to students who seriously violated school rules, and this confinement served as a reminder of that fact. Mr. Pringle said, "This helps students think twice before violating school rules. Work and hardship are often the best teachers." Mr. Pringle also expressed regret that the old-fashioned punishment method, which involved hanging rule-breaking students from the ceiling by their wrists for several days, had been abolished 50 years ago. According to him, most students became obedient after a few days of such punishment. Reflecting on the situation, Matthew felt grateful that Professor Rosier's planned confinement punishment for him around Halloween had been cancelled due to Professor Trokar's intervention. He now understood why the new Hogwarts regime was far better than he remembered. Even the Weasley twins, known for their penchant for breaking the rules, seemed to have transformed into law-abiding students at least on the surface. On a Friday at the end of January, the first-year Slytherin dormitory received instructions for their first practical class of the new semester. Tomorrow, on Saturday, they were scheduled for a practical session with Professor Slughorn, the head of Slytherin House. At 8:30 on Saturday morning, the 5 boys gathered at the entrance of the potions classroom after finishing their breakfast. There were no unexpected incidents this time, such as Professor Slughorn falling ill. The potions teacher greeted them with a smile as he opened the door and waited for them inside. "Good morning, boys," he exclaimed cheerfully, although his gaze focused primarily on Matthew and Draco, seemingly ignoring the other 3 boys. The group of 5 replied in unison, "Good morning, Professor Slughorn." Professor Slughorn announced that they would practice handling medicinal materials that morning. He divided them into 2 groups. Matthew and Draco would be in the first group with him, while the remaining 3 boys, Vincent, Gregory, and Theodore formed the second group. With a slow, deliberate stride, Professor Slughorn made his way to a large cabinet in the potions classroom. Students from the second group, Professor Slughorn began as he retrieved a handful of dried nettles, a large bottle of flobberworm mucus, a bag of bat spleens, and a whole piece of dried dragon liver from the cupboard. Your task is to... He explained the specific instructions for each item, neatly packaging the dried nettles, filtering the flobberworm mucus to remove impurities, grinding the bat spleens into powder, and cutting the dragon liver into small pieces to be stored in a crystal bottle. He concluded by telling them to seek help if they didn't understand anything. Vincent, Gregory, and Theodore displayed disgust at the sight of the dirty potion ingredients. Nevertheless, they couldn't disobey the teacher's orders and began rolling up their sleeves to commence the work. Before Crabbe could grab the dragon's liver, Professor Slughorn called out to him, expressing concern. Wait, little fellow, don't forget to wear dragon leather gloves. That dragon liver is worth at least 30 galleons, and it would be a shame if it got contaminated, with Tildanu. Observing the 3 boys from the second group donning the dragon leather gloves and beginning their tasks, Professor Slughorn appeared satisfied. He then turned his attention back to Matthew and Draco. Matthew and Draco, you 2 come with me, he instructed, pointing towards a hut inside the classroom. Contrary to the haphazard arrangement of the medicinal materials in the outer cabinet, the inner room housed tall potion racks, neatly displaying a variety of peculiar ingredients. Perhaps you'd be interested in seeing my prized collection, Slughorn proclaimed triumphantly to Matthew and Malfoy. I dare say that even the most renowned European apothecaries would envy my assortment. They have warehouses with herbs, but mine is far more complete. Matthew gazed at the potion racks, unable to recognize many ingredients. If you ever need anything, feel free to ask me. Borrowing some wouldn't be a problem, Professor Slughorn offered as he approached the shelf closest to them. He pointed to a small bottle on the left side and said, "This is Japanese pufferfish eyes. Extremely toxic? A bottle like this would cost at least 200 galleons on the market." Professor Slughorn's eyes scanned the rows of crystal bottles before continuing, "And then there's dragon blood. 22 different types of fire dragon blood. I've collected them all, except for the Ukrainian iron belly." Opening another box, he added, "Of course, there's boomslang skin, a highly prized ingredient. A whole piece would cost at least 100 gallons on the market, and I have an ample supply." As Professor Slughorn spoke, he suddenly paused, his expression turning perplexed. "Wow," he exclaimed in surprise. "I distinctly remember having 7 intact boomslang skins. Why are there only 6 left?" Matthew's mind raced as he recalled the significance of African tree snake skin. Could it be that a thief broke in here? Draco whispered, his voice low. "Professor, would you like us to check which missing ingredients?" "Yes, that's a good idea. I'll search again," Professor Slughorn replied, his nerves evident. He abandoned his introduction of the collection and began rummaging through the cabinets. 10 minutes later, Professor Slughorn sat on the floor of the potions classroom, a look of desolation on his face. "The bicorn's horn is also missing. Damn, these 2 ingredients alone cost me at least 400 galleons. The boomslang skin and the bicorn horns, could it be?" Matthew thought to himself. "Professor Slughorn," Matthew murmured, realization dawning. "If someone stole those 2 ingredients from you, could it be that they intend to?" "Yes," Slughorn interrupted with a solemn expression. "They are preparing a polyjuice potion. This is more than just a theft. The polyjuice potion is a potent potion. It can completely change a person's appearance within a certain period of time, and the change is undetectable by the naked eye and ordinary magic." Recalling the previous attacks at Hogwarts, this is undoubtedly a major event. Draco stood there, somewhat ignorant, as he still didn't know the polyjuice potion. However, Professor Slughorn was visibly scared, his face pale. He was considering more than just the loss of 2 medicinal materials. "I have to talk to Headmistress Rosier. Such important news," Professor Slughorn murmured. Just as they exited the potion storage room, he quickly turned around. "Matthew, Draco, come with me to find Professor Rosier," he said hurriedly. "Be witnesses for me." Matthew and Draco looked at each other and finally followed him. In fact, Matthew didn't quite understand why his after-school practice classes often encountered these troubles. But as more information converged in his mind, the truth of all the events this semester seemed clear. Since it was Saturday morning, there weren't many students in the corridor. They quickly reached the second floor and arrived in front of Headmistress Professor Vinda Rosier's office. The door of the headmistress's office was partially closed. Professor Slughorn was about to break in directly but stopped just inches away from the wooden door. Matthew and Malfoy had to stop as well. At the same time, they heard the voices of 2 people conversing inside the office. They were 2 women, one of them undoubtedly Headmistress Rosier, and the other had a slightly unfamiliar voice. Matthew had never heard this voice before at Hogwarts. "It's so bad, Vinda, so bad that I had to contact you," the unfamiliar female voice said. "It's Bagnold," Draco whispered in Matthew's ear. "I know this voice, it's Millicent Bagnold." Millicent Bagnold, the current Minister of Magic, has been widely acclaimed in the wizarding world since assuming the post in 1980. Matthew had seen her name and photo in the Daily Prophet before. It was rumored that Minister Bagnold had a close relationship with the Hogwarts principal and headmistress. I hope you understand, Millicent. Professor Rosier's voice came through with a hint of a frown. Hogwarts is still safe for now. Of course, I believe that, Minister Bagnold replied. I believe you, Vinda, and I believe Headmaster Grindelwald. But the Ministry of Magic is under tremendous pressure at this time. This pressure won't last long, Professor Rosier said softly. I'm sorry, but it's becoming hard for us to hold on. 3 students have been attacked, and 1 is missing, possibly dead. The news has spread throughout the wizarding world after Christmas. The Daily Prophet's editorial department has been flooded with owls daily, questioning why the Ministry of Magic hasn't disclosed these incidents. Honestly, Vinda, even I am starting to doubt, Minister Bagnold said with a slight tremble in her voice. We have our reasons, Headmistress Rosier replied. I believe you, of course I do, the minister continued. But look, there's another incident now, and another child is missing. I don't think you have found his whereabouts. Vinda, I don't believe you anymore, but the facts are right in front of me. Put yourself in my shoes. I'm under immense pressure, and I have to do something. What do you plan to do? The headmistress responded. This matter can no longer be suppressed. I have to give the public an explanation, at least an explanation, the minister pleaded. Vinda, I know there's a teacher in your school. The existing evidence is highly unfavorable to him, so I hope to take him away, to Azkaban. If it turns out he didn't do it, we'll apologize and send him back. Then the public won't have anything to say. I can't take away a teacher from Hogwarts, the headmistress said coldly. Why not contact Headmaster Grindelwald directly? Suddenly, a strange noise interrupted the conversation as if someone forcefully cut it off. Professor Slughorn approached and lightly knocked on the door. Please come in. Professor Rosier's voice sounded from inside the office. Matthew, Professor Slughorn, and Draco entered the headmistress's office. He saw Professor Rosier quickly returning to her chair from the fireplace. Minister Millicent Bagnold was nowhere to be seen. The minister had just spoken with the Hogwarts headmistress through the fireplace. Of course, Professor Slughorn, Draco, and Matthew pretended to be utterly unaware of the previous conversation. Professor Rosier, Professor Slughorn shouted, my private storage room was robbed. What's missing? Professor Rosier asked calmly. 2 precious medicinal materials, Slughorn quickly replied. The bicorn horns and the skins of Boomslang. The loss is close to 400 galleons. And more importantly, Professor Slughorn's voice lowered, these 2 medicinal materials are essential for preparing the polyjuice potion. Headmistress, someone is illegally and secretly preparing compound decoctions at Hogwarts. However, Professor Rosier's expression remained essentially unchanged. She nodded calmly and said, okay, Horace, I understand. Then, she unceremoniously issued an order for them to leave. Throughout the journey, she didn't even glance at Matthew and Draco. The sudden and significant loss didn't seem to affect Professor Slughorn, who continued to enthusiastically introduce his precious collection to the students. During their practice after class sessions, Matthew and Draco wore dragon leather gloves in the potions classroom storage room. They meticulously cleaned Japanese pufferfish with murtlap essence and carefully extracted their eyeballs, a delicate task but not a heavy workload. As they completed their tasks, the 3 students from the second group in the potions classroom still had about half of their work remaining. The difference in Professor Slughorn's treatment was evident. At lunchtime, Matthew went to the auditorium and was surprised that everything was calm and normal. It didn't seem like the aftermath of another attack. Perhaps the incident hadn't been publicized yet, so most students were unaware. Matthew speculated on who the 4th victim might be, but his attempts to scan the auditorium proved futile. It was nearly impossible to spot a missing person among so many students. After a simple meal, Matthew planned to visit the library and borrow some books to return to the Slytherin common room. He didn't need to go to the potions classroom to sort out herbs since today's after-school practice with Professor Slughorn and Draco was already completed. Just as Matthew was leaving the auditorium, 2 familiar faces, Hermione and Neville, suddenly appeared before him, blocking his way. Hermione and Neville. Matthew looked at them with surprise. What's the matter? Hermione and Neville had serious expressions, which you wouldn't expect from a child their age. We need to talk to you, Matthew. Neville's voice sounded hoarse. Are you free now? Of course, Matthew hesitantly nodded. He observed Neville, who looked tall and handsome but now appeared disheveled with dark circles under his eyes as if he hadn't rested well. What happened, Neville? Matthew asked with concern. You seem to be in bad shape. By the way, is your punishment over? It's over for a special reason, Neville said hoarsely. Come with us, Matthew. The 3 of them went to the nearest History of Magic classroom, which was empty and dark since it was Saturday and no one was present. Neville closed the curtains, and Hermione quietly closed the door. They were cautious and seemed somewhat secretive. Finally, the 3 gathered around a torch, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of secret agents from MI6. Oh, what's the matter? Matthew asked softly. Matthew, do you know? Neville's voice carried a heavy tone. Just yesterday, there was another attack. Someone went missing, and the hidden attacker in the school likely took them. This aligned with what Minister Millicent Bagnold had mentioned earlier. Who went missing? Matthew furrowed his brow and asked seriously. Justin Finch-Fletchley, a first-year Hufflepuff, Hermione whispered from the side. Due to the closed curtains and doors, the surroundings were dark, making it impossible to see each other's faces. They would have been surprised if Hermione and Neville had seen Matthew's face. Relief washed over Matthew as he heard the news. When did it happen? Matthew continued to inquire. Just yesterday afternoon, Neville lowered his voice. I experienced it personally. Justin and I were still in confinement. We were tasked with carrying bags of feed for Professor Kettleben to the Forbidden Forest. But when we entered the forest, it was just the two of us. When we left, I was the only one remaining, Neville said while his voice getting lower and trembled. I didn't realize when Justin disappeared. In fact, I didn't notice it at all. He mustered the courage to continue. It was Professor Kettleben who alerted me, and that's when I realized I was the only one left. Professor Kettleben gathered his friends and searched the entire Forbidden Forest, but we couldn't find Justin's whereabouts, not even his body. Neville couldn't hold back his tears as he spoke. I'm responsible, poor Justin. If I had noticed his absence earlier, I could have informed the teachers and maybe brought him back, Neville said while sobbing. It's not your fault, Neville, it's not your fault, Matthew whispered. I've been trying to convince Neville, Hermione interjected. Justin's disappearance has nothing to do with him. He shouldn't blame himself. Neville wiped away his tears, trying to gather himself. Justin's disappearance ended my confinement early, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Of course, I'm forbidden from publicizing this matter, or I'll face even harsher punishment, but I wanted to share this news with you secretly. You're right, Neville, Matthew said while trying to calm Neville. He looked at Neville's wrists, where obvious marks from iron chains remained. They were the remnants of his punishment. Do you mean this? Neville noticed Matthew's gaze and raised his hands. His voice brimmed with determination. I'm not afraid. These minor injuries mean nothing. Matthew, I believe I haven't done anything wrong. Even if Hogwarts is closed for the rest of the semester, I don't care about my punishment. Neville, Matthew observed his friend intently. There was a glimmer of courage in Neville's eyes where the tears once were. His blurry eyes ironically seemed beautiful. It would be strange for us to find courage in desperation just as Neville's eyes shined through the dark room. Matthew witnessed Neville's stare, unaware something had been lit in his heart. A brief silence enveloped the three of them in the magic history classroom. Neville looked down at the ground as if something on the floor had captivated his attention. Hermione sat quietly, her hands folded in her lap. As for Matthew, he appeared deep in thought, unable to fight off the weight of the situation. We must do something. Neville finally took the initiative to speak. I don't understand, Matthew shrugged. What do you mean? This is already the fourth attack. Neville spoke with a solemn voice. Everything indicates that Hogwarts is not safe. It can even be considered highly dangerous. Professor Grindelwald's threats have no effect on the lurking murderer within Hogwarts. Judging from Justin's disappearance, the culprit's behavior is unscrupulous. Our lives are at risk. But the teachers at Hogwarts don't seem to care at all. They will only futilely cover up the truth until they can no longer hide it, Neville continued passionately. We must save ourselves. We need to use our own strength to find the culprit behind these attacks and expose them, Neville said with a serious expression. Please allow me to interject, Neville, Matthew spoke softly. The culprit already targeted Maria Adams, a 7th-year Slytherin, around Halloween. Let's not forget that we are just 3 first-year students. Even if we catch the culprit, we won't be able to overpower them. Matthew's words were sincere, and his voice carried conviction. Neville frowned, clearly not having considered this aspect. At the very least, we can go to the teachers, Hermione interjected, taking over the conversation. If we discover the true culprit, we can inform the teachers immediately. I believe Professor Flitwick won't stand idly by. Yes, Neville nodded eagerly. And neither will Professor Sinistra. Matthew's expression turned troubled. Well, I think Professor Slughorn probably won't get involved. That's fine, Neville exclaimed triumphantly. Matthew felt the need to dampen their spirits. Even so, he said softly, we don't have any leads, do we? Of course, I don't have any leads, Neville replied, lowering his head slightly ashamedly. I'm not stupid, but my mind doesn't work that way. He looked at Hermione and Matthew, his eyes filled with hope. But I know, Hermione, Matthew, you are both smarter than me. You must have leads and a plan, right? Please help me. Matthew didn't know how to respond. But Hermione spoke up, yes, I already have a suspicion. Who is it? Neville asked excitedly. I mentioned it to Matthew once before, but he didn't believe me at the time. Hermione narrowed her eyes at Matthew before continuing. When Ron Weasley was attacked, the blood on his body was nearly drained. Professor Flitwick also told me that on the second Saturday of school and the eve of Halloween, a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest had its blood drained. The school decided to temporarily relocate all the unicorns to Austria. I have studied the literature on vampires. Many vampires have a habit of sucking the blood of powerful magical creatures, and the blood of unicorns is particularly magical. The appearance of Ron after the attack is highly reminiscent of vampire encounters with muggles. Hermione said solemnly. You mean there is a vampire in Hogwarts? Neville's expression turned fearful, and he shivered involuntarily. That's right, Hermione affirmed with a determined look. And I suspect it's our transfiguration teacher, Professor Trokar. Professor Trokar. Neville's expression shifted to confusion. How could? Do you remember what Professor Rosier mentioned about vampires in our first defense against the dark arts class? They have the same appearance as muggles and wizards but with pale faces that can't tolerate sunlight, Hermione explained quickly. Now think about Professor Trokar's behavior. That's it. Neville suddenly realized. No wonder I always found Professor Trokar strange. Wait a minute. Matthew interjected helplessly. Did you forget that creatures other than vampires can drink blood? Moreover, we don't have any evidence that proves Professor Trokar is a vampire. And even if he is, we can't assume he's responsible for these incidents. Matthew paused and continued, Professor Trokar is a teacher at Hogwarts, after all. Matthew, you're being naive, Hermione retorted, looking at him with a severe expression. You always believe that all teachers are saints, but all the evidence so far points to Professor Trokar being the prime suspect. Being labeled as naive, Matthew found himself momentarily speechless. Well then, Neville seemed to have decided, from today onwards, we'll quietly follow Professor Trokar until he slips up. Matthew felt the need to interject before things took a turn for the worse. Actually, Matthew cleared his throat and spoke seriously. I believe there is someone even more suspicious than Professor Trokar. Who? Hermione and Neville asked in unison. Our headmistress, Professor Rosier. Matthew replied, leaving the atmosphere in the lonely, dark classroom even heavier. Professor Rosier. Matthew's voice trailed off, prompting simultaneous exclamations from Neville and Hermione. Yes. Matthew nodded firmly. Hermione appeared hesitant, her voice filled with disbelief. Professor Rosier, how could she? Matthew turned to Neville, ready to provide an explanation. Neville, do you recall our second after-school practice this semester, when the first-year students from both our houses were together? Mr. Pringle instructed us to clean up Professor Rosier's office. Neville nodded, memories flooding back. Of course, I remember. It was you, me, Evans, and the three of us. That was also the day Ron was attacked. On that day, while you and Evans were absent, I was alone, mopping the floor in Professor Rosier's office, Matthew recounted calmly. To my surprise, I discovered a drop of blood-like liquid under Headmistress Rosier's desk. Furthermore, there was a distinct smell of a decaying unicorn coming from the cupboard. Hermione and Neville exchanged incredulous glances, their murmurs filled with astonishment. It's true, Matthew continued, his voice steady. Moreover, Principal Rosier appeared on the scene immediately during the second attack in the potions classroom. Hermione pondered with lowered head, considering the information. But on Halloween, when the unicorn was attacked, and Professor Ketleben burst into the auditorium, Professor Rosier was seated in the main guest seat. Matthew anticipated this question. The time when the unicorn was attacked and when Professor Ketleben found its body may not have been simultaneous. It's possible that someone initially attacked the unicorn and then returned to the auditorium, leading to Professor Kettleburn's discovery. Hermione's expression remained hesitant, still grappling with doubt. However, having been persuaded by Matthew's account, Neville spoke solemnly. I've always had suspicions about Professor Rosier. Why did she suppress news of these attacks? Why didn't she cure Ron Weasley's poisoning? Why hasn't she declared a state of emergency at Hogwarts despite the numerous incidents? I couldn't figure it out before, but now it's starting to make sense, Neville continued resolutely. If she is the real culprit, it all falls into place. Observing Neville's conviction, Matthew nodded, somewhat satisfied. But Hermione, regretfully, remained unconvinced. Professor Rosier, as the principal, she has dedicated almost 50 years of her life to Hogwarts. Why would she do this? What could be her motive for attacking students? Who knows? Matthew shrugged, echoing Hermione's earlier words. But Hermione, you're being too naive. You always assume that the vice principal of Hogwarts must be virtuous. However, all the evidence points to Professor Rosier as the most suspicious candidate. Hermione bowed her head, appearing lost in her thoughts. After about half a minute, she raised her head again. I still believe Professor Trokar is more suspicious, she stated thoughtfully. Matthew felt a bit dizzy. His intention in revealing the information about Professor Rosier was to divert the attention of his two friends and prevent them from focusing too much on Professor Trokar's affairs. However, Hermione seemed to be more stubborn than he had anticipated. Let's split up, Neville decided. Both Professor Trokar and Professor Rosier raise great suspicions. Hermione, you will be responsible for following Professor Trokar, and I'll take charge of tracking Professor Rosier. We'll surely uncover any evidence they may have left behind. Upon hearing Neville's words, Matthew felt a sense of overwhelm. Hermione Granger, a clever young girl, could potentially expose any findings to the public, affecting the overall situation. I must prevent them from doing this? Neville's gaze turned to Hermione. Hermione, if you happen to be caught by a teacher while tracking, shift all the blame onto me. Say that I instructed you to do it. And you, Matthew, Neville's gaze shifted to Matthew once again. His expression turned serious, devoid of any humor. Matthew, I know you're a good kid who follows the rules and doesn't want to break any school regulations. Unlike us, Hermione and I both have an adventurous spirit. But don't worry. Leave the investigation to us. Even if we get caught by a teacher during our pursuit, we won't implicate you. Thank you for providing us with such crucial information. Being unexpectedly called a good kid by Neville, Matthew couldn't help but feel a bit flattered. What about you, Neville? Hermione asked in a hushed voice. The gazes of Matthew and Hermione naturally focused on Neville. Neville smiled and replied, Don't worry about me. My parents have some connections with the Ministry of Magic. Even if something goes wrong, I won't be expelled. At most, I might be punished for a few days. Actually, I'm used to it. He lowered his head and examined the marks left by the shackles on his wrists. Besides, you all come from Muggle families, so the punishments would be stricter for you. My constitution is sturdier than yours. In short, no matter what happens, put all the blame on me. His speech seemed intended to reassure them, and Matthew felt it would be inappropriate to shy away from it. Neville, leave me the task of following Professor Trokar, Matthew replied calmly. Matthew. Neville and Hermione looked at him in surprise. I'm the student Professor Trokar favors the most in Transfiguration class. It's the safest choice for me to approach him, Matthew explained. You two should follow Principal Rosier. Be cautious, as I believe your task will undoubtedly be more challenging than mine. Neville cast a grateful look at Matthew and then clasped his hand. Let's work together to apprehend the true mastermind behind these incidents, Neville declared with determination. Yes. Hermione chimed in, leaning forward. Ms. Millicent Bagnold, the Minister of Magic, proved to be more powerful than Matthew had initially anticipated. As he held the Daily Prophet in his hand, he scanned its contents, growing increasingly frustrated. There was still no mention of the attack he had witnessed. The front page featured news of Montrose Magpie's seeker Aidan Lynch's upcoming wedding, while the second page announced the Ministry of Magic's decision to temporarily lift the curfew in Hogsmeade. Trivial matters, all of them. Matthew flipped through the pages of the newspaper, hoping to find any valuable information. Finally, tucked away in a corner, he stumbled upon an interesting piece of news. Merlin, the greatest magician in British history, where is his hidden legacy? For centuries, the British magical community had been intrigued by the mystery surrounding Merlin's legacy. As the wizard who allegedly lived up to 1,200 years, it was believed that he must have left behind a significant inheritance upon his death during the Goblin Rebellion in the 18th century. However, despite extensive searching, no one could find it. The prevailing belief was that when Merlin passed away, his legacy was taken by the fairies. However, there were dissenting opinions on this matter. Though just a tiny piece of news tucked away in a corner, Matthew knew such intentional placements often carried hidden meanings. He glanced at it briefly before turning his attention elsewhere. He combed through the entire Daily Prophet but found nothing of value. Frustrated, he crumpled the newspaper into a ball and tossed it into the trash can. It had been nearly 2 weeks since Hufflepuff first year Justin Finch-Fletchley's disappearance. However, news of his vanishing had not reached Hogwarts, at least not openly. Matthew hadn't heard anyone discussing it, not even the Hufflepuff students. Clearly, the Hogwarts administration had suppressed any information regarding the incident. According to Neville Longbottom, Professor Rosier and Professor Sprout had deceived them by claiming that Justin Finley had been bitten by a snow spider in the Forbidden Forest and was receiving treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital. Being Hufflepuffs, the students had taken their professor's words at face value, especially considering Justin's parents were Muggles. Hogwarts could easily hide the news without facing any consequences. Matthew. Neville called out from the end of the corridor, waving at him discreetly. Matthew quickly surveyed his surroundings before making his way toward Neville. Neville led the way, and the two of them found themselves in front of the closed door of the History of Magic classroom as if it had been planned beforehand. They exchanged a knowing glance and quietly entered the darkened room. Neville closed the door with utmost care. Inside, Hermione Granger was waiting for them. She stood up with a mix of excitement and seriousness upon seeing Matthew and Neville. How did it go? Hermione asked eagerly, her eyes fixed on Matthew. Does Professor Trokar have any suspicions? Matthew paused, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. Perhaps he should choose his words carefully. You go first, Matthew said, turning to Hermione. What have you discovered about Professor Rosier? Neville spoke up first, recounting his observations. It seems like there's nothing unusual. She follows a strict routine, going to the auditorium for meals and classes. Apart from that, she spends most of her time in her office or Nigerian Nairobi. Is that so? Matthew nodded, only to be interrupted by Hermione's tone tinged with frustration. That can't be all. Hermione exclaimed earnestly. Neville suppressed a chuckle and encouraged her. Tell us more. Hermione continued, her voice serious. Professor Rosier is highly suspicious. I've been more cautious than Neville. Lately, she has been visiting the potions classroom frequently. It seems like something over there has been tempting her. Let's not forget that the attacks on Adams and Carlo happened in that vicinity around Halloween. The potions classroom. Matthew mumbled, intrigued. Hermione turned to Matthew, her eyes eager for his report. What about you, Matthew? You were supposed to keep an eye on Professor Trokar. Have you noticed anything? Matthew replied calmly. He hasn't shown any unusual behavior for now. Apart from meals and class, Professor Trokar remains in his office. Okay, Hermione sighed, disappointed with their findings. Clearly, she had hoped for more important information. The three of them continued their discussion for a while, exchanging ideas and theories. Eventually, they left the classroom one by one, their minds still buzzing with the investigation. When Matthew returned to the Slytherin common room, he was greeted by a familiar figure. Matthew. Vincent Crabbe, looking somewhat clueless, hurried over to him. How did it go? What's the situation with Professor Trokar? Professor Trokar has been wandering around the school pretending everything is fine, Fat Vincent Crabbe replied quickly. What are you searching for in the school? All right, thanks for your help, Matthew nodded. And what about Gregory? He's still keeping watch in front of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Crabbe responded honestly. Matthew had decided to borrow Crabbe and Gregory from Draco Malfoy to assist him. With their help, they took turns monitoring Professor Trokar's office. This increased the chances of discovering anything out of the ordinary. As the cold winter gradually receded, spring was inching closer day by day at Hogwarts. The sun began shining brightly on the castle again, filling it with renewed warmth. The optimistic atmosphere was spreading throughout the halls and corridors. There had been no attacks for several months, though the truth about Finch Fletchley's disappearance remained unknown to the students. Madame Pomfrey had shared some exciting news with everyone. Ronald Weasley, the only remaining victim still in the hospital, was steadily recovering. In another month or two, he would be discharged. People are saying that the attacker hiding in Hogwarts has lost their courage. Matthew often heard discussions like this. They must have been intimidated by Professor Grindelwald. Even though he left Hogwarts a month ago, they're still too afraid to show themselves. However, this kind of optimism did not affect Hermione and Neville. Armed with insider knowledge, they worked tirelessly to uncover the truth. They had been diligently following Professor Rosier, cautiously avoiding detection. Despite their efforts, Hogwarts seemed to be heading in a positive direction overall. Matthew was taken aback on February 14th when he entered the auditorium for breakfast. It seemed like he had taken a wrong turn. The auditorium had undergone a dramatic transformation, reminiscent of the festive decorations during Christmas and Halloween. The walls were adorned with vibrant pink flowers, and heart-shaped confetti cascaded from the ceiling. Each time the confetti touched someone, it would disintegrate into ash and vanish. Matthew felt disoriented as he made his way to the Slytherin table, where he found Miss Gemma the prefect, already having breakfast. "What's going on?" Matthew asked, puzzled by the extravagant decorations. Miss Gemma replied matter-of-factly, "Today is Valentine's Day, a day worth celebrating once a year." Matthew nodded dumbfoundedly, still looking around with surprise. He couldn't recall Valentine's Day at Hogwarts being celebrated on such a grand scale before. This celebration has been going on for decades. The castle's front doors will be open all day, and the gardens will be accessible to all students. Miss Gemma explained with a smile. Additionally, 4th grade students and above have the day off. "Really?" Matthew murmured, trying to process the information. "What about students like us, below 3rd grade? Do we have the day off too?" Gamma responded simply, "No. You still have classes as usual." Matthew was momentarily speechless. After dinner, there will be a celebration, and it's rumored that Professor Grindelwald will make an appearance towards the end of the event, Gamma added mysteriously. "Of course, it's nothing we lower grades need to worry about," Matthew commented wryly. "After all, you're still young," Gamma said, smiling as she ruffled Matthew's hair. With that, she left, and Matthew quickly finished his breakfast. As he stepped into the hallway, he noticed pairs of Hogwarts students engaged in intimate conversations, heading towards the castle's garden. The Hogwarts gardens were seldom open on weekdays, and he had heard rumors about their beauty, but he had never had the chance to explore them. However, there was no time for sightseeing now as they had a herbology class in the morning. Walking past a flying golden cherub, Matthew headed in the direction of the greenhouse. In the new semester of herbology, Professor Sprout fulfilled her promise from the previous semester. She began taking the first-year students to the 3rd greenhouse, where they would encounter more magical plants, some of which were even considered dangerous alpha-nuas. Today, their focus was on a species of damp vines. These vines thrived in dark and humid environments. They coiled up into tight balls, appearing dark green with long tendrils resembling snakes. "Does anyone know what these vines are?" Professor Sprout asked loudly, addressing the first-year students from Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Hermione's hand shot up before Matthew could respond. "Miss Granger." Professor Sprout acknowledged her. "These are Devil's Snare, Professor," Hermione replied confidently. "Excellent." Professor Sprout praised. "Miss Granger, could you please share the characteristics of Devil's Snare with the class?" Hermione described the plant's features in great detail. The mature Devil's Snare extended snake-like tendrils to ensnare anyone who ventured too close, causing injury or even death. The vines would loosen their grip if the entangled person relaxed and stopped struggling. Additionally, Devil's Snare was afraid of flames and sunlight. Hermione received sincere praise from Professor Sprout, causing her cheeks to flush with pride. She cast a triumphant glance at Matthew. The herbology class continued with Professor Sprout introducing them to the dangerous plant and allowing them to observe it closely. Overall, it was an engaging and educational herbology lesson, and when Professor Sprout finally announced its end, the students were reluctant to leave. As the Ravenclaw and Slytherin first-year students exited the greenhouse, Matthew's sharp eyes caught sight of snow-white owls flying towards them. He recognized one of them as Creature, Neville's owl, which he had encountered on the Hogwarts Express. The owl flew first to Hermione, delivering a note to her, and then it flew to Matthew, dropping a message in his hand. They exchanged glances and discreetly moved away from the larger group, finding a quiet corner to read the notes. Both notes were identical, hastily scribbled handwriting revealing the sender's anxiety. The message read, "Come to the garden. Something has happened." Whether it was Matthew or Hermione, their expressions changed abruptly when they read the message on the note. "Let's go there quickly," Hermione exclaimed, stuffing the note into her pocket. Matthew nodded. The two of them raced towards the garden with urgency. Due to Valentine's Day, the garden was adorned with more decorations than the corridors. The stone path was lined with roses, and fresh rose petals covered the grass. A small heart-shaped sun hung in the center of the garden. But Matthew and Hermione had no time to admire the scenery. They stopped a couple on the side of the path and inquired about what had happened. The couple clearly disliked being interrupted. "We don't know what happened either," they replied. "But there was a boy lying by the fountain. He appeared suddenly, and he seemed to be seriously injured." Curiosity piqued, Matthew and Hermione maneuvered through low bushes, towering stone statues, and rose bushes. Finally, they arrived at the center of the garden near a large fountain. Several couples sat on wooden benches, and the sound of water splashing filled the air. Matthew noticed the couple beside him looking shocked. He leaned over quickly and asked, "Excuse me, what happened here just now?" The girl, visibly pale, responded, "There was a body. A first-year boy's body. He had blood on him." "A body?" Hermione gasped in disbelief. "He wasn't dead," the girl's boyfriend interjected. "He appeared suddenly, bitten on the neck. It looked like he had been poisoned. His wound was severe." "Could it be Neville?" Hermione anxiously questioned. The couple appeared confused at Hermione's words. "Do you know what the injured boy looks like? Have you seen him before?" Matthew interjected, stopping Hermione from getting too excited. "We don't know him," the couple replied. "Mr. Pringle arrived quickly and forbade us from watching. He took the boy to the school hospital." "Neville, what if something happened to him?" Hermione's words came out rushed as the couple walked away. Hermione worried that Neville, a Gryffindor student who had the morning off, might have been in the garden when something strange occurred and got attacked. "Alpha, yes. Don't worry. Let's search the garden first. If we don't find him, we can head to the school hospital," Matthew reassured calmly. Before they could take more than a few steps, the stern Mr. Pringle appeared in front of them. "You two." Mr. Pringle pointed at them and shouted, "Get out of here. We just entered and were exploring," Matthew quickly defended. "No one is allowed to wander around," Mr. Pringle declared, establishing a temporary rule. He then expelled the two from the garden, stating, "Lower-grade students are forbidden from entering here." Hermione wanted to approach Mr. Pringle and inquire about the attacked boy, but Matthew grabbed her in time, shaking his head to dissuade her. "Where should we go now? Should we head to the hospital wing?" Hermione asked, feeling restless after leaving the garden. "For now, let's not worry," Matthew remained composed. "Gryffindor and Hufflepuff together have at least a dozen boys. Besides, older students often mistake us for second years. It might not have been Neville who was attacked. So, what do we do then?" Hermione asked. "Let's go to the auditorium first. Wait there. If Neville is okay, he'll come to the auditorium to find us," Matthew replied calmly. "But shouldn't we go to the school hospital?" Hermione asked with concern on her face. "As I said, Neville might not be the one attacked. And even if we went to the school hospital, Madame Pomfrey might not allow us to visit," Matthew explained firmly. In the end, Matthew convinced Hermione to abandon the idea of going to the hospital wing. The two made their way to the auditorium, which was relatively empty since it wasn't lunchtime. They sat at the long tables designated for Gryffindor and Slytherin. Hermione seemed to age with each passing minute while Matthew contemplated something. Matthew's intuition proved correct. Just 10 minutes later, Neville entered the auditorium. Though pale and visibly unwell, he appeared to be alive. The three of them left the auditorium in unison and found a secluded classroom devoid of other students. "Neville, what happened?" Hermione asked anxiously as soon as the door closed. "Are you okay? We've been discovered." Neville's first words were surprising. "Professor Rosier found us." "What?" Hermione was taken aback, and her turn to panic arrived. "Yes, I was caught," Neville continued. "Professor Rosier called me to her office and warned me. She said if we were caught sneaking around again, she'd expel all of us. That wicked woman." Hermione clenched her fist, visibly angry. "Why did you use an owl to contact us then?" Matthew asked seriously. "It can't be just because of Professor Rosier." Matthew couldn't fathom how Neville sent 2 letters with an owl while being called to Professor Rosier's office. There must be something more to the situation. Somebody was attacked in the garden. Neville recalled suddenly and spoke quickly. "No, actually, he disappeared 10 days ago. Justin Finch-Fletchley." Matthew interjected. "Yes," Neville nodded, but Hermione interrupted with a horrified cry. "Is he dead?" No, Neville shook his head hurriedly. "Justin is alive, but he's gotten much thinner. Besides that, there's nothing wrong with him." His body appeared suddenly on the left lawn of the hot spring. It caused quite a commotion. During the commotion, I saw him twitching and blood flowing from his neck. It was a tragic sight similar to when Ron was attacked. Neville exclaimed. "What about the wound on his neck?" Matthew continued questioning. "Was it similar to the wound on Weasley's neck?" Neville shook his head. "I was too far away. I couldn't see." In the classroom of the History of Magic, a brief silence fell. Although Matthew and Hermione hadn't witnessed the injured Finch-Fletchley themselves, Neville's description was enough to evoke a sense of tragedy. Furthermore, the headmistress had exposed their secrets, and continuing to follow her would put them at risk of expulsion from Hogwarts. "What should we do?" Neville asked in confusion, looking to Matthew for help. "Let's not act impulsively," Matthew said solemnly. "What did you find?" Hermione's eyes lit up, and she looked directly at Matthew. "Nothing," Matthew quickly shook his head. "I just have a feeling that things are going to get very dangerous, very, very dangerous." Neville, in his Gryffindor bravery, stood up boldly. "Then we should put an end to all of this." To be honest, Matthew couldn't fully comprehend Neville's logic. Perhaps that's why he ended up in Slytherin while Neville became a Gryffindor. Matthew feared he would never possess the same courage. How do we stop it, then? Matthew asked calmly, looking at Neville. Neville opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. We continue to follow, Hermione hesitantly suggested. If Professor Rosier found you once, she'll surely find you again. Matthew's voice turned cold. If she catches you a second time, she will definitely follow through with her threat to expel you. She always keeps her word. Both Neville and Hermione wore expressions of fear. For them, being expelled from Hogwarts was more terrifying than death itself. Should we go to the hospital wing? Neville tentatively asked. Never go there. Matthew said firmly. Never. What could happen there? Hermione's curiosity got the better of her. Matthew tried to explain in a matter-of-fact tone, going there is useless. Madame Pomfrey will certainly drive us out, and we won't be able to see anything. Obviously, this reason didn't convince Hermione, and her brown eyes continued to wander, seeking answers. What the heck are we supposed to do, Matthew? Neville asked again. We'll listen to you. I suggest the two of you behave well for now and return to the common room obediently to avoid further suspicion from Professor Rosier, Matthew advised. As for me, I'll continue to follow Professor Rosier. I'll also think of a plan. Understood, Neville nodded. Hermione. I get it, Hermione replied, turning away with a slight pout. The three of them returned to the Great Hall, but their appetites were non-existent, especially for Neville and Hermione. Meanwhile, Finch Fletchley's situation became a topic of discussion throughout the entire hall. His sudden appearance by the garden fountain, with a condition resembling Ron Weasley's attack at the beginning of the school year, spread like wildfire. With Tilda knew. Matthew patted the fat man, Vincent, on the shoulder and whispered, Vincent, did you not go to Professor Trokar's class today? No, Vincent shook his head and grinned. We had herbology in the morning, but Gregory and I will attend after lunch. While talking, he stuffed a giant chicken leg into his mouth. Don't attend today, Matthew said with a severe expression. Really? Vincent looked somewhat pleased. What about after that? We'll figure that out later, Matthew said casually. Don't forget to contact Gregory. No problem. Vincent made an okay gesture. After lunch, Matthew left the auditorium early and headed back to the Slytherin common room. Hermione and Neville, lost in thought, left much later. By the time they were about to leave, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and few students remained in the auditorium. Hermione, in particular, felt a sense of unease. Perhaps Neville couldn't tell, but she could see it clearly. Matthew knew more about these attacks than he let on, but he hadn't shared the information with her or Neville. Did he look down on me or think I couldn't handle secrets? Does he never trust me? Hermione thought. The more Hermione thought about it, the angrier and more uncomfortable she felt. Hermione. Neville called out her name from behind, but she didn't hear. Only when Neville tapped her on the shoulder she snapped back to reality. Sorry, Neville, I was lost in thought, she quickly apologized. Did you finish lunch so late? Yeah, I was lost in thought, too, Neville smiled. Let's go back to the common room. It's lunch break now, and a few people are in the hallway. It might be dangerous to linger here. About to nod, Hermione's eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly winked at Neville and hid behind the auditorium's gate. At the same time, they heard hurried footsteps approaching. A figure passed through the corridor and disappeared from their sight. Professor Trokar, Neville whispered. Excitement and nervousness filled Hermione's expression. The direction he's heading, it seems to be towards the hospital wing. Hermione, Neville hesitated, understanding the implications of her words. But Matthew warned us not to act rashly today, not to go there. He also said he would follow Professor Trokar himself. Isn't that being rash too? Hermione whispered. We have to follow. It's a favor for Matthew. Neville continued to hesitate, but Hermione had already grabbed his arm. Let's go, or we'll lose them, Hermione exclaimed. And so, they ran towards the hospital wing. Hermione and Neville, following the sound of Professor Trokar's fading footsteps, crept along the corridor, making every effort to avoid making any noise. As it was lunch break, hardly any people were in the corridor. Professor Trokar was moving swiftly, his expression filled with worry. Unaware of the 2 first-year students trailing behind him, he hastened towards the hospital wing, just as Hermione had anticipated. Watching Professor Trokar enter through the gates of the hospital wing, Hermione and Neville quickly followed suit. They hid behind the gate and listened attentively to the voices coming from inside. Professor Trokar, Madame Pomfrey, the Hogwarts matron, sounded surprised. What brings you here? I heard that Hufflepuff first-year Justin Finch Fletchley was bitten by something. Professor Trokar's voice remained calm. So I came to have a look. I have some knowledge about magical creature bites. That's wonderful, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed with excitement. Poor Mr. Finch Fletchley, his condition is worse than Weasley's before. His body seems to be reacting aggressively, convulsing violently. Honestly, I haven't been able to find a solution yet. Which ward is he in now? Professor Trokar inquired, his voice carrying a hidden sense of urgency. Despite his calm tone, anxiety lingered beneath the surface. He was clearly distraught. He's in the innermost ward, Madame Pomfrey replied gratefully. Thank you so much, Professor Trokar. You're welcome. Professor Trokar simply responded. The sound of Professor Trokar's footsteps gradually faded away. Hermione and Neville exchanged glances. Hermione, it seems like Trokar really went to see Justin, Neville whispered. He claimed he was going to treat Justin. Hermione shook her head. But who knows? Justin's condition is already severe, and nobody would question Professor Trokar if he were to make it worse. So, what do you suggest, Hermione? Neville's expression revealed his hesitation. We need to follow through, Miss Granger stated firmly. But Madame Pomfrey, she'll never let us in. Neville quickly shook his head. Neville had been to the hospital wing during his first week at Hogwarts after a scuffle with a few older Slytherin students. His encounter with Madame Pomfrey, the harsh and stern woman, had left a lasting impression. We'll find a way, Hermione said, just as footsteps echoed through the hospital wing once again. The two of them hurriedly hid behind the door. Soon after, they saw Madame Pomfrey emerge from the hospital wing carrying a pot of soiled gauze. It was almost too good to be true. As soon as Madame Pomfrey was out of sight, Hermione and Neville moved swiftly and quietly entered the hospital wing. Justin Finch-Fletchley's ward, it's in the innermost room, Hermione muttered to herself as she led Neville down the corridor, carefully reading the signs on the ward doors. Oh. One by one, they passed the pristine white wards, until finally, at the end of the corridor, they saw the door inscribed Justin Finch-Fletchley. However, the door was tightly shut, indicating it was locked inside. Hermione lowered her head, pressing her ear against the door. But there was barely any sound coming from within. This is strange, Hermione quickly deduced. If Professor Trokar is really treating Justin, it wouldn't be this quiet inside, and he wouldn't need to lock the door. So, what should we do? Neville's face displayed his hesitation. We'll pretend we were visiting a friend and accidentally entered the wrong room, Hermione said as she reached into her pocket and drew out her wand. Aiming at the keyhole, she softly chanted, Alohomora. With a click, the lock released, and the door swung open abruptly. The two of them stepped inside. Sorry, Professor, it seems we got the wrong room, Hermione Granger stammered, attempting to feign innocence, but her voice faltered. Went to the wrong room. Because before, she stood in an incredibly grotesque scene. This image would be etched into her memory for a lifetime. The pristine white sheets were drenched in crimson blood. Their transfiguration professor, at that very moment, was feeding on blood. Professor Trokar's face, which might have been considered somewhat gentle on ordinary occasions, was now consumed by an insatiable thirst for blood, revealing a primal hunger. He opened his mouth wide, exposing two elongated fangs, and plunged them into Justin Finch-Fletchley's neck. The boy's blood flowed continuously from the wound, some staining the bedsheets while the rest fed Trokar's ravenous mouth. He was feeding. This cruel vampire was feeding. Poor Justin Finch-Fletchley, still conscious to some extent, unable to utter a sound. He twitched and struggled helplessly while the repulsive vampire drained him of his blood. The sight was nauseating. Hermione couldn't help but cover her mouth. Disgusting was the only word that came to mind after witnessing such a repugnant scene. As they opened the ward door, the vampire before the bed became aware of their presence. Trokar retracted his fangs, stood up, and turned to face them. Fixing his eyes upon the unexpected intruders, the vampire's gaze took on a peculiar scarlet hue while droplets of Justin Finch-Fletchley's blood stained his robes. He was staring at them. Fear was the second emotion that overcame Miss Granger. Her legs turned to jelly. Under the vampire's gaze, her entire body trembled. What should they do? What should they do? What should they do? Her mind went blanked up before breaking into the ward. Hermione had considered many possibilities, including some of the worst-case scenarios she could imagine. However, she never thought that she would witness such a horrifying scene. As she tried to raise her magic wand in her right hand, she found her whole body going weak, and her right hand became too feeble to hold the wand properly. Meanwhile, the vampire seemed to have noticed their presence. It turned around and approached them step by step. Its ferocious fangs, blood-red eyes, and blood-stained wizard robe were terrifying. Unlike Hermione, her friend Neville's expression had changed from fear to anger and, finally, to courage. He looked at poor Justin Finch-Fletchley lying on the hospital bed and shouted, "You bastard!" Neville's voice roared as he rushed forward without hesitation, even forgetting that he was a wizard. With a raised fist, he tried to strike the vampire. However, facing the power of an adult vampire, Neville's resistance proved futile. The vampire effortlessly slapped him aside. "Hermione, do something!" Neville screamed before hitting the wall hard, passing out. Seeing her friend's brave but futile attempt, Hermione finally snapped back into action. She raised her wand and shouted, "Petrificus totalis." A red light shot out from her wand, freezing the vampire Trokar in midair. Hermione's petrification spell succeeded, and she felt a brief moment of relief. But her body soon gave into exhaustion, and she collapsed on the floor of the ward. However, her moment of triumph was short-lived, as the petrification spell only lasted a few seconds on the vampire. It suddenly broke, and the uncontrollable vampire rushed toward her incredibly fast. Before she could raise her wand again, she felt like a helpless chicken caught by the vampire. Her wand was easily knocked aside, and the vampire's hideous face came into view. Hermione closed her eyes in shock, feeling the vampire's fangs touching her neck and bracing for her impending doom. "Who's making a ruckus inside?" Just then, a roar sounded outside the door, and someone was rushing over. The vampire released Hermione and turned towards the noise. It was Madame Pomfrey, the Hogwarts matron. Madame Pomfrey had just returned after throwing a basin of dirty bandages outside. She heard the commotion in Justin Finch-Fletchley's ward and hurried over. To her astonishment, she witnessed the vampire Trokar attacking Hermione. She quickly pulled out her wand and prepared to defend herself and Hermione. As the vampire turned to face her, Madame Pomfrey was taken aback and murmured, "Professor Trokar." Before she could react, the vampire Trokar, who was, in fact, a wizard, aimed his wand and growled, "Stupefy." A powerful red light shot from his wand toward Madame Pomfrey. With grave new. To Hermione's surprise, Madame Pomfrey reacted swiftly, dodging the spell with agility. She retaliated, sending a red light toward the vampire. The ward became chaotic, with blood-stained sheets and shattered objects everywhere. Meanwhile, Hermione tried to wake Neville, who had been knocked out, and urged him to run. As they escaped from the ward, they hoped that other teachers would pass by and come to help Madame Pomfrey deal with the vampire. However, their hope for safety was short-lived. The vampire managed to chase them out of the hospital wing. Hermione could hear its footsteps getting closer and hear its hoarse voice uttering a curse. With a desperate plea for help, Hermione and Neville slid quickly to avoid the curse, but they fell heavily to the ground. The situation seemed dire, and they needed help urgently. Matthew was unaware of the crisis his two friends were facing at that very moment. He couldn't have imagined such a situation. From his perspective, Hermione and Neville should have returned to their common rooms after lunch in the auditorium. The afternoon class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and Matthew and the rest of the Slytherin first-year students entered the classroom. The Defense Against the Dark Arts class was held jointly with Ravenclaw, but Matthew couldn't spot Hermione among the Ravenclaw students. Was she running late? That was uncommon for her. As he pondered this, Matthew opened his The Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, and started flipping through it, feeling bored. Time passed, and several minutes into the class, Professor Rosier had yet to show up. This was an infrequent occurrence. Matthew began to wonder if something had happened. They couldn't wait much longer, and after another 5 minutes had passed, Mr. Pringle, the caretaker, burst into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. He shouted, "Today's class with Professor Rosier is cancelled. Everyone stays in the classroom and does not wander around. Your respective deans will come to pick you up and return you to your common rooms." "What's going on?" Draco stood up and asked aloud. "That's none of your concern," Mr. Pringle snapped at Draco. "Anyone caught outside their designated areas in the castle will be held responsible for any consequences." "What consequences?" Padma Patil from Ravenclaw asked curiously. Mr. Pringle gave her a cold smile and replied, "Missing, injured, or dead." He briskly exited the classroom with those words, followed by Mr. Donald. As Mr. Pringle left, the entire classroom erupted in chaos. "What's happening?" Draco, Vincent, and Gregory approached Matthew, eagerly discussing the situation. "Didn't a Hufflepuff student get attacked this morning?" Theodore calmly analyzed. "Could it be related to that? But they should have informed us in the morning." Draco voiced his dissatisfaction. "Matthew," Gregory turned to him, "what do you think?" "Perhaps." Matthew hesitated momentarily and replied, "What has happened since the attack on the Hufflepuff student this morning?" He glanced at the Ravenclaw again but still couldn't spot Hermione. Suddenly, Matthew's mind raced to a troubling possibility. His words sent a wave of panic through the boys. If there were 2 attacks at Hogwarts in one day, they had to start considering their own safety. "I'm such a fool. I made a terrible mistake." Draco regretted. "My father wanted to send me to Durmstrang, but I heard that Hogwarts was the best magical school in the world, so I insisted on coming here, O Beta Epsilon. If I hadn't come to Hogwarts, I wouldn't have been targeted by dark magic and spent months in the school hospital. If I hadn't come to Hogwarts, none of this would have happened." Draco panicked. "Enough, Draco." Matthew gestured for Draco to stop speaking. The head of Ravenclaw and Slytherin, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Slughorn entered the room while Draco was still rambling. "Children, follow me." Slughorn, usually wearing a smile, now had a serious expression. "I will take you back to the Slytherin common room." Over a dozen first-year Slytherin students formed 2 lines and followed Professor Slughorn. "Hogwarts has not been so peaceful these days." Slughorn sighed. "Remember, you are strictly forbidden to leave the Slytherin common room today and the upcoming weekends." "What? Do we have to stay in the common room for 2.5 days?" Vincent asked. "What about meals, then?" Greengrass asked with a weary expression. "Exactly, Mr. Crabbe," Slughorn replied, glancing at Crabbe and then Greengrass. "Miss Greengrass, don't worry about meals. The house elf will deliver food to your dormitory." "What the hell is going on, Professor?" Draco asked, puzzled. "Draco, I'm afraid I can't disclose that to you," Professor Slughorn said, spreading his hands. He stopped answering their questions and led them toward the Slytherin common room. He looked around vigilantly along the way, especially when they passed the eerie fork in the corridor. Silence prevailed during the journey. They finally reached the stone door of the Slytherin common room. The first-year students entered one by one while Matthew lingered at the back of the line. Until he and Professor Slughorn were the only ones left outside the door. "Professor Slughorn," Matthew spoke softly, "what happened? Can you tell me?" "I swear I won't tell anyone else." "Well, Matthew, if I were to tell only one person," Slughorn sighed and lowered his voice. "The hospital wing was attacked, there's a mess with blood everywhere. Madame Pomfrey was knocked unconscious. She hasn't woken up yet. And besides..." Slughorn hesitated for a moment. "There are other victims?" Matthew asked with a serious tone. "Yes, 2 first-year students. Neville Longbottom and Hermione Granger," Slughorn sighed. "They are both missing." Professor Rosier is leading the entire school in a search for them. Matthew's heart sank. It seemed his worst fears had come true. He took a deep breath and continued, by the way, Professor, you mentioned that we are forbidden to leave the Slytherin common room these days. That's correct, Matthew, Slughorn smiled. I know you wouldn't want to be left in the dark. I changed the password to the entrance and made it so that attempts to leave the common room would trigger its effectiveness. None of you know the new password, so none of you can leave the common room. But, Professor, Matthew said earnestly, did you forget that there was an incident in the common room before? If something goes wrong here these days, we won't be able to leave, and there's nothing worse than that. You're right, Matthew. Slughorn contemplated, nodding in agreement. You should at least inform the prefects of the password, Matthew suggested. You can pass them a message from me. I need to join the search for Longbottom and Granger, Professor Slughorn agreed. Remember, no one should know the password except the prefects. Of course. Matthew nodded without hesitation. The new password is, Professor Slughorn lowered his voice, Merlin. Professor Slughorn turned and left, and Matthew walked into the Slytherin common room alone. The stone door behind him quickly closed on its own. Inside the common room, many students from different grades filled the soft armchairs by the fireplace. Many stood around, their expressions filled with worry about the past few days' events. For some couples, this might be the worst Valentine's Day they have ever experienced. Matthew spotted the only prefect he knew, Miss Gemma, in the crowd. He pulled her aside to a remote corner and relayed what Professor Slughorn had told him. Do we need a password to leave the common room? Miss Farley exclaimed, taken aback. Okay, thank you, Matthew. I will inform the other prefects about this, and please remember, do not share the password with anyone else. Of course, Matthew nodded in agreement. He then returned to his bedroom, where Draco, Vincent, Gregory, and Theodore were all present, looking lifeless. The prospect of being confined to the common room for 2.5 days was particularly harsh for these mischievous first-year students. Let's play wizard chess, Theodore suggested, and the proposal was quickly approved by the others. Matthew, are you joining us? Draco called out. No, I'll pass. Matthew shook his head and instead sat down at his desk. While the other 4 boys enthusiastically played wizard chess, Draco complained about his pieces not performing as well as they used to. The bedroom was soon filled with a lively atmosphere. However, Matthew lay his head on the desk, deep in thought. Hermione and Neville had suddenly disappeared, which was completely unexpected. He wondered what had happened after lunch. Were they genuinely investigating the truth, or had they become involved in an accident? Or perhaps, they had become entangled in the fact because of an accident? With circumflex nu beta. Matthew became increasingly anxious. The storm seemed to be coming to an end, but now this unexpected situation had arisen. Ronald Weasley isn't dead. Adams and Carlo aren't dead. Even Finch Fletchley won't die, Matthew mumbled to himself. But now it's Hermione and Neville's turn, which might be different. If nothing happens to me now, then by tomorrow morning, Hermione and Neville might appear alive in front of us, or perhaps, we're about to witness 2 corpses. Matthew said with a grim expression. Matthew closed his eyes. He couldn't bear the thought of watching the 2 children walk toward their deaths. He couldn't be so callous. After all, they genuinely considered him their friend. He made up his mind. Suddenly, a breeze swept through the room. Matthew's drawer was affected by a mysterious force and opened independently. What's the matter? Why do I feel a draft in the room? Draco exclaimed, a bit flustered. It's just your imagination, Draco, Theodore replied, glancing at him with a puzzled expression. Why would there be a draft in the room? Keep playing chess, my elephant is going to eat your horse. Matthew looked at the opened drawer and knew who was responsible. Calmly, he retrieved the ancient book from the drawer and slowly opened it. A large green line was written on the page that appeared. Do not go. Matthew blinked, surprised that the book seemed to care about him. Usually, it wouldn't be such a wise book, tempting him to join the adventure, potentially risking his life. He took a quill pen from the holder, dipped it in ink, and calmly wrote, I must go. After a moment, the book's page displayed the words, you don't know what you'll face. Matthew wrote back calmly, of course, I know. The book seemed to be agitated, with hurried scribbles on its pages. Then why would you make such a dangerous choice? She is powerful, perhaps even stronger than your headmaster. Matthew smiled and replied, but do you know who she is? The book fell into a brief silence, then replied, I don't know. Matthew became resolute and wrote, I know, if it weren't true, who would risk their life for it? The book fell silent again, and its words appeared on the page, I don't understand. Where does your confidence come from? Matthew wrote slowly, if you could truly perceive the surrounding situation, then you would know right away. Pausing momentarily, he continued, for a truly powerful wizard, their strength lies not only in their magic but also in their wisdom. Mockingly, the book questioned, do you consider yourself a powerful wizard? Matthew smiled once more and responded, of course not. He was about to close the book and put it back in the drawer. However, all the previous writing vanished at that moment, replaced by a neatly written line, take me. Matthew hesitated momentarily, then wrote, that's not necessary. He added another sentence, remember not to harm my roommate. Finally, he carefully closed the book and returned it to the drawer. Nearly an hour later, the house elves delivered food to each bedroom, which Professor Slughorn had mentioned earlier as dinner. The students, who had crowded the common room, retreated to their dormitories to eat. Draco and Theodore enjoyed their cold quail while continuing their game of wizard chess, their spirits high. Meanwhile, Matthew quietly left the common room, which now appeared deserted. He approached the stone door and whispered the password while no one was watching, Merlin. The stone gate opened slowly, and Matthew quickly slipped out, taking in the fresh air outside. It was growing dark at Hogwarts. With the castle already under curfew, Mr. Pringle didn't have to work hard to light the lamps. The entire castle was almost engulfed in darkness, except for the auditorium, where a faint light still flickered. Gathered in the auditorium were almost a dozen teachers, including the headmistress, the 4 heads of houses, and several other professors. Mr. Pringle was there, too, accompanied by the loyal Mr. Donald. Nearly all the teachers in the school had come together. They knew what had happened. Their faces displayed a range of emotions: anger, sadness, and worry. A teacher stood in the center of their attention, bound tightly by magic ropes. Or rather, a former teacher. Professor Trokar, the Transfiguration professor, was securely tied to a chair with his wand confiscated. His face appeared pale, but he maintained a calm expression. Professor Flitwick, the diminutive charms professor, stood before him, visibly agitated. His voice trembled with anger as he confronted Trokar. Trokar? The portrait of Principal Dilly Derwent revealed that during that time, only you, Granger, and Longbottom were in the hospital wing. Trokar replied calmly, yes. How could you? Professor Flitwick angrily raised his index finger and cursed. Do you think we are unaware of your identity as a vampire? We trusted Grindelwald's judgment. How dare you? How dare you attack Hogwarts students? Trokar lowered his head, remaining silent. Professor Sinistra, the astronomy professor, appeared calmer compared to Professor Flitwick. She gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Trokar, did you harm Madame Pomfrey? Professor Sinistra asked coldly. Yes, Trokar replied with the same composure. Did you drink Justin Finch-Fletchley's blood? Professor Sinistra continued her questioning. Yes. Trokar's expression remained unchanged. And then you took Granger and Longbottom from the school hospital? Professor Sinistra asked finally. Trokar nodded once again. I can't believe it. Professor Sprout covered her face with her hands and shook her head in disbelief. She wasn't the only one reacting this way, the other teachers also expressed shock. However, with all the suspects admitting their guilt, there was little left to say. Damn it. Professor Flitwick grew even more furious and shouted, where did you hide Granger and Longbottom? Hand them over. This time, Trokar's face displayed hesitation. I initially took them to my office, but then, they disappeared suddenly. I've been searching for them all afternoon. Lies? Poorly constructed lies. Professor Flitwick seethed. Do you think this kind of lie can deceive us? Professor Trokar raised his head briefly before lowering it again. If one followed his gaze, one would see that he was looking at Professor Rosier, the headmistress. R.A.B. At that moment, Trokar's eyes held a pleading look. However, due to the dim lighting, none of the other teachers noticed it. Horace? Horace. Professor Flitwick called out. I'm here. Phileas, the potions teacher, Professor Slughorn, responded promptly. Please, bring your best Veritaserum. We must make this vampire speak the truth. Professor Flitwick exclaimed hysterically. All right. Professor Slughorn didn't hesitate, turning to leave for his office. But wait. Professor Rosier suddenly spoke, stopping Professor Slughorn in his tracks. Don't you need to go and get it, Professor Rosier? Professor Slughorn's gaze held a tinge of confusion. Veritaserum won't work on a vampire like him, Professor Rosier replied flatly. She added, even if we use it on him, his occlumency can shield us. Therefore, such actions would be futile. Then what should we do? Professor Flitwick looked at the headmistress, seeking guidance. The gazes of the dozen teachers turned toward Professor Rosier, including Professor Trokar. Coincidentally, Professor Rosier was also looking at Professor Trokar. Their eyes almost met, and Professor Trokar's gaze carried a pleading expression. However, Headmistress Rosier, still expressionless, glared back at him. I will write to Minister Millicent Bagnold. The true culprit responsible for this series of attacks at Hogwarts has been found. It is our Transfiguration professor, Edward Trokar. Professor Rosier stated calmly. Edward Trokar will be sent to Azkaban, where the Dementors may compel him to speak. This is the only way, the nearby teachers sighed. Horace, write a letter to Mr. Cuff, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, informing him that everything that transpired at Hogwarts can be published in the newspaper, Professor Rosier instructed. Okay, I understand, Professor Slughorn nodded. I will write the letter soon. Upon hearing Principal Rosier's words, Trokar's face contorted in pain. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but when he lifted his head, his eyes met Headmistress Rosier's again. The headmistress glared back at him sharply. In the end, Professor Trokar had no choice but to lower his head, weakly smiling and shaking it in a self-deprecating manner. The trial was coming to an end. The true culprit had been apprehended, and he had confessed to his crimes. They only needed to wait for the orders from the Ministry of Magic to arrive and transport the criminal to Azkaban, and it would all be over. Everyone, disperse. Professor Rosier declared calmly. Pomona, Horace, take the vampire to the tower and lock him up. Professor Sprout and Professor Slughorn nodded in agreement. The teachers began to disperse one by one. At the same time, behind the closed doors of the auditorium, something peculiar occurred. A small, black figure swiftly moved, skillfully evading notice, until it vanished entirely into the darkness. The corridor was dim, and Matthew couldn't see his fingers. Lumos. Matthew drew out his wand and softly shouted the incantation. A faint light suddenly illuminated the darkness, revealing the path ahead of Matthew. "Oh, what are you doing, kid?" On a large oil painting next to him, several drunken monks quickly covered their eyes and shouted, "Put that light out. You're going to blind us. For Merlin's sake, get out of here." In another portrait below, a gray-haired old man waved his arms and exclaimed his dissatisfaction. "My dear little baby, don't cry anymore." The oil painting depicting a mother and daughter came to life. The child cried loudly while the mother comforted her, humming a lullaby. Ignoring their complaints, Matthew continued down the corridor. He didn't seem in a hurry, his pace was leisurely. Matthew was lucky. During his night tour, he didn't encounter Mr. Pringle, the caretaker, Mr. Donald, or any other teachers. Soon, he emerged from the dark and damp basement, crossing another corridor until he reached the potions classroom. This was the exact location where 2 Slytherin students from the Slug Club, Adams and Carlo, had been attacked. Matthew didn't proceed forward or enter the potions classroom. Instead, he abruptly stopped in front of a broken iron gate. This was an abandoned girls' bathroom with a large sign that read "Out of Order." In the original work, this bathroom held significance. It served as the secret chamber entrance, the haunting grounds of the ghost Moaning Myrtle. Several hundred feet below this bathroom lay the secret chamber where the basilisk resided. Matthew lowered his head and looked at the rusty brass doorknob. Ignoring the sign that labeled the bathroom as "Out of Order," he turned the knob, opened the door, and stepped inside. "Is there anyone here?" Matthew looked around the bathroom and called out loudly. He repeated his question 3 times. "Is there anyone? Anyone?" No response came, neither from a human nor a ghost. Confidently, he walked forward. This was the darkest and gloomiest place Matthew had ever been in. In front of him stood a large, mottled, cracked mirror with a row of stone sinks beneath it, their surfaces peeling. The floor was wet, and a few candles burned low on the brackets, illuminating the gloomy surroundings with a dim and eerie light. The individual toilet doors looked old and bore numerous scratches. Broken chandeliers hung weakly in the air. Matthew didn't bother searching the bathroom. Instead, he found a relatively clean toilet, put down the lid, and sat on it. Then, he patiently waited, even extinguishing the faint light emitted by his wand. "I wish I were older so I could smoke a cigarette while waiting. That would be great," Matthew thought to himself. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. After about 5 minutes, footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. The footsteps were light, growing closer and closer. Then came the sound of the brass doorknob being turned. Finally, a small figure clad in black entered the dimly lit bathroom. She turned around and gently closed the door behind her. Meanwhile, Matthew rose from the toilet seat. "Good evening." His voice could have been louder but clear enough for the other person to hear. "Miss Evans." The figure seemed taken aback. But upon realizing that the voice belonged to a 12-year-old child, she seemed relieved. She strode toward Matthew until their faces were visible under the faint light of the candles. Before him stood the familiar face of Harry Evans. However, she didn't lower her head this time or wear a panicked, inferior expression. Though her expression now held a hint of surprise. "Wickfield." Evans' voice still sounded male. "What are you doing here? It's dangerous to wander around the castle at this time. The perpetrator behind the series of attacks is still at large, R.A. Perhaps it's more appropriate to call you Mr. Evans," Matthew interjected thoughtfully. "Of course, I know that the perpetrator behind the series of attacks is still in the castle. I'm not here to find them, am I?" Evans' face darkened, and she gently grasped her wand. "I suppose you must be considering harming me," Matthew said calmly. "But before that, I'd like to request the opportunity to say a few words. I imagine you haven't had a conversation with anyone in many years. Look, I'm alone now, and as a first-year student, I pose no threat to you." Evans suddenly smiled. Although she still had the face of a little boy, her smile carried a flattering expression. "Well, Wickfield, you've piqued my interest," she said with a smile. "Tell me, how did you discover my true identity?" "To be honest, there were too many inconsistencies. I didn't know where to start," Matthew shrugged. "But fundamentally, your disguise wasn't very clever." Matthew paused and continued slowly. "I suspect you've been doing your best to pass as a little boy, minimizing your interactions with others. However, some habits are hard to change in a short time. I discovered it on my own. Perhaps it was just my imagination. But when several of my friends shared the same observations, it wasn't our problem, but yours. A first-year boy who occasionally exhibits behaviors more commonly associated with girls. It's highly unusual. I don't believe that Hogwarts or the Sorting Hat would make such a foolish mistake when determining a student's gender. So, there's only one explanation left." Matthew blinked slightly and concluded, "You're not the real Harry Evans, you're an imposter, aren't you?" There was a short silence in the bathroom. Evans stood there, her backlit so that her expression remained hidden. "Go on," she said coldly. "If I wanted to blend in at Hogwarts with a believable identity, I would naturally choose to pretend to be a first-year student," Matthew continued calmly. "After all, older students already have established social relationships, and any slight abnormality in behavior would attract attention. In many cases, that can be fatal. and among the first-year students, those from wizarding or half-wizarding families would frequently communicate with their families and go home for holidays. If anything were amiss with the child, the parents might write to the school, which would undoubtedly expose the deception. So initially, I thought the true culprit behind the series of incidents might be disguised as a Muggle-born student. But soon, I found a more suitable candidate for the disguise. Matthew's tone turned cold. Harry Evans, the child of a wanted criminal. His wanted mother would naturally never write to Hogwarts, and even if she didn't return for Christmas or Easter holidays, she wouldn't dare come to Hogwarts to inquire, would she? Harry Evans suddenly smiled. Although she still had the face of a young boy, her smile carried a cunning air. Yes, you're right, she said with a smile. I suspect you caught sight of the real Harry Evans long ago and attacked him before he boarded the Hogwarts Express. After all, his mother wouldn't dare come to King's Cross to see him off. Once you obtained a hair sample, you used Polyjuice Potion to assume his appearance. To minimize attention, you created Harry Evans as an extremely introverted child who avoids social interaction, Matthew continued. But it was too deliberate, and the loopholes were too obvious. Like when we were on the boat heading to the castle, Hermione greeted you, but you didn't even reply. That was too calculated. At that moment, I started to have some doubts. During the sorting ceremony, you used occlumency to deceive the sorting hat, and Harry Evans was sorted into Gryffindor, just like his mother. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. But as we arrived at Hogwarts, more loopholes started to emerge. Firstly, if you were too timid to speak up, why would the sorting hat place you in Gryffindor? Gryffindor is known for its bravery. Secondly, an extremely introverted autistic child wandering around the castle daily. I can't count how many times I bumped into you in strange places in the castle in the weeks leading up to the start of school. It's undoubtedly abnormal. If you were that introverted, shouldn't you stay in the Gryffindor common room all day? Your personality and behavior simply don't match. So, at that time, I had a vague feeling that you were searching for something on campus. Then came the potions class. I do not believe in pure blood supremacy, but Harry Evans' mother, Lily Evans, was Professor Slughorn's exceptional student, a true potions genius. No matter who his father is, would their child perform so poorly in potions class? Frankly, I find it hard to believe. And when you repeatedly burned cauldrons, it deepened my suspicion. How could something like a cauldron burn so easily? I tried it myself a few times and couldn't replicate it. Your skill level. That's when I formed a daring hypothesis. The theft from Professor Slughorn's storage room later confirmed my initial theory. You had stolen ingredients from Professor Slughorn's storage and started secretly brewing potions, preparing to stay at Hogwarts disguised as Harry Evans for a long time. No, but the small pewter cauldrons we first-year students use couldn't withstand the production of such advanced potions. After a few days of burning, they would leave traces on the cauldron. As an experienced potion maker, Professor Slughorn would easily notice the traces on your cauldron, coupled with the theft of 2 valuable ingredients, African tree snakeskin and a 2-horned beast's horn from his own storage. It would be quite easy for him to connect the dots. So, on the one hand, you deliberately appeared inept in potions class, and on the other hand, when the traces appeared on the cauldron, you would intentionally burn them off. That way, even if someone caught on to your activities, no one would suspect you. After all, who would think that Mr. Harry Evans, who struggled in potions class and frequently burned cauldrons, could secretly brew advanced potions? Matthew paused for a moment before continuing. All of the above could be considered minor loopholes if considered individually, but the loopholes become too glaring when all the evidence is concentrated on Harry Evans. So when I saw you show up in places you shouldn't have been on Halloween and heard your flimsy excuse, I knew you were the culprit behind all these incidents. Is that so? Harry Evans blinked, her eyes filled with allure and desire. Matthew didn't look into her eyes and continued speaking. So, the various attacks at Hogwarts can be easily explained. Neville once told me that Ronald Weasley had a heated argument with you before the attack and made you cry. I believe he had spent enough time with you to discover your secret. Vincent and Gregory mentioned that Weasley left the trophy room before the attack. And before the attack, while we were cleaning Professor Rosier's office with Neville, we saw you taking a stack of documents to Mr. Pringle's office. I suspect we bumped into Weasley near Mr. Pringle's office then. Worried he would reveal your secret, you impulsively decided to attack. As for Miss Adams and Mr. Carlo, when they returned from the Slug Club to the Slytherin common room, they probably stumbled upon you stealing ingredients in the potions classroom. So you had to attack them. And Justin Finch-Fletchley. Matthew smiled. When Justin was in Hogsmeade, he was approached by a mysterious woman who questioned him and then wiped his memory. That mysterious woman was probably Harry Evans' mother, Lily Evans. As a wanted criminal, she couldn't contact Hogwarts. After a long time without your news, she had to take the risk and sneak into Hogsmeade. She approached the first-year students of Hogwarts in Hogsmeade, hoping to learn about your well-being and safety from their mouths. If I hadn't been quick-witted, she would have almost been caught for interrogation. But Lily Evans' memory-modifying charm wasn't very clever and would gradually fade over time. Justin Finch-Fletchley seemed to be regaining his memories from that day. You were concerned that his recollection of events would work against you, so you seized the opportunity while he was in the Forbidden Forest and captured him. Another interesting detail is that Neville Longbottom, who was confined with Justin, emerged unharmed. Based on the attacks on Miss Adams and Mr. Caro, the perpetrator didn't seem to have a problem attacking 1 or 2 individuals. But Justin went missing, and Neville remained unscathed. There's only one reason I can think of for that: the attacker and Neville's relationship were good. Matthew finished his deduction while wiping the sweat off his temple. Mr. Wickfield, you've said too much. Remember, all the problems started because of a blood-sucking monster. Evans replied. Did Hogwarts ever have any blood-sucking monsters? Matthew inquired. Perhaps there is a monster inside all of us, Mr. Wickfield. Evans replied with a mysterious smile. Evans' expression shifted subtly as Matthew spoke. Isn't that how it goes? Matthew said, his demeanor relaxed. When people witness someone with bite marks on their neck and blood dripping, their subconscious tends to attribute it to a vampire or other blood-sucking creatures. It's a common assumption. This tendency falls into a fixed mindset, which is precisely what the real culprit wants, Matthew continued. Creating 2 small puncture wounds on the neck is not challenging. A simple transformation spell can turn one's teeth into canine fangs, giving the appearance of a blood-sucking monster. And numerous spells can simulate the act of drawing blood from a target. So, the attacker of Weasley and Justin may not be an actual blood-sucking monster. Any proficient wizard could carry out such an attack and assume the guise of a fake vampire, Matthew stated confidently. Moreover, if a genuine vampire were to appear on the Hogwarts campus, all these orchestrated actions would conveniently point the blame in their direction, he continued. After all, there exists a deep-rooted prejudice against real vampires in the wizarding world, accompanied by a certain degree of hostility. So, when a true vampire, like our esteemed Professor Trokar, renowned for his uncanny demeanor, becomes the victim of a blood-sucking attack, he would immediately become the prime suspect, wouldn't he? Matthew explained confidently. Indeed, Evans replied, a triumphant smile adorning her face. But, Miss Evans, I believe there's one thing that surprises you, Matthew interjected. The series of attacks that occurred at Hogwarts has been under wraps by our headmistress, Professor Rosier, under strict orders. The incidents have not been made public. I must say, this situation might prove disadvantageous for you. It prevents you from singularly targeting Professor Trokar as the primary suspect. Matthew explained while his eyes focused on Evans' hands. A sense of readiness emanated from her as she was poised to raise the wand at any moment. Miss Evans, perhaps I know even more, Matthew stated, his lack of fear evident as he blinked mischievously. Oh, I'm listening, Harry Evans responded, her gaze filled with slight surprise. Matthew spoke slowly, building up anticipation. In addition to the blood of the unicorn, you came to Hogwarts for another reason, he revealed. Something that can surpass unicorn blood in its effects, Matthew paused, adding suspense. That something is, he continued, drawing out the moment. The Philosopher's Stone. Observing the surprise on Evan's face, Matthew spread his hands regretfully. It seems I've guessed correctly. The Philosopher's Stone is the purest, most precious, and most magical substance, the greatest achievement of ancient alchemy. It has the power to fulfill a wizard's most primal desires, including eternal life, he explained. The method of creating the Philosopher's Stone, used to make the elixir of life, was lost centuries ago. And currently, the only known remaining Philosopher's Stone in the world is at Hogwarts. It has been passed down through generations and is now in the possession of Headmaster Gellert Grindelwald, Matthew disclosed. Glancing at Evans, he added, so, since your enrollment, you have been wandering around the campus, appearing mysteriously in various places. All that wandering wasn't just to familiarize yourself with the environment. Your true objective was to find Professor Grindelwald's Philosopher's Stone, right? Matthew concluded. Harry Evans' countenance turned gloomy, though she did not refute Matthew's assertion. Based on the current circumstances, it seems you haven't succeeded, Matthew lamented regretfully. Why are you here? Harry Evans asked coldly. It's mainly because of the frequency of your unexplained appearances around here, such as on Halloween, Matthew answered casually. And I happened to receive an important message from a ghost who usually resides in this bathroom, indicating that it lost track of you last semester. I believe it was you, right? After all, in order to continue taking the polyjuice potion, you would need fresh hair from the actual Harry Evans. So, you must have hidden poor Mr. Evans in a safe place where he wouldn't be in any danger. And this bathroom seems to meet those conditions. As Matthew spoke, he glanced around and remarked, I believe you have concealed Mr. Evans here. I didn't see him because he was probably under an invisibility cloak or the effects of a phantasm spell. And you must have hidden Finch Fletchley here as well, and Neville and Hermione must be here now too. Correct. Evans sneered and nodded. Soon, you will join them. No, please calm down for a moment, Matthew quickly interjected. Or, allow me to guess your true identity. Do you even know that? Evans was taken aback. I've made some educated guesses, and it's not that difficult, Matthew responded casually. By using the process of elimination, a dark witch from Britain, a female, and someone already ancient. Considering the need for unicorn blood and the magic stone for life extension, there are not many individuals who meet all these criteria, right? Indeed, there is only one person in the history of English magic who perfectly fits these conditions, Matthew calmly stated. Morgana, or rather, Morgan Le Fay. Succubus and incubus, although they are named differently, many wizards believe they are the same creature, Matthew explained. The only distinction is that the former is female, and the latter is male. They both appear in human form in dreams, extracting the essence of the opposite sex. And succubus, the ancient muggles sometimes mistakenly referred to them as little fairies, which coincidentally aligns with the name Morgan Le Fay, which means Fay in Muggle legends for the Dark Witch Morgana. Matthew paused. The great sorcerer Merlin and the Dark Witch Morgana both possess the bloodline of dream demons/succubi. During their era, the magical creature of dream demons/succubi became extinct in the wizarding world. So, I deduce that in the 6th century AD, Merlin defeated Morgana after the fateful duel that shaped the destiny of British magic. Believing they were of the same kind, he killed her, sealing her in some way. Until the 18th century Goblin Rebellion, Merlin unexpectedly passed away, and his inheritance vanished without a trace for centuries. I speculate that with Merlin's death, the seal on Morgana lost its effect, and she stole Merlin's inheritance and went into hiding. Let's not forget, Merlin's inheritance includes the magic stone. So for centuries, Morgana has relied on that magic stone to sustain her life and regain her strength. However, the Philosopher's Stone is a consumable that only lasts for a day. Without the Philosopher's Stone, Morgana lost the means to prolong her life. This is why she focused her attention on Hogwarts, where both living unicorns and the only magic stone in the world exist. And so, all these events unfolded at Hogwarts. Indeed, esteemed Ms. Morgana, Matthew respectfully acknowledged, bowing towards her. Harry Evans did not deny Matthew's claims, she simply gazed at the young boy before her, a smile creeping onto the corner of her mouth. I didn't expect a Muggle-born first-year boy to uncover my true nature with such clarity, she softly remarked. I'm starting to feel a little remorse. It would truly be a pity to kill you here. I must admit, Ms. Morgana, it makes me quite uncomfortable, Matthew replied with a tinge of regret. I've been honest and open with you, yet you're still considering killing me. Oh. Morgana, disguised as Harry Evans, looked at Matthew in astonishment. Actually, I'm here to negotiate, Matthew revealed. Or rather, to surrender conditionally. Matthew raised his hands as he spoke and gave a French military salute. How intriguing, Morgana responded with interest, a smile on her lips. What are your conditions? Firstly, release Neville and Hermione, if possible, also release Harry, and, of course, spare my life, Matthew quickly proposed. Your appetite seems quite large, Mr. Wickfield. Morgana shook her head, a sense of regret in her tone. I can release Longbottom and consider sparing your life, but Miss Granger must die, and others will discover her body. Before I can find the hidden Philosopher's Stone on the Hogwarts campus, I must create greater chaos, Morgana said with a little smile. Matthew kept his hands raised, continuing his negotiation. But I haven't finished stating my conditions yet, Ms. Morgana. As a price for all of this, I can assist you in finding the magic stone. What? The face of the Dark Witch Morgana suddenly changed. What? Morgana exclaimed loudly. Do you know where the Philosopher's Stone is? Matthew neither nodded nor denied it. Instead, he calmly took out a greased paper bag from his pocket. With deliberate slowness, he opened the greased paper, revealing its contents, and handed both the contents and the greased paper to the little boy in front of him, who was shorter than him by half a head. What's this? Morgana frowned as she saw what was wrapped in the greased paper, pinching her nose with her other hand. In front of her lay a filthy cloth strip that had been enclosed for an unknown period of time. A putrid odor filled the air as soon as it made contact with the fresh air. Ms. Morgana, I suggest you take a closer look, Matthew calmly advised. It's best to smell it again. Morgana gave Matthew a skeptical look before turning her attention to the boy standing before her. His expression seemed incredibly sincere. Resisting the stench, she brought her nose closer to the soiled cloth strip. In an instant, she was taken aback. With an almost imperceptible speed, Morgana appeared right in front of Matthew, shouting hysterically, Where did you get this thing? Beyond the disgusting stench, she recognized a familiar scent that had been with her for hundreds of years. The scent of the Philosopher's Stone? Calm down, Ms. Morgana. Matthew suddenly felt immense pressure, causing his legs to weaken. He quickly pleaded, Please, calm down. Calm down. The cloth strip wrapped in greased paper was nothing more than a mop strip. Nearly half a year ago, during his second after-school practice, Matthew was instructed by the castle caretaker, Mr. Pringle, to clean Professor Rosier's office. At the time, Matthew chanced upon a droplet of bright red liquid resembling blood beneath Professor Rosier's chair. Without hesitation, he wiped it up entirely with a mop. However, after a series of events, when he returned the cleaning supplies to Mr. Pringle's office, Matthew discreetly tore a small piece of cloth stained with a bit of that bright red liquid from the mop. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, he carefully wrapped the cloth strip in greased paper, preserving and sealing it. Initially, Matthew kept a watchful eye on the cloth strip, unsure of its significance. Yet as time passed and more evidence surfaced, he was able to piece together about 80 to 90% of the puzzle. Professor Bagshot once said, wizards like Gellert Grindelwald held no interest in using the Philosopher's Stone for life prolongation elixirs. Matthew also wondered if Professor Grindelwald would accumulate vast wealth through the Philosopher's Stone. And the notion of hiding away precious treasures like a dragon in a fairy tale, rather than utilizing them, seemed inconceivable for Professor Grindelwald. As a result, Matthew quickly uncovered the answer to the Philosopher's Stone's whereabouts. Immortality was not a formidable magic. The wizarding world boasted numerous means of achieving such an effect, making elderly wizards appear youthful. Yet, such magic, like Muggle makeup, merely produced illusory appearances. Regardless of how stunning the transformation was, when the magical facade dissipated at night, a reflection in the mirror would still reveal the truth. The appearance of immortality would appear aged. But Professor Vinda Rosier's immortality was different. Her youthful countenance and skin appeared natural, devoid of any magical disguise. It was as if time had passed without leaving a trace on her. The sensation was unmistakable, especially when Matthew left Professor Slughorn's office and came into close contact with the headmistress. Matthew became almost certain of the Philosopher's Stone's whereabouts at that moment. You see, the Philosopher's Stone, as the most precious, purest, and most magical substance, the pinnacle achievement of alchemy, had one final purpose: immortality. Furthermore, what the Philosopher's Stone offered was true eternal youth, halting the passage of time within one's body entirely until the individual departed from the world, untouched by age. Though this use of the stone was the least conspicuous of the three. For Professor Grindelwald, a unique and precious magical item like the Philosopher's Stone being employed as a mere cosmetic by one of his most loyal subordinates might appear peculiar. However, it might seem reasonable if Professor Grindelwald undertook such an endeavor. Of course, Matthew would keep the origins of the cloth strip private. Morgana, on the other hand, grew increasingly anxious. She shouted, gripping Matthew's collar, lacking any semblance of decorum. Where did it come from, this thing? Where did you get it? Calm down, Ms. Morgana, Matthew smiled. Now, can you believe what I told you earlier? Very well. Morgana appeared somewhat calmer, taking a deep breath. Now, I believe you. You can lead me to find the Philosopher's Stone. And what about the conditions I stated earlier? Matthew asked, grinning. Yes, I will fulfill all of them, Morgana replied, her voice low. I won't harm Neville Longbottom or Hermione Granger, nor will I take Harry Evans' life. She paused, then continued slowly, and of course, I won't harm you, if you assist in locating the Philosopher's Stone. All right, let's make a pact. Matthew suddenly felt a twinge of childlike playfulness as he extended the little finger of his left hand. What does this mean? Morgana asked, perplexed. It's a way muggles make promises, Matthew explained. When two people intertwine their little fingers, they cannot break their word or deceive each other. A muggle's method of making agreements. Morgana sneered, seemingly unimpressed. Nevertheless, she extended the pinky of Harry's right hand to join with Matthew's. This seemingly absurd agreement was forged in this manner. Hurry up and lead me to find the Philosopher's Stone, Morgana impatiently exclaimed. All right, let's go right away. Matthew wasted no more time. After all, the person standing before him was not a benevolent individual but the most notorious dark witch in British magical history. They departed from the abandoned bathroom and returned to the castle corridor. Matthew didn't engage in deceit because he understood the vast power disparity between himself and Morgana. He walked ahead earnestly, heading towards their destination, the office of Headmistress Rosier, while Morgana, disguised as Harry Evans, followed closely behind. The two strode briskly along the corridor, moonlight casting a soft glow through the tall windows, painting the corridor floor with its gentle beams. Bon voyage? Incidents occurred once they reached the second-floor staircase. Just as they were about to reach the stairs, a noise emanated from the adjacent hallway, startling Matthew. My dear, did you hear those footsteps? Mr. Pringle's voice could be heard. He seemed to be conversing with Mr. Donald. Are there students roaming the castle at this late hour? Bark. Mr. Donald dog barked in response. Sniff them out and catch them. Mr. Pringle seemingly understood Mr. Donald barking, commanding sternly. Matthew quickly turned to Morgana, pleading for assistance. Morgana snorted coldly, raising her wand and tapping it on Matthew's head. Suddenly, an odd sensation coursed through Matthew. It felt like Morgana had cracked an egg on his head, followed by a chilling sensation flowing into his body from the point of contact with her wand. Matthew glanced down at his body, or rather, his former body. It no longer felt like his own, its color and texture melded with the wall behind him, gradually vanishing. He had transformed into a human-shaped chameleon. This appears to be the invisibility charm, an incredibly advanced charm, Matthew pondered to himself. He raised his head, but there was nothing but emptiness before his eyes. The towering figure that had previously stood behind him had vanished completely. Press against the wall, Morgana instructed, her voice echoing in Matthew's ear. He obediently pressed himself against the wall. Mr. Pringle and Mr. Donald swiftly appeared before them. Both appeared on high alert, particularly Mr. Donald, who extended his nose, sniffing intently. Would the invisibility charm have an effect on dogs? Matthew wondered as he observed the golden retriever sniffing about with its nose held high. Strangely, Mr. Donald, who had been vigorous just moments ago, now seemed utterly lethargic upon nearing Matthew and Morgana. It was as if he were in a daze, mindlessly passing by Matthew and Morgana, descending the stairs. Mr. Pringle followed suit, trailing Mr. Donald down the steps. A Nigerian Naira. The man and the dog were oblivious to Matthew and Morgana's presence, despite being mere feet away. I feel as though I've witnessed this scene before, Matthew thought to himself. After a brief recollection, it suddenly dawned on him. On the second Saturday of school, when he went to the Forbidden Forest to meet Professor Kettleben for the first after-school practice. On his way out of the castle, he encountered Mr. Donald at the entrance. At that time, Mr. Donald exhibited the same lethargic state he was in now, as if in a trance. Moreover, Matthew showed no reaction when he exited the castle alongside Mr. Donald. Moreover, it was around 4 o'clock in the morning, and when he opened the door, the castle's oak door had already been slightly ajar. What are you waiting for? Morgana snapped him out of his thoughts. Matthew snapped back to reality. Morgana spoke displeasedly, let's continue quickly. The footsteps of Mr. Pringle and Mr. Donald gradually faded away, and the illusion created by the invisibility charm on Matthew and Morgana vanished without a trace. Okay, please follow me, Matthew said hurriedly. The two resumed their journey, making their way toward the office of the headmistress. Soon, they reached the door of the headmistress's office. Is this it? Morgana furrowed her brow, speaking in a hushed voice. Yes. Matthew nodded. Morgana regarded Matthew suspiciously, but after confirming that he didn't seem lying, she proceeded forward. The door was securely locked, and the room lay cloaked in darkness. Under normal circumstances, Professor Vinda Rosier, the headmistress, did not reside in the school and had no reason to remain in her office so late. Morgana, however, displayed no fear of the headmistress. Without hesitation, she drew her wand and aimed it at the keyhole. She attempted a lohomora but the door offered no response. A spell of this caliber couldn't overcome the lock on the headmistress's office. Yet, for someone like Morgana, such challenges posed no obstacle. Raising her wand once more, she whispered a complex and obscure incantation. After a few seconds, a faint sound resembling cracking eggshells emanated from the headmistress's office door, as if the protective enchantments were gradually being undone. Finally, the lock clicked, and the door swung open. Matthew once again stepped into the headmistress's office, his gaze falling upon the modest room that resembled a snow cave. Morgana, I suggest you search carefully. Matthew urged, his voice quick. It didn't require Matthew's reminder. Morgana had already begun searching fervently. Her movements were so swift that even Matthew found himself momentarily stunned. She waved her wand, causing the books on the shelf to cascade to the floor, forming a pile in one corner of the room. The entire bookshelf had been overturned by her. The large cabinet met the same fate, its doors flung open to reveal an empty interior. Only the long desk, where Professor Rosier conducted her work, remained. Morgana strode toward it, effortlessly pulling open the central drawer. It wasn't even locked. A vivid red light flooded the room as the drawer slid open, illuminating everything within. Resting quietly in Professor Rosier's drawer lay a brilliant red stone and a hidden book. There were no protections, no disguises. With ease, they had found the Philosopher's Stone. Not bad, not bad, Morgana exclaimed, her eyes filled with excitement as she gazed at the bright red stone. The Philosopher's Stone. It's the Philosopher's Stone. It's really the Philosopher's Stone. Her voice trembled, unable to contain her exhilaration. Matthew even felt she might break into dance right then and there. Morgana raised the Philosopher's Stone in her hand, pointing it towards the window, aligning it with the moon outside. Bathed in moonlight, the vibrant red stone appeared exceptionally radiant and beautiful. Finding it was so easy, Morgana spoke in a fascinated tone. It was so simple, so effortless. I searched every secret room in Hogwarts and explored every nook and cranny of the castle. Every hidden passage, I scoured the most secluded places. I always believed that the Philosopher's Stone would be heavily guarded, surrounded by strong defenses, but I never expected it to be within such easy reach. It's so beautiful, isn't it? Morgana seemed to be addressing Matthew yet also muttering to herself. There couldn't possibly be anything more beautiful in this world, so enchanting, so magnificent. My dear Philosopher's Stone. Morgana's demeanor bore no resemblance to the most formidable dark witch in British magical history. To Matthew, she seemed more like a lunatic or, more accurately, like an addict. How utterly tedious. Matthew couldn't help but sneer. Wickfield, Morgana reluctantly tore her gaze away from the Philosopher's Stone. She looked at Matthew and said, I'm grateful you guided me to the Sorcerer's Stone. Although, even without you, I would have eventually found it at Hogwarts. But I'm sorry, I must break my previous promise now. I'm going to kill you, she smiled, her voice dripping with temptation. After all, you know too much. There's no reason for you to continue living in this world. As she spoke, Morgana raised her wand, aiming it at Matthew. Poor little guy, you may be quite clever, she whispered, but it's impossible to trap me in a contract without any consequences. You're just a child, after all. You can never comprehend what the adult world truly entails. Surprisingly, Matthew's expression didn't display surprise at her words. In that case, may I say a few last words, dear Ms. Morgana? He spoke calmly. Of course, you can. Consider it your reward for assisting me in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Morgana nodded with an air of anger. She winked at Matthew, saying, I can even grant you any wish, including experiencing an unprecedented dream you've never encountered before. Nui. Ahem, Matthew cleared his throat softly before averting his gaze. Apologies, allow me to say a few last words. Morgana once again lowered her head, her gaze greedily fixated on the magical stone in her hand. All right, I'm listening attentively. Don't you find it peculiar? Matthew asked in a hushed tone. Peculiar. Morgana furrowed her brow slightly. Yes, honestly, I've always found it strange. A smile formed on the corner of Matthew's lips. Why did Hogwarts hire a vampire teacher this year? Morgana snorted dismissively. I'm not interested in pondering the thoughts of that little Grindelwald. To be fair, considering Morgana's age, referring to Gellert Grindelwald as a little individual wasn't entirely inaccurate. Then allow me to explain it straightforwardly, Matthew shrugged. And continued, the saliva of a succubus has a potent and stimulating effect. For ordinary men, even a small amount of succubus saliva can sap their vitality for an extended period. And for half-blood succubi like yourself, their saliva also holds a certain degree of potency. Particularly when a man's blood becomes tainted with their saliva, the effect is amplified manifold. As a half-blood succubus, Morgana was well aware of this. She didn't even bother looking up as she coldly asked, "Are you finished?" "Apologies, please bear with me for a moment," Matthew hurriedly responded. Furthermore, for immature boys under the age of 12 or 13, succubus saliva can be fatal, as it stirs up their most primal desires without any outlet for release. It causes them excruciating torment, gradually weakening their bodies until they meet their demise. Just like what happened to Ronald Weasley and Justin Finch-Fletchley initially. Of course, Morgana knew this all too well, otherwise, she wouldn't have launched such an attack. She seemed a touch impatient as she retorted, "Anything else?" "Indeed, please be patient," Matthew replied helplessly. "This saliva isn't poisonous, rendering all antidotes ineffective. The only way to save someone is by having most of the blood on their body drained in some manner. This significantly reduces the stimulating effect, and with frequent blood replenishment, the victim gradually recovers," Matthew explained. This time, Morgana's expression finally changed slightly. She took a deep breath. "It's merely a coincidence." Yet, her tone lacked the same conviction as before. "Perhaps." Matthew shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. "But in my view, after being imprisoned by Merlin for thousands of years and deprived of freedom for such an extended period, your ability to judge has deviated slightly." "What did you say?" Morgana's fury became evident. "Don't be so quick to anger." Matthew quickly comforted her. "Don't you think that since you arrived at Hogwarts, everything you've experienced has gone far too smoothly?" "What do you mean?" Morgana lowered her wand, her voice icy. "Then let me rephrase the question, Ms. Morgana," Matthew continued. "Do you truly believe you know our headmaster, Gellert Grindelwald, inside and out?" Morgana fell silent. "Our headmaster, Gellert Grindelwald, takes the most pride in his role as a seer." This time, Morgana's face abruptly changed. "So, Ms. Morgana," a triumphant smile graced Matthew's face, "since you set foot into Hogwarts, you've been ensnared in a trap. Everything may seem to be going well, but unbeknownst to you, you're actually the one trapped within." "It's impossible," Morgana appeared to panic slightly as she murmured to herself. "Impossible." Matthew responded with a hint of sarcasm. "Did you think I hadn't noticed the peculiarities of Harry Evans as early as Halloween? And yet, I did nothing about it in the following months." "Iced the peculiarities of Harry Evans as early as Halloween? And yet, I did nothing about it in the following months. Even if I'm not foolish enough to expose your true identity publicly, I could easily disclose what I've discovered to a teacher. It's actually quite simple." Matthew paused momentarily before continuing. "When I uncovered your true identity, I also uncovered the truth about Hogwarts being nothing more than a trap set specifically for you. Why was Professor Rosier so secretive, suppressing any news related to the attacks? It's because she knew that your goal was to frame Professor Trokar, placing Hogwarts under even greater pressure. So, the most appropriate response was to treat these incidents with cold detachment. To the extent that after Halloween, Professor Rosier impersonated Headmaster Grindelwald with a polyjuice potion to deter you from further attacking students, hiding in the shadows. I'm not afraid of that little Grindelwald." Morgana sneered coldly, though she seemed somewhat unsettled. But Matthew continued, a smile gracing his face. "When concealing the incidents became untenable, why did Professor Trokar willingly confess to the crimes? They both assumed full responsibility, ensuring Hogwarts wouldn't face even greater scrutiny. Simultaneously, it kept you in the dark, letting you grow complacent." Matthew continued, a smile on his face. "I believe Professor Rosier and Professor Trokar aren't aware of your true identity. After all, they're just teachers and can't notice what I, as an observant student, can. However, I believe they understand the various plans that Professor Grindelwald has arranged through his seer abilities," Matthew said smugly. "So why are they doing this?" Morgana almost roared, her grip on the magical stone tightening. "In order to buy time," Matthew naturally replied. After all, the Dark Witch Morgana is the most formidable dark wizard in British magical history. Even if Headmaster Grindelwald intends to deal with you, he must proceed cautiously and seize the best opportunity for himself. And why did Professor Grindelwald relocate the remaining unicorns from Hogwarts after Halloween? It's quite simple. The blood of the last two unicorns was merely a taste for you. Without unicorn blood and the elixir, your body grows weaker and your temperament more restless. When you're at your most anxious and vulnerable, that's when he will act and personally deal with you." Seeing Morgana's expression changed into somewhat of a sad, lost state, Matthew almost sympathizes with her. Morgana lowered her head, seemingly thinking about what Matthew had revealed. Yet Matthew didn't afford her a chance to catch her breath and continued his verbal assault. "So, over the past few months, I've chosen to turn a blind eye to these incidents. It's actually quite simple because I knew all these events would be resolved perfectly. The trap set by Headmaster Grindelwald would eventually close. It's a pity that Neville and Hermione, those two clever youngsters, disrupted my plans. Their fearless bravery led them into your clutches." Matthew expressed a hint of regret. To maintain stability, Professor Rosier will continue to disregard their disappearances. However, after being deprived of unicorn blood and the elixir for 3.5 months, your impatience must reach its peak. You're likely to choose to kill Neville and Hermione, further testing Hogwarts. Matthew spread his hands. Hey, I couldn't bear to watch Neville and Hermione die before my eyes like that. So the only thing I could do was find you in that bathroom, and then guide you towards finding the true Sorcerer's Stone. There was no doubt that Morgana, the Dark Witch, now understood the entire chain of events and their consequences. Her face was extremely peculiar as she glanced at the magic stone still tightly clutched in her hand. She hadn't noticed it before, consumed by her excitement. But now, she finally saw it. A faint red light followed the brilliant red stone and seeped into her skin. It was subtle and unnoticeable. If not for careful observation, Morgana would have missed it entirely. Morgana clenched her right hand forcefully, yet the Philosopher's Stone seemed stuck, unable to be released. From the very beginning, this magic stone had been cursed. Under normal circumstances, Morgana wouldn't have been so foolish and absurd. But upon seeing the Sorcerer's Stone once more, upon witnessing the prospect of renewing her life, she became so ecstatic that she almost forgot to be cautious. And now, the curse began to take effect, little by little. Grindelwald! Morgana roared and raged. Simultaneously, she cast a hostile gaze toward Matthew as if venting her anger upon him. She raised her wand, and a green light shot toward Matthew. A long, black barrier abruptly materialized in front of Matthew. It stood between Matthew and Morgana, completely shielding him from the death curse fired from Morgana's wand. Then, a thick, pale blue mist gradually enveloped the headmistress's office. The black barrier also dissipated as the mist dispersed, revealing a figure silently standing behind Matthew. Matthew turned around and beheld a familiar face, a handsome elderly man with neatly trimmed silver white hair, a mustache, and an old but remarkably distinguished countenance. Yes, Headmaster Grindelwald. Matthew spoke respectfully. Although he had seen Gellert Grindelwald before, this was the first time he had been in such close proximity to the principal of Hogwarts. Fear not, child. Grindelwald's voice was gentle, emanating a strong sense of security. I am here. Yes, Matthew nodded fervently. Professor Grindelwald raised his wand, directing it towards Morgana on the other side. In a casual tone, he asked, by the way, my boy, what is your name? The name is Matthew, Matthew replied softly. Matthew Wickfield. I must mention one thing, Mr. Wickfield, Gellert Grindelwald said with a smile. You have made one of the most remarkable deductions at Hogwarts in the past 50 years. To the point where I can't even fault you for slightly disrupting my plans. Please forgive me, Headmaster Grindelwald. Matthew lowered his head and replied. I'm sorry, but I cannot stand idly by while my friends face death. Friendship is indeed an incredibly precious thing. Grindelwald's voice conveyed emotion as he nodded. I can find no fault in your actions. Instead, it is Vinda who sometimes displays a coldness in her behavior and thoughts that goes too far. Stepping back, Matthew retreated behind Grindelwald and gestured toward the figure before him. I mean no offense, Headmaster, Matthew spoke softly, but I believe your adversary still stands before you. Yes, Mr. Wickfield, Grindelwald's smile returned to his face. But it's time for me to impart a lesson to you. One that states, when formulating a plan to confront any adversary, you must consider them as formidable as possible before facing them directly. And when you finally face them, the only thing you should do is despise them. Grindelwald, the Black Witch Morgana had now grasped her predicament. Unable to release the Philosopher's Stone from her right hand, she used her left hand to wield her magic wand. The two mighty wizards stood quietly within the hut. I believe Vinda wouldn't appreciate it if I wrecked her little abode, Grindelwald spoke, seemingly to himself, yet addressing Morgana. So, I think it would be best for us to change the battleground. Morgana remained silent, akin to a statue frozen in time. Professor Grindelwald elegantly waved his magic wand. This time, Matthew could finally catch a glimpse of the wand's appearance, a peculiar wand made from segments of elderberry. The Elder Wand, one of the legendary Deathly Hallows? Simultaneously, the surrounding scenery began to undergo drastic changes. Corridors, walls, statues, countless scenes whirled around them endlessly. It was as if Professor Grindelwald was guiding his opponents and students through the spatial realms within Hogwarts Castle, as though the space within Hogwarts Castle itself was being traversed. Many times during my tenure at Hogwarts, the castle failed to recognize my authority, Grindelwald said with a smile. But when the castle faced a crisis, and the true owner of the castle consented to my actions, I could accomplish anything, badass. Finally, the shifting space came to a halt. Matthew looked down and was nearly startled, because he suddenly realized that he stood atop Gothic tiles. Principal Grindelwald had transported them to the pinnacle of Hogwarts Castle. More specifically, they were situated on the 8th floor of the castle. Excellent. Gellert Grindelwald expressed his satisfaction while simultaneously casting a disdainful gaze toward Morgana. Fight here, and don't hold back. You've already caused enough destruction. Morgana paid no attention to her surroundings as she seemed to regain her composure. She stood quietly atop a spire. As the most infamous Black Witch in British magical history and a contemporary of the great Mage Merlin, she was not one to be underestimated. No longer fixating on the Philosopher's Stone tightly clutched in her right hand, she focused her gaze solely on her adversary, the dismissive Headmaster of Hogwarts. Matthew quickly understood why Headmaster Grindelwald was unwilling to engage in battle indoors. He observed Morgana's left hand as it brandished her magic wand. Suddenly, the previously serene black lake near the castle erupted with tumultuous waves, splashing water in all directions. A series of surging waves soared into the sky, gradually coalescing and condensing into countless ice cones suspended midair. Before Matthew could even retrieve his wand to contemplate a defense, Grindelwald also raised his elder wand. The tiles on the nearby castle turrets began to detach, floating in the air as though forming a shield formation, shielding both Grindelwald and Matthew. Ice cones collided with cobblestones, shattering upon impact. Numerous shattered debris cascaded down from Matthew and Grindelwald. But Morgana's assault did not cease. Yet, what plummeted to the ground were mere fragments of stone. The ice remnants returned to Morgana, slowly melting and transforming back into water. Droplets accumulated in the sky, condensing behind Morgana. In just 10 seconds, the water congealed into a colossal entity. Matthew struggled to discern its form for a moment. It resembled a grim but stood at least 100 feet tall, far more significant than an average grim. Professor Grindelwald remained undaunted. As he surveyed the massive water creature hovering in the sky, his silver hair fluttered in the powerful wind. The headmaster of Hogwarts was akin to a conductor directing an orchestra, boldly wielding the most powerful wand in the wizarding world. A pale blue flame suddenly materialized, burning fiercely in the sky, consuming all it touched without restraint. A column of flame, reaching hundreds of feet high, shot into the heavens, propelled by the old man's arm, chasing after the colossal water monster in the sky. The sudden surge in temperature caused the water to evaporate violently, causing the monster to rapidly shrink in size. The water vapor rose into the clouds and gradually descended into raindrops. The most formidable wand was in the hands of the most powerful wizard. Magic transcended mere light waves between individuals. It could alter the color of the sky and the earth, dulling the brilliance of the sun and moon. Thus, beneath the pale blue flames, a shower of blue rain suddenly fell from the sky. The enormous shadow in the sky swayed like a ship caught in a storm, gradually shrinking until it transformed into mist and dissipated entirely. As the blue rain fell from the sky, a drop landed on Harry Evans, causing the disguise created by her potion to gradually fade away. Finally, the Dark Witch Morgana, or Morgan Le Fay, revealed her true form. Matthew felt as though his eyes were deceiving him. The woman standing atop the tower appeared simultaneously as a tall noblewoman and a shameless seductress, a young girl in her prime and an elderly man. She embodied both a flawless fairy's purity and a devil's malevolence. All these contradictory qualities seemed to coexist harmoniously within her, though it felt anything but natural. Yet, the blue flames persisted. Layer upon layer of fiery walls, each dozens of feet long, surrounded the Black Witch before her. Morgana took a deep breath and released a sharp, inhuman howl of anger that pierced the air. The entire castle's windows trembled, shattering instantly. Matthew fell to his knees in pain, desperately covering his ears as he felt his hearing on the verge of being lost. Professor Grindelwald's expression remained unchanged, and the screams of the Dark Witch didn't seem to faze him. He raised his elder wand high and gently waved it. Something seemed to fly out of the broken window of Hogwarts Castle. They were the statues from within the castle, now appearing alive and soaring through the sky. A massive griffin statue transformed into a real griffin, spreading its wings and flying to Matthew's side, then enfolding him in its embrace. At that moment, Matthew felt Morgana's sharp cry abruptly stop. The world seemed to transform into complete tranquility. 2 winged wild boars, a hunchbacked old woman, and a warrior in armor, all 4 statues came to life and charged toward Morgana. The old woman and the warrior rode on the winged boars. The warrior's stone sword stopped just inches from Morgana's head, unable to strike her, while the hunchbacked old woman smashed the top of the tower beneath Morgana's feet. The Dark Witch tumbled down from the castle's peak, her appearance in disarray. As her anger subsided, so did the shattering of the castle's windows. Matthew believed she would fall to her death. However, in an instant, her body disintegrated, pieces falling to the ground one after another. Suddenly, a black shadow emerged from her remains, swiftly dissipating like drifting smoke as she attempted to escape in embarrassment. Professor Grindelwald remained unfazed. He pointed his old magic wand at the surface of the Black Lake and drew a gentle circle. Just as Morgana's shadow was about to fly over the lake, countless water jets rose from the Black Lake, surrounding and entangling the Black Shadow. The Black Shadow slowed, its movement impeded by the water, which gradually enclosed it within a massive spherical prison. Matthew almost heard the Black Witch's screams in the spherical water cell. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, now veiled in water and mist. A brilliant bolt of lightning illuminated the heavens and the earth. The thunder and lightning, possessing devastating power, ruthlessly struck the spherical water prison. One could witness the electric sparks enveloping the prison from a considerable distance. The blue flames also arrived swiftly, dispersing around the lightning like a heavenly net, layer by layer surrounding the innermost Black Shadow. Morgana, or Morgan Le Fay, the most formidable Dark Witch in British magical history, had finally run out of places to escape. The giant griffin statue released Matthew from its embrace, flying towards Professor Grindelwald and lowering its head. Professor Grindelwald strode towards the griffin statue, and it spread its wings once again, carrying the Hogwarts headmaster towards the distant spherical water cell. The hunchbacked old woman and the warrior in armor, riding their winged boars, flew beside him like loyal servants. Is it over? Matthew gazed into the distance. The war, which had lasted for about a quarter of an hour, appeared to have come to an end. Nothing remained beside the diminishing spherical water prison and scattered rocks and debris. Without a doubt, Gellert Grindelwald had emerged as the victor. He had left his opponent with no chance, not even an opportunity to escape. Perhaps the Dark Witch Morgana's magical power was on par with his own, and in a state of complete victory, she might even have been slightly stronger than Grindelwald. But in all other aspects, she was defeated. Thus, this wizarding war, one long enough to be recorded in history, became an unequivocal slaughter. Matthew peered into the distance, the elderly figure still standing atop the griffin statue, waving the elder wand. He let out a sigh. Now, that's a truly powerful wizard. He wondered if he would ever have a chance to catch up to that elderly and majestic figure. If given the opportunity, how many years would he need to strive for it? Just as Matthew contemplated, he suddenly felt something amiss beneath his feet. The ground was giving way, becoming unstable. Matthew quickly looked down. He realized that after a quarter of an hour of devastation, the bricks atop the castle could no longer support their weight. Moreover, not long ago, a 12-year-old boy had stood on them, along with a colossal statue weighing several tons. As Matthew lowered his gaze, the center of gravity shifted. Several bricks and stones crumbled away. His face paled, and he hurriedly reached for his wand at his waist. But it was too late. With a scream, Matthew plummeted from the 8th floor of the castle along with the falling debris Wingardium Leviosa. Matthew, frantically brandishing his wand, cried out midair. He wasn't sure if the spell had worked, but he immediately felt lightheaded and lost consciousness. When Matthew finally opened his eyes, he found himself face to face with an old, handsome, and familiar visage. Professor Grindelwald, Matthew uttered weakly. A surge of red light emitted from Professor Grindelwald's elder wand tip and flowed into Matthew's body, instantly restoring his strength. A perfectly timed levitation spell, Mr. Wickfield. Professor Grindelwald put away his wand, offering his assessment. Although there was a slight mishap in the execution, if you aim your wand directly at the ground, there's a high chance of escaping unscathed. Overall, it was well done, Professor Grindelwald continued. Falling from such a height would have landed you in the school infirmary for at least a week. Considering that Poppy is also injured, you might have missed 2 to 3 weeks of classes. Professor Grindelwald chuckled as he finished the sentence. Matthew humbly nodded, having just witnessed the true power of Gellert Grindelwald. He was now as meek as a lamb, bowing his head while surreptitiously glancing around. The once massive spherical water prison on the surface of the Black Lake had vanished. The 5 statues, except for the griffin head beast, had departed. The pieces falling from the castle during the battle were now back in their original positions. Everything had been restored to its former state. Professor Grindelwald, is she dead? Matthew mustered the courage to ask in a hushed tone. Death is not a cruel punishment, Mr. Wickfield, Professor Grindelwald smiled. But I can assure you she will never pose a threat to Hogwarts or you. Matthew nodded faintly, absorbing the principal's words. Professor Grindelwald lowered his head and glanced at his watch. 8 o'clock already, he muttered as if speaking to himself and Matthew. In 15 minutes, the Aurors will arrive at Hogwarts. He waved his wand lightly, and the griffin head statue flew to his side. Professor Grindelwald climbed onto the back of the griffin head statue. Shall we bid Edward Trokar farewell one last time, Mr. Wickfield? He turned around and glanced at Matthew. I've heard him say you're his most admired student. Alpha. Yes. Matthew nodded earnestly. He then leaped onto the back of the griffin head beast. It was a peculiar way to fly, standing on a statue and soaring through the air. Matthew remained stiff and restrained throughout the journey, afraid to move lest he accidentally bumped into the principal beside him. They flew silently to the upper floors of the castle. Professor Grindelwald stretched out his hand and counted the swiftly passing windows before him. We've arrived, he suddenly announced. The griffin head statue slowed down and came to a stop. It remained in a hovering position, wings flapping. Through the window before him, Matthew caught sight of Professor Trokar, who was being held inside. He hurriedly reached out and tapped on the window pane. Professor Trokar raised his head, his face bearing scars, pale like never before, his mouth agape. Be careful, Professor Grindelwald cautioned, waving his hand. The entire window instantly swung open. Matthew, Professor Trokar glanced at Matthew, then focused on the principal. Master Grindelwald, you actually, his voice quivered. Thank you for your efforts, Edward. Professor Grindelwald bent down and embraced the vampire. His voice carried a hint of sorrow. I'm sorry you had to endure such grievance during this time. You were unjustly burdened with non-existent crimes. I'm truly sorry, my friend, as he looked towards Professor Trokar with sorrow. No. The vampire shook his head vigorously. I have long grown accustomed to it, Master Grindelwald. It is an honor to serve you. To have you personally come to my rescue tonight is the ultimate honor. Had he been capable of shedding tears, the vampire would surely have wept. Edward. Professor Grindelwald spoke softly. You should also thank Wickfield. If not for his arrival, I'm afraid I would have had to watch you enter Azkaban and suffer a never-ending nightmare. Truly, Matthew. Professor Trokar turned around, his gaze fixed on Matthew with a surprised expression. Thank you so much. It seems the time you spent with me at Hogwarts was not in vain. What do you mean, Professor? Are you suggesting Professor Trokar's name won't be cleared? Matthew's brow furrowed, and innocently whispered, Professor Trokar is innocent. He didn't harm anyone. The vampire's gaze shifted to Matthew, a smile suddenly gracing his face as he shook his head. You don't understand, Matthew. The wizarding world harbors deep prejudices against vampires like us. Moreover, I did drink Mr. Weasley's and Mr. Finley's blood, and I did attack Madame Pomfrey. The former Transfiguration teacher let out a sigh. I fear Master Grindelwald has eliminated the witch, and her curse will dissipate. When Mr. Weasley and Mr. Finch-Fletchley wake up, they will quickly press charges against me. Such irrefutable accusations, should Master Grindelwald decide to intervene, would cause him significant trouble. Don't worry about me. I have grown accustomed to such circumstances. Professor Trokar said with a bitter smile looking at Matthew. Professor Trokar, Matthew Wickfield fell silent. He spoke with utmost sincerity, his expression serious. You are an exceptional Transfiguration professor. The feeling is mutual, Matthew. You are an outstanding student. Professor Trokar smiled. In 5 minutes, the Aurors will arrive. Professor Grindelwald rechecked his watch. Thank you for allowing me to teach, Master Grindelwald. The vampire cast a final glance at the Hogwarts headmaster. You will have more opportunities in the future, Edward. Grindelwald bid Trokar one last farewell, embracing him tightly. Good luck. Good luck to you too, Master Grindelwald, and to you, little Matthew. Edward Trokar, the vampire, stepped onto the griffin head statue outside the window, soon disappearing from sight. Professor Trokar's figure disappeared from their sight. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed from below the tower. Thank you for your efforts, Vinda, Minister of Magic. Millicent Bagnold's voice resonated. It's impressive how quickly Hogwarts apprehended the culprit. We simply did what was necessary, Professor Rosier replied coldly. Vampires? Oh, Merlin's beard, Minister Bagnold continued. I hope this creature ceases to pose a threat to our wizarding world. The footsteps drew closer. Professor. Matthew glanced at Professor Grindelwald and whispered softly. Professor Grindelwald gestured for him not to worry. With a loud bang, the room's door swung open. A group of individuals ascended the narrow spiral staircase. Matthew's eyes first landed on Professor Rosier's, followed by Minister Bagnold and 2 burly men dressed in proud Auror attire. Professor Grindelwald. Minister Bagnold exclaimed, her eyes darting around the room and fixating on the broken window. She uttered in bewilderment, wait, where is that vampire? The headmistress's gaze lingered on Matthew for a brief moment, a hint of confusion apparent in her expression. I share your doubts, Millicent, regretfully explained Gellert Grindelwald. Mr. Wickfield and I arrived half a minute earlier than you, and when we arrived, this room appeared as you see it now. Unbelievable, the minister exclaimed, her spirit deflated. That damned vampire, he escaped. She seemed like an ant on a hot plate, her irritation palpable as she scanned her surroundings. However, Minister Bagnold didn't suspect Grindelwald was up to mischief. One of the tall, bald, dark-skinned Aurors, out of the corner of his eye, subtly glanced at the Hogwarts headmaster before quickly averting his gaze. The Auror bent down to carefully examine a room. Suddenly, he spoke, his deep, slow voice carrying a magnetic quality. Minister, I believe the vampire Trokar hasn't gotten far. You're right, Shacklebolt. Minister Bagnold regained her composure upon hearing his voice. Hurry, you and Dawlish, track him down. That vampire will leave traces along his escape route, Minister Bagnold ordered the Aurors. Don't worry, Minister, Grindelwald reassured gently. Hogwarts will cooperate fully with your investigation. Thank goodness, Headmaster Grindelwald. Minister Barnold crossed her hands in gratitude. The 2 Aurors descended the spiral staircase once more. My apologies for the commotion, Minister Bagnold apologized to the Hogwarts headmaster and headmistress. Damn it, I don't know how I'll face the Daily Prophet reporters now. We've become a laughingstock. Reno Thailand but yes. The minister swiftly departed. Professor Rosier looked at Professor Grindelwald, her voice as cold as ever. The curse on Mr. Weasley and Mr. Finch-Fletchley has lifted, and they have regained consciousness. Furthermore, we found Mr. Longbottom and Miss Granger in an abandoned bathroom adjacent to Professor Slughorn's office. There was also a weakened Mr. Evans, who appeared to have been detained for at least half a year. They have all been sent to the school hospital. Additionally, we discovered a petrified ghost that had been missing for quite some time. The headmistress concluded her report without a change in her expression. You've done an exceptional job, Vinda. Headmaster Grindelwald praised. The storm at Hogwarts has finally subsided. He then turned to Matthew and inquired, Mr. Wickfield, would you like to accompany me to the school hospital to visit your 2 rescued friends? Of course. Matthew nodded eagerly. The door to the school hospital gently creaked open. Professor Grindelwald, Professor Rosier, and Matthew entered. Chaos reigned in the ward. On the one hand, there were numerous patients in need of care. On the other hand, Madame Pomfrey, who was supposed to be in charge, lay unconscious on a hospital bed. Professor Slughorn, the potions professor, had temporarily assumed the school doctor role and hurried about the ward. Matthew, Neville and Hermione rushed over. Both appeared unscathed. Hermione seemed like she wanted to embrace him but stopped herself in time. Matthew couldn't help but feel relieved. He extended his hand and shook hands with Hermione, somewhat perfunctorily. Neville lowered his head, shame etched on his face. I'm so sorry, Matthew. It's our fault. We should have listened to you. Like fools, we followed the vampire. Matthew sighed and earnestly patted Neville's shoulder. It's all right, just remember the lesson from today and refrain from such recklessness in the future. It's my fault. Hermione's voice is barely audible. I insisted on dragging Neville along. I'm sorry. It's all in the past now. Matthew reassured quickly. A sudden scream interrupted their conversation. It's Trokar. Ronald Weasley, who had regained consciousness, sprang out of bed and shouted, "He's a vampire. He drank my blood. It hurts." Boy, that was nearly half a year ago. Professor Slughorn approached, a helpless expression on his face. Laughter erupted throughout the ward. Neville and Hermione returned to their beds, and Professor Slughorn suggested that they drink another bottle of restoration potion. Matthew saw the real Harry Evans, now thin and emaciated. He hoped he would recover soon. Behind him, Professor Grindelwald conversed with Professor Rosier. Matthew noticed that Grindelwald produced an item wrapped in oil paper, which he handed to Rosier. "Well, I must say, the little curse you placed on the stone proved quite useful and was a great help to me just now." Matthew suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the oil paper covering the Philosopher's Stone. "Well, I must take my leave now, and I entrust Hogwarts to your care," Professor Grindelwald remarked. He turned and met Matthew's gaze. Walking over, he waved to Matthew. "Until we meet again, Mr. Wickfield." "Goodbye, Professor Grindelwald." Matthew nodded. Then, a thought occurred to him. He whispered, "By the way, Happy Valentine's Day." 2 hours later, in Austria. It was a grim and menacing tower. From a distance, it appeared like an impregnable fortress, a massive structure entirely encased in iron. The fortress stood atop a cliff, not particularly high, but within several miles of the cliff lay a complete desert. Other than the occasional dilapidated walls, there was no sign of life. Only a treacherous mountain road led to the tower. This cold, somber, and distant tower bore a well-known name in the wizarding world: Nurmengard. Nurmengard was a prison, a facility specifically designed for the confinement of dark wizards. Its inception as a prison dates back to almost 1939. Albus Dumbledore, the most feared dark wizard of the century, had been imprisoned within its walls. Since then, the number of prisoners has dwindled. Some had perished, while others had been transferred to various wizarding European prisons. Yet, the most notorious dark wizard remained locked within at the tower's pinnacle. Some claimed that the place had been abandoned for many years. However, those on the inside knew better. This prison operated autonomously without requiring constant supervision. As long as its creator, Gellert Grindelwald, the most fantastic wizard of the 20th century, remained alive. That was sufficient. Even though it was late at night, the words engraved above Nurmengard's entrance still faintly glimmered. "For the greater good." However, at the tower's summit, a completely different scene unfolded. 2 elderly individuals, their hair gray, sat facing each other before a roaring fire. One was garbed in tattered clothing, while the other was impeccably dressed. An old man, frail and weak, and a silver-haired youth, resolute and extraordinary. One was the most infamous dark wizard of the 20th century, while the other was the most revered wizard of the same era. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to associate these two wizards. They belonged to different worlds. But now, they engaged in conversation. Like longtime friends, casual, ordinary, and unconstrained. And it was Grindelwald who spoke passionately while Dumbledore listened intently. Before them lay 2 small wine glasses, a bottle of mead, and a large basket of assorted candies. It's as simple as that. The Dark Witch, who claims to be the most powerful Dark Witch in British magical history, was easily defeated by me. Grindelwald's voice resounded as he toyed with a silver object in his hand. Engo yes. If any wizard who knew Grindelwald were present, they would be surprised. For they would witness the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and the most fantastic wizard of their time boasting about recent exploits. Is that all? However, Albus Dumbledore, with his head lowered, seemed somewhat dismissive. Yes. Grindelwald scoffed coldly. Is my plan not flawless? Aren't my methods cunning enough? Do you have a better idea? You managed to deceive an old witch who had been imprisoned by Merlin for thousands of years. Dumbledore still did not lift his gaze. Were I in her position, I could find at least 6 or 7 loopholes. It's precisely because she has been imprisoned by Merlin for thousands of years and has lost the dignity of a true wizard that I had the confidence to handle her in that manner. Grindelwald didn't take offense, calmly explaining his rationale. So, Gellert, Hogwarts means nothing to you. Dumbledore suddenly raised his head, his voice filled with coldness. You disregard the lives of Hogwarts students. You exposed them to extreme danger for such a long time, treating them as mere tools to achieve your goals. For you, their lives and deaths are nothing more than bargaining chips. Dumbledore said furiously. Grindelwald fell silent for a moment. Then, he stood up, raising his head with pride. Albus, wouldn't you have made the same choice? Of course not. Dumbledore replied categorically. Grindelwald retorted unceremoniously, if you were in my position, do you think you wouldn't expose students to extreme danger? Do you believe you wouldn't use them as tools to accomplish your goals? Do you think you wouldn't trade their lives for greater benefits? This time, Dumbledore fell silent. At the very least, I wouldn't disregard the lives and deaths of Hogwarts students. After a moment's pause, Dumbledore retorted. I didn't disregard their lives and deaths. Grindelwald sneered coldly. If the old witch truly intended to kill the 2 first-year children, I would have acted preemptively. Dumbledore lowered his head once more. He knew Grindelwald spoke the truth. We are of the same kind, Albus, Grindelwald continued. We have always been of the same kind. We were never of the same kind. Dumbledore firmly denied without hesitation. Why do you persistently deny this fact? Grindelwald's spirits suddenly waned, and he sat on the ground. 47 years, Albus. I have kept you here for 47 years. 47 years should have been enough time for you to understand, Grindelwald sighed. I have considered it thoroughly, from beginning to end. Dumbledore reaffirmed. It seems you still refuse to give up, Grindelwald sighed. He picked up the mead from the ground and poured a glass for both himself and Dumbledore. Dumbledore wasted no time in drinking it. Let's discuss a lighter topic. Grindelwald also downed his glass of mead. A lighter topic. Dumbledore didn't seem particularly interested. Yes, Grindelwald nodded. Something quite fascinating. During my recent visit to Hogwarts, I encountered a truly intriguing individual. As Grindelwald spoke, pouring wine, he appeared entirely at ease. It was evident that he was unsuspecting. Albus Dumbledore, on the other hand, was different. A glimmer flickered in the corners of his weathered eyes.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.